transformed into a destitute individual ridiculed across the internet. The renowned music producer Nan Zhou remarked, "Firstly, I have not provoked any of you." Unable to afford the exorbitant compensation, he had no choice but to participate in a live-stream dating reality show. His former teammate, a notorious scoundrel, lamented, "Baby, I miss you." Nan Zhou replied, "If you miss me, then call me. My number hasn't changed, it's the one from China Merchants Bank." His conniving cousin interjected, "How can you allow someone to consume such junk food? Can't my brother cook?" Chapter 1. This will make you comfortable. In a seaside villa on the South Shore, the living room was bathed in a warm, orange glow. A tall and handsome man reclined on an elegantly toned sofa, his deep black eyes swirling with unexpressed emotions. With his slender fingers, he grasped the chin of a youth perched upon him, gently tracing along his elongated neck. Drenched and nearly soaked through, Nan Zhou smiled softly, feeling the warm breath and sweet pheromones brushing against his nose. "Are you certain? Why are you rambling if you're not?" Pressing his thumb against the moist peaks of the youth's lips, he commanded, "Answer me." His voice was low, laced with possessive undertones, and the aura he exuded was one of compelling dominance, mingled with an intoxicating scent. Nan Zhou's lips parted slightly, enunciating each word. "Certain, darling, I in the next moment." The man tightened his embrace. Nan Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. This scoundrel dared to bite him. Instinctively, he cursed, "Damn you, Star." When he awoke again, Nan Zhou felt a profound weakness coursing through his body. Struggling to sit up, he grappled with the surreal nature of his circumstances. He had actually traversed into another realm. Merely 2 days prior, while vacationing on the beach, he had been swept away by a rogue wave. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the sand, feverish and disoriented. In a daze, he instinctively rang the doorbell of a nearby seaside villa, and after an interminable wait, the occupant finally opened the door. Nan Zhou speculated that it was likely his melodious doorbell chime that prompted the opening, but he had always possessed confidence in his musical creations. What followed was a cliched narrative straight from a book. A handsome man who met his aesthetic standards, paired with a solitary situation. Yet, he had not anticipated that the other would bite him. That bite nearly sent Nan Zhou into oblivion. Simultaneously, strange memories and perceptions flooded his mind, revealing that he had indeed crossed over. He had entered an A/B/O world, inhabiting the persona of someone who shared his name. Climbing out of bed, he rubbed his sore waist and surveyed his surroundings before stepping into the bathroom to freshen up. A moment later, he pushed open the bedroom door. The villa was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. The best one-night stand is one that concludes with no further entanglements. Well, although it wasn't a one-night affair, but rather 2 nights. That was inconsequential. Nan Zhou located his shoes by the entrance, donned a black coat that did not belong to him, and, grasping his charged phone, he casually departed. As soon as he powered on his device, he received a call from his current manager, Hao Jia, inquiring about his whereabouts. "I'm not sure," he replied, glancing around. "Let me send you my location. Come pick me up." Half an hour later, Nan Zhou settled into Hao Jia's vehicle. "What on earth brought you here? You frightened me into thinking you might have succumbed to the pressure and attempted to take your own life. Honestly, that scoundrel Lu Zhou is utterly revolting, knowing that you harbor feelings for him. He exploited your affection to gain popularity during the 2 years of the group's formation. Now that he's famous and gone solo, not only does he publicly announce his new relationship, but he also casts aspersions on you. How can he claim that you're not an Omega? Just because you can't detect pheromones doesn't mean you're not an Omega. Perhaps he simply lacks olfactory acuity. Even I, a Beta, can smell it." At this juncture, Hao Jia abruptly turned, his face stricken with shock. "Wait, what's that scent on you?" Perplexed, Nan Zhou looked down at himself. "What scent? Can't you smell it?" "Damn!" Hao Jia exclaimed, clearly agitated. "It's the scent of an alpha." Caught up in his earlier complaints about Lu Zhou, Hao Jia belatedly realized that Nan Zhou was enveloped in the potent pheromones of a commanding alpha. The intensity of the scent instinctively intimidated even him. "A beta, oh," Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly. "I spent the night with an alpha." Hao Jia was left dumbfounded, nearly swerving off the road. "You slept with an alpha?" Activating the hazard lights, he pulled the car to the side, adopting a serious tone. Did you experience your heat cycle? Despite being his manager, he was also Nan Zhou's high school confidant and was well aware of his peculiarities. Years ago, Nan Zhou had endured a severe car accident that severely damaged his glands. He had lost not only the distinctive scent of an Omega, but also the ability to experience his heat cycle. Possibly, Nan Zhou reflected on his condition from that day, nodding slightly. He received fragmented memories from the original owner, leaving him with an incomplete understanding of both the original and this world. Unable to contain his curiosity, how Jia pressed, is it temporary or permanent? Forget that. Let me rephrase. Did you take precautions? I don't recall. Nan Zhou pondered for a moment. He had been in a daze for the past couple of days. All his senses had dulled, letting instinct take over. Memories flooded back, filled with a warm, dry, sweet aroma that was utterly intoxicating. The embrace he received was warm, and the voice was alluring, especially those deep, captivating eyes, even more enchanting when glistening with sweat. His low, husky laughter and the gentle, indulgent tone of his speech seemed to compel the very world to heed his every command. Do you like it? Say it. Nan Zhou's throat felt parched, and he coughed awkwardly. It should be fine. What do you mean fine? Hao Jia nearly leaped from his seat. You were marked during your heat cycle. This means you're very likely to. With each utterance, Hao Jia's expression grew increasingly anxious, and at the moment his words fell silent, he glanced anxiously at Nan Zhou's abdomen. What would happen? Following his gaze, Nan Zhou looked down at his own stomach, and the realization struck him. His mind faltered momentarily under the weight of this revelation. No, we need to head to the hospital immediately for a checkup, Hao Jia declared, swiftly starting the car. We must be prepared. If worse comes to worst, we can forego that exorbitant compensation dating show. Your health is paramount. By the way, who was the person that marked you? The individual who marked him? How could he possibly know? Seeing Nan Zhou remain silent, Hao Jia's suspicions grew, and he shouted, What? You were taken advantage of by some wild alpha? This remark did not sit well with Nan Zhou, that he corrected him. Let's be precise. It was I who took advantage of him. Don't kid yourself. Hao Jia gasped for breath. Calm down. Nan Zhou maintained his composure. Hao Jia felt somewhat reassured by his demeanor, about to offer words of encouragement when Nan Zhou leisurely added, You'll have your turn to panic. Hao Jia. Chapter 2. Suspected pregnancy. As Hua Xingye pushed open the door of the villa, the sight that met him instantly furrowed his brow. Before he could utter a word, the other party began to blame him, exclaiming, What kind of expression is that? You look as though you do not wish to see me. Hua Xingye chose to ignore him, placing the items in his hand on the ground and casting a glance upstairs. What are you looking at? Did a thief break in? Speaking of which, as I was coming over, a rather beautiful Omega, clad in your clothing, exited your home. I assumed you were inside. He left. Hua Xingye's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing with an unmistakable intensity, exuding an air of aggression. Despite having worked together for 5 years as his agent and sharing the same alpha status, Luo Nan was momentarily taken aback by this piercing look. Hua Xingye strode up the stairs with long strides, disappearing around the corner. Did a thief really break in? Luo Nan scratched his head and returned to the sofa. Oh well, he thought, considering he had more money than he knew what to do with. He might as well view it as a case of wealth redistribution. However, that person seemed rather familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Muttering to himself, Luo Nan opened Weibo. A few minutes later, Hua Xingye descended the stairs. Though his expression remained calm, his darkened eyes betrayed his displeasure. Help me find someone, he instructed Luo Nan. Who? The little thief? Luo Nan shook his phone. By the way, how come I didn't know you were acquainted with Nan Zhou? Having spent several years together, Luo Nan understood Hua Xingye's lifestyle and temperament. It was highly unlikely that he would bring anyone home unless they were sufficiently close friends or family. However, Nan Zhou, he hardly seemed like the type of person who would befriend Hua Xingye. Luo Nan scrutinized the image on Weibo, where a delicate figure with head bowed and lips pursed appeared as though he might faint at any moment. Do you fancy this type? Hua Xingye remained silent, not even casting a glance in Luo Nan's direction. His long legs stood firm on the carpet as he focused on his phone, retrieving surveillance footage. The rapidity of his touch-screen movements revealed his underlying urgency. "Hey, our esteemed movie star, say something. As your agent, I have a right to know about your romantic status. Find him for me," Hua Xingye insisted. Presenting the surveillance footage of Nan Zhou removing his coat before leaving the villa, conveying the urgency of his request. Luonin glanced at the screen. "My goodness, isn't that Nan Zhou?" "Here," he said, pointing out that the individual was indeed featured on Weibo. Realizing that his illustrious star was not one to frequent social media, Luonin took it upon himself to enlighten him about the recent trending topics. The popular idol group Wix had disbanded, and the group's top star, Lu Zhou, unexpectedly announced a romantic relationship. The twist was that his partner was the rising actor Wen Yu, rather than the ambiguously linked teammate Nan Zhou, which stirred a considerable uproar. During an interview, Lu Zhou not only distanced himself from Nan Zhou, but also revealed that Nan Zhou was not an Omega, thrusting him into the spotlight. "I have never detected the scent of his pheromones. Perhaps he has his reasons. As a former teammate, I do not wish to comment further. You may inquire with him. In any case, our relationship is strictly professional." Before the camera, Lu Zhou bowed gracefully while reiterating that he would be participating in the heartbeat of you alongside Wen Yu, urging everyone to pay attention. Luonin remarked that it was even more outrageous that Nan Zhou would also be part of the dating reality show, as many had previously believed him to be paired with Lu Zhou. Consequently, the public had turned against him, accusing him of being a pretentious show-off and claiming he was clinging to Lu Zhou for publicity. Noticing Hua Xingye silently fixated on Lu Zhou's interview video, Luonin added fuel to the fire. Just moments ago, Nan Zhou had trended again, having been spotted at the hospital for an examination at an Omega specialty clinic. The trending topics were rife with mockery, suggesting he was addicted to portraying an Omega. Hua Xingye remained unresponsive, and if looks could kill, Lu Zhou on screen would surely have met his demise by Hua Xingye's gaze. Luonin was intensely curious, well aware of his artist's character. Usually warm and polite, Lu Zhou could unleash a fury capable of violence when truly angered. And now, he was genuinely incensed. Could it be that Hua Xingye actually harbored feelings for Nan Zhou? Previously, he had coldly rejected a similar type that had come his way, a memory that lingered vividly in Luonin's mind, making it hard to associate Hua Xingye with Nan Zhou. Is Nan Zhou really not an Omega? Luonin inquired. Hua Xingye replied, "Contact the Heartbeat team." "For what purpose?" "I intend to go." Luonin nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. "What? You plan to record the heartbeat of you? The illustrious best actor, one of the top stars in the industry, is willingly lowering himself to appear on a dating show? Insanity. You are set to start filming next month for director Zhou's movie. Coordinate the schedule with the crew," Hua Xingye insisted. Luonin believed Hua Xingye had truly lost his mind. His current schedule was already packed tight, and any further compression would be unbearable. Just as he was about to plead with him, a notification pinged from Weibo, and he glanced at it, eyes widening in shock. Had Nan Zhou also gone mad? After exiting the hospital and getting back into the car, Hao Jia let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the wild man hadn't taken the opportunity to permanently mark him and had shown some restraint. Otherwise, she would have had to report him for attempted coercion, pursuing him to the ends of the earth to ensure his imprisonment. Nan Zhou remained silent in the back seat, flipping through the physiological handbook given to him by the doctor. During his visit, after assessing his condition and conducting examinations, the specialist had regarded him as if he were a hopeless underachiever. Permanent marking occurs in the reproductive cavity. He had taken precautions, making it impossible for him to become pregnant or to be permanently marked. How could he lack such basic knowledge? Take this back and study it thoroughly. An Omega who doesn't understand this cannot protect themselves. Having turned just a few pages, Nan Zhou tossed the book aside, feeling fatigued, his back sore, and his rear aching. Up front, Hao Jia was still ranting, causing quite the commotion. Yawning, Nan Zhou opened his phone and aimlessly scrolled through Weibo. Minutes later, he exclaimed, "Is it me who is using it incorrectly? Is this really a post from Nan Zhou? Has his account been hacked? Ha ha! What a wicked passerby expressing their love for the chaos." Let us get this started. Entertainment buzz. Today, Nan Zhou was spotted visiting the Omega Specialty Hospital. The former Wix member was seen donning an oversized trench coat that concealed her midriff, her steps unsteady, and her complexion wan, raising suspicions of pregnancy. Accompanying images show Nan Zhou, masked and clad in an oversized black coat, exiting the Omega Clinic. The revelation has been fervently shared and commented upon by countless netizens and entertainment accounts. Yet one particular response captured the most attention, even ascending to the top of the comment section. Nan Zhou remarked, "Don't spread rumors for me. I'll do it myself. I don't trust what others say." Amusingly, she seems to be addressing the rumor directly herself. Critics have derided her as a self-promoting White Lotus, questioning her presence in the entertainment industry. Some jestingly urged her to make a statement, suggesting scandalous claims about her alleged affairs. In the latest updates on Nan Zhou's Weibo, aside from a recent share and comment on the gossip, her most recent post features a fitness selfie shared by Lu Zhou from the previous night. Nan Zhou playfully inquired, "Are you there? Have you eaten? If not, I'll throw a couple of punches at you." Chapter 3. Pregnant with Lu Zhou's child, it is rare for any artist to personally engage in public disputes, particularly just days after a group disbandment. The suddenness of Nan Zhou's bold actions left many astounded, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. Speculation swirled that Nan Zhou might indeed be pregnant with Lu Zhou's child, eliciting reactions of disbelief and outrage. As Hao Wei delivered Nan Zhou to her apartment, he soon received a call from a subordinate. After hearing the updates, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He hastily hung up and checked Weibo, his face blanching at the news. Looking back at Nan Zhou, he found himself at a loss for words. After posting 2 eye-catching updates on Weibo without a hint of concern, Nan Zhou strolled into her apartment, seemingly unfazed, and began to survey her modest living space of just under 70 square meters, a place she had called home for nearly 2 years. Hao Wei took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed. After all, his dear friend had just endured heartbreak, betrayal, and a series of unfortunate events. It was only natural for her emotions to be in turmoil. Hao Wei addressed her, "Nan Zhou, my dear, what are your plans? Can you please share them with me so I can prepare myself?" Nan Zhou remained silent. "Do you really intend to stay here today?" "Huh. I want to move to another apartment." Hao Wei furrowed his brow. "Where do you wish to relocate?" Nan Zhou gazed at him, his expression as ordinary as if discussing the weather, suggesting a change of scenery to one of my other apartments in the city, or perhaps a villa. Hao Jia felt a sense of dread. It appeared that his dear friend was in serious trouble. Hao Jia approached Nan Zhou, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, placing his hands heavily on his friend's shoulders. "You need to regain your senses. There are no apartments, and certainly no villas. This is all you have. The monthly rent is 6,500. A barely perceptible twitch crossed the corner of Nan Zhou's mouth, seemingly startled by the reality of his own poverty. "Am I not a popular idol? Is this my first day of signing?" No, if it were indeed his first day. He should remember how little he valued money when signing the contract with the company, accepting a meager share just to work alongside that scoundrel, Lu Zhou. In an instant, only 5 words occupied Nan Zhou's mind. Is he a fool? Raising a hand to his forehead, he pondered briefly before asking calmly, "How many years are left on the contract?" "The contract lasts 3 years. It expires next month. How much savings do I have?" Hao Jia had already given up on trying to help, rolling his eyes as he sank onto the sofa. "What savings? All the money you've earned over these years has gone towards supporting Lu Zhou, leaving you with not a penny." Nan Zhou settled onto the opposite end of the sofa and remarked, "About that variety show you mentioned in the car, the penalty for breach of contract is 3 million. The room fell silent for half a minute. "Will you pay it for me?" Nan Zhou inquired. His agent seemed surprisingly accommodating. The living room was quiet once more. 2 minutes later, Hao Jia weakly replied, "I don't have any money." "Look, I'm only concerned about you going on that show with Lu Zhou." Nan Zhou interrupted. "Your intentions may be good, but perhaps it's best not to intervene. Those begging for food often complain about the taste. If you starve, so be it. I wish to survive." Hao Jia exclaimed, "Must you speak like that? Is there a problem?" Hao Jia was about to respond when he heard Nan Zhou say, "I've always spoken this way. To question me is to imply you do not know me well enough. As friends, you ought to understand and accept me." Hao Jia thought to himself, how reasonable his words sounded. But wait, Is he trying to manipulate me? Before leaving, Hao Jia earnestly reminded Nan Zhou not to wander off again, and, if possible, to refrain from posting erratically on Weibo. Despite their group being rather obscure, ever since Lu Zhou and Wen Yu announced their relationship, Nan Zhou had been trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. Even among those who previously didn't recognize him. There was another reason Hao Jia dared not mention. He feared that with the way Nan Zhou was speaking, he might easily provoke violence if he stepped outside. Oh, by the way, you have a magazine shoot scheduled in 3 days. I'll come and pick you up. So don't forget. Heaven help us. May Nan Zhou be in a more stable state by then. 3 days later, Hao Jia called Nan Zhou from outside the apartment building, only to be met with the sound of a disconnected line. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to dash upstairs. As he prepared to unlock the door with a spare key, he mentally rehearsed several apologies for being late and the potential consequences of a breach of contract. For the past 3 days, Nan Zhou had been as quiet as a mouse, neither causing a scene nor leaving the apartment, which brought Hao Jia a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath, Hao Jia opened the door and peered inside, instantly overwhelmed by the scene before him. What in the world is this? In broad daylight, the curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room into darkness, with the only source of light emanating from the faint glow of a computer screen on the sofa. The coffee table was cluttered with takeout refuse, while the floor was strewn with disheveled blankets and scattered clothing. There was even an unfamiliar guitar leaning against the sofa. On the sofa, behind the solitary source of light, Nan Zhou, with unkempt hair, curled up in the black trench coat he had donned 3 days prior, was tapping away at the keyboard like a zombie. Hao Jia's gaze drifted to the one tidy corner of the room, an immaculate bed with not a single wrinkle in the sheets. He cleared his throat and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping on the bed?" Yet, it was a futile question. It was evident that Nan Zhou had likely not slept at all. Nan Zhou did not respond, continuing to hammer away at the keyboard. Only when Hao Jia approached did he finally cease his typing. With a sharp snap, he closed the laptop, and their eyes met. A moment of silence enveloped the air. After a brief pause, Nan Zhou spoke, "I can't sleep." Guilt washed over Hao Jia. Indeed, after all these troubles, how could he possibly rest well? It was his fault for not showing enough concern as a manager. Just as he was about to utter some comforting words, Nan Zhou continued, "You wouldn't be able to sleep either if you were as broke as I am." "Thank you. I sleep quite well," Hao Jia replied. "But at the very least, you should change out of that outfit," he remarked, noting that Nan Zhou had been wearing the same black trench coat for 3 days. When had Nan Zhou even acquired this garment? He instinctively bent down to grab Nan Zhou's clothing. "Don't touch it. Your scent will cling to it." Nan Zhou sidestepped slightly and said, "I feel uncomfortable. This is the only thing that makes me feel a bit better." Hao Jia froze, realizing that beneath the trench coat was bare skin, leading him to suspect that Nan Zhou might not be wearing anything underneath. After being marked, an omega develops a profound dependency on the alpha who has marked them. During this period, separation from their alpha induces considerable discomfort. The higher the pheromone level of the marking alpha, the more intense this discomfort becomes, even in the case of temporary markings. Chapter 4. The body sparks with electricity clothing scent. In a flash, Hao Jia realized that this trench coat belonged to that wild man. "Ah, it smells delightful. I quite like it." Closing his eyes, he felt as though he could return to those 2 days when he was embraced. Stop. Hao Jia's mind was racing. He needed to halt these thoughts. This was merely the effect of pheromones. He was not reminiscing. That alpha who marked an omega so indiscriminately was not worth longing for. Time was running short. "You must hurry and freshen up," he urged. "Okay," Nan Zhou replied. "Were you playing a game just now?" "Just reminiscing." The memories of those 2 days were intoxicating and fervent, filling Nan Zhou's mind with an abundance of melodies. He transformed them into a song and sent it to a female singer. Crafting the song did not consume much of his time as a gold-plated producer. Finding the right vocalist to perform it, however, was a far more arduous task. After 2 full days of listening to the music of no fewer than 100 singers, Nan Zhou finally discovered this female vocalist and promptly sent her demo. Upon their timely arrival at the magazine's photo shoot location, the shooting assistant swiftly ushered Nan Zhou to the makeup room. Along the way, Whispers filled the air, though indistinct. Hao Jia surmised that they were unlikely to be complimentary. As they passed a piece of equipment, the hurried assistant nearly tripped over a cable on the floor, but a quick hand reached out to steady her. Once she regained her balance, the hand withdrew. The photography assistant glanced back at Nan Zhou, who casually yawned and tucked his hands back into his hoodie pocket. And an unexpected thought crossed her mind. How handsome. Snapping back to reality. She shook her head and hastily expressed her gratitude before pushing open the door to the makeup room. Behind her, she heard Nan Zhou inquire while styling. "May I also get a haircut?" "What are you up to now?" came the weary response from his manager, Hao Jia, as if resigned to the whims of her client. "My bangs are too long. They're poking my eyes," he replied languidly. "I'd suggest shaving it all off." "Absolutely not." After a brief pause, Nan Zhou added, "That would be too cool. I fear you might fall in love with me." The photography assistant couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Both Nan Zhou and Hao Jia turned to her, and she felt her cheeks flush. The reality of Nan Zhou was quite different from the online persona. He was rather humorous. Indeed, he did not embody the typical Omega, at least, not in terms of his aura. Ultimately, after a brief discussion with the stylist, he decided to go ahead and cut his bangs. Once his bangs were trimmed, despite his simple styling, he appeared as if he had transformed entirely. As he emerged from the fitting room, the photography assistant, stylist, and Hao Jia were all momentarily taken aback by his stunning appearance. He was strikingly handsome. Departing from the gentle beauty typically associated with Omega, he exuded a vibrant and lively charm. A captivating combination of youthful energy and casual sexiness held one's gaze firmly. This was Nan Zhou, the once timid member of a boy band. Even Hao Jia was momentarily astonished. After a brief silence in the room, just as the photography assistant was about to speak, the makeup room door was thrust open, revealing a stern and acerbic voice. "Where's the celestial being? After all this time, are we still shooting?" The group turned to look, and the photography assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher Liu." Hao Jia was equally taken aback. "Liu Bai, the renowned photographer with countless awards, who notoriously claims to never shoot the unappealing. CFO was hospitalized this morning due to appendicitis. And I owe him a favor, so I'm filling in." Liu Bei's gaze swept the room before settling on Nan Zhou, who was also observing him, a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, a smirk tugged at Liu Bei's lips as he lazily raised his hand, mimicking a gesture of drawing something from the air. "Get lost." Teacher Liu, Nan Zhou's assistant, who had not noticed Nan Zhou's presence, suddenly heard the esteemed photographer curse and assumed it was directed at Nan Zhou. She immediately sought to ease the tense atmosphere. "Bring me my camera." Liu Bei shouted abruptly towards the door. Damn it! It has been ages since he encountered a beauty that inspired such a surge of creativity within him. In that fleeting moment, his body felt electrified, almost reacting instinctively. Were they to accuse him of having his wit stolen? Quite the accusation. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a young man dashed in, clutching a camera. Liu Bei took it, and with fervor, he began snapping away at Nan Zhou, capturing countless frames. For nearly 2 hours, Liu Bei, brimming with enthusiasm, prompted Nan Zhou to strike various poses, exclaiming that each shot was irresistibly captivating. The beauty that even the camera struggled to encapsulate perfect. Once the session concluded, Liu Bei, resembling a ravenous dog in pursuit of a bone, hurried after Nan Zhou as she exited, bluntly inquiring if she had a boyfriend. The onlookers, who had been secretly gossiping about his sudden appearance, gasped in astonishment. Nan Zhou yawned, not even glancing in his direction, responding, "You're not my type." Liu Bei pressed on, "What is your type?" As she opened the car door and settled inside, she replied, "Young, beautiful, fit, kind, family-oriented, simple, and obedient. No need for personal ambitions or dreams, just a stable, leisurely job. This way, I could devote more time to family and children, while I can focus on earning a living and advancing my career." With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving behind a flabbergasted Hao Jia, whose jaw nearly hit the ground, as well as a contemplative Liu Bei. Once inside the car, Hao Jia remained exhilarated. What had begun as a shoot for a third-rate magazine had serendipitously turned into an opportunity with Liu Bei, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Any artist photographed by Liu Bei would inevitably become a darling of the fashion world, and how Jia found himself envisioning a bright future for Nan Zhou. Liu Bei was an alpha, a wealthy heir with immense talent, thriving in the fashion industry. I mean, just look at him. He turned to see Nan Zhou curled up in her black trench coat, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Fortunately, she had applied a pheromone barrier patch. Otherwise, the news of her being marked would surely trend. How Jia murmured under his breath. Speaking of trending topics, seizing the moment while waiting at a red light, he pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. As expected, Nan Zhou was once again a hot topic, having been embroiled in controversy due to the announcement of the final 3 guests for the show You Give Me Heart Flutters, one of whom was Nan Zhou. No way. It really is him. Can he just go away? Stuck like super glue, a foul white lotus. Once he is on, he is inescapable, right? Nan Zhou should exit the entertainment industry. They've announced their couples, and he still wants to intrude. Is he really going to compete with our Xiaoyu for a partner on the show? Disgusting. Among the announced guests, some were confirmed couples or widely speculated pairings, yet Nan Zhou seemed utterly out of place. Wait, didn't I follow that mysterious guest? Me too. For 3 seasons, it was unprecedented to have a guest whose identity would only be revealed on the day of the live broadcast. How Jia's attention was also drawn to the last guest announced by the production team. Outsiders may remain oblivious, yet as an insider, the agent of Nan Zhou is acutely aware that the enigmatic guest is indeed the romantic partner for this particular variety show. Chapter 5. I am dazed by green tea originally. This mysterious guest was none other than the well-known young heartthrob, Xiang Yang. At the time of signing for the variety show, he was not particularly famous. However, last month, he skyrocketed to fame overnight due to another musical program, leading him to withdraw from this dating show just half a month prior. Allegedly, he incurred a penalty of $3 million in breach of contract for this decision. Concerning Nan Zhou's partner, How Jia has been diligently probing the production team for information, both overtly and covertly, yet everyone unanimously claims ignorance regarding the identity of the replacement guest. Why the need for such stringent secrecy? Does even the production team consist of only a select few individuals who are in the know? How Jia scoffed. Perhaps it's merely a gimmick. It might be someone even less popular than Zhou. 5 days later, the much-anticipated dating show, which had garnered significant buzz even before airing, finally premiered to a flood of millions of viewers. Nan Zhou, get out of the entertainment industry. Come watch our Yu Bao. Yu Marin is stunning. Mom loves you. The all-round ace, Liu Zhou, a pinnacle alpha, a masterpiece of Venus. Ah, here we are, fans of the Zhou and you, pairing, eagerly awaiting our fill. If the mysterious guest lacks charisma, pay phone. Prepare yourself for a storm of criticism trending on social media. Pei Feng, the director of the program Flutters of the Heart, is notorious within the industry for his formidable and uncompromising demeanor. In the previous 2 seasons, guests have endured considerable tribulation at the hands of this dominant director. However, his undeniable talent has led to massive success for every variety show he has produced, elevating many relatively obscure artists to newfound fame. Thus, even with the knowledge of potential pitfalls within this show, many are willing to brave the risks for the sake of viewership. This season of Flutters of the Heart features not only Liu Zhou, Wenyu, and Nan Zhou, but also esports athlete Su Xiao, singer Jiang Zhen, major platform streamer Gu Tang, and wealthy second-generation internet celebrity Zhang Shi. Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen have been in a stable relationship for 2 years, having garnered attention on social media when they announced their romance. Their relationship has attracted curiosity not only due to the age difference, she being his senior, but also because Su Xiao is a beta while Jiang Zhen is an alpha, leading many to question the longevity of their bond. Gu Tang and Zhang Shi, although they have not officially announced their relationship, have been seen engaging playfully in Gu Tang's live streams, garnering a considerable fan base online. The decision to invite Gu Tang and his romantic interest to this show is therefore quite logical. And then there is Nan Zhou alongside the mysterious guest. At this moment, the live stream features only Wenyu, Jiang Zhen, Gu Tang, and Nan Zhou, prompting a flurry of comments among viewers. Where is Su Shun? Ah, Yu Bao is so beautiful. incredibly lovely. Xiao Tang's smile is so sweet. I can't wait to see his sweet interactions with Zhang Xiao. What about that white lotus Nan Zhou? Is he too ashamed to show his face? Wait, is that over there? Nan Zhou. I can't believe it. It really is Nan Zhou. I didn't recognize him at first. Did he cut his hair? Not only has he changed his hairstyle, but his fashion sense has also evolved, transforming his entire demeanor as though he were a different person entirely. Among the guests present, aside from Lu Zhou, Gu Tang felt this transformation most acutely. After all, he shares a distant familial connection with Nan Zhou and has known him since childhood. Has teacher Nan Zhou switched stylists? Gu Tang approached Nan Zhou enthusiastically, noting that his attire bore little resemblance to that of an omega, resembling more that of a beta. This comment sent ripples of surprise through the live stream, igniting speculation among both the audience and participants regarding Nan Zhou's gender, particularly following Lu Zhou's recent interview. Gu Tang's remarks seemed to plunge Nan Zhou into the proverbial frying pan. How audacious to begin with such mockery. Wasn't Gu Tang being rather impolite? Did Nan Zhou's fans feel offended? Wasn't Nan Zhou himself quite courteous when he presented as a beta? Gu Tang's fans defended him, stating that he had always spoken this way over the years, urging critics to reflect on their own behavior. Did they not perceive that Nan Zhou's appearance had actually improved? The pretense of being a mere bystander was transparent. How could they still be fans? It was infuriating. Teacher Nan Zhou, why are you silent? Gu Tang wore a charming smile. Was it shyness? Surely, you must recognize the guests present, particularly Teacher Wenyu. At last, Nan Zhou spoke, declaring he did not recognize them. He stepped aside, maintaining a relaxed posture with his hands tucked in his pockets, asking Gu Tang to tone down his pheromones. Gu Tang was taken aback. Em flabbergasted. The audience erupted in laughter, finding his rudeness appalling. What a lack of decorum. Is this unrefined artist related to Pei Feng? I'm laughing so hard. So, this was Nan Zhou's true character? Suddenly, Gu Tang felt a twinge of admiration. Could it be that Nan Zhou intended for Gu Tang to moderate his pheromones? The prior explanation only added to the humor. Even if it were pheromones, it was still quite impolite. Was Gu Tang's fan base lacking in common sense? This was a variety show, after all, a setting with alphas. What was an omega doing carelessly emitting pheromones? Gu Tang was momentarily at a loss. Though he identified as a beta, he had always pretended to be an omega, publicly showcasing a green tea scent. To disguise his true identity, he had intentionally spritzed on a hint of green tea fragrance today. I have no stylist, Nan Zhou reiterated. So, you did not have your makeup done today? Jiang Zhen interjected, her surprise evident as she scrutinized Nan Zhou. Is that so? Your skin looks impeccable. How infuriatingly enviable. Hello, I'm Jiang Zhen, a singer. She introduced herself to Nan Zhou. Oh, our sister Zhen is so confident and gracious. In comparison to another individual, she seemed to belong to a different realm entirely. One could easily mistake her for a high-profile celebrity. Curiosity piqued. What could possibly account for the enviable skin that even Jiang Zhen admired? Could the camera zoom in for a closer look? Nan Zhou raised an eyebrow. I've heard your songs. Your smoky voice is quite captivating. Have you ever considered, before he could finish his thought, Director Pei Feng interrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, please come forward to collect your task cards. Could teacher Wenyu please read the task content? The usually silent Wenyu stepped forward, taking the task card and unfolding it. Dear guests, please enter the room directly across from you and choose an item of significance. Note that the 4 items are provided by the other 4 guests. Selecting an item signifies your choice of that guest as your partner. And together you shall embark on this season's heart-fluttering journey. As the words fell, the double doors facing the 4 slowly creaked open, revealing the items within. One by one, they were displayed: a mechanical keyboard, a box of instant noodles, a gift box brimming with envelopes, and an electric guitar. I bet $100. That mechanical keyboard belongs to my dear Sue. He never conceals his enthusiasm. Is there a love letter in that gift box? Oh, how romantic. It can't be a letter from Zhang Xiao to our Tang Bao, can it? Noodles. Nan Zhou, your item is calling you. Aren't you coming over? Amid the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Zhen, with a mix of laughter and tears, stepped forward and picked up the mechanical keyboard. I choose this one. When you also moved towards the gift box and the electric guitar on the right. Just then, someone beat him to it, swiftly grabbing the electric guitar. This scene sent the live stream into a frenzy. What the heck? Is it true that Nan Zhou is publicly competing with Wenyu for Lu Zhou? Disgusting. What kind of person is this? Chapter 6. What must I do? Just say it. Nan Zhou, what do you intend to do with that electric guitar? Gu Tang inquired. Nan Zhou did not reply. Instead, he embraced the electric guitar, revealing the first genuine smile he had since arriving at the recording site. Wenyu turned, taking a nearby gift box filled with envelopes. Look at him, so smug, thinking he has truly won Lu Zhou. Oh, my heart aches for our Yubao. How shameless. How can someone be so shameless? It's infuriating. They can't possibly let him successfully pair with Lu Zhou, right? Are the Lu Zhou fans out of their minds? Who can guarantee that the electric guitar represents Lu Zhou? Please, fans, use your brains. The show has a script. If Pei Feng had any sense, he wouldn't allow Wenyu to be separated from Lu Zhou. With only a box of instant noodles remaining, Gu Tang, having taken nothing, naturally claimed the noodles. Director Pei Feng seized the moment to speak. Are you all certain that what you hold is what you desire? Does anyone wish to exchange? Gu Tang looked at Wenyu. Teacher One, would you like to ask Nan Zhou for a trade? Wenyu shook his head. Gu Tang was about to say more when a bright strum of the guitar rang out. It was Nan Zhou, brushing his fingers across the strings. He chuckled softly, raising his gaze towards the production team. Obtaining it means it belongs to me now. The rules are clear, are they not? Pei Feng nodded, affirming, indeed, that's correct. Excellent. Nan Zhou slung the electric guitar over his shoulder. He had not anticipated acquiring this guitar during the show. At first glance, he recognized it as an electric guitar produced by F in 1960. He once owned the same model and had cherished it dearly. I've seen shamelessness, but nothing like this. The director even suggested a trade. Does he not understand, or is he pretending not to? Don't you think what Nan Zhou truly cares about isn't the person, but rather that guitar? Tang Bao and Yu Mei Run are both delightful. The friendship between O and O is splendid. Regardless of whether it involves a guitar or instant noodles, hurry up. I yearn to see the mysterious guest. Let me discover who it truly is. Pei Feng remarked. Since no one wishes to exchange, please proceed to the respective rooms of the token guests as instructed. I wish you all good fortune. After the guests dispersed, aside from the main live broadcast room, the production team activated several other sub-broadcast cameras. In the 3 illuminated chambers sat Lu Zhou, Zhang Shi, and Su Xiao. The remaining room was a dimly lit space. As Jiang Zhen pushed open the door, Su Xiao sprang up from the sofa with the agility of a wolf dog, joyfully embracing her. Su Shun, look at your unremarkable demeanor. Jiang Zhen teased affectionately. My silly brother. How sweet, how sweet, how sweet. A genuine couple is simply the sweetest. Meanwhile, Gu Tang playfully knocked on the door, inhaled deeply, and then pushed it open. Upon seeing the figure inside, he leaped with excitement. Indeed, it was you. Zhang Shi opened his arms with a doting expression. Shall I give you a hug? Oh my, I am fainting. A warning for excessive sweetness. The domineering CEO and his adorable little I am utterly captivated. Outside the other 2 rooms stood Wenyu and Nan Zhou. In one room, Lu Zhou stood on the carpet, gazing somewhat sternly at the door. In the other, it was pitch black, revealing nothing. Under the camera's gaze, Nan Zhou was the first to push open the door. Light flooded into the dark room, casting a delicate glow. A tall, slender silhouette emerged, exuding a peculiar allure. Nan Zhou's dark pupils widened in surprise, akin to a curious kitten. How can it be you? A soft, brief laugh escaped from within the room. After a fleeting silence, a deep, magnetic voice spoke. Do you like the gift I gave you? That voice. I am utterly enchanted. How captivating. I had never believed in the notion of ears becoming pregnant until this very moment. Who is it truly? Pei Feng, do not be so ungrateful. Reveal his identity immediately. Nan Zhou knows the person inside. Could it genuinely be a CP? I wouldn't mind anyone. Thank heavens it isn't Lu Zhou. Hurry and check on Brother Lu and Yu Mei Ren next door. It's utterly hilarious. Did I mishear? It can't be, can it? Don't tell me it's him. Absolutely impossible. In the live broadcast room of Lu Zhou and Wenyu opened the door, and Lu Zhou turned his gaze toward her, his expression relaxing upon seeing her. Baby, he approached, taking her hand, his voice lowering. "You're truly clever. When you met his eyes, you were quite anxious just now. Who did you think was coming?" Lu Zhou's demeanor stiffened momentarily. Then he smiled helplessly after a few seconds. "I do not doubt our tacit understanding. I'm merely worried that someone might bully you or take your things." When you retracted her hand from his grasp, presenting him with a gift box, "No one bullies me. Don't be so dramatic." Lu Zhou laughed heartily. "Ha, you slay me. That essay critique for my wife. Is it merely my illusion, or is Mei Ren's attitude rather cold?" The poppy flower, true to its essence, remains an epitome of cool beauty, displaying a nonchalant demeanor even towards her boyfriend. My heart suddenly aches for him. How could you behave in such a manner? I also feel sympathy for our poppy, entangled with such a misfortune. When you do keep your words clean, if you cannot articulate wisely, it is better to remain silent. This live stream is utterly amusing. Thankfully, the little one found the right person. I wonder if the neighbor Nan Zhou will be infuriated upon seeing his partner. Not at all, dear. Die Nutzbospet Islandia extremely swift. Ha! What a delightful surprise. After nearly 2 weeks apart, when Nan Zhou stood before him once more, Shin's spirits soared with joy, especially upon noticing the guitar he had chosen for him slung across Nan Zhou's back. "What brings you here?" Nan Zhou inquired. Encountering a former one-night stand in the midst of work felt surreal. Even more maddening was the instinctive urge of his body to draw closer to that individual. His heartbeat quickening involuntarily. How Jia's voice echoed in his mind. "It is the pheromones at play." He halted in his tracks. Hua Xingye observed Nan Zhou's every move with unwavering attention. Perched upon a high stool, he remained seated, exuding an effortless dominance. "I long to see you. Come here." The brevity of those words transported Nan Zhou back to that fervent night. Passionate kisses, fervent embraces, sweet whispers shared between lips, and the intoxicating scent that lingered in the air. His breath grew heavier as he approached Hua Xingye, stopping just within arm's reach. He extended his hand, grasping the collar of Hua Xingye's shirt. Fixating on those enticingly thin lips, a voice within urging him to kiss him. In the dim light, a long, delicate finger caressed Nan Zhou's cheek. "Your face is quite warm. What are you thinking? What would you have me do? Speak it, just like that night." Chapter 7. The only one you should focus on is me. The familiar scent, coupled with that voice identical to the one from that night, melded memory with reality, enveloping Nan Zhou in a haze of desire. His Adam's apple bobbed. His breathing grew heavy. With a sudden jolt, he released his grip, only to have his wrist seized a moment later. The hand that had caressed his cheek now rested on his shoulder, trailing down his arm and halting at his waist. The thumb teasingly grazing his skin. Hua Xingye leaned in slightly, his breath warm against Nan Zhou's neck, whispering with a low, sultry laugh, "Your ears are quite red." That deep, seductive voice resonated like a cello being played. In that instant, Nan Zhou felt as if both his body and heart had been ensnared. He was akin to prey, caught by the neck, rendered immobile save for his breath. The hunt had commenced the moment he had pushed open the door. In the dimly lit room, silence enveloped them, punctuated only by their breaths. The audience of the live stream, illuminated by the faint light, could vaguely discern the silhouettes of the two, but the details of their faces and actions remained obscured. In the shadows upon the floor, the man seated on the high stool seemed to envelop Nan Zhou entirely, their intimacy palpable. "What are you two doing? Is this truly something I can witness in a live stream? Mom, I can't take it anymore." Upon the immediate engagement in such grand endeavors, who can withstand it? It is utterly exhilarating. What day did you all partake in something? Could you possibly elaborate? I apologize. My mind is awash with impure thoughts. My complexion slightly dulled. A gentle touch, the robust chest before him, and the alluring scent enveloping Nan Zhou rendered his waist weak. Yet the sensation was undeniably pleasant. He surrendered to the moment, leaning against Hua Xingye's shoulder. Why? This sudden intimacy and the seemingly nonsensical inquiry caused Hua Xingye to momentarily halt his actions. "What? The moment I draw near you, I feel an overwhelming sense of comfort." Wrapping his arms around the slender waist before him, Nan Zhou nuzzled like a languid feline. Chuckling softly, "This program is rather delightful. The electric guitar presented to him alleviated the discomfort he had endured for so long. Is the program commendable? Or is it me who is commendable? Perhaps it is indeed because of you that it is so? Is this truly Nan Zhou? My goodness, his flirtation is unparalleled. His sweet words so captivating. I have already conjured a whirlwind of romantic narratives in my mind. It is overwhelmingly intoxicating, merely hearing his voice and glimpsing his silhouette. The mysterious guest has utterly enraptured me. A melodious voice, typically accompanied by remarkable looks. Impossible, absolutely unfathomable. I refuse to believe it. It must be an issue with my ears. It cannot possibly be him. Who is it? I've discerned the identity. Quickly reveal the name, so my friends may also be aware. Oh, the anticipation is maddening. That infuriating payphone. He has ensnared me once more. In the main live broadcast room of the program, initially the location of Nan Zhou and his companions. The other three groups of guests gradually gathered there under the guidance of the production team. Gu Tang was astonished to see Lu Zhou and Wen Yu entering together, dropping the milk from the program sponsor in surprise. Teacher Wen Yu's partner is indeed teacher Lu Zhou. Why not? Lu Zhou cast a somewhat aloof glance in his direction. We initially assumed the electric guitar represented you, teacher Lu Zhou. Gu Tang bit his lip awkwardly, his voice diminishing. Teacher Wen Yu was supposed to take the electric guitar, yet Nan Zhou, I did not intend to take the electric guitar. When you interrupted him, Gu Tang was taken aback. Nan Zhou? What has he done? Lu Zhou's expression hardened, cold and somewhat disdainful, questioning whether he thought the electric guitar was his token and thus seized it without hesitation. Gu Tang remained silent. Yet the subtle shift in his expression seemed to convey an affirmation. Due to their distant familial ties, he had been consumed by jealousy of Nan Zhou since childhood, envious of all that he possessed. This envy peaked when Nan Zhou transitioned into an Omega at the age of 16. However, the subsequent events in Nan Zhou's life swiftly brought Gu Tang joy, and over the past 2 years, he even developed a sense of satisfaction, feeling as though he had surpassed Nan Zhou. What use is a privileged background if one lacks intelligence? All that wealth can be rendered meaningless. He treats Xiao Yu this way. I cannot even claim to be a friend of his, Lu Zhou remarked coldly. He must be regretting it now. Gu Tang added, I wonder who the guest he must face is? Perhaps the program team hastily found a replacement. It could very well be an ordinary person. Zhang Shirlan placed a hand upon his shoulder, declaring that regardless of who he was, the only one deserving of attention was himself. Gu Tang, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered her gaze and playfully pushed him away, suggesting he should focus on his instant noodles instead. Such a covert assertion of ownership was undeniably sweet. Indeed, our beloved Sugar CP was as sugary as ever. My apologies for the overwhelming sweetness. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou's earlier remarks were rather disheartening. The fans of Nan Zhou were once again masquerading as bystanders, maligning my brother with baseless rumors. Look over there at Su Shan and Sister Jiang, completely engrossed in their own world. Su Shan's eyes seemed glued to Sister Jiang, embodying the quintessential sentiment of you are the only one in my sight. Is Gu Tang harboring a grudge against Nan Zhou? Why does she always seem to stir up trouble? Our darling Tang Bao is not that kind of person. After all, the show follows a script. Alas, Pei Feng has maliciously cast my darling in a villainous role. Why, then, is the token of a prominent second-generation heir mere instant noodles? Zhang Shi desired precisely this effect. He chose instant noodles as a symbol to cultivate an approachable persona. Prior to recording the show, he had conferred with Gu Tang. Hence the current scenario. What is wrong with instant noodles? They are convenient, quick to prepare, and can be quite delectable when made well. I'll cook some for you when the opportunity arises, Zhang Shi smoothly continued. The comments began to flood in, expressing sudden admiration for such groundedness. Just then, the main live broadcast hall door swung open once more, revealing a tall man within the frame. With features as perfect as if sculpted, an air of noble indifference, and a pair of long legs, he exuded an undeniable aura of intensity. The photographer seemed equally captivated as the lens appeared to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, the screen was inundated with exclamations. My heavens, this must be a joke. Pei Feng, I kneel before you, You are my true father. No, no. This cannot be real. How could he possibly be on a dating show? Not only the audience in the live stream, but also the guests present, along with the staff unaware of the mysterious guest, were left wide-eyed in shock. Gu Tang could not restrain herself, exclaiming, Emperor Hua. Lu Zhou also reacted, his pupils dilating in surprise. Wow, what is happening? Director Pei, you've invited Emperor Hua as a guest? Jiang Zhen looked toward the directing team, a blend of astonishment and joy on her face. This was Hua Xingye, the pinnacle of stardom, the youngest best actor in film history, a box office sensation, and a darling of the fashion world. If the production team truly secured him as a guest, wouldn't this show skyrocket in popularity? Yet it seemed implausible, as Emperor Hua had never participated in any variety show, let alone made his debut in a dating program. Among the crowd, only Su Xiao noticed that Hua Xingye had come alone, without Nan Zhou accompanying him. Thus, he inquired, where's Nan Zhou? In front of the camera, Hua Xingye, clad in a well-tailored, deep gray cashmere coat, transformed from his previously aloof demeanor to one of incredible warmth. With a slight smile, he replied, he has gone to hide his treasure. Chapter 8. My husband, I am utterly captivated. How strikingly handsome he is, truly a divine visage. In comparison, the other alpha, Lu Zhou, appears rather ordinary when placed alongside him. Might I implore the fans of the film Emperor not to undermine him? Please take your brother and leave us be. It is beyond my comprehension why he possesses such astonishing beauty. No amount of meditation, even over 1 trillion years, could elucidate the enigma of his allure. As I adorned my neck with prayer beads, clutching a cross in my left hand and a talisman in my right, I found myself in a state of utter disbelief, my nose bleeding profusely as I desperately slapped my own face, each strike growing more fervent as tears streamed from the corners of my mouth. I was on the brink of madness. How could a man like Hua Xingye exist? I found myself yearning to gaze upon him endlessly. Previously, I had heard murmurs about his supposed lack of attractiveness. Where are those voices now? Huh? So, just moments ago, it was Hua Xingye alongside Nan Zhou. Huh? The guests approached one by one to introduce themselves to Hua Xingye. What ist? This is Hua Xingye, a prominent figure in the industry, not some scandal-ridden individual like Nan Zhou. Hua Xingye may not know them, but they must present themselves to him, even desiring to forge connections if possible. Gu Tang finally emerged from her astonishment, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Hua Xingye. Lauscher, I am Gu Tang, a streamer from Platform D. He towered over her, taller than the 1.8-meter Lu Zhou and a head above the 1.7-meter Zhang Shi. The formidable aura of this alpha left Gu Tang, a mere beta, feeling somewhat unsteady. He did not emit a trace of pheromones. Hua Xingye merely nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards Lu Zhou, who was equally taken aback by Hua Xingye's appearance on the dating show. Among all the guests, the highest profile had been Wen Yu and himself. Yet now Hua Xingye graced the program. Hello, Hua Lauscher, I am Lu Zhou. I am aware of you. Lu Zhou's pupils widened slightly. This was the first time Hua Xingye had acknowledged anyone during the introductions. He actually knows me? Could it be that a renowned director in the film industry has taken notice of me? In that moment, Lu Zhou felt a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and exhilaration. However, the next instant, he heard Hua Xingye say, Nan Zhou's former teammate. I laughed heartily. He even emphasized the words former teammate. With those 2 sentences, Lu Zhou's heart plummeted from its peak to the depths of despair. Ah, so Hua Xingye is merely standing up for Nan Zhou? What a curious situation. Surely, Hua Xingye could not possibly recognize someone of Nan Zhou's caliber. The production team must have orchestrated this. Have certain individuals not witnessed the earlier live broadcast in the small darkroom? It was utterly exhilarating. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I am a staunch supporter of the Xing Zhou couple. If this is indeed scripted, I implore Nan Zhou to act convincingly and not draw me out of the experience. I could enjoy this as a romantic drama. Please, I beg you. Lu Zhou still could not fathom that Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou were acquainted. Nonsense. If Nan Zhou were truly acquainted with Hua Xingye, their relationship would be so harmonious that they could partake in a romantic variety show together. Why would Nan Zhou still be in a boy band when he could have effortlessly secured abundant roles in television and film? What? Dear sir, please take a seat over here. Gu Tang interrupted Lu Zhou's words, gesturing courteously to Hua Xingye. Lu Zhou, in his ignorance, failed to realize that the pairing of Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou was clearly orchestrated by the production team. Given Hua Xingye's stature, Nan Zhou couldn't even dream of reaching him at this point. Asking about their relationship in front of him was nothing short of putting Hua the Film Emperor in a difficult position. While he too was curious as to why Hua the Film Emperor had chosen to join this program, he recognized that establishing a connection with such a luminary was the true path to success. Hua Xingye, without sparing him a glance, subtly turned his body towards the entrance. There, Nan Zhou, who had been absent for a while, strode towards them, clutching a black trench coat, his gaze unwavering. Where had Nan Zhou been all this time? He must have gone to retrieve his guitar. The way he cherished it, as though fearing the production team would take it back, was utterly endearing. Truly, he was a master of theatrics. Nan Zhou played the guitar like a virtuoso. As he approached Hua Xingye, Nan Zhou extended the trench coat towards him. Here, it's yours. Hua Xingye lowered his gaze, fixating on the black coat, yet he did not immediately take it nor utter a word. You better take it, or I might regret it, Nan Zhou urged, though deep down, he was reluctant to part with the garment. Despite the passage of time, causing its scent to fade, it remained the sole object that alleviated his discomfort. Yet, Hua had just gifted him an electric guitar. What is this? Nan Zhou also possessed with a Film Emperor's coat. This is outrageous. This person is far too dramatic. What with the coat making them seem so intimate? Just wait for the inevitable backlash. Hua the Film Emperor is known for his fastidiousness. Even Luo, Nan would hesitate to touch his belongings. Wasn't this the coat he wore when he was photographed at the hospital? A sharp gasp erupted. Nan Zhou, could you please step away? Please. Vacate a 5-meter radius around my idol. Hua Xingye retracted his gaze and looked into Nan Zhou's eyes. Reluctant to part with it? I really like the scent. It comforts me, much like you, Nan Zhou replied, understanding. Hua Xingye then accepted the trench coat from Nan Zhou's hands, suggesting they discuss the remainder privately. I have other gifts for you. This gesture immediately sent the audience in the live stream into a frenzy. Why must it be discussed privately? What could possibly be so secretive that I, a VIP, cannot hear? Oh, how pampered he is. Who understands? My idol treats Nan Zhou entirely differently than he does others. That fleeting glance was enough to make my heart flutter. Is this the craft of a film emperor? Did no one notice Nan Zhou's words? Scent, comfort, fondness. My mind conjured a barrage of inappropriate thoughts. So, the coat truly belonged to Hua, the film emperor? He could reclaim a garment touched by others. Wasn't he supposed to be fastidious? Fastidious? It's merely a fastidiousness that varies from person to person. How utterly revolting. I can't bear to watch any longer. Is Hua Xingye's mind not functioning properly? Coming to a dating show is one thing, but to have his partner be Nan Zhou, who has already lost interest, is quite another. If you cannot bear to watch, then simply do not. Such tasteless content. And as for gifts, Nan Zhou was taken aback by Hua Xingye's generosity, his eyes widening like that of a startled cat. Observing the shift in his expression, Hua Xingye's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly added, "You will come to appreciate it." His demeanor exuded a remarkable confidence. Why bring anything at all? Unperturbed by the scrutiny, Nan Zhou maintained a casual demeanor, remarking, "You are rather polite." With that, he glanced at the other guests, asking, "What were you discussing just now?" Nan Zhou, "Do you know Teacher Hua?" Gu Tang inquired immediately. Just a moment ago, Hua Xingye's demeanor bore no semblance to that of someone unfamiliar with Nan Zhou. Yet, the notion of them being romantically involved seemed utterly preposterous. Nan Zhou's affections lay with Lu Zhou. "Do we know each other?" Nan Zhou turned to Hua Xingye, seemingly seeking his confirmation. Hua Xingye chose not to respond. Nan Zhou inquired earnestly, "Would you like to know?" Gu Tang retorted, "Of course." Nan Zhou smiled brightly. "That comes at a different price." Chapter 9. The bed is too small. I am utterly amused. Nan Zhou versus Gu Tang. Round 2, a complete triumph. The insincerity of Gu Tang's demeanor was palpable even through the screen. Oh dear, who hired such blatant trolls? Be careful. for the backlash may be fierce. Gu Tang was momentarily silenced by Nan Zhou's remark. Just then, the host of the show called for the next segment. Dreams serve as the lighthouse of the soul, propelling us forward with unwavering strength. On the journey toward our aspirations, we may encounter obstacles and challenges, yet it is precisely these experiences that shape us, rendering us more resilient and mature. This season's theme is Dream Apartment. Guests will join hands with their partners, steadfast in their belief and relentless in their efforts, to co-create a future brimming with hope and possibilities. As the words echoed, the large screen illuminated, revealing the first game segment, the classic room selection of Heartbeat. In this season, guests will determine their roles in the game based on the rooms they choose, embarking on the path to pursue their dreams. Now, let us visit the dream apartments that await our guests. As the first room appeared, everyone was taken aback. It was a mere 45 square meters, revealing all but the bathroom at a glance. The space was cluttered and cramped, featuring a single bed in the corner and a chaotic pile of boxes strewn across the floor. Goodness, I knew the production team was averse to kindness, but this is excessive. With such a small bed, how could Su Shun possibly manage? Is Sister Jiang expected to sleep in Su Shun's embrace? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Look at Su Shun's expression. He appears utterly dazed. The most valuable item in the room was a high-end computer. Was there really any choice to be made? Gu Tang immediately turned to Su Xiao, teasing Su Shun. Are you interested in this room? Let us take another look, Su Xiao replied. The glaringly impressive computer suggested that the guest selecting this room might have a role tied to the game. Though he felt a twinge of excitement, he was unwilling to subject Zhan to the discomfort of squeezing into such a small space. Gu Tang, teacher Zhan, do you wish to choose this one? Zhan replied with a smile. Gu Tang's eyelids twitched slightly. How could that be possible? Such a poor environment is uninhabitable. Soon, the second apartment appeared on the large screen. This one was significantly better, a spacious double room of over 70 square meters. Although the furniture was somewhat antiquated, the ample space included a living room and kitchen, and even boasted a walk-in closet. The third option was also a single room, but compared to the first, its conditions were vastly superior. It featured a 1.5-meter double bed, modern minimalist decor, a sensible layout, and was impeccably clean. Additionally, it was equipped with a fully integrated smart home system. The fourth option was another double room, although it was slightly smaller than the second. Its avant-garde design featured minimal furnishings. The living room lacked a sofa and instead was covered with a carpet adorned with small cushions, making the entire space appear larger and more open. I declare that the first room is undoubtedly the worst. No controversy there. The 75 square meter double room is quite peculiar as well, with its walk-in closet. The final room is both spacious and appealing, perfectly matching our aesthetic, exuding a somewhat aloof vibe. It was evident that everyone seemed to prefer the last two options. Su Shun found it challenging. Did the ordinary participants have to settle for the worst? Some people had already chosen for the guests even before selections were made, which was quite amusing. Who knows who will end up in the worst room? In a live broadcast, each group of guests was discussing with their partners which room to choose. Nan Zhou gestured for Hua Xingye to lean down, whispering swiftly in his ear. In the next moment, Hua Xingye's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting surprise passing through his gaze. Are you sure? Can you do it? Nan Zhou asked earnestly. Hua Xingye glanced back at the screen, where still images of the four rooms were displayed. His deep gaze lingered on the small bed measuring just 1.2 meters for several seconds. Has Nan Zhou lost his mind? He actually found the worst option appealing? In terms of hype, Nan Zhou could claim the second spot, but no one dared to challenge the first. Get lost. He wanted the spotlight for himself, not at the expense of my idol. A person of his stature could hardly endure that bed alone. How shameless to try and take advantage of my idol. Attempting to share a bed. Get away. My idol would never agree. Seeing that Hua Xingye remained silent for a prolonged period, Nan Zhou assumed he found the conditions too inadequate. In the past, Nan Zhou would have also been reluctant in such circumstances. However, his curiosity about the box in that room was piqued. Among the clutter on the floor, a glimpse of a certain record caught his eye. It was a vinyl he had once cherished and adored. If the box contained a record player along with several of his favorite vinyls, it would be nothing short of delightful. Hua Xingye withdrew his gaze and slowly muted their microphones, leaning in to whisper to Nan Zhou, "The bed is too small." "Ah, so is that." Nan Zhou grinned. "I'll let you have it. I can sleep on the floor." After speaking, he raised an eyebrow, adding, "Isn't it true that you'd still be squeezed next to me on a king-size bed?" Hua Xingye was momentarily taken aback by his words, then chuckled softly. "All right, wait. Why did you have to mute the mic?" Whispering again, "How infuriating. Were these two discussing? And why does Nan Zhou wear such a lascivious grin? Even the esteemed actor Hua is smiling. What on earth are they saying? Are they engaged in a conversation of a rather risque nature? Surely, each guest must have their preferred choice by now. However, what one desires may not necessarily be theirs to claim. We shall determine the order of room selection through a series of amusing games. Ultimately, the distribution of rooms will depend on the performances of our distinguished guests. "Everyone do your best," the host remarked at an opportune moment. In the blink of an eye, the screen transitioned, presenting a cartoon alongside the accompanying rules to the audience. The Pocky Challenge. Each pair of guests must share a single Pocky stick. They will each bite one end of the stick and commence eating simultaneously until one party releases their grip or the Pocky snaps. The pair with the shortest remaining Pocky will select their room first. The accompanying illustration depicted one individual in a princess carry, sharing the treat in a rather suggestive manner. Heavens, it truly is payphone. Impressive. Hurry and let them eat. I can hardly contain my excitement. A princess carry while eating presents, quite the challenge. Haha. Su Shen, why are you blushing? It's not as though you haven tea-kissed our dear Jiang Jia. Payphone, I am your loyal dog. The thought of seeing Zhou Ge embrace you bow for a kiss drives me to madness. Just imagining the esteemed actor and Nan Zhou sharing a cookie makes me want to burst. Nan Zhou, kindly exit the entertainment industry. Do not encroach upon this realm. Some overly zealous fans should quiet down. If you're not interested, then leave. There are plenty who are. Just a light tease of Xingzhou, hee hee. Chapter 10. Is it time for a brotherly embrace? Although aware that this is a romance variety show, Nan Zhou was still somewhat taken aback by the overt flirtation. A few meters away, when Yu subtly furrowed his brow, only Gu Tang appeared eager, enthusiastically adding to the theatrics. Proclaiming the princess, Carrie, to be a trivial matter for our brother Shi. As a wealthy internet celebrity, Zhang Shi often flaunted his muscular physique, and he seized the opportunity to show off. Is it time for a brotherly embrace? With that, he flashed a mischievous smile, lifting Gu Tang into his arms and signaling for the staff to present the Pocky. Nearby, Jiang Jin nudged Su Xiao, urging him to act quickly. Otherwise, he might end up in a room he dislikes and could find no solace from her sympathy. Su Xiao's ears turned crimson as he retorted, "I wouldn't cry." Lu Zhou cleared his throat and opened his arms toward Wen Yu, saying, "Don't worry, little Yu. I won't let you end up in a subpar room." Oh, how sweet. A brotherly embrace. Zhang Xiao is so manly. What kind of pure-hearted husky is Su Shun? Having been together for so long, I refuse to believe you haven shared a bed, yet you still blush. Zhou Ge is so doting. Such a gentleman. Am I the only one who finds Zhang sure a tad greasy? Nan Zhou, keep your distance from my idol. In contrast to the others, Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou remained remarkably composed, particularly Nan Zhou, who inquired, "Should I carry you, or will you carry me?" After a brief contemplation, he assessed the physiques of the two, arriving at a clear, yet begrudging conclusion. Hua Xingye was significantly larger and stronger. In truth, he had already experienced this reality during the past 2 nights. Nan Zhou tugged at the corner of his mouth and effortlessly draped his arm over the shoulder of the man beside him. "All right, you're strong, so you can hold me while I indulge." Hua Xingye chuckled lightly, encircling his slender waist and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. The familiar warmth enveloped Nan Zhou, and at the moment their gazes met, he found his mind momentarily blank, his ears flushed with a delicate pink hue. His hand, resting on Hua Xingye's neck, instinctively tightened, drawing them even closer together. Hua Xingye hesitated for an imperceptible moment, his atoms apple-bobbing. One-handed embrace. Swoonin. Was this surge of hormones? A little tidbit. Our Hua Emperor can casually lift someone weighing 240 pounds. Hold me, embrace me. Don't hold that stinky Nan Zhou. Who is it that subtly moved their Adam's apple? Who has flushed ears and clings tightly without saying a word? Hee. E.M. Smitten. At just the right moment, a staff member presented a pocky stick, which Nan Zhou accepted and brought to Hua Xingya's lips, prompting him to open his mouth. Don't bite too much, just a little bit. And be gentle. The man beneath him obediently parted his lips, taking the pocky between his teeth, his eyes glimmering with affection and a hint of indulgent amusement. Nan Zhou's heart raced, unaware that his ears had turned even pinker. He focused intently, one hand resting on Hua Xingya's neck while the other rested on his shoulder, before taking a bite of the other end of the pocky. Quickly chewing. As the camera zoomed in, the scene revealed their strikingly handsome faces, the pocky gradually diminishing, and their lips drawing ever closer. Through the screen, the audience could almost hear the low breaths and the crunching of the biscuit. I'm dead. With Hua Xingya's divine visage paired with that gaze. Who wouldn't he be entranced? Open your mouth. Don't bite. Be gentle. What am I saying, Nan Zhou? My face is flushed. So sweet, too sweet. I've defected. I'm shipping this couple. Don't pull me back. Quick, look at Lu Zhou next door. I can't breathe from laughter. My heart aches for Wenyu for 2 seconds. Beside Hua Xingya and Nan Zhou, Lu Zhou lifted Wenyu and let him nibble on the pocky while he bit the other end. However, due to the constraints of their clothing and movements, he resembled a large pet dog desperately trying to get closer to his owner. Even worse, some crumbs fell onto his face, and with his heavy idol persona, he instinctively attempted to brush them away, but was hindered by his hands being occupied. Ultimately, Lu Zhou made the most befuddling decision and began to sway his body. Thus, the audience witnessed the comical sight of him holding Wenyu while munching on the pocky and gently rocking both their bodies. It couldn't be said to be unattractive, merely absurd. Eventually, the pocky couldn't withstand the commotion and snapped prematurely. Once Wenyu was set down, his expression was far from pleasant, though it was unclear whether it was due to the broken pocky or the discomfort of being held. In contrast, the scene with Nan Zhou was akin to a beautifully crafted idol drama. In no time, he had nearly finished the pocky, their lips almost touching. In the interplay of light and shadow, Nan Zhou's gaze sparkled with clarity, his rosy lips slightly parted. Hua Xingya effortlessly cradled him with a single arm, his eyes fixed upon Nan Zhou's face, exhibiting an expression that was both nonchalant and indulgently self-satisfied, as if his eyes concealed a myriad of tender emotions. It seemed that, should Nan Zhou so desire, he could do anything to him. Finally, as the camera captured the moment their lips were about to touch, Nan Zhou bit through the pocky stick. At that instant, a gentle sigh escaped his heart. Heaven knows how much restraint he needed to refrain from kissing those inviting lips before him. It appears that only a ruler could determine who the ultimate victor would be. Among the several plates, Gu Tang and Zhang Shi had evidently surpassed the others, securing an early claim to third place. Meanwhile, Su Xiao and Jiang Zhan's plates appeared to be nearly indistinguishable from those of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingya. Hua Xingya set Nan Zhou back on the ground, and the staff promptly brought forth a ruler to measure the pocky sticks. In the end, Su Xiao and Jiang Zhan, by a narrow margin, claimed first place and the privilege of selecting their room first. Su, a high-spec computer, is undoubtedly the perfect match for you. Though the conditions may be somewhat lacking for the sake of dreams, what is a little hardship? Gu Tang and Zhang Shi began fervently persuading Su Xiao. Zhang Shi had his eye on the third room, a stylish single accommodation, while Gu Tang, driven by personal motives, favored the last double room. Wishing to avoid sharing a bed with Zhang Shi, collaborating on a variety show was one thing, but sharing a bed in the show would severely tarnish his image as a streamer. Although he had shared a bed with Zhang Shi before. Although Lu Zhou didn't wish to stay in the worst room either, given his low ranking and the burden of his idol persona, he was reluctant to voice his concerns. Such roles as cannon fodder were best left to the ordinary participants. The entire house was equipped with smart home technology, modern and minimalist, tidy and pristine. I cannot fathom any reason for you to decline it. Or perhaps you fancy the double room. Nan Zhou's voice suddenly rang out. If it's the double room, I believe they're all quite similar. Nan Zhou, do you only consider the conditions and not the compatibility? The rules clearly state that one's identity is determined by room selection, Gu Tang remarked. Is he doing this on purpose? Being second means that even if Su Xiao and the others opt for the third room, he could easily choose between the second and fourth. The remaining two inferior rooms are left for them, right? Jiang Jun squeezed Su Xiao's hand. It's all good. Choose whichever you like. Then, we shall select the third room. Almost immediately after Su Xiao's words, Nan Zhou swiftly took the key to the first room. Then this room is mine. Chapter 11. Would someone be overly fond? Nan Zhou's action left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Has he made a mistake? Choosing anything else would be understandable, but who would voluntarily select the room with the worst conditions? Fans of Hua Xingye in the live stream, along with Nan Zhou's critics, though aware of his intentions beforehand, could not help but lose their composure when the situation unfolded. This green tea act is outrageous. Intentionally taking advantage of my idol for the sake of creating a couple's narrative, isn't it? Damn you. Nan Zhou, I'll report you. Payphone, if you don't change the rules, prepare to be mercilessly criticized. How could the illustrious actor endure sharing a bed with another? What ist? Do they truly select this room? How exhilarating. I yearn for the night to descend as excitement courses through me. Among the guests present, Gu Tang's expression shifted repeatedly before she could no longer suppress a chuckle. Nan Zhou, you are quite something. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Hua Xingye, his eyes darkening slightly. In contrast, Hua Xingye remained remarkably composed regarding Nan Zhou's choice, even casually remarking, the gift I'm sending you might be difficult to part with. Where are you sending me? Nan Zhou inquired. It's a secret, Hua Xingye whispered in his alluring voice. I eagerly anticipate your expression upon receiving it. The warmth of his breath and the intoxicating scent enveloped Nan Zhou, momentarily causing him to forget his response. By the time he regained his composure, the other two pairs of guests had also made their selections. The host announced that the identity card were located within the rooms chosen by each guest, instructing them to proceed to their respective apartments. The dream apartment prepared by the production team was situated in a rather aged complex, naturally devoid of elevators. Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye had their sights set on a single room on the third floor, adjacent to the last selection, which was the finest double room chosen by Lu Zhou and Wenyu. Fascinated by the vinyl records in the room, Nan Zhou hurried upstairs with his newly acquired guitar, even leaping 2 steps at a time. However, whether due to an oversight by the production staff or intentional design, a worker had carelessly left a rag at the top of the third-floor stairs. In his haste, Nan Zhou failed to notice it and stepped on it. The oil-soiled rag slipped beneath him, causing Nan Zhou to lean back, plummeting headfirst down the staircase. In a split second, he instinctively shielded his guitar rather than grasping the railing. Just as he was about to crash, he was enveloped in a warm, sturdy embrace, the familiar scent surrounding him. In that fleeting moment, his gaze briefly caught the rag on the floor before Hua Xingye turned his attention to the person in his arms. Nan Zhou leaned against him, still wearing an expression of surprise. His heart raced thump, thump. Thank you for saving my life, Nan Zhou uttered. Hua Xingye's lips parted slightly. He had yet to articulate a response when Nan Zhou quickly extricated himself from his embrace and dashed toward the apartment, not glancing back even once. As if he were a cat that had unexpectedly found itself in someone's arms, only to flee before a moment's affection could be bestowed. Clenching and then releasing his left hand, Hua Xingye savored the lingering warmth between his chest and the crook of his arm before striding toward Nan Zhou. As he walked, he communicated with the filming crew regarding the incident with the rag. Though his expression remained neutral, his deep tone and commanding presence rendered the production team, SPD, hesitant to breathe. Could it be that the illustrious actor is displeased? What on earth is happening? What is Nan Zhou doing? Is this how you portray a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? What a fall. We must reshoot. How could there be such an unromantic omega? I mean, is it true? It seems to me that Nan Zhou's interest in Emperor Hua is dwarfed by his enthusiasm for the apartment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such little gestures. Could it be that someone is utterly smitten? Upon opening the door, Nan Zhou made a beeline for the clutter box in the living room. As expected, it was filled with CDs, many of which were vinyl records. Meanwhile, beneath the bed lay a turntable, Nan Zhou let out a loud whistle, proud of his astute choice. In the adjacent double room near the hallway, Lu Zhou was in discussion with Wen Yu about the allocation of rooms when a melodious tune wafted through the air. The two turned toward the sound coming from the balcony next door. With a heartfelt tone, Lu Zhou remarked to Wen Yu that the secondary bedroom was too close to the neighboring unit. The soundproofing in this apartment was rather insufficient. Nan Zhou's ruckus would surely disturb you. Just listen to the noise he is making now. Noise. This song is delightful. It's from an album released by Alice a decade ago. Don't you like her? Wen Yu countered without answering. Lu Zhou's gaze shifted slightly. The volume was indeed quite loud. Speaking of which, since the adjacent room is a single, does that mean Emperor Hua will be sharing a bed with Nan Zhou tonight? Wen Yu continued. At this point, Lu Zhou fell silent, seemingly coming to the realization that Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye would indeed be lying in the same bed that night. For reasons unknown, Lu Zhou's expression darkened momentarily. After a brief pause, he casually bent down to lift Wen Yu's suitcase, saying, "That's their affair. I'll help you move your luggage to the master bedroom." Ha ha! Who would have thought that the beautiful Yu is also quite the gossip? Brother Zhou is so indulgent. He even considers the noise for little Yu. He must be absolutely enamored. Oh dear. Why do I feel like every word Wen Yu says is a dagger aimed at Lu Zhou? This guy's killing me with laughter. Lu Zhou is even calling his idol's song noise? Haters, stop pretending to be bystanders and throwing tantrums here. If you want to witness the green tea next door, please head to the adjacent livestream room. In the adjacent livestream room, Nan Zhou sat on the carpet, listening to music while fiddling with the vinyl records. He had rummaged through all the boxes, pulling out the records and stacking them by his feet. At that moment, Nan Zhou resembled a dragon perched upon a treasure trove. Hua Xingye moved in and out of the cramped apartment, carrying their luggage inside, removing the cumbersome cardboard boxes to the doorway, and even tidying up the place. Despite his expression being one of stoicism, he diligently attended to every chore without neglecting a single task. Just as he lifted the last cardboard box, an object fell from within. As his gaze fell upon it for less than a second, Hua Xingye's deep black eyes flickered, and he swallowed hard. Maintaining his composure, he picked up the item and tossed it back into the box, intending to discard it outside. The camera operator cautiously reminded him, "Teacher Hua, this is a sponsor's item." Hua Xingye's eyes shifted toward him. The camera operator lowered his voice further. "It's meant to be displayed." Damn, did I just see correctly? Is it the new anti-bite ring from Brand M? Truly, in Heart's Throb, adult products are merely delayed, never absent. The esteemed actor, seems reluctant to take direct action, or perhaps is hesitant to engage with Nan Zhou. What are you thinking, my friend? I can sense the subtle expressions. Nan Zhou, do you not perceive the situation? Are you blind to my idol's tireless efforts? Is the disparity in their familial standings not evident enough? This pair is driving me to madness. My heavens, Hua Xingye is excessively indulgent. It remains unclear whether he overheard the filming crew or sensed something amiss, but at last, Nan Zhou's attention shifted from the vinyl record to Hua Xingye. A sponsor? The product from M Company, recently launched last month. Ordinarily, upon seeing a sponsor-S product, guests are expected to promote it, or at the very least, acknowledge it. However, given Hua Xingye's previous demeanor, any cooperation appeared utterly unattainable. With the guests uncooperative and M Company being a primary sponsor, what could be done? One could only muster the courage to mention it. At this moment, the filming crew silently hoped for some semblance of cooperation from Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou did not disappoint. Glancing at Hua Xingye, he inquired, "Don't you think this item suits you perfectly?" Chapter 12. Hua Xingye's pheromones. The intention behind the development of the anti-bite ring was to safeguard omegas. When an omega dons this device, it effectively prevents an alpha from succumbing to their desires and marking the omega during intimate encounters. Thus, when Nan Zhou uttered this line, the comments section erupted. What nonsense is this little green tea talking about? Has her brain been caught in the door? Hua, the esteemed actor is not like you. He is a bona fide alpha, an alpha among alphas. It seems he has lost touch, pretending to be a beta while audaciously spewing nonsense. Could Hua's demeanor ever suggest he is an omega? However, the half-formed sentence from Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's reaction ignited a spark in the audience's minds. Nan Zhou, Last time you bit me. Do you want to see the gift I brought? Hua Xingyan nonchalantly kicked the cardboard box to the entrance. All right, I'm curious to see what gift could instill such confidence in you. Let me tell you, I'm not easily pleased. Nearby, the filming crew was momentarily bewildered. Had something monumental just been revealed? Director Pei Feng, seated in the control room, was practically beaming with delight. He knew Hua Xingye's decision to participate in their variety show was not purely altruistic. There had to be a captivating element. How long has the live broadcast been running? They were on the verge of a significant revelation. Splendid. The ratings for the season and the live audience engagement would undoubtedly thrive, ensuring they captured the spotlight. Cue the character cards, he commanded leisurely. The filming crew finally regained their composure and signaled for Nan Zhou to examine the task envelopes scattered beside the vinyl CDs. Upon opening the envelope, Nan Zhou read, "Congratulations. In this season of the show, you will portray a bar singer yearning to compose a hit song, while your partner is a bartender who plays minor roles on set by day and mixes drinks at the bar by night." One absurd script. Nan Zhou couldn't help but scoff. In this apartment, you toil for your livelihood, striving towards your dreams, hoping that one day fate will be altered and aspirations realized. He flicked his fingers against the task card, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is ludicrous. My song is a hit. There is no need for yearning." "Wait, what did Nan Zhou just say?" exclaimed Hua Xingye. "Are you serious? Could it possibly be as I imagined? Dreaming in broad daylight. You wretched creature, marking you? You think you're worthy?" Hua Xingye exhibited a clear disinterest in engaging, swiftly diverting the conversation. Can someone refrain from embellishing their own narrative? It's utterly exasperating. In a live stream, a segment of the audience, particularly fervent fans of Hua Xingye, continued to passionately discuss the previous topic as if their words could obliterate Nan Zhou. Meanwhile, another faction expressed their incredulity, questioning the absurdity of Hua Xingye taking on a minor role. Which production team would dare allow a luminary to play a mere extra? Fearing the overshadowing of the lead? Nan Zhou's audacity is astonishing. A creation that merely features a subpar idol dares to claim his song is a sensation? How absurd. The role of a singer should rightfully belong to Lu Zhou. Nan Zhou possesses barely a modicum of compositional talent. With disdain for the persona drawn, Nan Zhou held no other feelings than utter contempt. He had no desire to glance at that task card, even for a fleeting second. Just then, Hua Xingye retrieved an item wrapped in a transparent gift bag from a suitcase. Upon glancing at it, Nan Zhou's already disdainful expression grew even more astonished, his pupils widening, and the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Is this for me?" Hua Xingye remained silent, placing the gift in Nan Zhou's embrace, a confident smile gracing his face. "No way. What kind of joke is this? How could a distinguished man like me possibly appreciate such a trinket? Let us open it. Does it even need to be opened?" Once unwrapped, it's no longer just a doll. Nan Zhou's voice diminished as the gift bag unfurled. A rich fragrance wafted out, reminiscent of that particular night. The scent he had encountered multiple evenings prior, the aroma trailing from Hua Xingye's trench coat, his pheromones. Nan Zhou's face flushed crimson, even the roundness of his eyes glistening with a hue of embarrassment. "Take it out and see," Hua Xingye urged, a bit dazed from the effects of his alpha's pheromones. Nan Zhou obediently extracted the doll from within. To his astonishment, the toy resembled a Tibetan mastiff with distinctive dot-like eyebrows. Prior to his transmigration, Nan Zhou had owned a Tibetan mastiff named Ailong. Ailong was of a steady temperament, strikingly handsome, and incredibly affectionate, having been a significant presence in his life for 3 years. The plush toy, imbued with Hua Xingye's pheromones, bore a remarkable likeness to Ailong. "Do you like it?" The man's deep, amused voice resonated. With a swift motion, Nan Zhou shoved the doll back into the gift bag, turning his eyes away as he touched his nose, muttering, "It's just so. Blast it. How is this man so irresistibly captivating? His voice, appearance, physique, and aura are all precisely aligned with Nan Zhou's preferences, and he understands him so well. My eyes must be failing me. How could there be so many pink bubbles? How vexing. This pairing is simply not worth shipping. Yet how sweet it is. Oh my goodness, mother." Nan Zhou's adorable, blushing visage as he opened the gift bag is utterly charming. He resembles a tsundere little kitten, and I cannot help but regard Nan Zhou as an omega. That series of punches left me utterly bewildered. His acting, an undeniable performance worthy of an Oscar. It's merely a romantic drama. How infuriating. I merely intended to record it for a leisurely rewatch of 30 or 40 times. That teacher Nan Zhou, in the camera-ass frame, once again emitted a gentle voice from the follow-up cameraman. Task card. You have yet to complete your viewing. See for yourself. Nan Zhou handed the task card to Hua Xingye. In any case, he had resolved beforehand to put on a show, a grand performance. He was determined to not be in breach of contract, nor did he care for the camera. If he could complete this variety show lying down, then Nan Zhou would absolutely refuse to stand. The task card stipulated their first meal after cohabitation, and the requirements were relatively straightforward. The guests were to prepare their own meal, but prior to cooking, they must procure the ingredients. Upon hearing about cooking and grocery shopping, Nan Zhou, sprawled on a lazy sofa, listening to music, did not even lift his rear. Cooking was out of the question. Ordering takeout was an option. Anything would suffice. Except for leafy vegetables. Teacher Nan Zhou, ordering takeout is not allowed. The follow-up cameraman reminded. Look at our character's setup. Does it align with takeout? If not, I simply won't eat. Missing a meal won't kill me. Ha. This is hilarious. I've never encountered such a guest before. The production team was left speechless. His act is too genuine. Nan Zhou is truly rough around the edges. Indeed, having been exposed, he couldn't even be bothered to pretend to be an omega. He is not hungry. Does our esteemed Hua Xingye not feel hunger? What a selfish individual. Chapter 13. I want to let you go hungry. Would you like to have a seafood hot pot? Hua Xingye squatted on the carpet next to Nan Zhou, suggesting a broth of mushroom and ginseng with a touch of black truffle. And let us buy some crabs and scallops. Can you cook? Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled. However, before Hua Xingye could respond, the follow-up cameraman interjected once more. Teacher Hua, our budget for each group is 200. 200. At that moment, Nan Zhou envisioned crabs and little lobsters waving their claws as they crawled out the window. How miserly to manage a variety show in such a manner. The entire directing team. Dear, we are rather impoverished, so I shall abstain from eating, allowing you to have a bit more. Nan Zhou reclined once again. If he wouldn't eat, there was no need to step outside. He could save some for his shipping partner. Considering the other's physique, he could certainly eat a fair amount. Hua Xingye stood up from the carpet, turning his gaze toward the camera. Shall we chat? Though his expression remained calm. Even through the screen, Pei Feng could sense a formidable aura. Goodness, must he be so indulgent? For Nan Zhou, he dares to confront the production team on camera. Yet, what would they do? The largest sponsor of this program is the H Group. Outsiders may be unaware, but Pei Feng is all too cognizant that the heir of H Group is none other than the alpha before him, ready to engage in conversation. Chat? About what? Hua Xingye truly cannot endure it any longer. This partnership is absurd. Had it been me, I would have lost my composure long ago. Only Hua Xingye possesses such a generous temperament. What a remarkable jest was mentioned earlier. Do you truly comprehend the essence of the illustrious actor? Hua? It is utterly amusing. Those in the know have surely been enamored for quite some time. Indeed, as a devoted fan of 5 years, I can attest to his immense affection. Ha. Nan Zhou affectionately refers to Hua Xingye as dear. How sweet, oh my. Despite the microphone being muted during Hua Xingye's discussions with the directing team, the cameras continued to roll. The audience remained oblivious to their conversation until, after a brief interlude, the microphone was activated again, and Pei Feng announced an unprecedented increase in the guest starting funds to 500 yuan. Although 500 yuan would hardly suffice for a seafood hot pot. Hua Xingye turned to Nan Zhou and inquired, do you wish to savor crab roe noodles? TSK, we had agreed beforehand. My consent stems from your tireless efforts, not from a fear of hunger. At last, Nan Zhou rose from the sofa, following Hua Xingye towards the door, while he imparted a lesson. Next time, refrain from engaging in conversation with them, lest you be accused of showing off. Allow me to handle it. I shall ensure they realize that cheap goods are seldom of quality. Hua Xingye paused at the threshold, loosening his scarf and draping it around Nan Zhou's neck. Is it comfortable? The scent of Alpha's personal items mingled with the softness of cashmere, enveloping Nan Zhou. So comfortable. If it feels good, then wear it well. Hua Xingye adjusted the scarf to cover more of Nan Zhou's face. As they exited the apartment, they chanced upon Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao. Jiang Zhen's gaze frequently drifted towards Nan Zhou, ultimately succumbing to curiosity. Mr. Hua, I previously encountered an interview where you mentioned having someone you hold dear. Could that person be Nan Zhou? As she spoke, her eyes glinted mischievously, akin to a fox poised to steal. At the mention of Hua Xingye's affections, despite his face being partially concealed by the cashmere scarf, Nan Zhou's eyes widened in surprise, captured by the camera and onlookers alike. Sister Jiang, you truly are my sister. Always probing for more. Nan Zhou was oblivious to Hua Xingye's affections? Surely not. They were never a true couple. How could my idol genuinely harbor feelings for him? However, before Nan Zhou could voice his thoughts, Hua Xingye naturally interjected. No, I have not finished my inquiry. What do you mean by him? Jiang Zhen pressed on. That him is quite intriguing. Is there indeed someone special, perhaps the individual beside you? Hua Xingye smiled. Would you like to know? Jiang Zhen responded. Why does this feel oddly familiar? That's an entirely different price, she retorted. Su Xiao quickly shifted the conversation. What roles did you draw? He and Jiang Zhen had been assigned roles as a gaming companion and a barista at a cafe, respectively. To be selected as a gaming companion was surprisingly thrilling, prompting further curiosity about the roles of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye in the high-spec computer room. Surely, that couldn't be an entirely different price, Su Xiao speculated. I work at a bar, Nan Zhou replied. Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. A high-spec computer, this is all? The production team is indeed cunning. At this moment, Lu Zhou and Wen Yu arrived at the foot of the apartment building, accompanied by Gu Tang and Zhang Shi, who appeared to be flirting playfully. Upon seeing the quartet, Gu Tang immediately inquired about their lunch plans. Before anyone could respond, he swiftly continued. Zhang Shi expressed a desire for home-cooked dishes. So I intend to prepare a few simple ones. Steamed sea bass, cold tripe salad, sweet and sour ribs, and a 3-flavor tofu soup. Jinjin is currently on a diet, so I plan to make her a salad for a low-fat meal. Su Xiao interjected. Our Tang Bao is excessively modest. He can clearly whip up so much. Such a virtuous person. Su Xin sighed. I'm moved to tears. Sister Jiang is truly fortunate. He lamented. I feel for the esteemed actor Hua, who must cater to that insufferable green tea. The humor was palpable as Gu Tang's situation was likened to someone who clandestinely studies at midnight only to claim they hadn't reviewed anything the next day. Shouldn't you be concerned about your own master instead? Among the four pairs, it was evident that Lu Zhou and Wen Yu had remained silent. Yet Gu Tang turned to Nan Zhou and asked, Teacher Nan Zhou, do you know how to cook? I hope you won't subject Teacher Hua to any culinary disasters. Nan Zhou, with his hands in his pockets, was contemplating the recent exchange between Jiang Zhen and Hua Xingye. Hua Xingye had someone he liked, but remained unclear if they were in a relationship. If they were, did that not make him an unwitting homewrecker? Nan Zhou had no desire to become embroiled in such complications. He needed to seize an opportunity to clarify the situation. No, Nan Zhou. Gu Tang had anticipated this response and was about to speak when Nan Zhou remarked, I see you are quite skilled in the kitchen. Perhaps you could prepare a few imperial dishes for me to evaluate your prowess. A stifled laugh emanated from the direction of Wen Yu, causing Lu Zhou to glance at her in surprise, only to find her maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, her lips not even curving upward slightly. Only I shall enjoy the dishes made by Xiao Tang. Zhang Shi interjected protectively. Others are not permitted to partake. Gu Tang promptly adjusted his expression and mindset. An Omega must possess culinary skills. After all, he could not allow his alpha to go hungry. In the next moment, he caught Nan Zhou regarding him with an expression of curious intrigue. Nan Zhou remarked, if you insist on thinking that way, I cannot change it. After saying this, he leaned closer, rising on his toes to whisper in Hua Xingye's ear, is he serious, or is he merely putting on a show? Hua Xingye softly explained, indeed, many hold such perceptions, but I do not. Besides, here, you need not worry. I shall not let you go hungry. Chapter 14. Hold tight, Nan Zhou exclaimed, oh heavens. Has the breeze of liberated thought not reached this place. The humor in Nan Zhou's sardonic demeanor was utterly delightful. The laughter at Gu Tang's culinary challenge for Nan Zhou was at 100, while the earnest inquiry to Hua Xingye about whether it was merely for show soared to 10,000. Zhang Shi was overly indulgent. It seemed that if they were not recording a show, he would have been tempted to reprimand Nan Zhou for his uncouth behavior. Why do I feel that Nan Zhou's mind is somewhat muddled? He genuinely seems to think Gu Tang is merely putting on a show. Goodness, in this day and age, the diligent are criticized by the indolent. What an eye-opening experience. Hua Xingye, I am truly heartbroken. May I inquire as to which direction one must kneel in order to attain such an alpha? Given the popularity of the variety show and its prolonged filming schedule, the production team opted for a rather secluded apartment to minimize the impact on guests from large gatherings, as the local population is not particularly dense. The guests faced a considerable trek to the market, prompting the team to provide 4 electric vehicles for their convenience. When the staff pointed out the 4 electric bikes to the guests, their reactions were quite vivid. The most notable change in expression came from Zhang Shi and Gu Tang. Zhang Shi, a wealthy heir, had already researched various conditions before the show, including the subpar living arrangements. Yet he was unprepared for this unexpected twist. He, unfortunately, had no experience riding an electric bike. Similarly, Lu Zhou was also unfamiliar with operating one, but he managed to maintain an admirable composure, concealing his discomfort. Director, the temperature is nearly 0 today. Have you considered that an Omega with a frail constitution, like Nan Zhou, might freeze? Gu Tang called out to the director's team, adopting a somewhat petulant demeanor. He certainly did not wish to endure the biting winter wind on an electric bike. It would be rather unbecoming. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sound of an electric bike unlocking caught his attention. Unbeknownst to them, Nan Zhou had swiftly mounted one of the bikes. He tossed a safety helmet into Hua Xingye's lap, let out a sharp whistle, secured his own helmet, grasped the handlebars with both hands, and with a graceful lift of his left foot, kicked the bike into motion. Off we go, darling. All right, Hua Xingye replied with a soft smile, settling onto the back seat. Without a moment's hesitation, the electric bike sped away, seemingly oblivious to Gu Tang's protests. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. Nan Zhou must surely be Gu Tang's nemesis. Gu Tang resembled a foolish antagonist, continuously provoking and then suffering blows in return. Could he not exhibit a modicum of awareness? Oh dear, which misguided individual hired the trolls? They should be wary of backlash from their incessant jabs at others. Some fans are simply too amusing. The flavor of their master's tea is practically spilling from the screen. Today, I shall crown Nan Zhou as the general of tea spillage. I did not wish to indulge in this rivalry, yet he referred to him as darling. How infuriating. Following Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye were Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen. Su Xiao rode the bike, with Jiang Zhen perched on the back. Just before they mounted, Su Xiao dutifully secured a helmet on Jiang Zhen and advised her to hold on tightly, suggesting she could take refuge behind him from the cold. Jiang Zhen playfully retorted, questioning if he was hinting at her embracing him, which left his face flushed and the audience exclaiming how sweet it was. Meanwhile, amidst the frigid wind, Lu Zhou clenched his jaw in frustration, mounting a bike as well, intending to assist Wenyu with her helmet. However, before he could act, Wenyu had already fastened her helmet and seated herself on the back. At this point, Gu Tang could no longer use the excuse of Omega frailty. Yet Zhang Shi still exhibited reluctance as he gazed at the electric bike. Is it possible to take a taxi? He inquired. The camera crew responded with unwavering politeness. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang Shi, but there is no budget for taxis. If you prefer not to ride, you may consider walking. It will take approximately 30 minutes. Zhang Shi was somewhat irritated, just about to voice his thoughts when Gu Tang timely interjected, Brother Shi, let us walk. It will be like a leisurely stroll, allowing us to admire the scenery. Quite romantic indeed. With a sullen expression, Zhang Shi remained silent. Gu Tang pondered briefly before taking his hand, pleading softly, would that be all right? This display of affection proved effective, yet Zhang Shi sought more than mere hand-holding. He drew Gu Tang into his embrace, his palm discreetly pressing against Gu Tang's pert derriere beneath the cloak of his overcoat. I fear the cold might render you stiff, he remarked. the implication of his actions unmistakable. Gu Tang's complexion shifted slightly. But considering the significance of this variety show and his transition from internet celebrity to artist within the entertainment realm, he managed a sweet smile. With you beside me, it feels warm. Zhang Shi smirked mischievously in response, a silent agreement. Gu Tang's fans subsequently flooded the platform with affectionate comments. The tram cruised along at a modest pace of 30 miles per hour, the brisk wind assaulting their faces. At that moment, Hua Xingye's scarf played a crucial role. Nan Zhou's voice emerged through the fabric, carried by the wind, nearly lost amidst the chill. Are you cold? He could not see the tall figure in the back seat. Lounging comfortably, he only heard the reply. If I say I am cold, what will you do? The tone suggested a playful mockery of being frozen, accompanied by a faint sound of sniffing. Nan Zhou, with keen ears, immediately detected the nuances in his voice. If you're cold, then hold me tighter. In the next instant, a long, strong arm encircled his waist, their bodies pressed together through their clothing, accompanied by Hua Xingye's familiar scent. The low, melodious voice that followed sent a shiver through Nan Zhou. So cold. He replied, feeling somewhat awkward. The leopard cat is born. Was this not more captivating than a drama? Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me. Allow me to indulge. By this hour in the live stream, public opinion on Weibo had already solidified, further intensified by netizens posting recorded clips, elevating the buzz even higher. Especially with news of Hua Xingye participating in this live-stream dating show, a substantial influx of fans rushed in, overwhelming the live room. As the trending topics surged on Weibo, messages poured in. 5-year-old fan reporting for duty. I heard our Hua Xingye has lost his mind participating in a dating show and is getting flirty. I refuse to believe it. Am I going blind? How can you be so mischievous? Yiga in broad daylight. You dare to tease the innocent little Bao, do look back. Does he seem cold to you? He isn't even pretending. Wow, this show has some substance. Longtime loyal fans confessed they had never seen Yigu act so audaciously. Quick, check the previous clips. He was even exceedingly gentle. Can you believe it? What? Are professional trolls intervening now? Do people actually ship this fake sweetness? No way, no way. Nan Zhou is still maintaining his innocent persona. How amusing. Chapter 15. Jealous are you, kid? Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye rode their bicycles to the market. As a widely acclaimed young actor, the mere presence of Hua Xingye in such a modest vegetable market drew considerable attention. Fortunately, the production team had preemptively coordinated to maintain order. Otherwise, the two would have struggled to shop for groceries. Standing before a seafood stall, they perused the fresh catch. Attended by a taciturn middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Was what you discussed with Jiangzhen earlier at the apartment true? Nan Zhou inquired of Hua Xingye. Indeed, Hua replied. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Zhou continued. I despise being entangled in troublesome affairs. If you have a girlfriend, or... He gestured toward a particularly large crab. Just this, Hua remarked to the stall owner. Upon finishing his sentence, he turned to Nan Zhou. No one else. Only you. Hua Xingye's earnest gaze into Nan Zhou's eyes astonished him, as though he was not merely answering a question, but rather confessing his feelings. Such dedication, such professionalism, his acting prowess and promotional tactics were commendable. Oh, that's a relief. Nan Zhou averted his gaze, nodding toward a nearby grocery store. I'll just check over there. As long as he was single, it mattered little whether or not he had someone he admired. They merely shared a transactional relationship born of a one-night affair on a reality show. Are you not going to ask anything? Hua called out to him. Ask what? Nan Zhou responded, perplexed. In that fleeting moment, he thought he perceived a flicker of disappointment in Hua Xingye's eyes. Nothing. Go ahead. I will find you once I finish here. No one else. Only you, he thought again, feeling an overwhelming rush of emotions. What a bold question. How could his idol possibly have a partner? Nan Zhou pondered, astonished that he had directly asked about their on-screen pairings' romantic status during a live broadcast. His mind was in a whirl, and it was evident that their relationship was largely fabricated. Yet, he mused, perhaps he was indeed the one Hua Xingye cherished in private. Was it wrong to feel this way? He felt a pang of jealousy. Was Hua's sincere confession not genuine? The owner of the seafood stall expertly prepared and packaged the seafood for Hua Xingye. "Young man, can you handle it?" he asked. "Yes," Hua replied with a smile. "Make it delectable and abundant, please." The owner encouraged him with a grin. Hua Xingye chuckled softly, accepting the seafood with gratitude. Upon finding Nan Zhou in the grocery store, they returned to the tram together, just as Lu Zhou and Wen Yu arrived. Nan Zhou, with his hands tucked in his pockets, stared blankly at the ground, entirely oblivious to their presence. It was Hua Xingye who glanced over at Lu Zhou. In that instant, Lu Zhou felt a chill more biting than the brisk wind outside. "Did you push it here?" Hua inquired. "Huh," Lu Zhou replied, taken aback. Hua's gaze subtly drifted towards Wen Yu, and he smiled warmly. "It's not easy to follow you." Even Lu Zhou, not the sharpest, quickly grasped Hua Xingye's subtle jab. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, he managed to smile. Nan Zhou is simply not adept at disguise. "Oh, I knew it wasn't genuine," Nan Zhou thought, feeling exhilarated. He truly adores him. Transformed into darkness, one unexpectedly relies on their status to bully others. Such a perception is quite unpleasant. No farewells for you, dear. Fans of Lu should refrain from confronting my brother Yi here. Your master is truly duplicitous. Is it true that Hua Xingye is standing up for Nan Zhou? At that moment, Nan Zhou, finally pulling himself from his reverie, met Lu Zhou's gaze. As he looked up, Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. His lips moved as if to speak, but Hua Xingye interrupted, saying, "I see a milk tea shop ahead. Would you like to grab some?" "Where?" "I don't see it." Nan Zhou's eyes darted toward Hua Xingye. "There's a corner ahead where we can conveniently stop by." "What are we waiting for?" "Let us go." Without hesitation, Nan Zhou unlocked his electric bike, swung his leg over, and effortlessly took the shopping bag from Hua Xingye, hanging on the bike's front hook. Hua Xingye mounted, opened his arms, embraced Nan Zhou, and smiled warmly at Lu Zhou, saying, "We'll be off now." With that, they rode away, leaving Lu Zhou nearly unable to mask his expression. Beside him, Wen Yu turned her head, a smile briefly gracing her lips before fading. "Ha ha! Is Hua Xingye really this much of a dog? Surely, this is intentional. Jealousy, perhaps? It must be scripted." Hua Xingye would never confront a junior for Nan Zhou. After purchasing 2 steaming cups of milk tea, Nan Zhou handed one to Hua Xingye, saying, "Here, take this." He didn't rush to mount the bike. Instead, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and gestured for Hua Xingye to lower his head slightly. Uncertain, Hua Xingye complied and slightly bent down. Then, in a moment akin to magic, Nan Zhou produced a fluffy earmuff from his pocket and placed it atop Hua Xingye's head, who seemed momentarily captivated by this new look. After a brief pause, Hua Xingye couldn't help but ruffle his own hair. At that instant, Hua Xingye's eyes narrowed sharply. "Ah, so handsome." Suddenly, Nan Zhou understood why some might enjoy playful intimacy. Retracting his hand, he noticed Hua Xingye's expression, initially stunned, quickly clarifying, "This should keep you warmer." He realized he had been too casual in touching Hua Xingye's head, which was rather impolite. "Haha, I get him. Who could resist that dog-ear look on Brother Yi? Oh, this year has been filled with sweetness. My dear friends, it's mutual." Twisting and writhing, excitedly shouting, Nan Zhou questioning intimacy, understanding intimacy. "Chop off those claws of the scheming green tea. Get lost. Is this for me?" Hua Xingye inquired. A gesture of reciprocity, Nan Zhou replied, touching his nose. A small token of affection. Under Hua Xingye's increasingly radiant smile, Nan Zhou felt a warmth spreading across his cheeks. "I'm quite poor at the moment. Once I have some wealth, I'll treat you to something better. Not to mention that guitar. Even a scarf around my neck could buy a whole box of dog-shaped earmuffs." "All right." Hua Xingye straightened, his tall figure standing resolutely in the wind, thus sealing their pact. The winter sun bathed him in its warm embrace, rendering him as if touched by divine light. Upon returning to the apartment, Hua Xingye busied himself with culinary endeavors while Nan Zhou retreated to the restroom. Shortly after the door clicked shut, a call from his agent, Hao Jia, came through. "The alpha who marked you is Hua Xingye." Chapter 16. The Perfect Lover. The restroom, a sanctuary of privacy, was impervious to prying eyes, allowing for conversations to unfold unencumbered. Thus, many artists participating in live variety shows opted to discuss matters or take work calls within its confines. Nan Zhou had already received a message from Hao Jia, urging him to seize the opportunity to step into the restroom as he had important inquiries to make. And he had been repeatedly reminded to ensure the microphone was off. The boisterous voice emanating from the phone caused Nan Zhou to frown slightly, pulling it away from his ear. "It's him," he replied. "Why didn't you mention this sooner, ancestor?" Hao Jia exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Originally, he had intended to accompany Nan Zhou to the recording, but a last-minute assignment had compelled him to negotiate a significant contract for another artist. Since Nan Zhou had expressed no objections, Hao Jia had departed after ensuring his arrival at the venue. However, en route, he did not forget to monitor the live broadcast on his phone, keeping a vigilant eye on Nan Zhou's performance. Before the show, Hao Jia had already briefed Nan Zhou, assuring him that as long as he showed up, he would not incur any penalties for breach of contract. If the collaborative partner behaved courteously, they could proceed smoothly. If not, he could simply put on a show of indifference. To Hao Jia's astonishment, Nan Zhou's demeanor had shifted dramatically following his heartbreak, and he surprisingly garnered quite an audience on the show. Even more shocking was the revelation that Nan Zhou's on-screen partner was none other than the illustrious and widely acclaimed actor, Hua Xingye. To add to the surrealism, it turned out that Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye were already acquainted, with the latter being the very alpha who had marked him. The entire situation transcended Hao Jia's comprehension, feeling almost dreamlike. "I didn't know him before that. How could I tell you?" Nan Zhou responded. Hao Jia, exasperated, retorted, "For heaven's sake, that is Hua Xingye. How could you not know him? Is he really that famous?" Nan Zhou inquired. After spending several hours recording the program, he had gleaned from the demeanor of other guests and the production team that Hua Xingye was indeed well regarded in the industry. However, the program had not formally introduced him, and there had been no self-introductions between them, leaving a significant gap in their acquaintance. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hao Jia erupted. "Is there only that scoundrel Lu Zhou in your eyes? Let me put it this way. Comparing Lu Zhou to Hua Xingye is like comparing a moon landing to a mere farce." "Got it. He is quite famous," Nan Zhou replied. "The youngest actor ever to win the Best Actor award. Every film he starred in became a box office sensation. And he was the darling of the fashion industry. The resources and connections at his disposal were so vast that even a mere fraction would leave Lu Zhou groveling." The buzz surrounding his participation in the variety show had sent shockwaves through both online circles and the industry itself. While Hao Jia continued to fervently educate and disparage, Nan Zhou remained unfazed. "Calm down a little." The sound was unbearably loud, causing him pain in his ears. How could I remain calm? That was Hua Xingye. What strange wind had blown him here? Just as Hao Jiahua was about to finish speaking, Nan Zhou heard him say, "Once you have calmed down, we can discuss it." The call was then abruptly disconnected. Hao Jia. As Nan Zhou emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of crab roe. He took a seat at the dining table, resting his head on his hand, gazing at Hua Xingye in the kitchen, skillfully preparing noodles with his back turned. His eyes roamed over the broad shoulders, down to the slender waist, and finally settled on the perky backside adorned with an apron. Hua Xingye turned around. "Are you hungry?" Nan Zhou averted his gaze, feigning interest in the fashion magazine on the table. The open pages still featured Hua Xingye. "How handsome. It will be ready soon." Hua Xingye cast a fleeting glance at the magazine before returning to the stove, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes darkening slightly. Moments ago, the glances from behind felt like a current coursing through him, igniting his blood and nearly overwhelming the desires buried deep within. Ah, how charming. An alpha who is serious about cooking is the most attractive. Wow, Hou Ji's physique, so captivating. Laughable. Nan Zhou, is your gaze too blatant? Are you hungry? Where's the hunger? I hope you will not go too far. Your repeated derogatory remarks about my husband constitute sexual harassment. As Hua Xingye's wife, I can no longer tolerate this behavior. Please cease this shameless conduct and consider my feelings. That shameless green tea really wants Hua Xingye to cook for him. Disgusting. The crab roe noodles were brought to the table by Hua Xingye, a generous bowl placed before Nan Zhou. Each noodle, drenched in crab roe, shimmered golden, topped with large shrimp, scallops, abalone, and abundant crab meat. The aroma was intoxicating. Nan Zhou inhaled deeply, eagerly grabbing his chopsticks to indulge. With the first bite, the sweetness of the seafood enveloped him, and he felt sheer bliss, his eyes narrowing like a cat that had stolen a fish. Ho Xingye noticed his expression and smiled, asking, "Is it delicious?" "Extremely delicious." As he ate, Nan Zhou gave Ho Xingye a thumbs up. "If you like it, eat more." Ho Xingye took a seat across from him, deftly peeling a shrimp and placing it in Nan Zhou's bowl. Nan Zhou accepted it graciously, devouring the large shrimp and again offering a thumbs up, lavishly praising, "You are truly the perfect partner." His demeanor was both adorable and amusing. Ho Xingye chuckled, "I'm glad you're satisfied." "Of course I'm satisfied. Meeting him in this variety show is a tremendous stroke of luck." The bowl of crab roe noodles was soon empty. Observing Ho Xingye slowly enjoying his meal while peeling shrimp for him, Nan Zhou was about to open his laptop once he finished eating when the camera operator, prompted by Pei Feng's incessant reminders, hesitantly interjected, "Teacher Ho, Teacher Nan, it's almost time. You should prepare to leave for work." Nan Zhou, who had intended to finish eating and check his computer, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "Work? At the bar? I have always held the belief that your persona is rather unreliable." Nan Zhou leaned back against the chair, exuding an air of confidence befitting a magnate. "The songs I compose are sought after only by the most foolish." Has he lost his mind? After Ho Xingye indulged him for an entire day, he has become so arrogant that he fails to recognize his own identity. What songs has Nan Zhou even written? Has he contributed to the group's music? What pretense is this, you insipid little green tea? Were it not for my brother, what notable works does your group possess? The flattery bestowed upon him is utterly ridiculous. Your master wound tea even be worthy of cleaning the toilet for my brother. Forgive my candor, but the songs from their group are quite unmelodious. Chapter 17. Is this an affront to my brother? Regardless of Nan Zhou's willingness, he must work at the bar, as this was a prearranged plan by the production team, a part of the persona they wished to maintain, perhaps to uphold this facade. The means of transportation for their journey to the bar was the same two-wheeled electric vehicle from the afternoon. The bar where they were to work was considerably farther from a market, and it took Nan Zhou approximately 40 minutes to arrive. The bar manager, who had been pre-contacted by the production team, awaited them at the back entrance, introducing the work details as he guided them through the staff passage to the changing room. As bartenders and waitstaff, both Ho Xingye and Nan Zhou were required to don matching suits. After handing them the outfits, the manager exited, leaving only Ho Xingye, Nan Zhou, and the filming crew. Rather than expressing aversion towards the work, Nan Zhou showed no resistance to the work attire. By the time Ho Xingye noticed, Nan Zhou had already removed his outer jacket and was tugging at the hem of his sweater, preparing to take it off. Beneath his sweater, he wore nothing, revealing a slender and pale waist. Ho Xingye quickly reached out to shield the lens. "Still filming?" His deep, cold voice startled the cameraman, who quickly regained composure, hastily lowering the camera and retreating outside. The door was shut from within. The atmosphere felt so frigid. Was my brother nearly captured in a compromising situation while changing? Our brother seems displeased. TSK, ponder that for a moment. Who could comprehend the fleeting glimpse of that delicate waist? How tantalizing. Cameraman, be bold. Push the door open and capture Ho Xingye changing. I want to see him undress. In the cramped space, AO was alone, changing clothes, and something felt amiss. Ho Xingye stood inside the door, listening to the rustling sounds barely 2 meters behind him, his gaze heavy, not immediately turning around until Nan Zhou's voice broke the silence. "Aren't you changing? Are you ready?" he inquired. "Almost," Nan Zhou replied. Ho Xingye turned back, his breath catching sharply, his pupils dilating. Nan Zhou faced him, standing before the locker, hands grasping the open waistband of his trousers, an expression of innocence on his face. He had swapped his sweater for a white shirt, the buttons barely fastened at the bottom, exposing a generous expanse of skin from his neck to his chest. Perhaps due to static from the sweater, his hair appeared slightly disheveled, complementing the confusion in his clear eyes, adding an air of innocence and charm to his youthful visage. Ho Xingye swiftly averted his gaze, his throat involuntarily tightening. Closing his eyes, he took a couple of deep breaths before managing to extricate 2 low notes from his throat. Wait a moment. Oh, Nan Zhou nodded, continuing his actions. Moments later, it dawned on him that Hua Xingye was attempting to avoid suspicion. Was it truly necessary? After all, they were both men and had shared everything that needed to be shared. Moreover, they had not only seen each other before, but had also touched and kissed. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I take a look later?" "What?" The dressing room fell silent for a few seconds. After a brief pause, Hua Xingye let out a short laugh. "As you wish." There was a hint of reluctance, mixed with a touch of indulgence, although the filming crew had exited. The microphones of the two remained on, and the live stream was buzzing with excitement. "What are you two looking at?" a voice exclaimed, the face appearing slightly pale. "Were you hiding from us? Is there anything that I, a distinguished VIP, cannot see?" Crawling forward in a distorted manner, howling, grimacing, attempting to squeeze into the screen, pushing forward, only to fail and fall, howling, trying again. "You must be looking at a luminous watch." Compared to Nan Zhou, Hua Xingye changed his clothes with remarkable speed. Initially, Nan Zhou lazily leaned against the wall, watching, but as time passed, he felt the temperature in the room rising. Whether it was Hua Xingye's physique, movements, or the subtle expressions that flashed across his face, everything made Nan Zhou feel as though he were gazing upon a delectable feast, a maddening temptation. Finally, when Hua Xingye undid his belt, Nan Zhou awkwardly averted his gaze, his eyes drifting toward a painting on the wall. The artwork depicted a cheeky Q-version character proclaiming, "I have no honey nor money, only a body full of funny." His knee ached. This small gesture did not escape Hua Xingye's notice. He smirked and swiftly finished changing his pants. After what felt like an eternity waiting outside, the filming crew finally saw the door swing open. Instantly, the cameraman pointed his camera toward the entrance. In the next moment, Hua Xingye appeared on screen, dressed in a shirt, trousers, and tie, with a black vest accentuating his chest and waistline to striking effect. As he faced the camera, his eyes lifted slightly, exuding a powerful aura that, combined with his handsome and flawless features, struck the audience with tremendous impact. "This is simply too handsome," someone exclaimed. "I was told nothing is perfect, but I declare that my idol is perfection." "Ha ha ha. Is Nan Zhou's bow tie crooked?" Another voice chimed in. "What did you do? How has it been 13 minutes, and Nan Zhou still hasn't sorted his clothes? What can be done in 13 minutes? Are you insulting my brother, Yi?" The manager, positioned behind the filming crew, was equally taken aback by the duo's appearance and praised, "You two are undoubtedly the most handsome employees in our bar. Do you have ducks?" Nan Zhou suddenly inquired. "What?" The manager was taken aback. Regaining his composure, he waved his hands vigorously, adamantly stating, "No, absolutely not. Our bar is very law-abiding." Nan Zhou sighed. "I was just saying that I wanted to take a roasted duck home after work. The aroma was delightful on my way here." The manager replied, "Seoul Bar is renowned in this city. Rather than being classified as a bar, it is more accurately described as a distinguished live house. In addition to offering a selection of beverages, the bar boasts a resident band and frequently invites various musicians to perform. Renowned music producers, critics, and talent scouts occasionally grace this venue with their presence. Those who visit Seoul do so not merely for leisure. Many seek serendipitous encounters, resulting in a bustling atmosphere every night." Hua Xingye, wearing a mask, skillfully mixed drinks behind the bar, impressing even the seasoned bartender assigned by the production team to assist him. Beneath the dim lighting and his mask, who would have guessed that the bartender before them was the illustrious Hua Xingye himself? A man clad in a gray t-shirt and black-rimmed glasses took a seat at the bar and struck up a conversation with him. "I observed you for quite some time, doubted my own eyes. Then I heard that you were on some reality show, working in a bar, and I knew it must be true." If Lu Zhou and Jiang Zhen were present at that moment, they would instantly recognize each other. Xiao Sheng, the vice president of Sheng Entertainment, a prominent figure in the music industry, had signed several renowned artists and bands under his label. Chapter 18. I had someone find a duck. Hua Xingye remained silent, placing the drink he had just prepared in front of Xiao Sheng. His gaze briefly flickered before returning to the crowd, searching for Nan Zhou. Following his line of sight, Xiao Sheng noticed a young man in a waiter's uniform and mask. Despite the bar's dim ambience, the young man's distinct figure and captivating aura emanated an indescribable allure. "Who is that guy?" Xiao Sheng inquired, nodding toward Nan Zhou's direction. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous cheer erupted within the live house. The lights shifting dramatically to focus on the stage, where a band made their entrance. Notes resonate with power. "We hope our music brings you strength. Hey, we are the Dawn Band. Tonight, let's embark together on a musical feast." As the lead singer concluded his introduction, the guitarist strummed a chord, and the drums kicked in, filling the space with vibrant music. The crowd erupted in cheers and movement, the atmosphere of the live house growing even more fervent. Though the Dawn Band may not be widely recognized in the entertainment industry, few rock music enthusiasts remain unaware of their existence. They enjoy considerable popularity within the band community and are frequently invited to various music festivals. The Dawn Band is signed under Shengla Entertainment. Amidst the music, Nan Zhou stood beside a booth occupied by several foreigners, one of whom was attempting to order drinks in broken Chinese. In the cacophony of noise, coupled with the clumsy Mandarin, even the nearby Chinese individual with black hair struggled to comprehend. Yet, Nan Zhou appeared unaffected, his fingers deftly navigating the ordering screen while he fluently confirmed the order with the foreigners in English. His demeanor was relaxed and casual, his tone unassuming. Yet in the midst of the clamor, he exuded an inexplicable allure. In the shifting interplay of light and shadow, the slender yet substantial figure enveloped in a uniform, along with the long, straight legs accentuated by black trousers, offered a delightful visual experience to those who lurked in the shadows. The band's lead singer, lost in the fervor of performance, made a minor misstep, singing a note incorrectly. Though few in the audience noticed, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow at that moment. Xiao Sheng licked his lips, noting the admirable physique and decent demeanor of the individual, wishing he were an Omega, though uncertain of the prize for the night. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Nan Zhou, completely oblivious to the sudden chill that enveloped Hua Xingye behind the bar. Even through a mask, the intense aura that erupted from him startled the bartender beside him. He was angry, truly angry. I finally understood what it meant to be killed by a glance. If confronted directly by that stare, my heart would surely stop. Who was that man? Truly captivating. The mouth is meant for speech, not for spewing vile words. Was this lowly creature, Jabeo, directing his thoughts? Perhaps some individuals have shared countless nights of intimacy with him, or else how could they dare to speak so? Hua Xingye, how dare you treat my wife this way, you little brat? An Omega? Laughable. That gentleman is a beta, indeed. A wave of domineering and aggressive pheromones emanated from behind, the overwhelming pressure causing Xiao Sheng's fingers to tremble, and his glass clattered to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. After nearly half a minute, he slowly turned around, his face pale. Before him, Hua Xingye was leisurely wiping a glass, his smile warm and inviting. "How much? Shall I collect the body?" he inquired. Xiao Sheng swallowed hard, forcing a dry smile. It was evident that the potent alpha pheromones had originated from Hua Xingye, an S-grade scent that left this lower-tier alpha limbs weak. It was a warning. After placing a few orders, a colleague signaled to Nan Zhou that he could rest for a few minutes. Contemplating for a moment, Nan Zhou approached the bar. With no psychological burden, he walked directly to the bartender's workspace, asking Hua Xingye what he would like to drink. As he spoke, he lowered his mask, and Xiao Sheng instantly recognized him. Was this the former boy band member, Nan Zhou, who had recently been the center of much online discourse? Hua Xingye prepared a low-alcohol drink and handed it over, leaning close to Nan Zhou's ear to say, "I had someone find a duck." "Really? Is there a cost?" Nan Zhou asked. "There's a bit left from lunch, just enough," Hua Xingye replied. A smile blossomed on Nan Zhou's face as he gave Hua Xingye an appreciative gesture, indicating they would return together. Xiao Sheng, seated across from them, listened to their exchange, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Damn it! How dare he warn me? You two are even more scandalous than I am." Just then, Nan Zhou noticed him, inquiring, "Who is he? The one delivering the duck?" Hua Xingye cast a cold glance at Xiao Sheng. Hastily, Xiao Sheng picked up his glass and departed from the bar. I can't stop laughing. The laughter echoed 3 miles away from home. scattering all the greasy men with the absurdity of their conversation. They clearly mentioned roasted duck. Have the sisters not noticed that the difference in Wild Brother's tone towards others and towards Nan Zhou is remarkably pronounced? The aloofness of Hua Xingye is perhaps my greatest misconception. Could it be that his gentleness is reserved solely for a select few? Nan Zhou raised his cup to his lips, only to suddenly recall something and inquired, "If I drink this, will the production team deduct your salary?" "No worries," he replied. Glancing around, Nan Zhou said to Hua Xingye, "Then I'll do it discreetly." With that, he swiftly squatted down behind the bar. The camera, unable to keep up with the motion, could only capture the act of him crouching and the top of his head thereafter. Within the frame, Nan Zhou was crouched before Hua Xingye's waist, his head slightly tilting upwards and then lowering. Soon, he stood up again. Under the lights, his pink lips glistened and his eyes were subtly reddened. No, that previous action. His face flushed. Something feels amiss in this live stream. I fear that if we linger here a moment longer, we might be dulled by the passage of time, obscuring our shapes and transforming from individuals into mere shades of people. "Ah, the camera angle is magnificent," Nan Zhou exclaimed. "I am not drinking alcohol. I am merely sipping something. So many pairs of shorts are flying around. Does this live stream lack those we care about?" The atmosphere in the live stream was lively, yet the two behind the bar were clearly oblivious. In the live house, the Dawn Band was performing their fourth song of the night. Hua Xingye gestured towards the stage and asked Nan Zhou, "What do you think?" "It's mediocre," he replied. "The bass is good, the rhythm is solid, and the low notes are quite impressive." Pausing here, Nan Zhou continued in the second song. "I noticed a misstep in the transition to the second verse. Chapter 19, order the fireworks, don't issue blank checks." Did he really just critique that? A piece of trivia. The songs of the Dawn Band are far more valuable than those of the mediocre troupe. A hot tidbit. Nan Zhou is the vocalist of the team. It truly was a pitchy moment. I recognized it as well. Some individuals genuinely believed he was serious. Aren't we just shipping a couple? Hua Xingye. Why not pair with someone else? Must it be this person? After a few more exchanges, as their break was nearing its end, Nan Zhou intended to emerge from behind the bar when he saw the manager hurrying over. "Teacher Nan Zhou, please come with me." Nan Zhou exchanged a glance with Hua Xingye. No way. He had just secretly had a drink, and he was already being caught and punished? "What is it?" Hua Xingye asked. "There is a matter that requires teacher Nan Zhou's assistance." The manager replied. His anxious demeanor seemed genuine. Nan Zhou bid farewell to Hua Xingye and followed the manager through the crowd to a lounge. As the doors swung open, a spacious and luxurious area revealed the members of the Dawn Band, who had just performed on stage, either standing or sitting. Besides them, there were also members of the directing team and cameramen, along with the individual who had just delivered duck to Hua Xingye at the bar. In front of the camera, the manager wiped his sweat and explained the situation to Nan Zhou. The band's guitarist accidentally injured his hand, and there is another piece to perform shortly. Would teacher Nan Zhou be able to step in? As soon as he finished speaking, the on-site director, responsible for coordinating the program, widened her eyes in disbelief. She was about to voice her thoughts when Nan Zhou preemptively interjected. "It is possible," he stated, pausing momentarily to glance towards the director's team, "but it requires additional payment." On their way here, the production team had distributed a new task card, which indicated that their daily wages for working at the bar would constitute the budget for the following day. Hua Xingye, serving as the bartender, earned 300 per day, while Nan Zhou, as a waiter, earned 200, summing up to a total of 500. "That is acceptable," responded Xiao Shang. With Hua Xingye absent, he felt a sense of confidence. After all, none here could truly grasp his worth. "My appearance fee is this amount," Nan Zhou declared, pulling out his phone and opening the calculator, entering a string of figures. The on-site director nearly choked in disbelief upon seeing the sum, while Xiao Shang was equally taken aback. As the vice president of a major entertainment company, he had a reasonable understanding of performance fees for artists, and Nan Zhou's quoted price was astonishingly exorbitant. What a jest for someone of such little renown. Fortunately, at that moment, the on-site director interjected, "Teacher Nan Zhou, Director Pei has stated that the daily budget obtained through additional means cannot exceed 500. Now, it was Nan Zhou's turn to widen his eyes. Am I only worth 500? The on-site director replied, your current persona is that of a bar waiter. Nan Zhou loosened his bow tie. I must remind you that you get what you pay for. The lead singer of the Dawn Band, who had been silently observing for quite some time, could no longer contain himself. The level of skill is insufficient to perform Dawn. Dawn was the song they were scheduled to perform, and it was also the band's signature piece that had brought them fame. Nan Zhou shot him a sidelong glance and smiled, a smile tinged with a hint of condescension. Your provocation has no effect on me. Do not issue empty promises. You. The lead singer was restrained by his teammates. Ha. When will I witness Nan Zhou confront the production team without laughing? What a spectacle. He's just making a fool of himself, remarked another. Can the critics be quiet? I doubt he lacks talent. If he does, I shall await the moment of his reckoning. Hua Xingye was inquiring about the situation with his filming crew, while the CP fans were having a field day. Xiao Sheng stepped forward, stating, as for the variety show matters, you and Payphone can discuss that amongst yourselves. The price you quoted can be discounted to 80, deposited into your personal account. However, he paused, echoing Nan Zhou, the goods must be verified first. At this moment, Nan Zhou pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, provide me with the sheet music and the guitar. The guitarist handed over a tablet, his guitar, and a set of finger picks to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou's gaze lingered on the tablet for approximately half a minute before placing it on the equipment of a nearby staff member. Let us give it a try. He slung the guitar over his shoulder, and his fingers danced across the strings. Soon, the room was filled with an exquisitely melodious chord progression. The chords played were not those written in the score, yet they were remarkably captivating. The bassist, Yu Yang, who had been idly engrossed in his phone in a corner, lifted his gaze upon hearing the sound. In the next moment, the familiar melody of Dawn resonated. The room fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the guitar performing. Although they stood in a modest 20-square-meter room, Nan Zhou, strumming his guitar, exuded the aura of a performer in a grand stadium. He stood there languidly, one hand gripping the neck of the guitar while the other danced across its body, his demeanor utterly relaxed. Yet within his clear, dark eyes, there seemed to be a wild soul yearning to burst forth with the notes from this earthly vessel. The members of the Dawn Band could not help but widen their eyes. The drummer even patted the guitarist on the shoulder, conveying with his gaze, incredible, surpassing you. Is this real? Are we listening to a recording? He glanced at the score and mastered it instantly. Wow, he is so handsome. I think I'm becoming a fan. What a joke. If Nan Zhou has this level of skill, why is he still in the idol scene? This must be a script and a recording. Did I mishear? Nan Zhou's rendition of Dawn is slightly different from what I've heard before. The initial part is genuine. I find it even more melodious. I declare that from this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of Nan Zhou. This technique, I'm bowing down. As the song concluded, Nan Zhou turned to Xiao Sheng, Alipay, or WeChat. At that moment, Xiao Sheng remained immersed in the reverberations of the performance, still grappling with the profound impact it had on him. As an insider, he grasped more than the audience the true value of the abilities Nan Zhou had just showcased. His eyes glimmered slightly as he opened WeChat. Let us add each other as friends. I'll transfer it to you. The on-site director was equally exhilarated. Originally, the program's arrangement required Nan Zhou to find an opportunity to sing with the band rather than play the guitar. After all, he had never revealed his guitar skills in public before. When a manager suddenly stated that they needed a guitarist instead of a lead singer, she initially thought there had been a miscommunication and intended to correct it. However, Nan Zhou not only accepted the challenge, but also delivered such an impressive performance. Did you alter the score? A loud inquiry from the Soul Band as lead singer pierced the air. Who permitted this? Chapter 20. I have liked him for a long time. Nan Zhou glanced at him, his expression imbued with the condescension of one in a superior position regarding one below. Did you write this? The lead singer was momentarily taken aback, then bellowed, This is our band's song. Why are you, an outsider, making arbitrary changes? I wrote it. The bassist, Yu Yang, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up and approached Nan Zhou, extending his hand. Yu Yang. What should I call you? Nan Zhou. They shook hands, their shoulders brushing naturally. I look forward to our collaboration. Yu Yang removed a tablet. Could our band perform the version you just played? Yu Yang. The lead singer opened his mouth to protest, but was restrained by the drummer and guitarist. Aside from the guitar parts, I believe the bass and keyboard can work. Nan Zhou hummed the tune softly while picking up a pen to make adjustments on the score. Yu Yang completely disregarded the lead vocalist, engaging earnestly in conversation with Nan Zhou while deftly picking up his bass guitar. It seemed evident that this cunning green tea had perhaps shared a bed with pay phone, as he was certainly playing a royal script. Some individuals ought to reconsider their absurdity. Do they even realize who is conversing with Nan Zhou? It is none other than Yu Yang. How ridiculous! Those ignorant souls should not cast blame on the production team. For those unfamiliar with Yu Yang, may I suggest a quick search before returning? It is laughable. What stature does Yu Yang hold in the rock scene that he needs to partake in this charade? Their mutual admiration is genuine. After all, does Nan Zhou's talent not rival that of Lu Zhou? Why was he relegated to merely singing in the band? Green Tea's hired supporters should refrain from overly adoring our Zhou Gu. Please stand independently. As a fervent melody surged for several seconds, the lighting in the live house shifted dramatically, refocusing on the stage once more. At the center of the stage stood the members of Dawn Band alongside Nan Zhou, illuminated by the spotlight. In contrast to the attire of the others, Nan Zhou's server uniform captivated the majority of the audience's attention. Positioned to the left of the stage, he cradled his guitar, gazing down at the floor, lost in thought, until the lead vocalist completed the opening remarks. With a flick of his fingers, the prelude of Dawn resonated, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the throngs below. That glance, though faint, bore an air of arrogance, as if surveying the masses. As the drums fell into rhythm, the bass reverberated, and the vocalist began to sing. The atmosphere in the live house surged once more, with many in the audience singing along. At the pinnacle of the song, the lead vocalist even stepped onto the sound equipment at the front of the stage. In the latter half of the song, the vocalist, bassist, keyboardist, and drummer all paused, giving way to a melodious guitar solo that pierced the darkness like a ray of light, illuminating the crowd below, akin to the dawn breaking in the sky. Hua Xing gazed at Nan Zhou, who stood under the spotlight, a smile tugging at his lips. His deep, dark eyes shimmered with pride and an undercurrent of desire. As the performance concluded, numerous voices from the audience clamored for an encore. After Nan Zhou descended from stage, throngs of people rushed forward, eager to engage him in conversation. Fortunately, the production team and the bar had anticipated such a scenario, effectively keeping the crowd at bay. By midnight, Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou concluded their first day of work at the bar and emerged from the back door, having changed back into their casual attire. Upon opening the door, a chill midnight breeze swept in, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Nan Zhou. As he recounted the earlier events in the lounge to Hua Xingye, he retrieved the keys to his electric bike from his pocket. You added the duck deliverer on WeChat? Hua Xingye paused, having just handed a thermal bag containing roast duck to Nan Zhou. He approached me. I am in need of money and could not resist. However, if he fails to pay, I shall share his WeChat card in numerous gay groups, spreading rumors that he is a promiscuous zero, and the invitations will undoubtedly flood in. Hilarious. The duck deliverer. It's comical. The greasy man loses his true name, he continued. But really, do you all genuinely believe he is merely a duck deliverer? He is undoubtedly a high-ranking official from Shanglo. Promiscuous zero? Shouldn't it be promiscuous O? Ha, Nan Zhou, you are quite the little genius. Duckman, so you two are playing with my body and my heart, are you? Before getting on the front seat in Nan Zhou, Hua Xingye grasped the handle of the electric bike with one hand while pushing him back with the other. Nan Zhou was somewhat taken aback, yet he did not object. Such trivial matters never concerned him. Once he settled comfortably in the back seat, he heard Hua Xingye inquire, "Are you cold?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, Hua Xingye added, "If you're cold, hold me tighter." As the electric bike accelerated into the night, the biting cold wind whipped around them, striking like icy daggers against their skin, the temperature plummeting further than when they had arrived. Even seated in the back, shielded by Hua Xingye's tall figure, Nan Zhou still felt the chill penetrating through. It was even colder than when he was riding. He paid you and then vanished into the darkness. Hua Xingye's deep, melodious voice resonated ahead. Of course, Nan Zhou replied, wrapping his arms tightly around Hua Xingye's slender waist, gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, declaring, "My relationship with Duckhead is merely a transaction of money." As soon as the words left his lips, laughter echoed through the tranquil night. "Brother, you must have switched positions to shield Nan Zhou from the cold wind," someone chimed in. "Isn't this sweeter than any idol drama airing now? How can you not ship this? Such a perfect match." Laughter erupted from the group. "Does Duckman know how you two are plotting against him?" Duckman interjected. "I've already said I'm neither Duckman nor Duckhead." Upon arriving at the apartment, Hua Xingye instructed Nan Zhou to shower, first while he stepped outside to take a call. It was a private conversation, and filming was not suitable. So Hua Xingye muted the microphone. As soon as the call connected, his close friend Xie Yin teased, "If I hadn't seen the trending topic, I wouldn't have known you. Hua Xingye, we're such a devoted follower. Why haven't you told your brother what is going on? Others may not know, but I certainly do. You really like him, don't you?" Hua Xingye chuckled. "Yes. What is up with that guy? I heard he has someone he likes, and it's someone from the same team." "Hey, you're not being deceived, are you? When did you two meet? Is he a beta or an omega? Are you truly trying to find a beta daughter-in-law for your mother?" Faced with Xie Yan's barrage of questions, Hua Xingye gazed at the stars in the night sky, his deep-set eyes revealing emotions rarely expressed. "I've liked him for a long time." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Xie Yan's astonished voice returned. "Could he be the one you mentioned before?" "No way. So it's him. No wonder you're participating in this dating show." Xie Yan's tone shifted. "Hey, about that trending topic, do you want me to help? It seems someone is trying to buy negative press about him." Chapter 21. Your current appearance is truly devoted as a highly popular and critically acclaimed variety show from previous seasons. The addition of Hua Xingye this time has caused an uproar online. Today's trending topics on Weibo are nearly dominated by this show. Several entries related to Nan Zhou have appeared, prominently displayed at the top of the list. In a narrative of Dawn featuring Nan Zhou, Hua Xingye urged Nan Zhou to hold him tightly. "The script for You Who Make My Heart Flutter had garnered remarkable attention, particularly due to its astonishing rise from the ranks, seemingly poised to enter the top 10 trending topics." As Hua Xingye listened to Xie Yin recount the details surrounding the trending news, his expression remained unchanged. Yet a chill settled in his gaze. "Who purchased it?" he inquired. "I have no idea. Does he have a rival?" Xie Yin pondered, speculating whether it could be his crush, noting that their fallout had been rather messy. The two were now appearing on the same show. Before Hua Xingye could respond further, the sound of the bathroom door opening resonated through the room. He abruptly ended the call and stepped onto the balcony, returning indoors. Inside, Nan Zhou, having just enjoyed a hot shower, donned a cozy cotton t-shirt and relaxed pants, a large white towel in hand as he dried his hair. The warm lighting enveloped him, enhancing his endearing aura, exuding the soft essence of an omega. However, as he spoke, he lamented, "Poverty has exceeded my imagination and become a stark reality. This dilapidated apartment even is cold water that feels as frigid as the heart of someone who has been fishing for decades." Hua Xingye's phone vibrated in his hand, and he glanced at it to see a message from Xie Yin. "Huh? Where did you find this gem?" The moment he opened his mouth, I couldn't help but laugh. Hua Xingye, uninterested in replying, turned his attention back to Nan Zhou, his demeanor turning earnest. "Cold water?" he remarked, casting a frosty glare at the camera crew. They hastily clarified, "It must be hot water. Perhaps teacher Nan Zhou has a naturally cold constitution. You're the only one cold here. I'm a hot-blooded youth," Nan Zhou retorted, plopping onto the sofa while drying his hair, urging Hua Xingye to hurry and shower, fearing the production team might subject him to cold water. Hua Xingye, without even fetching a change of clothes, strode into the bathroom and turned the shower to its hottest setting. Warm water cascaded from the nozzle, quickly enveloping the space in mist. For him, an alpha, it was almost excessively warm. The camera crew stood at the door, and Hua Xingye calmly turned off the water and faced them, saying, "If you catch a cold, are you responsible?" Once again, Hua Xingye's phone chimed with a message. "You know, the way you look right now is quite endearing." Noticing the crew still lingering at the door, he urged, "Aren't you leaving?" Assuming he needed privacy for his shower, the crew retreated a few steps. Hua Xingye strode out, signaling them to exit. "This isn't even live yet," they protested. Faced with Hua Xingye's seemingly indifferent expression, which belied an aura that demanded their swift departure, the crew promptly exited. The room was equipped with an automatic camera, which, though not as effective as a human operator, suffice for their needs. Ha ha ha, hot-blooded youth, you crack me up, exclaimed Nan Zhou. What a benefactor you are, Nan Zhou. Teaming up with an award-winning actor and holding on to that royal script. How fascinating. Some individuals exhibit a lamentable lack of decorum, perpetually clashing with others as if they are owed something. What is the matter? Suddenly, the live stream has become inundated with filth. If you do not wish to watch, then kindly depart and refrain from making a scene. Ah, I yearn to witness Yiga bathing. Let me see. Alas, the cameras are not permitted to capture the moment. Are they reluctant to allow his wife to be alone with anyone else? I have stumbled upon something intriguing. While Hua Xingye bathes, Nan Zhou multitasks, drying his hair while scrolling through Weibo on his phone. Naturally, he does not miss the trending topics surrounding him. They are quite riveting. There are many who criticize him, yet an equal number stand in his defense. Among those advocating for him, a considerable portion are his devoted fans. Initially, the detractors held the upper hand, but it remains unclear how Hua Xingye's supporters and some bystanders caught wind of the disparagement. They promptly arrived to counter the naysayers, overwhelming them. Although professional trolls and rival factions may be formidable, they are no match for the sheer volume of Hua Xingye's fans and neutral observers. In an instant, the narrative surrounding the so-called trending topic shifted. Nan Zhou casually retweeted a comment deriding a marketing account that mocked him as a penniless persona and satirized his status as a variety show beggar. What? Not begging for money, but rather for love? Just as he finished responding, a notification chimed from WeChat, a video call invitation from a contact he had saved as Duckhead. Nan Zhou accepted, and in the next moment, Xiao Sheng's large face appeared on the screen, accompanied by his deliberately lowered, slightly affected voice. Teacher Nan Zhou, are you resting? Do you wish for me to rest or not? Is there something you need? Sensing the discontent in Nan Zhou's tone, Xiao Sheng quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Due to personal reasons, Yu Xiaoxiu from the Dawn Band will not be renewing his contract next month, and we're seeking a suitable new guitarist. Yu Xiaoxiu is leaving the band? What does this mean? Is he interested in Nan Zhou? Goodness, is Nan Zhou about to become a member of Dawn? Remarkable. Just as he seemed on the verge of obscurity, a company is now eager to recruit him, and it's Sheng Le Group. Therefore, your performance tonight was exceptional. Our company convened an urgent internal meeting and, after consulting with the members of Dawn, we extend to you a sincere invitation. Teacher Nan Zhou, would you be interested in joining the Dawn Band? Xiao Sheng inquired. Although he adopted a humble demeanor, he was almost entirely confident that Nan Zhou would acquiesce. An idol, emerging from obscurity, with no notable works to his credit, currently mired in controversy, would not overlook an opportunity that could lead to a remarkable turnaround. Although this reality show pairing with Hua Xingye had garnered him substantial popularity, for the long-term trajectory of his career, it is essential to possess work of merit. Xiao Sheng believed that someone as musically gifted as Nan Zhou would not settle for merely riding the wave of popularity as a variety show star. However, almost immediately after Xiao Sheng's words left his lips, Nan Zhou retorted, not interested. His tone was unequivocally decisive, as if he had given it no thought whatsoever. Chapter 22. What? Has it burned you? Xiao Sheng was somewhat surprised by Nan Zhou's abrupt rejection. However, being the vice president of a prominent entertainment company, he adeptly concealed his true emotions during negotiations. The entertainment industry is far more intricate than it appears. You are still young, and your future path is long. Although the current trend prioritizes popularity, one must not focus solely on it for long-term success. Xiao Sheng gently coaxed, believing that Nan Zhou's swift dismissal was likely due to awareness of the show's skyrocketing popularity and the immense attention garnered by his pairing with Hua Xingye. Had it not been for the fear of offending Hua Xingye, Xiao Sheng might have even suggested that relying solely on an alpha for fame is ultimately fleeting. On the other side of the video call, Nan Zhou yawned, stating, "That is your interpretation. Do not impose it upon me." Xiao Sheng was taken aback, pondering whether this individual truly believed that popularity was a panacea. The entertainment industry, rife with both talent and deception, poses dangers for those who suddenly find themselves engulfed in overwhelming fame without a solid foundation. Instances of overnight success are not uncommon. but they often lead to a cascade of scandals and relentless attacks, tarnishing one's reputation despite remaining in the industry. Though the entertainment world may seem vast, in reality, the opportunities are limited. No one wishes for another to monopolize a substantial share, whether competitors or similar artists. Their teams will claw and bite like ravenous wolves, striving to secure a piece of the pie. Yes, you currently have Hua Xingye, who may assist you, but one must always consider their own position. True resilience comes from standing independently rather than relying on others. I am advising you for your own good. For my own good? For what perspective do you speak? Nan Zhou inquired. I, of course, speak as a senior. Can your words truly convince yourself? Nan Zhou retorted, stifling another yawn. You may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. Is it not absurd for a capitalist to speak of emotions? Without giving Xiaosheng a chance to respond, he continued, All right, just transfer the money quickly so I can get some rest. With that, Nan Zhou abruptly ended the video call and resumed his phone activities. Sign a contract? How could that be possible? He was exhausted from working and intended to exit the industry after this job. How arrogant. He merely relied on Hua Xingye, disregarding the well-meaning advice offered. It was laughable how some people interpret words without critical thought. A few flattering remarks do not equate to genuine concern for Nan Zhou. I have looked into this person. He is one of the big shots at Shanglu. To confront a powerful figure directly is audacious, to say the least. It seems that after being rejected by Lu Zhou, Nan Zhou's personality underwent a radical transformation, embracing a reckless attitude as if every day could be the end of the world. Never dated. So how could there be a breakup? Stop spreading rumors. Nan Zhou muttered to himself while tapping on his phone for half a minute, when suddenly a message popped up on WeChat. Are you acting like this today, just to irritate me? Rolling his eyes dramatically, Nan Zhou cursed fool. A flurry of question marks appeared in the comments. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou lay in his room, fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting a response in the WeChat chat box. On his way back, as he scrolled through Weibo, a tempest of emotions surged within him, leaving him in a state of unrest. The popularity of the pairing between Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye far surpassed that of himself and Wenyu. In terms of trending topics, both in quantity and ranking, Nan Zhou's performance was undeniably superior. This realization instilled a profound sense of anxiety in Lu Zhou, and upon witnessing the affectionate interactions captured by fans of the pairing, an unprecedented wave of jealousy and bitterness washed over him. Despite his feelings for Nan Zhou, he was disheartened to see him engaging with another alpha in such a way. Reflecting on Nan Zhou's demeanor throughout the day, Lu Zhou felt a surge of indignation. It was evident that Nan Zhou was intentionally provoking him. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes without a reply, Lu Zhou grew increasingly impatient. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, he knew Nan Zhou must be at his apartment. Why was he not responding? Unbidden, a series of ambiguous images flooded Lu Zhou's mind, prompting him to grit his teeth and jab the screen furiously. I know you still have feelings for me, but is it worth it to leverage your reputation and integrity for the sake of publicity with a stranger? Do you truly understand what kind of person Hua Xingye is? This is dangerous. You are playing with fire. Just as Lu Zhou was about to send another message, a notification appeared. Nan Zhou had replied. Nan Zhou, what's wrong? Is it burning your backside? Lu Zhou, I'm doing this for your own good. Nan Zhou, words alone are of no use. I need something tangible. Evidently, he still harbored feelings for me. In uttering these words, his intention was to elicit a declaration from me, to placate me, to coax him into breaking up with Wenyu. Lu Zhou smiled and typed, Baby. In the next moment, another message from Nan Zhou popped up. Call me. My number hasn't changed, the one from China Merchants Bank. As Hua Xingye emerged from the bathroom, he found Nan Zhou reclining on the sofa, half-closed eyes fixated on his phone screen. A towel used to dry his hair lay carelessly on the coffee table, adjacent to a microphone belonging to the production team. Hua Xingye approached, bending down to pick up the towel. Suddenly, Nan Zhou sat up straighter, his half-closed eyes snapping open, and his expression shifted to something more nuanced. What is up? Hua Xingye inquired. Nothing. Nan Zhou quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to the screen. Hua Xingye scrutinized him quietly. On the phone, a message from Nan Zhou's manager and friend, Hao Jia, filled the screen. Initially, She had been enlightening him about Xiao Shang, lamenting that Nan Zhou had missed a golden opportunity. Then, the moment Hua Xingye stepped out of the bathroom, she abruptly queried, "Are you really going to sleep on that small bed with the film emperor tonight?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, she added, "No alpha would agree to sleep apart from their omega." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Nan Zhou found those words unsettling. Feeling guilty, he exited the chat with Hao Jia and navigated to another conversation. "Don't sleep wet. You might catch a cold." Hua Xingye, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a hairdryer and moved closer to Nan Zhou. He stood at an angle, with Alpha's exceptional eyesight allowing him to see South Zhou's mobile screen with crystal clarity. Although Hua Xingye had no intention of looking, a casual glance revealed content that caused his gaze to darken slightly. Cao Shou was chatting with Lu Zhou on WeChat. "Zhou Ge, when did you learn to play the guitar? Achieving this level is no easy feat. It must be for me, right?" Cao Shou let out a laugh. "Zhou Ge, promise me, don't break up with Hua Xingye." South Shou inwardly cursed, but replied leisurely, "A frog should mind its own business. I not only intend to break up with him, but I've already done so. Farewell, do not delay us from going to bed." Chapter 23. If you do not come to sleep, I am unwell. Lu Zhou abruptly sat up in bed, his gaze fervent enough to nearly pierce through the mobile screen. The text Cao Zhou had sent was composed of words he recognized, yet when read together, every phrase was incomprehensible. What did it mean? South Shou slept with Hua Xingye? No, he mentioned breaking up. What does going to bed imply? What are they planning to do on the show? The overwhelming influx of information left Lu Zhou's already limited mind in a state of blankness, and instinctively, he pressed his ear against the wall. He recalled that his room was merely separated from South Zhou and Hua Xingye's apartment by a single wall. Swallowing hard, he held his breath, torn between the fear of hearing nothing and the dread of hearing something. After a while, he discerned that they were indeed upset with him. Yet, he heard nothing at all. Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhou felt a pang of regret for his earlier outburst, and he once again brought his phone to his face, fingers swiftly tapping out a message to South Zhou. "Since you like me, why can't you trust me? I'm doing this for everyone's sake." After sending the message, a rotating circle appeared on the left. Subsequently, a red exclamation mark emerged, indicating the message had been sent but rejected by the recipient. Lu Zhou was utterly bewildered. South Zhou had blocked him. The buzzing of a hairdryer echoed in the narrow, quiet apartment at midnight. Long fingers and warm air flowed through his damp hair, lulling the already exhausted South Zhou into a comfortable slumber. He locked his phone and casually tossed it onto the sofa. While the monkey antics were entertaining, they became rather tiresome after a while. The man before him was far more captivating, not only good-looking but arguably perfect from every angle, aligning perfectly with all his fantasies of a future partner, as if tailored just for him. Yet, South Zhou firmly believed that extraordinary occurrences often concealed perilous traps. Hua Xingye swiftly dried South Zhou's hair. Observing him lying on the sofa with closed eyes, utterly motionless, and smiled gently. "If you're tired, go to bed." South Zhou did not respond, maintaining his original posture. As the youngest best actor in the industry, South Zhou's poor performance held no deception for Hua Xingye. However, Hua Xingye chose not to expose him. Instead, he bent down and slid his hand into the gap between South Zhou and the sofa, exerting a gentle force to lift him horizontally from the sofa. In the fleeting moment of suspension, Nan Zhou's eyelids fluttered rapidly yet remained closed. With long strides through the cramped apartment, Hua Xingye approached the bedside, gently laying the person in his arms down on the bed and pulling the quilt over them. "Good night," his deep, resonant voice resonated in the air as he turned to face the camera, abruptly covering the lens with the towel Nan Zhou had just used to dry his hair. "Hua Xingye, what are you doing? How dare you deny us, your esteemed members, a glimpse into your private life? Is there something nefarious afoot with your wife, you scoundrel? When the camera is unobstructed, you two are all over each other. What might transpire behind the veil? Brother Yi, this hardly seems fair to your loyal fans." Yet, soon after, Hua Xingye committed an even more ungracious act. He silenced both their microphones, leaving the barrage of comments filled with question marks. As he extinguished the lights, Hua Xingye reclined on the sofa. The narrow seat barely accommodated his tall alpha frame. His long legs rested atop the armrest, yet a considerable portion remained unsupported. In the darkness, Nan Zhou cast a furtive glance, a wave of annoyance swelling within him. This predicament was of his own making. He had insisted on sleeping on the sofa while Hua Xingye took the bed. Turning over, Nan Zhou resolved to respect the other's fate, choosing to avert his gaze. The air carried a faint, pleasant aroma, further weighing down his already weary form, lulling him closer to slumber. After enduring a spell of sleep disturbances, the warm, comforting scent soothed him, prompting him to nuzzle his pillow. It seemed the fragrance emanating from the sofa was even more potent. Something uncontrollable surged from the depths of his heart. Unlike the discomfort he had felt earlier, this was a more clandestine yearning, a desire to draw closer, to reach out, to be enveloped entirely by that warm, dry scent. No alpha would willingly agree to sleep apart from their omega after marking them. How Jia's words echoed in his mind like a spell. In the darkness, Nan Zhou's eyes shot open. Was there credibility to that assertion? Hua Xingye appeared entirely unperturbed. Conversely, it was he who felt as though he were addicted to that scent, as if under the influence of some illicit substance. Nan Zhou considered reaching for his phone to message Hao Jia, only to remember that he had tossed it onto the sofa. Truly, misfortune seemed to compound itself. On another note, Hao Jia was a beta. It felt entirely misplaced for a beta to critique the dynamics of AOs, much like a theory devoid of practical foundation. He turned over once more. We are indeed in a CP, are we not? He ventured, following his words. The silence in the room lingered for a while before Hua Xingye finally responded from the sofa. Since we are a CP, it is entirely normal for us to share a bed in the eyes of outsiders, Nan Zhou continued, shifting his body toward the wall and patting the space in front of him. Come over and sleep. Hua Xingye remained still. Isn't this position uncomfortable for you? After all, we have shared a bed before. Hurry. If we delay any longer, it will soon be dawn. How Jia's foolish notions. Indeed, beta theories on AOs were utterly nonsensical. As Hua Xingye remained motionless, Nan Zhou finally resorted to a desperate measure, sacrificing 1,000 to diminish 800 of his adversaries. If you do not come to sleep, I shall be uncomfortable. The figure on the sofa finally stirred. Hua Xingye rose and made his way toward the bed. It was uncertain whether the deepening darkness heightened his presence or if it was some other factor. Yet with each step he took, an increasingly palpable warmth enveloped Nan Zhou, resonating like a rhythmic heartbeat against his own. Ultimately, the comforting aura, along with its source, arrived at the bedside, looming above him. Nan Zhou felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to being immersed in soothing warm water. You smell divine, he remarked, oblivious to the slight huskiness in his voice. Hua Xingye did not respond. Instead, he locked eyes with him for a moment in the shadows before pulling back the covers and joining him in bed. The narrow space seemed even more cramped with an additional occupant, their bodies nearly touching. Nan Zhou could even hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart, their breaths intertwined, reminiscent of the warm, sweet scent of roasted chestnuts emanating from a fireplace on a snowy night. With a contented sigh, Nan Zhou closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Hua Xingye's deep voice beside him. That day, were you feeling unwell? What day? At this hour, can we not engage in conversation? Why did you go to the hospital? Hua Xingye inquired again. Fear of pregnancy. The term pregnancy felt scorching on Nan Zhou's tongue. He could not utter it, and he was overwhelmingly fatigued. Thus he replied, Let us sleep. My thoughts have become rather twisted, and my body must remain healthy. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he succumbed to a sweet slumber. In the darkness, listening to the gentle breaths beside him, he traced the contours of the person's face with his gaze again and again. Hua Xingye chuckled softly, reaching out to pull him into his embrace. In that moment of physical closeness, the void within his heart seemed to be filled, perfectly meshed together, soothing the restlessness that had plagued him for days. Following the marking, an Omega's departure from their alpha often brings about feelings of insecurity, discomfort, and even insomnia. Yet, the alpha experiences similar emotions. A fierce possessiveness can lead them to a state of agitation. During these past few days, whenever he had a break from work, Hua Xingye would go to Nan Zhou's apartment building, lingering below for a while. Although he could neither touch nor see him, it provided him with a modicum of comfort. In front of others, Ho Xingye maintained an appearance of normalcy. Yet he alone understood that his emotions teetered on the brink of turmoil, and that his actions strayed perilously close to ethical ambiguity. He had even hired a private investigator to surveil Nan Zhou around the clock. Fortunately, during this time, apart from a magazine shoot, Nan Zhou had remained at home, scarcely venturing outside. Not only other alphas, but even his beta manager seldom crossed paths with him. Other alphas recalled the photographs sent by the private investigator, featuring Nan Zhou and the renowned photographer Liu Bei. The sight of Liu Bei wagging his tail like a dog left Ho Xingye with no doubt about what was occupying the other's mind. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Picking up his phone, Ho Xingye messaged his agent, Luo Nan. I recall that the top-ranked participants in the first episode would receive an opportunity for a photo shoot in a prestigious magazine, correct? Are you still awake? Luo Nan replied swiftly, yet his response strayed far from the topic at hand. However, he could not be faulted. After an entire day of watching live broadcasts, Luo Nan was utterly dazed. Initially, he was merely curious about Ho Xingye's intentions and intrigued by the enigma that was Nan Zhou. Yet, as he watched, his astonishment grew. His artist was no longer simply enamored. It was as if he were a dog facing a bone, not only licking but also fiercely guarding his prize. Surely, Luo Nan was not oblivious to this. Such intimate gestures, overtly protective behavior, and excessively tender tone made him feel like a mere jester. After years of collaboration, he had yet to penetrate the depths of his artist's heart, to the point where the latter could reveal his true self. The more Luo Nan observed, the more his perspective shifted, and he even found himself a bit smitten. Setting aside everything else, Nan Zhou was undeniably talented. He applauded the song Dawn and eagerly wished to add it to his playlist. As a renowned agent within the industry, who could have anticipated that much of his day would be consumed by a dating reality show? When Ho Xingye closed the camera, he, like other viewers, felt a lingering desire to message him, wondering if the night was proving difficult. With his beloved Omega just a few meters away, it was challenging for a healthy alpha not to yearn to take some action. That's how the contract states. Why are you asking this? Luo Nan inquired. While indulging in gossip is fine, work must be prioritized. Tell payphone to have Liu Bei come for the shoot, Ho Xingye instructed. Liu Bei? You know him. Unless he is inclined, no amount of money will persuade him to participate, Luo Nan replied. He will be willing. Just inform him that his partner is Nan Zhou. Huh? Brother, this is for a duet cover. This time, Ho Xingye chose not to respond. As a seasoned agent, Luo Nan had learned to absorb his artist's attitudes without question. He reassured himself that Ho Xingye was likely struggling tonight, alone with the Omega he adored, able to see, think about, but not touch. It was only natural for his mood to be affected. However, unbeknownst to Luo Nan, after putting down his phone, his artist gently patted the Omega nestled against his chest, feeling a surge of joy as he tucked away the subtle hints of pheromones mixed with soothing essences. The Omega, lost in a blissful dream, held no defenses. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms tightly around his alpha, curling almost entirely into his embrace. The comforting pheromones and warm embrace of the alpha were more than sufficient to ensure a restful and pleasant slumber. In the deep of night, the guests gradually retired to their beds, marking the conclusion of the first day's live broadcast of You Who Spark My Heart. However, the lively discussions on Weibo continued unabated, particularly surrounding the topics related to Ho Xingye and Nan Zhou, which garnered astonishing levels of engagement. The CP fans swiftly established a dedicated super topic, where they exuberantly celebrated their pairing. Screenshots from the live broadcast, edited clips, and even fan fiction and illustrations began to surface. I embraced you countless times in my dreams, all for your tender plea to hold you tight amidst the snowfall. A beautifully crafted video montage was released within the super topic, centered around the theme of unrequited love. It artfully interwove scenes from Ho Xingye's previous works with content from the live broadcast, crafting a narrative that depicted Ho Xingye's perspective of secretly loving Nan Zhou. The opening featured Nan Zhou riding an electric bike, inquiring whether Ho Xingye felt cold. followed by scenes of Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou forming a team and their various interactions within it. Interspersed were Hua Xingye's remarkable performances from various films, vividly portraying the agony of watching someone one adores harbor feelings for another. Subsequently, Lu Zhou's widely known statement and Hua Xingye's fury were depicted. The video concluded with the two characters encountering each other once more in the snowy night, where Hua Xingye urged Nan Zhou to hold him a little tighter. The final frame captured the moment of Nan Zhou embracing Hua Xingye against the backdrop of the snow-laden night. Though merely a video lasting just over a minute, the seamless editing, paired with a melancholic melody, swiftly attracted hundreds of thousands of views. In the comments, CP fans eagerly declared that should the esteemed creator give the word, they would wholeheartedly support Hua Xingye as the producer of his new film. The overwhelming popularity of this edit even propelled it onto trending lists, elevating the fervor surrounding the Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou pairing, alongside the excitement for You Who Spark My Heart. Many passers-by who had not watched the live broadcast the previous day began inquiring about its start time, eager to join the live session and determine whether it was indeed worthy of their affection. Thus, by 8 o'clock the next morning, as the live room opened, an influx of viewers poured in, surpassing even the numbers from the previous day's launch. Hurry up! I want to see what Hua Xingye has been secretly up to. The anticipation grew palpable. Who would end up on the sofa? What? Wasn't it supposed to start at 8? It's already 8:13. Why hasn't it begun yet? I am anxious. Xiaopei, what's going on? Are you reluctant to embrace this overwhelming traffic? Meanwhile, Sister Jiang had already done her makeup and was enjoying breakfast prepared by Su Shun. Even Zhang Xiao, who had been entangled with Gu Tang the previous night, had returned in a hurry. Yet, the live room remained eerily quiet. The camera is on, but the towel is still hanging above it. Chapter 25. Call out a name for brother to hear. Not only were the viewers puzzled, but even the production team of the variety show found it strange that these two had not yet made a move. Interestingly, the ones who had stayed up the latest were not Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou, but Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao, who had been engrossed in discussions about the future until nearly 3 in the morning. The most daring content broadcasted involved Gu Tang and Zhang Shi. Although they did not engage in overt displays of affection in front of the audience, they began with bold flirtations within a live room. However, despite the camera being turned off, the words spoken were undeniably provocative, causing the barrage of comments to erupt wildly, nearly leading to the suspension of the live stream. The production team was left bewildered by the actions of the two individuals, unable to shake off the suspicion that they might have engaged in something scandalous. As of now, the audio from their escapades last night continues to trend on social media. A voice calls out, urging a brother to listen. Your tears are truly beautiful. Interlaced within these statements were hints of flirtation. Ultimately, although the microphone was silenced, it was reported that after Zhang Shi departed in the morning, Gu Tang's assistant lingered in their apartment for quite some time, and upon leaving, a staff member observed the assistant carrying a bag of trash. No one dared to inquire about its contents. As for Lu Zhou and Wen Yu, they were the epitome of boredom. Their interactions were scant to begin with, and after work, Wen Yu explicitly declared her intention to prioritize her health, retiring to her room early for rest. Consequently, they were the first couple to conclude their live stream. Gradually, the clock approached 8:30, and as other guests prepared to embark on a new day's tasks, the cameras in the live stream rooms of Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou remained conspicuously off, even their microphones muted. Faced with the mounting skepticism and uproar from the audience, Pei Feng made a swift decision, instructing an assistant director and a cameraman to use a spare key to unlock Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou's door. Initially, the cameraman hesitated at the notion of this task. Director Pei, if nothing happens, it's fine, but what if we capture something? Will my life still be intact? Pei Feng retorted, if you capture nothing, your life is assured. If you do capture something, your finances will certainly benefit. If Hua Xingye strikes you, just lie down and claim he harmed you. The show Your Heart Skips a Beat has skyrocketed in popularity within the industry, largely due to Pei Feng's fearless, reckless spirit. Even when faced with esteemed figures in the circle, Pei Feng boldly invited their ex-wives to participate as guest stars. Reluctantly pushed by the assistant director, The cameraman ascended to the second floor, camera in hand, taking a deep breath before the door. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. I want to see it now. The urgency of a live stream made me feel like an ant in a boiling pot, anxiously scurrying about. Surely, they aren't broadcasting something inappropriate inside. The preceding guests were all esteemed VIPs. Be audacious. Everything is permissible. Everything is viewable. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss, my brother never sleeps in. Adhering to the principle of swift actions and decisive filming, the cameraman exchanged glances with the assistant director, who promptly unlocked the door and pushed it open. While the cameraman directed the lens inward, the apartment, visible in its entirety, was eerily silent. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the carpet before the bed in the corner. The interplay of light and shadow revealed two figures intimately entwined on the small bed. More precisely, the smaller figure, nestled against the wall, lay almost entirely curled within the embrace of the taller man beside him, with only his head visible. The barrage of comments exploded with exclamations. Even the cameraman, initially intent on a quick capture, found himself momentarily frozen in place. Hundreds of kilometers away, Luo Nan, clutching his coffee cup during the live broadcast, let crash onto the carpet. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Hua Xingye turned around, his disheveled black bangs framing a nose that carved a strikingly perfect line between light and shadow. His deep-set eyes, stripped of pretense, emitted a chilling aura. The cameraman momentarily weakened at the sight. Yet the overwhelming sense of professionalism compelled him to endure the cataclysmic pressure and the terrifying alpha scent without allowing the camera to tremble. In that instant, the lens captured a delicate, snow-white arm emerging from beneath the covers, naturally and intimately draping itself around Hua Xingye's neck. The quilt rustled softly, revealing subtle movements. Nan Zhou's husky voice broke the silence of the room. "You're so loud." Unseen by the camera, he nuzzled his cheek and nose against Hua Xingye's neck like a kitten, his warm breath caressing the exposed skin, sending shivers coursing through him. This overly affectionate gesture immensely soothed the alpha, whose territory had been intruded upon. Hua Xingye patted his head. Though his gaze softened, his voice remained cold. "Have you finished filming?" At that moment, the cameraman finally snapped back to reality, and the assistant, alerted by the commotion, dragged the bewildered deputy director out of the room. Before the door closed, the deputy director hastily slipped a task card by the door, reminding Mr. Hua, "The guests from the other groups are awake. Don't forget to check the task card later." With a resounding thud, as if fearing for his life, the deputy director swiftly shut the door. The content of the live broadcast had become utterly unwatchable. Was it my approach that was flawed? How could these two be sleeping together? The CP fans were ecstatic. Being so close, I can hardly imagine what they did yesterday. What does the adjacent AO matter? AB is the true pairing. From today onward, I shall be the ardent fan of Xingzhou. Nothing was captured, yet it felt as if everything had been revealed. Is this truly what I am witnessing? Ha 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 ha. Camera crew, get a bonus. Oh no, Hugo was so fierce just now, but incredibly handsome. Scream. This must be real. They really can sleep together, right? My greatest misconception was believing that Xingzhou was pure love. Who among pure love couples shares a bed right away? The edits of unrequited love can no longer satisfy me. I need a chef to prepare a feast. I want to indulge. Who understands the subtle shift in expression of the film emperor after being embraced by Nan Zhou? I felt compelled to run laps downstairs. Just a door apart. Though the door was closed, neither could find rest. In truth, Hua Xingye had never been asleep. His well-regulated biological clock had roused him early. In the tranquil morning light, he held his omega close, feeling the sun gradually ascend, its rays streaming into the room and illuminating his omega's face, akin to savoring a masterpiece of art cinema. Hua Xingye was captivated by Nan Zhou's flawless sleeping visage, and his usually acute senses momentarily dulled, causing him to miss the faint sound from outside. Thus, when the door swung open, he was caught unawares and did not react immediately. Although he promptly retreated, the sound of the crew closing the door roused Nan Zhou from his slumber. The person in his arms frowned, yawned, and opened his bleary eyes, uttering his first exclamation of the day. I began to empathize with roosters. After all, who rises early without wishing to cry out in protest? Chapter 26. Are you all playing so lavishly? At 9:30, the cameras and microphones in Hua, Xingye, and Nan Zhou's apartment finally came alive. The live stream was abuzz with excitement over the morning's footage. As fans reveled in those fleeting, precious seconds, our sticky little couple has finally parted from the bed. Is there anything we, as devoted fans, should not witness? Last night was so awkward. Tonight, it must not be. Xingye, after all these years, how could you treat me like an outsider? You truly disappoint me by favoring someone like Nan Zhou, that insufferable green tea. Our darling Nan Zhou, feasting on his husband's cooking at night and savoring breakfast made by him in the morning. How blissful. In the next room, Zhuge, much like Nan Zhou, seemed to be in a rather poor state today. Could he also be engaging in secretive antics with Yumarin? This is the Xingshou live stream. Can we please direct the others to their own streams? Seated at the dining table, Nan Zhou leisurely sipped his coffee while nibbling on the breakfast prepared by Hua Xingye. Though he was ostensibly enjoying a meal, his expression suggested he had been lost in thought for quite some time. However, strictly speaking, last night had been the most restful he had experienced since leaving Hua Xingye's home. Nevertheless, rising early was exceedingly vexatious for this night owl. His morning grumpiness was at its peak, and his resentment towards the crew was palpable. Is it not to your liking? The cameraman inquired cautiously. It shouldn't be. After all, this was a heartfelt breakfast made by his husband, the acclaimed actor. Although simple, it was a feast for the senses, and even he could not resist salivating at the sight of it. Perhaps teacher Hua has gone off to film his daytime assignment and requested that we allow you a little more sleep, the cameraman quickly added. Had it not been for the gentle entreaty of the esteemed actor, Nan Zhou would have been dragged from bed by the crew at 9 o'clock. Speaking of which, what exactly had transpired between the two last night? In stark contrast to Nan Zhou's dreamy demeanor, Hua Xingye appeared invigorated, as if basking in the spring breeze. Clad in a black turtleneck cashmere sweater paired with a beige overcoat, his handsome features and tall, statuesque frame were accentuated, rendering him even more enchanting. His noble aura, illuminated by the morning light, exuded a captivating restraint. It was no wonder that not only Hua Xingye's fans and passers-by were enchanted, but even many of the crew members, including the younger staff, were secretly expressing their admiration in the workgroup chat. After a moment, Nan Zhou slowly shifted his attention to Hua Xingye's face, thinking, the production team would never torment a donkey in such a manner. Following the cameraman's principle of ignoring when not addressed, he slid the task card before Nan Zhou, stating, "This is your task card for today." Nan Zhou cast a downward glance at it, but remained unmoving. If that is the case, why not call Teacher Hua? He should be on his way to the film set by now, the cameraman continued. It was understandable that Nan Zhou, waking up without his alpha, was in a foul mood. The repeated mentions of Hua Xingye finally stirred the remnants of conscience deep within Nan Zhou. Hua Xingye had risen early to work in order to support their meager living expenses. As his partner, he could not afford to be idle. He needed to contribute financially to their household. Thus, he reached for his task card and exclaimed, "Let me see. What kind of game are you playing that is so extravagant?" Ha ha, that expression on Nan Zhou's face is killing me. Like a startled kitten. Come on, let's see what you are up to. Hua Xingye's card instructed Nan Zhou to actively seek a hug or a kiss before midnight. Nan Zhou's face turned pale at this revelation. Hey Feng, admit it. You are the hidden mastermind among our star-crossed CP fans. Such extravagance could hardly be justified unless it involved fervent embraces and passionate kisses. Ding! Yellow code. As Nan Zhou exited the apartment, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He carried the guitar lent to him by the production team, wearing a hoodie pulled over his face, displaying an expression of displeasure without uttering a word. The task outlined for him was quite simple: to attend rehearsal with his band. After his stunning debut at the Live House, the production team had hastily revised his character from a passionate home singer to a performer at the band's training venue. Having declined the invitation from the Dawn Band, they hastily arranged for a relatively unknown local band to participate in the recording. As he descended the stairs, Nan Zhou encountered Gu Tang, who was just leaving the apartment. Upon seeing Nan Zhou, Gu Tang's eyes flickered with brief surprise before settling on the guitar, slung over his back. He had certainly not missed the trending topic from the previous night, nor had he overlooked the highlights of Nan Zhou's performance at the Live House. To claim he felt no jealousy would be a falsehood. Through the screen, he had once again glimpsed the spirited Nan Zhou, someone he had longed to swap identities with. Despite possessing the identity of an Omega and hailing from a privileged background, why, after having lost it all and fallen into despair, did he still feel envious? Was it merely because he had Hua Xingye by his side? As Gu Tang's gaze shifted from the guitar to Nan Zhou's face, he noticed the latter's visibly poor complexion. Wow, you look terrible. Did you have a quarrel with Hua Xingye? This thought brought a sense of delight to Gu Tang. With a friendly and charming smile, he hastened to Nan Zhou's side, asking, "What is wrong, Nan Zhou? You look unwell. Has something happened?" Nan Zhou remained silent. This solidified Gu Tang's thoughts, prompting him to inquire, "Are you heading out to fulfill a task? I too have a mission. Can you guess the identity I drew?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, he began to boast. "My role is that of an aspiring supermodel working as an online shop model, and I'm off to the studio for a photo shoot." This time, Nan Zhou finally reacted, glancing at him. "You must be a bartender, off to sell drinks, I presume? I've heard that the pressure in the bar's beverage sales can be quite intense." Gu Tang feigned concern while subtly belittling him. He believed his character card was superior to Nan Zhou's, thus indirectly acknowledging his own beauty, unlike Nan Zhou, who was merely a mediocre bartender. Gu Tang followed Nan Zhou to the electric car shed, and just before boarding, Nan Zhou uttered his first words since encountering him. "You could consider promoting an app." Gu Tang paused. "What promotion?" "When you post the photos later, be sure to mention that this photo is made possible by the generous support of Meitu Xiao. With that, Nan Zhou twisted the throttle, and the electric bike sped away, leaving Gu Tang standing in place, momentarily stunned. Chapter 27. Engaging in some playful banter. Gu Tang. Why provoke him? Meitu Xiao, I can't stop laughing. Is it a jab at those whose photos can't go unedited? Nan Zhou, the master of sarcasm. Seriously, where does this little influencer get the confidence to continually taunt Nan Zhou? A mirror at home wouldn't hurt. TSK. The followers of a green tea influencer are as vulgar and repugnant as she is. It's entirely reasonable for Nan Zhou to look down on Gu Tang. There's a stark disparity in the looks of internet celebrities and stars. Nan Zhou's remarks regarding Meitu Xiao incited a fierce outrage among Gu Tang's followers, who promptly shared this segment on Weibo. Coupled with previous clips of Nan Zhou's sarcastic comments during the show, they attempted to tarnish his reputation, branding him as uncouth and vulgar, aiming to cast him into the public's disdain. However, they did not anticipate that their actions would provoke a backlash from fans of Hua Xingye and the Nan Zhou couple. Facing resistance from Xingzhou fans and those who had shifted their allegiance to Nan Zhou after the previous day's livestream, many adept video editors within the Xingzhou fandom compiled clips of Gu Tang's provocations against Nan Zhou, creating a humorous montage akin to a fight scene. Countless attempts at provocation ended in failure, with phrases like "no harm," "no foul," and a grand white lotus circulating among those seeking amusement. Gu Tang's followers, aiming to undermine Nan Zhou, found their efforts backfiring spectacularly, as the trending topic they intended to use against him was transformed into content, showcasing Gu Tang's inept attempts at confrontation. Following the navigation provided by the production team, Nan Zhou drove to an old community located a 15-minute electric bike ride from his apartment, arriving at the basement of a particular building, his designated task for the day. Inside the basement, the faint sound of musical instruments could be heard. Nan Zhou bent to enter through the open roll-up door, whereupon the individuals inside immediately ceased their activities. Looking at him with a hint of apprehension, Nan Zhou's gaze swept over the lead singer, guitarist, drummer, and bassist in turn. The lead vocalist of this band is a charming young lady, adorned in a Lolita style that belies the rock genre she represents, unlike the reserved demeanor of others. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise upon catching sight of Nan Zhou. "Hello, Teacher Nan Zhou. We are the Sixgo Band. I am a vocalist, Jia. This is our guitarist, Ahei, drummer, Jiangu, bassist, Lele, and on keyboards. At the mention of the last member, a slight embarrassment crossed Judge's face. Tang Yang may have overslept. I will call him later to urge him. The fact that a popular variety show would feature such a small band and yet have someone arrive late is rather disgraceful, especially given that it is a live broadcast. More concerning for Judge, however, was Tang Yang's stubbornness and his reluctance to show respect to Nan Zhou. Tang Yang, a rather arrogant individual who harbors disdain for idol culture, surprised everyone when Nan Zhou, despite his stern expression, seemed unperturbed by such discourteous behavior. Has the production team informed you? Nan Zhou inquired. Judge nodded in affirmation. Very well. Let me hear the love song you have prepared for Hua Xingye. Nan Zhou removed his guitar and took a seat on a chair by the door. The camera crew and Judge were momentarily taken aback by his request. The love song for Hua Xingye? Judge asked. Isn't this song a surprise you prepared for teacher Hua for Christmas? No, that's not my style. Witnessing him completely disregard the prearranged script left the cameraman and the on-site coordinators at a loss. Just as they were about to interject, Nan Zhou leisurely added, As for me, I prefer to engage in a bit of flirtation. At his words, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. Judge's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, and she nearly lost her composure, clutching the microphone as she prepared to ask loudly, Is this permissible? Flirtation? What kind of flirtation are you referring to? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? My goodness, Nan Zhou, do you play this boldly in private? How dare you criticize the production team for their antics? Stammering, she continued, So you indeed did something yesterday. Please, can you elaborate on what kind of flirtation you wish to engage in with Brother Yi? It would be splendid to see. In this live stream, she appeared determined to capitalize on the opportunity. What? Do you mean to say that someone truly performs for their partner on Christmas? Nan Zhou asked, perplexed, as he noticed the astonished expressions around him. That is quite rare. Before anyone could recover, he added, Moreover, a song sung to him would be better suited as a song of desire. The group gasped once again, and Judge's mouth fell open. Desire? What on earth is a song of desire? What are you implying, Teacher Nan Zhou? What do you and Brother Yi do in private? The thought of what Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye might do off the stage was almost too much for Judge to fathom. Do you not find it intriguing? Nan Zhou earnestly questioned. What do you mean? He is incredibly alluring. Judge finally spoke up, unable to contain herself. Teacher Nan Zhou, no one would use the term alluring to describe an alpha, especially not Brother Yi. However, this did not prevent her from succumbing once more. Indeed, Zhinzu is the sweetest. Alas, do you not have any rankings of the most desirable men in the world, or similar whimsical notions? Teacher Nan Zhou, enough is enough. This sugary indulgence has gone too far. If it continues, the live stream will surely be shut down. Judge's fingers trembled, teetering on the edge of losing control, while the barrage of comments in the live stream became increasingly distressing, filled with censorship warnings. Under the remote guidance of payphone, the camera swiftly redirected the conversation back to the main topic, allowing the Six Go band to perform a piece for Nan Zhou, subsequently inviting him to join as the guitarist. However, to everyone's surprise, from the very first notes, Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly, and with each passing moment, his expression became increasingly tense. Was the song too difficult for him to master? Or had he rehearsed that piece in private yesterday? As the final notes faded, the roll-up door of the basement was pushed open, and simultaneously, Nan Zhou's voice resonated in the now quiet space. This song could make even the Trisolarans reconsider their plans to invade Earth. Suddenly, a cascade of light poured in from the fully raised door. A tall figure stood in the sunlight, his expression not exactly unpleasant, but decidedly sour. In the next moment, Nan Zhou saw the unmistakable look of fear on Judge and several members of Six Go. Chapter 28. We shall become quite familiar, Tang Yang. You're here. Judge stepped forward a few paces, attempting to shield Nan Zhou with her body. She feared that in a fit of rage, Tang Yang might seize the electronic synthesizer at hand and unleash a violent assault on Nan Zhou. While it was uncertain whether others would dare to strike an artist during a live broadcast, Tang Yang, with his inherent disdain for idols, was certainly capable of such an act. Ha! Tang Yang sneered, setting his instrument down on the ground. The Trisolarans disdain my music. Do they truly prefer your saccharine pleas tell me you love me? Sorry, I do not possess the proclivity to become amorous at any given moment. Nan Zhou turned, his gaze sweeping over Tang Yang's instrument case. But if you require it, I could send you a QR code to express my fondness for wealth. The basement fell silent for a few seconds before erupting with Tang Yang's furious roar. You're insane. His cheeks flushed in an odd hue. I was referring to the song, your abominable song, not asking you to profess your love. Nan Zhou frowned, seemingly perplexed, as Tang Yang appeared poised to erupt again. Jia quickly began to sing a melody. Love, 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 say you love me, yeah? Nan Zhou's expression visibly darkened. If the volume of that song were increased even slightly, the entire galaxy would surely mourn its demise. Unapologititali, Tang Yang retaliatet. Nan Zhou, how terrifying. How could such a dreadful song exist? Who wrote it? I should report him. This part was sung by you, Teacher Nan Zhou, the drummer chimed in. Just last night, upon hearing that their band would collaborate with Nan Zhou for today's live broadcast. Aside from Jia, the drummer and bassist eagerly scoured the internet for some of Nan Zhou's songs, specifically those previously performed by Wix. Tang Yang, who had initially listened with a wrinkled nose, could hardly contain his disdain after the experience. However, later on, Jia introduced the song Dawn, which Nan Zhou had performed on stage at the Live House the previous night. After listening, the band, especially Tang Yang, came to believe that the events of the previous evening were merely scripted by the production team. Thus, they held little anticipation for Nan Zhou's visit today. Aside from Jia and the fans of Huaxingye, as well as the newly emerged CP enthusiasts for Xingzhou, I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the expression Nan Zhou wore during the live broadcast. Why did it seem as if he was utterly disdainful of this song? This was their immensely popular anthem, a piece composed by Lu Zhou. How could he dare to display such an expression? Has he forgotten his roots while playing the role? The drummer's seemingly innocuous remark inflicted considerable damage on Nan Zhou. Was his retreating gesture sincere? To be frank, the song was rather unmelodious. Given this, what right did Nan Zhou have to criticize the love song as subpar? His rendition was even worse. Since they were to perform songs related to love, could they not consider selecting a different piece? Nan Zhou harbored no desire to sing the recently performed love song by Sixgo, nor did he wish to croon about love incessantly. Desire, perhaps, a song of longing? Jia instinctively inquired. Nan Zhou's gaze fell once more on the instruments brought by Tang Yang before he turned to him. May I borrow your synthesizer? Tang Yang scoffed, preparing to mock him when, suddenly, another figure entered through the open roll-up door. The drummer, bassist, and guitarist, all facing the door, widened their eyes in unison. Is he here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Nan Zhou raised a hand in greeting. Following his gaze, Jia turned around and gasped, Yu Yang? This exclamation successfully drew Tang Yang's attention as well. Standing by the door was a tall man clad in a jacket and jeans, carrying a bass guitar, none other than the renowned prodigy of the bass guitar, Yu Yang. But what was he doing here? In an instant, a possibility flashed through the minds of the few present. Nan Zhou mentioned he was performing here today, so I thought I would come and watch. I hope it doesn't disrupt your plans, he stated, addressing the production team, though his gaze was fixed on Tang Yang. While Tang Yang harbored a disdain for Nan Zhou, he held a deep respect for Yu Yang. Brother Yu, are you well acquainted with him? He asked. Yu Yang chuckled. We just met yesterday. However, I believe we will become quite familiar in the future. Nan Zhou, have you ultimately decided to join Dawn? As a CP enthusiast, Jia had watched the previous night's broadcast intently and had certainly not missed Nan Zhou's confrontation with Xiaosheng. Nan Zhou remained silent, but Yu Yang laughed heartily. I wish I could, but unfortunately, this esteemed figure doesn't fancy our band. He gestured towards Nan Zhou. I've invited him to oversee our band's new song. His words, though softly spoken, resonated powerfully in the ears of all present. How remarkable is that Yu Yang from the band Dawn has been invited to oversee the new song. This certainly speaks volumes about Nan Zhou's capabilities. In response to the astonished expression surrounding him, Yu Yang added, it comes at a price, and it's not cheap. Is it true? Is Nan Zhou genuinely that impressive? Could it be that Yu Yang has truly been swayed and is now overly flattering? Might there be a possibility that Nan Zhou is indeed held in high regard among insiders? The situation seems to be veering into the realm of absurdity, I came here to indulge in a ship, and suddenly the focus has shifted to career aspirations. Enough of this. I am eager to discover what song Nan Zhou intends to perform for Brother Yi. Quickly, bring him the instruments. By the way, what song will you be performing? Did you write it? Yu Yang inquired of Nan Zhou. You'll find out once you listen, Nan Zhou replied. Standing with arms crossed, Tang Yang observed Nan Zhou adjusting his beloved electronic synthesizer, wondering if he could truly deliver something spectacular or merely a mediocre performance. However, as Nan Zhou began to strike the keys, Tang Yang's expression shifted. Even his previously dismissive posture softened, his hands transitioning from a defensive embrace to a relaxed position. The melody that emerged was deceptively simple, yet transcended conventional imagination. Nan Zhou conjured the essence of a summer fireworks night with nothing but his electronic synthesizer. The fresh ocean breeze and the grandeur of the fireworks, along with the melancholy that follows their explosion, all intertwined within the melody. Simple, yet evoking a profound sense of joy and sorrow. Oh my, this is beautiful. It reminds me of the fireworks festival I attended with my boyfriend last year. The melody conveyed a sense of beauty tinged with loss. Nan Zhou, I declare myself your devoted fan from this day forth. With such talent, why didn't you write songs for your band earlier? Had you done so, you would have risen to fame long ago. Huaxingye, come and listen to the song your wife has composed for you. Laughter erupted as they continued to watch. Huaxingye, even while on set, couldn't he resist peeking at the live stream of his adorable wife. As the couple split up their activities, the live stream audience grew from 4 to 8. In Huaxingye's live stream, his fans were drooling over his appearance on set that day. Meanwhile, Huaxingye sat in a chair on the filming location, engrossed in his phone. The screen displayed none other than Nan Zhou's live stream. Chapter 29. Every moment with you is a delight today. Huaxingye's task involved taking on a minor role as an extra in a film production, the earnings of which would be used to buy Christmas gifts for Nan Zhou. Although he was assigned an extra's role, his status as an acclaimed actor and box office sensation meant that no director or production team would dare to treat him as merely an extra. The film crew he was working with was a small-budget production. The director, though not widely known, had a close relationship with the esteemed director Zheng Lianyi. Having been a protege of his, Zheng Lianyi was the very director behind the film that had catapulted Huaxingye to the pinnacle of his career, earning him the title of Best Actor. On his way to the set, Huaxingye received the script for the minor role he was to portray today, a character of a notorious gangster. Though his part would last less than a minute, Huaxingye approached the task with seriousness, quickly developing the character's backstory and logic, even designing a few subtle gestures for the performance. As he donned black sunglasses, clad in a dark jacket, with his sturdy Martin boots, and strode in with an effortless nonchalance under the director's lens, even a male lead could not help but be awestruck by his commanding and rebellious aura. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he was standing face to face with a true kingpin, one who had tasted the bloodshed of battle. At the level of Huaxingye, the production team would meticulously arrange the schedule, ensuring he was never left waiting. Rather, it was the crew that awaited him. Therefore, upon arriving on set, having undergone makeup and wardrobe changes, he seamlessly transitioned into filming. Aside from initial interruption when the lead actor, momentarily taken aback, forgot his lines, the subsequent shooting proceeded with remarkable fluidity. Consequently, he soon concluded his scenes, taking a seat at the periphery of the set while awaiting the lead's costume change for the next shot. At that moment, word spread that Huaxingye was watching a live stream featuring Nan Zhou, prompting an eruption of fervent comments from the CP fans within the chat. Brother Yi, did you catch what your wife just said? Earlier, Brother Yi was filming and missed it perfectly. Huaxingye, your wife mentioned wanting to indulge in some playful activities with you this Christmas. Yet, there were also some unexpected fans fervently supporting an unconventional couple. Am I the only one who thinks Yu Yang and Nan Zhou are a perfect match? The fact that someone like Yu Yang would seek out Nan Zhou is utterly dreamlike. A genius, cool bassist paired with a laid-back idol is simply delightful. Yu Yang is a B, and so is Nan Zhou. A double B romance is simply meant to be. Upon hearing that Huaxingye had come to make a cameo in the production, an omega male actor who had no scenes scheduled for the day, astonishingly arrived at the set, heading straight for Hua Xingye's seat. "Mr. Hua, you really came to make a cameo for our production." The young Omega bit his lip, attempting to engage Hua Xingye in light conversation. As his words fell, he noticed Hua Xingye slightly furrowing his brows, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The young Omega's heart raced, yet he pressed on. "Mr. Hua, I am Huang Jie. We shared a scene in Memory Labyrinth. Do you remember?" Hua Xingye offered no response, his focus unwaveringly fixed on his phone. The young Omega, noticing other directors from different productions nearby and recalling last night's trending topics, realized they were live streaming. Seizing this opportunity, before he could formulate a plan, Hua Xingye's expression brightened, even the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. His long fingers glided across the screen as he answered a WeChat call, his rich, deep voice exuding a warmth that made one's body instinctively tingle with delight. "What is the matter?" Following the conclusion of a melody, a brief silence enveloped the room. Almost immediately, Tang Yang's astonished yet skeptical voice broke the stillness. "Did you write that melody?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, Jia quickly interjected, "Is it a new song?" "Not quite," Nan Zhou replied. This song was a single he had penned a year prior for a certain male vocalist, a popular love ballad. "It sounds like a poignant love song. Did you write the lyrics?" It was Yu Yang who posed the question this time. As Nan Zhou was about to speak, the cameraman, coordinating with the director on site, interjected. "Teacher Nan, Teacher Hua is watching your live stream. Would you like to give him a call?" "Watching a live stream? Did he hear everything just now?" Nan Zhou inquired. The cameraman nodded. Nan Zhou fell silent, then directed his frustration at the production team, exclaiming, "What happened to the promised gifts? Isn't this just spoiling the surprise? I told you, there's something fundamentally flawed in the design of this task. A live broadcast combined with performance. Do you really think my song is so easily deceived?" The cameraman responded, "Well, why not ask Teacher Hua what he thinks of this song? As long as you bring up your husband. I refuse to believe you'll continue to prattle on." Yes. Have him call Hua Xingye right away." The cameraman is quite understanding. Add a drumstick to that. It was laughable. How could he deceive him about the song? It wasn't even his composition. The lyrics were incomplete, the melody merely a fragment. It might have been pilfered from somewhere. A person who debuted as an idol for 2 years, merely singing without showcasing compositional skills, suddenly composing music? The script was all too obvious. Wow. The chat room today is particularly filled with negativity. It seems our Nan Zhou has truly become a sensation. Whether the song is good or not is irrelevant. I want to see him call his wild brother. Anxious. Dark and twisted screams. Since morning, the director had been continuously cueing Hua Xingye in front of him. Hearing the director cue him again, Nan Zhou assumed it was part of the show's arrangement and took out his phone, dialing the WeChat friend he had just added yesterday. Not long after, the call was answered, and Hua Xingye's voice came through the receiver. "What is up?" Through the modulation of the signal, his voice had a slight, almost negligible distortion, akin to the perfect distortion of a guitar, imbuing it with a depth and richness. Instantly, it rekindled memories of those wild, uncontrollable nights for Nan Zhou, sending a jolt through his body. He was unaware whether this timbre was intentional or merely coincidental. He only knew that his body was honestly entranced by it. "I heard you were watching my live stream." When he spoke, Nan Zhou himself did not notice the subtle shift in his tone, more joyful, more playful, and softer. It's over, no surprises left." Though he said this, there was no trace of disappointment in his voice. A familiar low, brief laugh reached his ears as he heard Hua Xingye say, "At any time, everything about you is a surprise to me." Nan Zhou paused for a moment. Fortunately, the next second, Hua Xingye naturally added, "Just remember to collect your copyright fees." Ha. Copyright fees. I burst out laughing. "What is going on, Hua Xingye? You've only spent a day with him, and you've learned this too?" Payphone chimed in, All right. If you won't learn anything else, at least learn this." "Yet I feel you prefer another song," Nan Zhou remarked. "Which one?" "If I say it, it will ruin the surprise." "Why get home tonight? I'll sing it for you." Chapter 30. Wash up and wait for your brother to come home. I'll sing it for you. Ah, how sweet. How delightful. He mentioned returning home, and I must say, he possesses quite the charm. It's surprising, Nan Zhou has entered a relationship, yet one would never have guessed, given his exquisite flirtation skills. Who hasn't encountered their share of cad during their youth? However, the current Zhou is not the same as before. He is now Nan Zhou. Despite his usual defiance, he treats Yi Ge with such tenderness. Their mutual affection is positively intoxicating. We, as kindred spirits, understand each other. Though he pretends to sing, it's merely a serenade for the ears of his beloved. Christmas gift? Hua Xingye inquired with a smile. Sort of, Nan Zhou replied, contemplating before adding, but it's solely for your ears. The response came in the form of Hua Xingye's sultry, deep laughter, despite not having intentionally uttered anything suggestive. That laughter evoked a vivid illusion for Nan Zhou, as if Hua were standing beside him, those long fingers teasingly caressing his skin. He resolutely declared that he would not allow them to enjoy 2 songs for free. I certainly look forward to your performance tonight, Teacher Nan Zhou, he added, for it was a unique and exclusive showcase meant solely for him. This individual truly embodies the essence of a leading actor. His sweet nothings flow effortlessly, delivered with such authenticity. Nan Zhou mused that since they were a couple in the variety show, he would adopt a playful demeanor, engaging in flirtation without reserve, eagerly awaiting the evening. Once the call concluded, Hua Xingye lowered his phone and glanced at the small O, who had been standing by his side for quite some time. Is there something you need? His expression and tone starkly contrasted with those he used during his conversation with Nan Zhou. Although he continued to smile, that smile bore an air of aloofness, lacking genuine warmth. Even the timbre of his voice carried a distinctly cool detachment, his demeanor exuding an exquisite but unapproachable indifference. The sudden shift in atmosphere left Xiao momentarily stunned. Just then, crew members approached to summon Hua Xingye for the next scene. Watching him depart, Xiao bit his lip, unable to hide his disappointment and discomfort. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou found himself secretly watching a live stream while seated on a toilet in the entertainment company practice room. He and Wen Yu had drawn the same identity card, both aspiring trainees eager to debut in the entertainment industry. Thus, aside from their time in the apartment, most of their days were spent filming at the company. Today, according to the program schedule, he and Wen Yu were to practice a singing and dancing number, while his hidden task was to make Wen Yu hold his hand and confess his feelings within 24 hours. However, since the start of the day, Lu Zhou had been completely off his game, frequently stumbling during dance practice. As a seasoned idol with 2 years of experience, such mistakes were unacceptable. Eventually, his assistant could no longer contain herself and suggested to the crew that Lu Zhou take a half-hour break. During this time, he excused himself to the restroom, where he found himself unable to resist the urge to pull out his phone and enter the live stream of the Heartthrob U. Eager to catch a glimpse of Nan Zhou's broadcast. Having been blocked by Nan Zhou the previous night, Lu Zhou felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It was a moment where he experienced an overwhelming sense of loss of control in relation to Nan Zhou. The overwhelming sense of uncontrollable uncertainty plagued him, rendering him unable to sleep, compelling him to scroll through Weibo. Prior to messaging Nan Zhou, he had glimpsed Nan Zhou's performance at the Live House. Yet his lofty disposition led him to harbor no expectations for Nan Zhou's display. Thus he did not stay for the entirety of the show. However, during the late hours, while perusing Weibo, he not only watched the full performance but also the segment from the backstage, which further exacerbated his insomnia. Nan Zhou's performance defied all his anticipations. Whether it was the reinterpretation of the songs or the masterful solo, it exceeded all he had previously understood of him. Such prowess could not be honed overnight. If Nan Zhou had possessed these skills from the beginning, then were his performances over the past 2 years merely an act? Was it for him a reluctance to vie for the captaincy and center stage? Lu Zhou spent nearly the entire night awake, his mind racing with questions about Nan Zhou's true intentions, until he had seen Nan Zhou confidently playing the synthesizer in a restroom just moments ago. Rather than astonishment, a surge of anger welled up within him. If he could compose music, why had he not shared his creations with him over the past 2 years? Wasn't he said that he liked him? Was he unwilling to invest even this small effort? Suddenly, as his gaze caught a few particular comments in the barrage of messages, an idea sparked in Lu Zhou's mind. He swiftly opened WeChat and found one of his contacts. I have new thoughts about the first single after going solo. After concluding the call, Nan Zhou lifted his gaze to find the members of Sixgo regarding him with various expressions. Leading the charge was Jia, whose eyes sparkled with a motherly affection that made him feel rather odd. Next was Tang Yang, who, disregarding the live broadcast, boldly inquired, "Do you have other songs prepared? Or is it only for Hua Xingye? Is that song particularly special?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, he blushed and loudly asked, "Did you specifically write it for your alpha?" This question piqued Nan Zhou's interest, prompting him to retort, "What? Do you have a song written just for your Omega?" Tang Yang's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Nan Zhou added, "You should think carefully. Don't frighten your beloved." "I don't have an Omega," Tang Yang stammered, his face aflame, quickly clarifying. "It's written for my future Omega." "Then you should be even more cautious. You might end up single for life." Nan Zhou glanced at the time and addressed the filming crew. "I'm tired. When do we eat?" The crew was momentarily taken aback. "How can it be time to eat already? You've only just woken up and filmed for a short while." Nan Zhou plopped down onto a dilapidated chair in the basement, asserting, "I'm not one to endure hardship. I prefer McDonald's." Yu Yang readily chimed in, "I'll treat everyone to McDonald's." The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Yang, with determination, pulled a notebook from his bag, gritted his teeth, and with fingers tightly gripping the notebook, took a deep breath. He turned and boldly approached Nan Zhou, presenting the notebook. Could you please take a look?" "What?" Nan Zhou accepted the notebook and opened it. "This is a song I wrote for my future Omega." As Nan Zhou raised his gaze towards him, at the same moment, Yu Yang, who was placing an order for McDonald's delivery on his phone, paused and looked over. "Ah, what a chaotic scene. Tang Yang, what do you mean? Are you confessing your feelings to Nan Zhou? Who can comprehend Yu Yang's expression and actions? I am utterly captivated. Hua Xingye, your beloved has once again caught the attention of another, and this time, it is an alpha." Chapter 31. Who belongs to whom? In the sudden silence of the basement, Tang Yang, amidst Jiajia's astonished gaze, belatedly grasped the situation. "What I meant was, I want him to vet my work. I am not pursuing him," Tang Yang exclaimed, his face flushed, ears reddening with embarrassment. "I thought you were bold enough to compete for my brother's affections." Jia instinctively retorted. Realizing something was amiss, she swiftly turned her gaze towards Nan Zhou, locking eyes with a pair that shimmered with curiosity and amusement. "Wife." Nan Zhou grinned. "Who belongs to whom? It goes without saying, of course, you are Hua Xingye's wife. What do you think, Nan Zhou? As a beta, do you aspire to reverse the roles and have Hua Xingye call you his wife? From the beginning, I sensed that this lead singer was one of our own. The truth has been unveiled, haha." Everyone awaited the ensuing dialogue between Jia and Nan Zhou, while Tang Yang remained oblivious, still caught up in the previous topic. Desperately seeking a way out, thinking that even if he voiced his opinions, he wouldn't heed them all, Nan Zhou glanced down at the sheet music. "If you want me to vet your work, there will be a fee." Yu Yang nodded. "It's not cheap." Tang Yang gritted his teeth and, "I shall take you as my mentor. Will you teach me? You wish to get something for nothing? If you want to form a band, I will play the keyboard for you free of charge." "I have no interest in forming a band." Nan Zhou flipped to the next page. Tang Yang was left speechless, his voice lowering. "Although your songwriting is lackluster, your keyboard skills are indeed commendable." Nan Zhou closed the notebook and handed it back. "Have you thought this through?" "What?" "Tang Yang asked, perplexed. Sticking with me means 3 days of hunger for every 9 meals, and occasionally one must endure a beating. Whether hungry or not, it matters little. As an alpha, what hardship can he not withstand?" However, Tang Yang quickly scrutinized Nan Zhou from head to toe. "With your slight physique, you couldn't possibly withstand a beating from Hua Xingye, could you?" He could not help but voice his existential query. Jia was left dumbfounded, while Yu Yang's expression involuntarily twitched, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Yet, it was Nan Zhou who burst into laughter. With such a mindset, "What love songs are you writing?" After managing to stifle his laughter, he wiped away the tears of amusement slowly, saying, "Darling, treasures are meant to be cherished. Which good soul would harm their own precious one?" This is a public confession, isn't it? Nan Zhou truly adores my brother. Darling, you are my treasure. He himself is also Hua Xingye's beloved. This silly fool is about to make me die of laughter. Where did Pei Feng find such a gem? How was one not to cherish? When in bed, one can be quite fierce. Sisters, have you seen the trending topic? On Weibo, a trending topic related to you are the apple of my eye features Lu Zhou. Marketing accounts have captured segments of Lu Zhou returning to the practice room as a trainee in his dancing clips, fervently promoting this young idol. His fans flooded the trending discussions and comments with various stage screenshots and promotional videos, extolling Lu Zhou as a multifaceted talent excelling in singing, dancing, and rapping, as well as composing and writing lyrics. A true ACE, a paragon among peers. This would have been unremarkable, but the marketing accounts and fans insidiously disparaged Nan Zhou, sharing unflattering images and questioning why the production team favored Lu Zhou over him, merely because Nan Zhou is paired with Hua Xingye. It's laughable to claim Nan Zhou has any merit. He seems to rely solely on his association with the acclaimed actor. The notion that he is a guitar prodigy is absurd, especially when considering whom he learned from. It is widely acknowledged that our brother, Zhou, plays the guitar exceptionally well, having composed and released songs at the age of 17, unlike certain individuals who feign talent only after gaining fame. In light of the disparagement, some bystanders urged others to watch the clips from last night's live stream, particularly Nan Zhou's performance at the Live House. However, Lu Zhou's fans dismissed these remarks, claiming that it was merely Nan Zhou as paid supporters attempting to siphon off Lu Zhou's trending popularity. They argued that he possesses no other abilities apart from riding on the coattails of others, whether in the show or on Weibo, where he seemingly leeches off former teammates. The uproar on the trending topic was tumultuous, yet the guests within the production team had no time to engage with it. Jiang Zhen, who had drawn the role of a barista at a chain coffee shop, was preoccupied with brewing coffee, bustling about with a flurry of orders. Su Xiao, a gaming companion, was busy assisting the boss while occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhen making coffee. The audience urged him to order Jiang Zhen's signature coffee, but he declined, concerned about overburdening her. Zhang Shi, as a Taobao store owner, was preparing for the evening's live sales. As for Wen Yu, his dancing had provided a wealth of memes and laughter to netizens and fans alike, with his new outfit trending as well. Only Gu Tang, in between outfit changes, opened the trending topic with anticipation. His manager informed him that today's shoot would feature a selection of flattering photos for his Weibo, alongside a trending topic highlighting his beauty. Yet presently, his trending topic received little attention. The top comment on his beautiful photos was a humorous acknowledgement of the sponsorship from Meitu Xiaoxiao, which nearly made Gu Tang drop his phone in frustration. After enjoying McDonald's, Nan Zhou and the Six-Go band continued their practice. Rather than merely rehearsing songs, it seemed more like they were teaching Tang Yang how to write them. Yu Yang has also joined the creative endeavor, with Nan Zhou's brutal pedagogy complementing Tang Yang's repeated acts of rebellion against oppression during explosive discussions, resulting in an exceptionally engaging live broadcast. The audience whimsically likened them to a family of three: a silent father, an irascible mother, and a foolish son. However, the fans of Xingzhou's couple vehemently disagreed, asserting that the dynamic resembled that of a beta child from the neighbor's house, a sardonic omega father, an absent-minded alpha dad, and a dim-witted alpha son. Regardless of the online discourse, Tang Yang and the Six-Go band found immense value in this free masterclass. The only source of embarrassment for Tang Yang was his idolized mentor, whose avant-garde ideas and forthright speech left him somewhat flustered. After all, when a mentor suggested using a steel rod against Hua Xingye, he was taken aback by the implication of peculiar inclinations and was encouraged to explore unconventional descriptions. As Nan Zhou casually dropped risque terms, Tang Yang, an inexperienced alpha, felt his cheeks flush. Unbeknownst to him, while he spoke, Nan Zhou's inner turmoil belied his calm exterior. The notion of control conjured images of an alpha whispering suggestively in his ear, while violence recalled the firm grip that left marks on his waist. The desire for dominance ignited fantasies of being caressed like an instrument, yearning to produce sounds he had never imagined. Chapter 32. The car door is welded shut. Damn, this is unbearable. Nan Zhou's throat tightened as he pondered whether he had gone too long without release. After all, experiences have a way of crystallizing certain desires, making them more specific and harder to restrain. No, he needed to discuss this with Hua Xingye and inquire about his thoughts. Yet, despite his musings. Nan Zhou did not neglect the task at hand. As Tang Yang inscribed, "I want to kiss you" on the sheet music, he articulated his desire to explore every inch of skin. Blushing, Tang Yang exclaimed, "I am a proponent of pure love." Pure love, however, does not manifest in explicit acts within a vehicle. TSK, your linguistic prowess is so barren that even grass struggles to grow. Yuyang Chuklet, suggesting they could transform it into a metaphor of a car swaying like a jellyfish in water. What on earth are the three of you creating? Covering his face, someone remarked, "Is this a love song suitable for an Omega?" The Omega would probably want to call the police after hearing this. Here we have one alpha and two betas writing a love song for an Omega. Under Nan Zhou's guidance, Tang Yang's melodic segments surprisingly began to take form, evoking a sense of intrigue even in the listener. As dusk settled, the winter wind carried a hint of earthiness. Those immersed in the creative process remained oblivious to the impending downpour. A gust swept through the roll-up door, rustling the papers and toppling items nestled in the corners. A figure emerged from the wind, the interplay of light and shadow accentuating the elegant contours of his tall frame, as if sculpting a masterpiece. Tang Yang, as an alpha, was absorbed in the creative process, his heightened senses failing to register the surroundings, yielding instead to Jia Jia's sharper intuition. As Jia Jia hummed a gentle tune beside her, she inadvertently cast a glance towards the roller shutter door. In an instant, her eyes widened, and a look of astonished delight illuminated her face. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the other party raise a finger to their lips, a slight smile playing at the corners of their mouth as they gestured for silence. Such a simple action, executed by different individuals, could yield entirely disparate effects. Jia Jia was instantly enchanted, her body and spirit transformed into a mere puppet at the whims of the other. Nan Zhou continued his discourse with Tang Yang, asserting that songwriting required intellect and could not rely solely on emotion. Someone from the side handed him a cup of hot milk tea with a straw, and upon glancing at the label, he noted it was his preferred flavor and level of sweetness. He expressed his gratitude before taking several hearty sips through the straw, resuming his verbal output to Tang Yang. Typically, Tang Yang would engage in a spirited debate after Nan Zhou finished speaking, but this time, Nan Zhou observed that the lad seemed distracted, casting furtive glances in his direction, a look of hesitation upon his face. Following his gaze, Nan Zhou turned to see a familiar figure clad in recognizable attire. He looked up to meet the deep, dark eyes of Hua Xingye, which appeared to harbor glimmers akin to starlight. "What brings you here?" Nan Zhou inquired. Having remained silent for quite some time, Hua Xingye finally smiled gently. He knelt beside Nan Zhou, aligning his gaze with him, and said, "I came to pick you up from work." Though his demeanor appeared casual, the long arms draped over the back of Nan Zhou's chair unmistakably conveyed a possessive desire to draw him into his sphere. "Off work already?" Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hua Xingye, originally standing quite close, now crouched even nearer, their proximity intensified. At that moment, Hua Xingye's knees almost brushed against Nan Zhou's. As they conversed, their warm breaths intertwined in the quiet of the dimly lit basement, creating an intimate atmosphere reminiscent of mutual solace amidst the impending storm. It was uncertain whether it was the positioning or something else entirely, but Hua Xingye's voice dropped to a lower pitch, soft yet undeniably alluring in Nan Zhou's ears. "I've finished work, but I wonder if teacher Nan Zhou is willing to leave with me?" The way he addressed him as teacher Nan Zhou sent Jia Jia into a frenzy. That tone was so indulgent. Who could comprehend the implications? Rapidly, her mind conjured up a flurry of inappropriate thoughts. My, your reach is quite extensive, Hua Xingye, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Across the room, An and Abe exchanged affectionate banter about their wives, while the film emperor yearned to whisk his beloved away immediately. "No one here dares to vie for your wife," someone exclaimed, laughter ringing out. Yu Yang silently raised his hand. "I have something to say." "Forbidden to speak in this cult," came the retort. "The car door has been welded shut. Yu Yang, please vacate from beneath the vehicle." Tang Yang interjected. "I'm an A. Can I stay in the car?" "Today's class concludes here," Nan Zhou declared, promptly rising from his chair. Who needs overtime when one can leave work? Hua Xingye leisurely followed suit, but his outstretched arm casually settled upon Nan Zhou's shoulder. His gaze darted swiftly between Tang Yang and Yu Yang before returning to Nan Zhou's face. What would you like to eat when we get home? Nan Zhou subconsciously spoke. After a long day, Master Nan planned to return home and enjoy a packet of instant noodles. The cameraman chimed in. The director's team has prepared a feast for all the esteemed guests this evening. He said weakly, our production team isn't that frugal. Regardless of the budget, we wouldn't resort to instant noodles. It feels as if we are mistreating our guests. Nan Zhou commented on the situation, likening it to a banquet at Hongmen. Nan Zhou inquired, just tell me, is there any trap in tonight's dinner? The cameraman, standing nearby, saw Tang Yang silently raise his hand and suggested, otherwise, let me treat everyone to dinner tonight. A master-disciple banquet is far more legitimate than a Hongmen feast. I nearly spat out my drink, laughing heartily. Is insanity contagious? Why have these people who hang out with Nan Zhou turned so amusing? This left the production team at a loss. We'll eat tomorrow, but please, no McDonald's, Nan Zhou stated. Privately, I indulge in McDonald's and KFC, but I believe in generosity. I never favor one over the other. He swung his guitar onto his back and waved goodbye to Tang Yang and the others. Tang Yang responded with an O, while Yang also returned a wave and turned to chat on WeChat. Nan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Hua Xingye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak when Tang Yang called out to him. Is there something you need? Hua Xingye replied, his tone indifferent as always, marked by a habitual aloofness. Tang Yang approached, lowering his voice earnestly. I just wanted to ask, did my master ever hit you? He believed he was speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear, completely forgetting that Hua Xingye was still connected to a microphone. The production team and the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless, with comments either full of ellipses or bursts of laughter. After being verbally assaulted by Nan Zhou all afternoon, even someone as confident as Tang Yang began to doubt himself, questioning if he was truly just a fool. He believed Nan Zhou's comment about occasionally enduring a beating was not mere hyperbole. He would inevitably face the same fate, since he was destined to be struck. He might as well inquire with fellow Alpha Hua Xingye for any valuable insights. Although Nan Zhou claimed not to hit his precious ones, what if he accidentally slipped? After all, who would admit to domestic violence, especially when the victim is an alpha? What would that do to one's pride? Hua Xingye, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before breaking into an enigmatic smile. Once you have your own Omega, you'll understand. Chapter 33. Show me again, will you? Huh? Tang Yang responded, Buzlet. What does that have to do with whether I have an Omega? Hua Xingye. I suspect you are being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Oh my goodness, is this even appropriate for me to hear? Surely, it has been done, hasn't it? So, they really engage in such activities in bed? No wonder Nan Zhou previously mentioned something about intimacy. This couple is truly playful. His face flushed with embarrassment. Was it intentional or an accident? How vexing. Just a simple remark makes me think so much. If you have the guts, show us. Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye boarded the tram, and this time, the two did not even exchange words. Hua Xingye naturally took a seat in the front. After a long day, Master Nan sat in the back seat, one hand cradling a cup of milk tea while the other rested on Alpha's slender waist. Where did you work today? He inquired. On a film set, replied Hua Xingye. What role did you play? A gangster. After a brief pause, Hua Xingye added, do you want to see it? With a sense of idle curiosity, Nan Zhou expressed his interest in witnessing Hua Xingye's portrayal of a gangster, thus responding affirmatively. Your phone is in my right pocket. You can retrieve it. The password is... Hua Xingye hesitated, about to elaborate, but Nan Zhou preemptively hushed him. We're live. Everyone can hear us. He reached into Hua Xingye's coat pocket, retrieved the phone, and raised it toward the camera. After unlocking it via facial recognition, Nan Zhou navigated to the footage of Hua Xingye's gangster scenes filmed earlier that day. Although the stream couldn't capture the content on Hua Xingye's phone, the audience had already seen his performance through the earlier broadcast. My dear brother, I look quite dashing as a gangster, wouldn't you agree? Exclaimed Hua Xingye. Ah, he is so charming. Who understands? It was amusing that Nan Zhou had to fetch his own phone and was even given the password. Hua Xingye, You had promised to keep your distance, clearly. You are double-faced. Allowing him to view something so private was infuriating. It was also quite endearing to witness the genuine emotion behind their playful banter. The image of the award-winning actor as a gangster was already breathtaking. He was undeniably handsome. Was tonight's play perhaps a crossover of the gangster and the teacher? Just a playful tease in the live stream. Yet the audience was captivated. Although Hua Xingye was merely a background character with minimal screen time, the quality of the video was exceptional, showcasing his sharp and stylish gangster persona. He appeared so alluring that he nearly transcended the screen, radiating charisma. After watching it once, Nan Zhou instinctively rewound the video to watch it twice more before speaking up. Can I get a similar outfit? What do you mean? Hua Xingye queried. I'll pay for it. Just find an opportunity to wear it again for me, Nan Zhou proposed. I told you, he really knows how to charm. Let him wear it. We want to see too. A soft chuckle escaped Alpha amidst the conversation. You like it that much? Very much. It's captivating, making one wish to speak. Nan Zhou paused. Have you been compensated? The abrupt shift in topic momentarily took Hua Xingye back, but he soon chuckled. Are you concerned about that? Of course. We are a pair. What's yours is mine. If you lose out, it's a loss for both of us. Besides, being a prominent actor, you shouldn't be shortchanged by the production. If they try to take advantage of you, do I seem like someone who can easily be trifled with? A pair. What's yours is mine. Nan Zhou's series of sweet declarations sent the CP fans in the live chat into a frenzy, their comments flooding the screen. Yet, their reactions paled in comparison to Hua Xingye's own astonishment. Though he maintained a faint smile on the surface, his heart was unexpectedly warmed by the sudden sweet words. The desire hidden deep within stirred restlessly, causing even the temperature of his blood to rise, surging towards an unknown direction. In his pitch-black eyes, it seemed as if starlight was gradually unfurling. Within the tenderness, there lay a hint of fervor. It was unlike him. So if they were to entertain any improper thoughts, why did you stop me? As the light rain began to intensify, Hua Xingye suddenly halted the vehicle, prompting Nan Zhou to inquire in confusion. We're out of power. What? Nan Zhou, with his feet on the pedals and hands resting on Hua Xingye's shoulders, leaned forward to take a look. Indeed, the electric vehicle's dashboard indicated that the battery was depleted. Honestly, we might as well cancel this program if the car can't even charge the guests. He swiftly finished the last sip of his milk tea and disembarked from the back seat. In less than half a minute, the sporadic droplets transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading down like pearls from a broken strand. Pitter-patter, they struck his clothes, hair, and the ground. It's not far now. Let's just leave the car here and run back, Nan Zhou suggested, pulling the hood of his sweatshirt over his head. Hua Xingye did not object, stepping out of the vehicle and removing his own coat. A sudden shadow fell over them. The sound of the rain on their bodies was muffled by the shelter of the shadow. Nan Zhou looked up and was met by Hua Xingye's gentle gaze. Take it. Hua Xingye gestured for Nan Zhou to stretch out his hand to accept the coat he held above his head. The rain intensified, soon dampening Alpha's hair, while his long, curled eyelashes glistened in the rain like fluttering butterfly wings, exuding a unique allure amidst the dim, misty night. His heart raced fiercely for a moment. Yet, he was not a girl, so there was no need for such gestures. Nan Zhou swiftly unzipped his coat, and in the slightly astonished gaze of Hua Xingye, he quickly shed his own jacket. With one hand accepting Hua Xingye's coat, and the other shoving his own into Hua Xingye's embrace, Nan Zhou smiled and said, reciprocity. Let's go. With that, he held up Alpha's warm and fragrant trench coat and dashed forward into the rain. Hua Xingye stood rooted to the spot, watching as Nan Zhou gradually faded into the night, a shadow cast in the depths of his gaze. Nearly 10 minutes later, when they returned to the apartment, they were nearly soaked through. As soon as they entered, Nan Zhou eagerly stripped off his drenched sweatshirt and tossed it onto the floor. Following closely behind, Hua Xingye shielded the camera from the filming crew outside the door while reminding him to change in the bathroom. As Nan Zhou prepared to lift his base layer, his hands resting on his waist, he turned to glance at the tall, similarly drenched man standing at the entrance, momentarily pausing. Hua Xingye pointed towards the camera set up by the production team in the apartment. Nan Zhou nodded and took a few steps into the bathroom. Yet, in the next moment, he peeked out from the bathroom. Together? Chapter 34. Brother Yi drug, Nan Zhou, what are you saying, you wolfish words? A couple's bath? Is it as I imagined? I long to see. Who could possibly refuse such a temptation? Hua Xingye, do nod your head. Brother Yi, just look at your wife's slender waist, her figure, her delicate face. If you don't agree, could it be that you've overcome some addiction? I am overwhelmed with the desire to sneak into your production team and secretly install a camera in that shabby bathroom. Sisters, please tread carefully in your speech to avoid triggering legal warnings. Hua Xingye paused momentarily, and in that brief moment, Nan Zhou retracted his head. Fine, I shall act swiftly. Just wait a moment. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door was mercilessly shut, leaving Hua Xingye standing by the apartment door. Inside, Nan Zhou removed his damp clothes, nearly forgetting that he was rather particular about this. The microphone remained on, capturing not only the rustling of clothing, but also his words. The audience in the live stream was in a frenzy. The camera in the room remained active, revealing Hua Xingye bending down to pick up the wet clothes Nan Zhou had discarded on the floor, his long fingers subtly revealing faint veins. His expression remained as tranquil as ever, yet his gaze was profound. Regardless of his emotions, to the viewers in a live stream, he appeared utterly unfazed by the prospect of sharing a bathroom with Nan Zhou. Some fervent fans even expressed their desires in the comments, wishing for a bathtub and other risque notions. As the audience eagerly discussed the sounds from the bathroom, they witnessed Hua Xingye toss Nan Zhou's clothes into the laundry basket and casually drape a towel over the camera, just as he had done the previous night, once again obscuring the view. After hastily drying himself with a towel, Nan Zhou emerged wearing a bathrobe and holding his phone. Both had been caught in the rain. Yet Hua Xingye had graciously relinquished the bathroom to him. Nan Zhou was not one to disregard the principle of reciprocity. I'm done. You may wash now. Having changed out his wet clothes, he thought it preferable for Hua Xingye to take a hot shower first. Nan Zhou emerged swiftly, and Hua Xingye was unsure if he had actually bathed. His thoughts had been too chaotic to pay close attention to the bathroom. Just as he was about to inquire, Nan Zhou, without sparing him a glance, seated himself on the sofa, fingers tapping on the screen. I have something to attend to for a while. The events that had transpired on his way back had sparked a bit of inspiration within him. As a professional music producer, Nan Zhou was adept at and enjoyed capturing his inspirations. Timely documentation of these flashes of creativity was his habit. Hua Xingye's gaze deepened slightly, his grip tightening as the cup met the table with a barely audible sound. Drink this. After placing the cup from the open bar onto the coffee table in front of Nan Zhou, he finally strode into the bathroom. Nan Zhou, hurriedly jotting down his inspiration, looked up to see Hua Xingye's silhouette. The damp turtleneck sweater and pants had been exchanged for a shirt and dress pants, perhaps in his haste. The hem of the shirt was not tucked into his trousers as usual, paired with his broad, upright back and long legs, exuding an effortless charm. When had he changed his attire? Nan Zhou averted his gaze, turning to the ginger tea before him, which emanated warmth and a pungent aroma, and his brow furrowed in an instant. Alas, this was his least favorite. Raising the cup to his lips, he pinched his nose and took a small sip. Instantly, the fiery flavor of ginger surged into his mouth, cascading down his throat, contorting his entire face in distaste. He could not swallow it, simply could not manage it. Setting the cup down, Nan Zhou cautiously leaned his head towards the bathroom, holding his breath and straining to listen until the sound of water trickling from the bathroom reached his ears. Only then did he hastily rise, grasp the cup, and stride toward the kitchen. While undertaking this task, he had deliberately muted his microphone. Thus, with the camera covered and Hua Xingye's microphone turned off, even Nan Zhou's microphone was silenced. So what had he consumed? After finishing, he muted the sound. One might boldly speculate that Brother Yi had slipped something into Nan Zhou's drink. Sisters, let us dare to imagine further. Perhaps he drank from Brother Yi's cup. I often feel out of place among you all, lacking the requisite sharpness. Hua Xingye's shower did not take long, and Nan Zhou even had the impression that Hua Xingye emerged shortly after he had stealthily poured out the ginger tea, as if he had just finished cleaning up a crime scene, having committed a guilty act and sullied the goodwill of another. Nan Zhou felt a heavy weight of guilt as he swiftly entered the bathroom with a change of clothes. He turned on the shower, warm water cascading down, notably hotter than the previous night. Nevertheless, he still sneezed twice. Sniffling, he dismissed the thought, hurriedly finishing his shower and changing clothes before being ushered by the production crew to the communal dining area on the first floor of the apartment for a meal. Since the production team had come to hurry him while he was bathing, from the moment he emerged until he sat down with Huaxingyi, Nan Zhou had not noticed that Huaxingyi remained silent. After the two exited the apartment, the audience in the live stream finally caught sight of them again through the camera. After a shower, Huaxingyi had donned a simple white shirt and dress pants. The hem of the shirt tucked neatly into the trousers accentuated his broad shoulders and slender waist perfectly. His long legs and well-defined posterior, paired with his handsome visage and aloof, aristocratic demeanor, prompted viewers and fans in the live stream to marvel at Nan Zhou's fortune. In contrast, Nan Zhou's attire was not as minimal as Huaxingyi's. He wore a beige turtleneck sweater and had even casually draped the scarf Huaxingyi had lent him the previous day around his neck as he left. He appeared soft and gentle, quite unlike the sharp-tongued beta he had been during the day. Post-shower, Nan Zhou looked adorably tender, reminiscent of an omega, confirming brother Ye's discerning eye. Hence, during this half-hour, what exactly transpired in the apartment? Nan Zhou seemed a tad fatigued. Nonsense, absolutely not. Half an hour is hardly enough for Brother Yi to accomplish anything. Let's not spread rumors. Huaxingyi, why are you silent? Is it due to insufficient time to embrace your wife that you are displeased? Has anyone informed me about what Nan Zhou drank? This is of utmost importance to me. Nan Zhou and Huaxingyi arrived last among the pairs. Except for Zhang Shi, all the guests have arrived. Gu Tang, with a cheerful smile, explained to the group that Shi Ge had a live-streaming task tonight and was so busy that he scarcely had time to eat. He added that he would pack some dishes to send over to him shortly. Just then, Nan Zhou took his seat, positioned cleverly next to Wenyu on the left, while Lu Zhou sat beside Wenyu. Hua Xingya occupied his right, with the left side left vacant for Zhang Shi. Gu Tang, subtly moving closer to Zhang Shi's empty spot, initiated a conversation with Hua Xingya, asking, "Have you seen the trending topics?" Hua Xingya did not respond. Instead, Jiang Zhun curiously inquired if he was referring to the trending topic about a family of three. Gu Tang waited for a moment, but when Hua Xingya remained silent, he felt a twinge of disappointment, yet still harbored mischief. Following Jiang Zhun's lead, he shook his head and clarified, "No. The trending topic is about how Nan Zhou's guitar skills are attributed to Lu Zhou's excellent teaching." He added with a grin, "After all, they are a duo. They've spent almost every day together over the past 2 years, so it's quite normal for them to learn from each other." While he spoke of learning and exchange, the emphasis subtly fell on the fact that they had been inseparable for nearly 2 years. His words hinted at the close relationship between Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou. It was evident even to seasoned industry veterans like Jiang Zhun, not to mention the audience in the live stream, who picked up on the undertones. Fans of the Xingzhou CP criticized Gu Tang for his lack of decorum, while fans of the Zhouyu CP quickly distanced Lu Zhou from Nan Zhou. Yet beyond that, there were many amused onlookers in the live stream. What is this? Now that they each have their own CP, they can't speak of the past? They all knew well how things were back then. It wouldn't be easy for Lu Zhou to disentangle himself from that history. Relationships aside, when it comes to talent, Nan Zhou's guitar proficiency far surpassed that of Lu Zhou. How could it possibly be attributed to him? It was laughable. Were some people professionals in this matter? If it weren't for using our Zhou GE script, what else could this little green tea sell? Just leeching off everywhere. Lu Zhou's fans should temper their exuberance. If they were to leech, it shouldn't be off their own brother, especially with Hua Xingya, this towering figure, offering his protection. Compared to the lively banter in the live stream, the guests were relatively unfazed by Gu Tang's remarks, particularly Nan Zhou and Wenyu, who were directly and indirectly involved. After hearing Gu Tang's words, Nan Zhou merely let out a scoff in response. Wenyu, on the other hand, focused intently on the salad before him, seemingly oblivious to the outside chatter. Only Lu Zhou, who had been gazing at Nan Zhou, suddenly turned his attention to Gu Tang, his eyes narrowing, radiating a chill. This time, Jiang Zhun wisely refrained from interjecting. She had no desire to be drawn into such a public controversy. After all, there was nothing wrong with being a mere bystander. Hua Xingye discreetly swapped the cold drink in front of Nan Zhou for a bowl of hot soup. As he watched Nan Zhou pick up a spoon, he casually inquired, "Did he teach you?" The question appeared to be a retort, but was directed at Nan Zhou. The tone sounded less like a rhetorical question and more like a mockery of Gu Tang's earlier words. Nan Zhou scoffed disdainfully. Gu Tang always felt that the interaction between these two carried an insurmountable distance, particularly with Hua Xingye, who appeared so handsome and gentle while live-streaming. The most attentive partner after Su Xiao. Moreover, Hua Xingye's indulgence and care for Nan Zhou were almost beyond acceptable limits compared to Su Xiao. Yet when faced with him, that sense of distance seemed almost tangible, impenetrable. For instance, just moments ago, he had directed a question to Hua Xingye, yet Hua Xingye did not respond directly. Instead, he smoothly turned the conversation back to Nan Zhou. It's what they say online. Gu Tang sought to deflect. They claim Nan Zhou has been riding on teacher Hua's coattails. In fact, there were even detractors suggesting that the financial backer behind Nan Zhou held some compromising information about Hua Xingye, which was why Hua Xingye, of such stature, would lower himself to participate in a romantic reality show to pair up with Nan Zhou. But what kind of status does Hua Xingye possess? As a mere internet celebrity, Gu Tang dared not speak of it outright, thus redirecting the focus onto Nan Zhou. Originally, this was just an offhand remark from Gu Tang, but to his surprise, Hua Xingye responded, "Is that so? If he wishes to ride on my fame, it is my honor. After all, I came to this show for him." This, was he not inadvertently admitting it? Was this not a confession? No, these two must truly be a couple. Nan Zhou had intentionally invited Hua Xingye to the show for this very reason. Wasn't there gossip suggesting that the film emperor had come due to some leverage held by a certain benefactor? Was this not a subtle self-affirmation? Everyone present, except for Nan Zhou, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet that was not all. Hua Xingye leaned against the table, casting a sidelong glance at Nan Zhou, enunciating slowly, "If I wish to see him, I will come, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." These two are truly a match made in heaven, each more charming than the last, as Gu Tang pressed a hand to his heart and gently lay back. It was another day of tears shed for a breathtaking love. "Nan Zhou, your husband has laid his feelings bare. Why do you not respond?" Hua Xingye had effectively supported Nan Zhou, had he not? Jiang Jun covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling, her gaze darting between Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye, looking completely smitten. When you also paused in her actions, glancing at both Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye. Su Xiao exchanged a knowing look with Hua Xingye. Gu Tang and Lu Zhou could not contain their expressions, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Under the collective gaze of everyone, Nan Zhou calmly finished the hot soup in his bowl. He turned to gaze upon the handsome alpha, peering into his dark, profound eyes, and slowly raised his right hand to form a heart gesture. Puffed. Su Xiao could not help but laugh aloud. Before him, there had already been a soft chuckle. Subsequently, even Jiang Jun burst into laughter, making a heart. Lu Zhou gradually regained his composure, though his countenance remained somewhat pallid. Nevertheless, he managed to control himself and began to tenderly peel shrimp for Wenyu, forcing himself to refrain from glancing at Nan Zhou, lest he inadvertently reveal secrets before the live camera. "I shall share a secret with you," Nan Zhou whispered into Hua Xingye's ear. "I am no paragon of virtue." Hua Xingye narrowed his eyes slightly. The air was thick with ambiguity, a might cross boundaries. Whether intentional or not, his voice bore a huskiness that was unusual. The breath that brushed against Hua Xingye's ear was fervently warm. "Please, cross the boundaries. I relish the thought of you transgressing. Let it unfold before us." Hua Xingye, take action against him. Are you still an alpha? I command you to act before everyone right now. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that Nan Zhou ever held any affection for Lu Zhou. If he were so adept at charm, could Lu Zhou possibly withstand it? Green tea fans, begone. Do you think our Zhougu is akin to just anyone consuming any refuse? Hua Xingye squinted, a smirk gracing his lips. Is it merely ambiguity? Nan Zhou appeared oblivious, taking a sip from the cup at hand. Why is it warm again? The production team had announced a gathering, But, as Nan Zhou had surmised, this meal was not to be enjoyed for free. As the guests neared the midpoint of their meal, Director Pei Feng instructed the staff to unveil the prepared projection screen. It displayed a message: please have the selected guest answer questions posed by fans. Pei Feng invited Wen to be the first chosen guest. Then I shall select the third one. With the conclusion of his words, the animation concealing the third line dissipated, revealing its contents. What was your first impression of Hua Xingye? Chapter 36. I Want to Sleep with Him. The first question drawn pertained to the highly popular couple of the show, causing the entire live stream to erupt with excitement. Oh my gosh, this is what I wanted to know. Which sister asked that? She's truly my spokesperson. Nan Zhou, speak properly without sarcasm. Anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited Nan Zhou's response. However, after a lengthy pause, silence ensued. The camera captured Nan Zhou seated with half his face buried in Hua Xingye's scarf, his eyes half closed and gaze somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. The audience in the live stream was at a loss for words. Who allows their artist to zone out during a broadcast? Fortunately, there was a familiar face, Jiang Zhen, present. Teacher Nan Zhou, they are asking you. At last, Nan Zhou slowly lifted his head to gaze at the screen. Very fragrant. Everyone. Very handsome. He embodies my ideal. He is the SSR I yearn to draw in a game. I want to sleep with him. As each phrase tumbled from his lips, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded, filled with screams and exclamation marks. Particularly, the final three words sent the fans of the Xing Zhou couple into a frenzy. An entire evening of sweet moments. What couple's fans are treated to such delights? The audacity of the response exceeded even the expectations of the heart-pounding production team. The viewer count was on the verge of breaking records, and he could almost envision the trending topic on Weibo, Nan Zhou, upon seeing Hua Xingye for the first time. Wished to sleep with him. Lu Zhou, upon hearing this, instinctively tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. Beside him, Wen discreetly poured a dish of vinegar and pushed it aside with a nonchalant demeanor. Nan Zhou, having spoken in abundance of flirtatious banter, remained remarkably composed. Was that sufficient? Is there more to add? Pei Feng inquired, as they were, after all, broadcasting a dating reality show, and any revelations from the guests were highly coveted. However, his subtle intentions were soon exposed by Hua Xingye, who addressed Nan Zhou, stating, "That's enough. Any more would be overindulgent." Nan Zhou replied with a simple, "Oh." Pei Feng then prompted, "Then please, teacher Nan Zhou, select the next question." Nan Zhou chose the first one, which inquired about Gu Tang's relationship status prior to the show, specifically if she had confirmed her connection with the top supporter. This question was indeed a perilous one. It was equally a topic of great interest among netizens. On the first night of the show, the audacious interactions between Gu Tang and Zhang Shi had already stirred considerable discussion regarding the nature of their relationship. After all, Zhang Shi was Gu Tang's top supporter before this. If that were the case, did it not imply that Gu Tang had privately engaged with her top supporter, and that they had shared numerous intimate moments? What would the other alphas and betas in the live stream think? Gu Tang was not one to be easily cornered. Having been maneuvered by Zhang Shi the previous night, she had swiftly devised various strategies. Not really. There was merely a mutual fondness before. It was only after getting closer during the show that we confirmed our relationship. She feigned shyness. Who asked this? How annoying. Suddenly, she found the term overindulgent less appealing, bordering on distasteful. Our dear Tang Bao is certainly not that kind of person. May the detractors meet their downfall. If progressing a relationship too swiftly is also a fault, then I have nothing further to say. Just let me take Tang Bao away. Was it merely fondness? Please don't mimic my words, Brother Yi and Brother Zhou. I find this connection rather distasteful. It was amusing. Merely fondness? It appeared to be nothing more than a physical transaction. Gu Tang clearly wished to avoid excessive discussion on her predicament, promptly drawing the next question. The subsequent inquiry was directed toward Wen Yu. As the second most popular actor on the show, Wen Yu's demeanor had been surprisingly tranquil. Although he maintained a character of gentle beauty, his interactions with Lu Zhou were notably subdued, characterized by subtle smiles. In stark contrast to Lu Zhou's various attentions and affections, their chemistry appeared one-sided. lacking the heart-fluttering excitement typical of newly in-love couples. Compared to other pairs, they exhibited a distinct absence of hormonal tension. Lu Zhou's fans expressed dissatisfaction with this dynamic, yet they were outnumbered by Wen Yu's supporters. Thus, the question arose, what kind of person do you believe Lu Zhou to be? Upon reading the question, Wen Yu first glanced at the person beside him. Meeting the other's hopeful gaze, he smiled gently. He is someone who knows how to make me happy. Anything more? Payphone pressed. He possesses a keen sensitivity, sometimes even more so than an Omega. The comments flooded in, filled with sweetness, with many affirming that Wen Yu indeed held affection for Lu Zhou. After all, Wen Yu was not someone who often smiled. To elicit laughter from him was a truly commendable trait in a partner. However, dissenting voices began to emerge amidst the chorus of adoration. Am I the only one who thinks that Wen Yu is being sarcastic towards Lu Zhou? It amuses me greatly. Ha ha, they truly are a plastic couple. Wen Yu evidently does not harbor any affection for Lu Zhou. Subsequently, various guests drew names, including Su Xiao, Gu Tang, Jiang Zhen, and Lu Zhou. Although Zhang Shi was absent, he still connected via a remote call. Zhang Shi's words were audacious and lacked any regard for Gu Tang's feelings. The fans of the sugar couple in the live stream expressed their delight, yet Gu Tang appeared visibly discomfort while feigning shyness. Finally, after several rounds, Lu Zhou drew a question from a fan directed at Hua Xingye. How did you spend your birthday recently? Initially taken aback, Hua Xingye's face softened, his brows lifting in a smile, and his deep-set eyes twinkled with boundless affection. I spent it with someone I have cherished for a long time. A smile crept upon his lips as he gazed at Nan Zhou, seemingly reminiscing. Though it was unexpected, to me, it was the most exquisite gift I have ever received. He spoke of someone he likes. Is he referring to the person mentioned in a previous interview? Hua Xingye remained focused on Nan Zhou as he spoke, implying that this person is indeed Nan Zhou. What on earth did you receive that was so wonderful, leaving you in such reverie? Wait, hadn't Hua Xingye previously mentioned someone special? Could it possibly be Nan Zhou? Upon reflection, it seems quite plausible. The barrage of comments flew by rapidly, igniting a wave of gossip among the viewers. The CP enthusiasts exclaimed how delightful it was to ship Xing Zhou, as if they were immersed in a honeypot. Spending even a single day longer would surely lead to cavities. In contrast, Nan Zhou sat uncomfortably in his chair, relying solely on his willpower to maintain a facade of normalcy. He felt both hot and cold, quite uncomfortable, with a slight dizziness and a burning sensation in his nose. He could hardly discern what Hua Xingye had said, his ears ringing. At Pei Feng's prompting, Hua Xingye drew a question from a fan directed at Nan Zhou. When was your first kiss? Chapter 37. Nan Zhou's feverish phase. Nan Zhou still did not react immediately. Hua Xingye noticed a slight, unusual flush on his cheeks. His gaze sharpened as he grasped Nan Zhou's hand beneath the table, feeling its warmth. Before Hua Xingye could speak, Nan Zhou responded to the touch. He glanced at Hua Xingye and then turned his attention to the large screen. First kiss? What date was that again? Nan Zhou pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. The day he left Hua Xingye's house, there had been rumors circulating about him being pregnant, counting back 3 days. That would place it on the evening of December 11th. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhen, the quickest to react, swiftly covered her mouth and cast a look towards Hua Xingye. Even Lu Zhou, who had been intent on focusing on Wen Yu, found himself involuntarily glancing towards Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye. Gu Tang's eyes also reflected disbelief. Oh, they're indeed real. December 11th is Hua Xingye's birthday, isn't it? Igor remarked that being with the person one adores is a blissful experience, while Nan Zhou revealed that his first kiss was given away on December 11th. The sweetness of this revelation left me utterly enthralled. Marriage. I yearn for an impromptu wedding. Perhaps the montage effect suggests that it is not necessarily Nan Zhou who is with Hua Xingye. On the day of the film emperor's birthday, Nan Zhou kissed someone else. Who might that individual be? Lu Zhou, perhaps? The live stream erupted into chaos as fans of the Xingzhou couple clashed with rational bystanders and critics. December 11th, after all, marks Hua Laoshir's birthday. Jiang Zhen cupped her cheeks, beaming as she queried Nan Zhou. Little Nan Zhou, could it be that you were his gift? This question was rather direct, prompting the audience to exclaim that Jiang Jie was truly perceptive. Indeed, she is one of their own. However, Nan Zhou did not respond. Hua Xingye leaned closer, lowering his voice to inquire, "Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I might have a fever." Nan Zhou replied, his voice a mere whisper, hoarse as if scorched by fire. "What? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you two whispering again? How scandalous." Nan Zhou's face flushed a sickly yellow. "Is it a fever? Has Zhou Gu caught a cold? Surely it wasn't tea for being caught in the rain earlier. Could it be that Nan Zhou's temperature is rising due to excitement? Where would such a fever come from?" Hua Xingye's expression darkened as he turned to the production team, intent on taking Nan Zhou to the hospital. Yet, as if anticipating his intentions, Nan Zhou preemptively stated, "It's nothing, a short nap will suffice." As his words settled, the director, Payphone, interjected with the next question for the Q&A segment. "May I ask, Teacher Nan Zhou, is Hua Xingye your first love?" After Nan Zhou had just answered a question, his quiet exchange with Hua Xingye had stalled the segment. As the director, Payphone took it upon himself to unveil the next inquiry. Meanwhile, he had heard Nan Zhou's comments through the earpiece. With Nan Zhou unwell and Hua Xingye's protective demeanor, it was clear they would not remain there much longer. However, Payphone, known for his willingness to provoke guests to capture compelling content, was reluctant to let them slip away easily. Besides this question, there was another explosive query from a fan yet to be posed to Hua Xingye. "He is ill," Hua Xingye declared, rising from his seat with an assertive tone. He was determined to escort Nan Zhou away prematurely. "What is the matter?" Jiang Zhen also stood up. Hua Xingye maintained a stern silence, wrapping his long arm around Nan Zhou's waist and lifting him from chair. "I can walk on my own," Nan Zhou quickly protested, sensing Hua Xingye's intent to carry him. Faced with such a resolute Hua Xingye, Payphone silently relinquished his pursuit of the pair. After all, there would be future opportunities. Alienating the guests would not serve him well. As he gestured for the staff to adjust accordingly, Lu Zhou's voice suddenly rang out. "Nan Zhou, you haven't tea yet," answered the fan's question. Upon hearing this, not just Jiang Zhen, but even Su Xiao and Gu Tang cast incredulous glances in his direction. When you looked up at the suddenly standing figure beside her, a wry smile tugging at her lips, Nan Zhou turned his back to him, half embraced by Hua Xingye as they made their way outside. Upon hearing the words, he opened his mouth to respond, "No." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated through the crowd like the onset of a tsunami. The relationship between Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou had captured public attention ever since their connection was highlighted in a trending interview on the day the team disbanded. Even the production crew had assumed the two were a couple. However, Hua Xingye's appearance on the show shattered all preconceived notions, prompting the audience to speculate about the dynamics among Nan Zhou, Hua Xingye, Lu Zhou, and Wen Yu. Payphone and the director's team were meticulous in selecting fan questions, ensuring they sparked interest without overstepping privacy boundaries. Thus, what seemed like an ordinary inquiry was, in fact, highly provocative. As Nan Zhou uttered those two understated words, Payphone was already convinced they would dominate the trending topics that night. So, he indeed had an affection for Lu Zhou, did he? What then did that make Hua Xingye in his eyes? Suddenly, he felt a wave of discomfort. What a cad! How could one not cherish the affection of another? Only to revel in the answers now. And what about Wen Yu? Lu Zhou's expression was strikingly vivid. It was a convoluted situation, filled with conflicting emotions. Should one feel sympathy for Hua Xingye or for Wen Yu? Both were treasures in his heart, yet they were entangled with those two individuals. Is it truly the case that one can only love one person throughout their life? Who has encountered a few cads in their youth? Just because it was a first love doesn't mean one cannot harbor feelings now. Some trolls and detractors were stirring the pot unnecessarily. Seeing Lu Zhou visibly relax, a nearly uncontrollable smile of satisfaction graced his face as he settled down. Wen Yu's eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head. However, as a professional actor, he managed his expressions far better than Lu Zhou. Before he could fully express his irritation, he suppressed it with sheer willpower, under the watchful gaze of his anxious assistant, who repeatedly gestured for restraint. Wen Yu lifted his bowl and devoured 3 hearty bites. delicious, perfectly paired with the meal. Gu Tang, too, could not conceal his delight. Yet, compared to Lu Zhou, who was at the center of the storm, his demeanor was far more composed, relishing his quiet joy internally. Nan Zhou, in his folly, had surely offended Hua Xingye with that response. An alpha of such stature would not tolerate any form of betrayal, particularly in the presence of his first love. It was akin to a slap in the face. Any fissure in their relationship could be exploited. Compared to Zhang Shi, Hua Xingye was far more admirable. As each person harbored their own thoughts, Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye remained composed, at least on the surface. Nan Zhou was preoccupied with other matters. He refused to go to the hospital. The treatment at this facility was excessive, especially in the Omega department, which regarded him as if he were merely a girl. Chapter 38. Must I treat you this way for you to comply? Hua Xingye remained silent, his gaze even darker than before. Yet he ultimately refrained from taking Nan Zhou to the hospital. Upon returning to their apartment, he had someone bring a thermometer to check Nan Zhou's temperature. It registered 38 degrees. As expected, he had a fever. Compared to their earlier gathering in the lounge, Nan Zhou appeared significantly more relaxed. While Hua Xingye took his temperature, he leaned back on the sofa without a care for his appearance, half closing his eyes as he gazed at the handsome face before him, seemingly entranced. Go lie down on the bed, Hua Xingye instructed, his tone markedly different from usual. Since their participation in the variety show, his demeanor towards Nan Zhou had always been indulgent and gentle, with a similar tone in his speech. However, at this moment, there was an undeniable assertiveness in his voice, tinged with a hint of command. Was Hua Xingye angry? It felt different from his usual self. He never treated outsiders this way. His interactions with them were polite, yet maintained a distinct distance. Was he jealous? As the cameraman continued filming in the apartment, Hua Xingye did not allow Nan Zhou to leave. He intended to remain until the very last moment. Otherwise, having them both in the same room without the automatic camera would be of little use, and it would soon be obstructed. However, filming in such an environment was nerve-wracking. The low pressure emanating from the film emperor was not something everyone could withstand. A faint scent of alpha pheromones lingered in the air, deliberately released by Hua Xingye. Reclining on the sofa, Nan Zhou found himself reluctant to move, yet the aroma wafting from the alpha before him compelled his thoughts to surrender uncontrollably. His body could not resist, it could only submit. At that moment, Hua Xingye resembled the man from that night more than he had in the past 2 days. As Nan Zhou approached the edge of the bed, preparing to sit down, he heard Hua Xingye say, "Take off your clothes." A flurry of exclamation marks erupted in the livestream chat. Even the cameraman's eyes widened in shock. "I'm still here," Nan Zhou thought, as if Hua Xingye had read his mind. Hua Xingye glanced back, his gaze briefly sweeping over Nan Zhou's face. The unspoken commanding aura made the cameraman shiver. "Teacher Hua, we are live streaming a variety show. The camera cannot be off all the time." With great pressure, the cameraman uttered this line before hastily exiting the apartment, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Hua Xingye cast a glance at the apartment's automatic camera, his dark, profound eyes sharp as blades. "Camera, please show mercy. We do not wish to see your wife's body. We merely desire to witness your affection. If not Nan Zhou, then perhaps you could show us yourself." Is turning off the camera an act of domestic violence? So what follows is unbroadcastable content. But a bit of jealousy play could work, yet I want to see, is anyone still shipping this? It's detrimental to you all. Wake up. To everyone's surprise, Hua Xingye remained stationary. At the bedside, Nan Zhou removed his sweater. The woolen sweater generated a faint static electricity, causing his hair to appear somewhat disheveled. The snug base layer accentuated his slender, yet not frail upper body. Below the base layer, his long legs were enveloped by denim jeans. Although Nan Zhou did not possess the towering height of Alpha Hua Xingye, standing at nearly 1.80 meters, he had benefited from 2 years of rigorous singing and dancing training, endowing him with a subtle layer of muscle. Omega's skin is inherently more delicate than that of Alpha and Beta, and combined with his penchant for long garments, his complexion was quite fair. Thus, he actually boasted a physique that surpassed the expectations of onlookers. His allure was amplified when undressed, a fact that Hua Xingye comprehended more acutely than anyone else. Every inch of the person before him had been caressed and kissed tenderly by his fingertips and lips. Nan Zhou's fingers rested on the button of his jeans. "Do you wish to see?" Hua Xingye remained silent, his expression composed as he regarded him, his gaze devoid of any ambiguity, exuding the undeniable aura of dominance. The alpha-S pheromones saturated the room, far more intense than during filming. The omega pheromone at the nape of Nan Zhou's neck served only to conceal the fact that he had already been marked. In the presence of the alpha who had claimed him, he was merely a decoration. Very well, since he did not mind, neither would Nan Zhou. As his fingers moved, at that very moment, Hua Xingye casually picked up a towel from the sofa, one that Nan Zhou had used to dry his hair earlier, and tossed it toward the automatic camera lens. The viewers in the live stream barely caught a glimpse of the towel, soaring through the air before the screen was abruptly obscured. Throughout the entire episode, Hua Xingye did not cast even a glance in their direction. How infuriating. I told you, there was no way he would show us. He still loves him so much. It brings me to tears. Nevertheless, this must be Nan Zhou's privacy. As an artist, how could he undress during a live stream? Surely he must be wearing thermal pants in this cold weather. How could Nan Zhou possibly go without them? Is he insane? As it turned out, Nan Zhou was indeed not wearing thermal pants. He was a true man, a steadfast individual, prioritizing style over warmth. Thermal pants were utterly out of the question. Hua Xingye let out a cold snicker through his nose. Nan Zhou, perplexed yet feverish, lacked the energy to ponder the matter further. This time, without Hua Xingye's prompting, he tossed aside the covers and lay down on the bed. Even with the heating on, he still felt cold. The blanket that had seemed so warm the night before now felt utterly ineffective, perhaps due to his fever. Cold, he complained. Now I know what cold feels like. Hua Xingye inquired. Why is it that we both got drenched in the rain, yet I am the only one who caught a cold? Nan Zhou questioned, genuinely perplexed. Surely it could not be because he and T consumed ginger soup? Hua Xingye offered no reply. Nan Zhou curled up, pulling the blanket high enough to nearly cover his face, his voice muffled. Did you drink the ginger soup? That was brewed for you. Hua Xingye approached the bedside. So, you didn't drink it? Nan Zhou retorted indignantly. How infuriating. The blanket, which had partially obscured his face, was lifted by the alpha, who grasped Nan Zhou's chin with his long fingers, brushing over his smooth Adam's apple. Hua Xingye gazed into his hazy eyes and said leisurely, braving the winter rain without your coat, refusing to drink ginger soup, not even wearing your pants. Must I treat you this way for you to comply? The undeniable force of his presence, the irresistible mastery, the binding intensity, the commanding alpha pheromones, and the deliberately lowered tone. All of it felt so familiar. The overwhelming warmth, intertwined with memories of that night, erupted in Nan Zhou's mind, quickening his breath. He could not help but rub his cheek against that gentle hand, only to be restrained and unable to move the next moment. Nan Zhou found himself justifying, I didn't expect myself to be so weak. A mere rain shower, and I'm feverish. Previously, I would have never imagined this. He looked back into Hua Xingye's profound gaze, awaiting his response. The alpha's usual tenderness faded, replaced by an icy glare, inscrutable and somewhat terrifying. Chapter 39. The human body's warmth is the most comforting. So Hua Xingye's anger stems from Nan Zhou's neglect of his own health? Ginger soup? What ginger soup? The truth revealed. It turns out Nan Zhou had indeed been drinking ginger soup. How infuriating. You refuse to drink, and you don't wear your pants. My apologies for my impure thoughts. I am guilty. Yet, do you not find this wild version of Hua Xingye refreshingly alluring, making one yearn to lay before him at once? Tears streamed down my face. A testament to the bitter tea I was consuming. Truly, this live stream lacks the presence of those I hold dear. My face turned pale. In the face of Hua Xingye, Nan Zhou felt no fear. He had never feared anyone. In fact, at this moment, Hua Xingye appeared irresistibly seductive, causing his heart to race and his innermost desires to surge. I'm cold, Nan Zhou said, locking eyes with Hua Xingye, enunciating each word. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet tinged with a teasing ambiguity. I'll have them fetch blankets, Hua Xingye replied, maintaining his icy demeanor. Nan Zhou chuckled softly. I don't want a blanket. I've heard that a person's body heat is the warmest and most comforting. The apartment was eerily quiet, the air thick with the scent of alpha pheromones, dry, warm, and intoxicating. Hao Jia had once remarked that Nan Zhou's reactions to Hua Xingye were due to the influence of pheromones. Yet at this moment, Nan Zhou disagreed. He had always held a profound affection for this man before him. This affection transcended mere scent. It encompassed his looks, physique, charisma, voice, and character. Even their remarkable chemistry in bed ignited immense sparks, with Hua Xingye's every action leaving him entranced. In essence, he was utterly captivated. Even if the influence of pheromones played a role, Nan Zhou never believed that his desire to sleep with Hua Xingye was solely due to their intoxicating effects. The audience in the live stream was going wild. Nan Zhou was truly skilled at flirting. Was this a direct invitation? Hua Xingye, gather your resolve. After all, you are merely a beta, unaffected by pheromones. Surely, you can maintain your composure. Ah, Huagu, if you refuse to comply, you must truly have overcome your vices. The orange glow of the apartment's light cast half of its radiance upon the bed, the other half obscured by the towering figure of Hua Xingye, while it illuminated Nan Zhou's face. In the interplay of light and shadow, Hua Xingye's expression transformed from its previous calmness, revealing an unmistakable restlessness lurking in his gaze. Reclining on the bed, Nan Zhou wore a subtle smile, his seemingly delicate, drooping eyes conveying a blend of innocence and cunning, accentuated by their sharp, elongated corners. With naturally downward curving lashes, a slight blink evoked the spirit of a sly fox. Lively, beautiful, and irresistibly enticing. As Hua Xingye swallowed hard, he grasped both their microphones, pinching Nan Zhou's chin with gentle yet firm fingers, compelling him to tilt his head back and part his lips. He leaned in and kissed him, their tongues intertwining in a fervent dance. The aroma of pheromones thickened in the air, mingled with an elusive hint of roasted sweet chestnuts. Nan Zhou arched his neck, his hand resting upon Hua Xingye's chest, their breaths growing heavier and more fervent, eliciting soft, short whimpers from his throat. Wrinkles formed in his white shirt, and his captivating fox-like eyes shimmered with a delicate pink hue, misted with moisture. Outside the apartment, a knock echoed, steady and persistent. Yet the occupants paid it no mind. Hua Xingye pressed Nan Zhou down upon the bed, their bodies intimately entwined beneath the covers. After a moment's wait, perhaps realizing that no one would answer, a male voice called from outside. Huagu, the items you requested are left at the door. Silence resumed outside. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Hua Xingye finally pulled back. As their lips parted, he gently bit down on Nan Zhou's lower lip, unable to resist giving it a playful tug. Lying on the pillow, Nan Zhou's breath was uneven, filled with fervor. His lips, once parched and pale from fever, now glowed with a rosy hue, tingling with a delightful sensation. Yet, his eyes and expression betrayed a smile. Kissing like this is quite fierce. Will you catch something from it? His voice was husky, nearly inaudible. Hua Xingye offered no reply, his gaze fixated on Nan Zhou's lips as they opened and closed. The combination of their kiss and Nan Zhou's fever rendered his face alluringly disheveled. The pheromone barrier he had placed at the nape of his neck had unknowingly been brushed away, allowing the familiar, sweet scent to permeate the air, an ardent invitation to his alpha. Hua Xingye leaned down once more, capturing those exquisite lips with another kiss, while his other hand caressed the nape of Nan Zhou's neck, teasingly tracing the omega's glands. The mark he had once left there had faded considerably, soon to vanish entirely. The bond of pheromones that connected them would gradually dissipate, and he would no longer be under its influence. Hua Xingye shut his eyes, his grip tightening, deepening the kiss. He yearned to claim him once more, to eternally keep him by his side. Deep within, the despicable and shameful desires intertwine with the fleeting sweetness bestowed by the unguarded omega in reality, leaving Hua Xingye both tormented and ensnared. As he observed Nan Zhou taking the fever-reducing medication, followed by a large cup of steaming water before reclining once more, Hua Xingye finally found a moment to freshen up in the bathroom. When the lights were extinguished and he lay down on the bed, it was already quite late. In the darkness, Nan Zhou turned over to face him, nearly forgotten. As he spoke, a soft, low hum of melody began to resonate in the tranquil apartment. Hua Xingye lay on his side, quietly gazing at the figure before him, his deep-set eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. The familiar melody and lyrics transported him back to the past, to countless heart-fluttering moments. "You like this song, don't you?" Nan Zhou inquired. A few minutes of song felt fleeting, almost as if it lasted mere seconds. Hua Xingye hesitated before responding. "I knew you liked this song. That day when I rang the doorbell, you wouldn't open, but when I played this melody, you finally let me in." Nan Zhou chuckled softly. "It's my favorite too." "Why?" Hua Xingye asked. "Out of all the songs you've written, why this one?" "Its significance is different," Nan Zhou replied, and once again, silence enveloped the apartment. Hua Xingye refrained from pressing further, and Nan Zhou offered no additional words. In truth, even if Hua Xingye had asked, he might not have divulged the answer. This song was one he had yet to publish, a composition dedicated to his unfulfilled first love, with lyrics penned by the other party, encapsulating a heart-stirring tale of unreciprocated affection. Although he had ceased this one-sided emotional pursuit due to the other's breach of promise on that sweltering summer afternoon, Nan Zhou still maintained a WeChat friendship with that individual. They had never met, yet an unspoken understanding flourished between them. Chapter 40. The scent of Nan Zhou's pheromones. Another day of live streaming concluded, and the popular romantic variety show A Heartfelt Encounter continued to dominate the trending topics on Weibo. Among the myriad of entries, those related to Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye garnered the most attention, firmly securing their spots within the top 10. Notably, phrases such as Nan Zhou's first love is not Hua Xingye, Lu Zhu's expression, and Hua Xingye's birthday, Nan Zhou's first kiss captivated the audience. Clicking through these discussions revealed a high level of engagement. Yet, one entry, though not within the top 20 trending topics, enticed the curious onlookers: the scent of Nan Zhou's pheromones. This entry stemmed from a marketing account that shared a cut from the live stream. After Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye had left the room, the guests continued to answer pre-selected questions from fans as arranged by the production team. Even though the two had departed, the questions had already been prepared on a PowerPoint slide. Thus, when the guests unveiled them, the query posed by a fan to Hua Xingye regarding the scent of Nan Zhou's pheromones was suddenly displayed for all to see. Whether within the live stream or outside the show, or among the present guests, the astonishment at this question was palpable. It was undeniably provocative. Originally, Nan Zhou had already faced a barrage of criticism from netizens due to Lu Zhu's remarks, being denounced as a pretentious omega. However, if Hua Xingye were to reveal Nan Zhou's pheromone scent during the live broadcast, it would irrevocably alter the current public opinion. Conversely, should Hua Xingye choose to remain silent, or, to be more direct, it would further solidify the notion that Nan Zhou is a beta. Truly, Payphone has played his cards brilliantly. Yet, no matter how meticulously Payphone orchestrates his plans, it pales in comparison to the timely emergence of Nan Zhou's illness. I now find myself questioning the authenticity of Nan Zhou's affliction. It is rather disheartening to observe that some individuals here are so vile. Even a guest's illness is twisted into an accusation of evasion and concealment of pressing issues. Let's not be so malicious. Our dear Zhou is genuinely unwell. Did you not witness the live broadcast? Even the esteemed actor Hua was visibly upset. Who is Hua Xingye, if not a celebrated actor? With a mere flick of his talent, he could easily deceive the masses. In the midst of the trending topic, the onlookers and CP fans are embroiled in a heated dispute. Additionally, there are opportunistic detractors who have been caught and vehemently chastised by the fans of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye. In stark contrast to the chaotic situation trending online, the CP fans within their dedicated forum are fervently engaged, filled with an intoxicating blend of romantic tension. Just yesterday, the editor who crafted the video of Xing Zhou's secret admiration hastily released another high-quality video featuring a high-speed car. The comments indicate that the music in this video is irresistibly catchy, instantly yielding positive results. The video commences with Nan Zhou's poignant observation that a person's body temperature is the warmest, followed by a scene of him discreetly drinking at the bar behind Hua Xingye. Next, We witness Hua Xingye urging Nan Zhou to remove his clothing, accompanied by Nan Zhou's response in the fitting room. "Aren't you changing?" And a memorable line from Nan Zhou after being caught in the rain, together. Although not all the footage is from the live broadcast, the dialogue is authentic and exhilarating. Not to mention Hua Xingye's audacious remarks, such as "you want tea, drink, nor will you wear your pants," which have left the CP fans in a frenzy. The concluding scene depicts the two being photographed sleeping on a narrow bed together that very morning. In an instant, the video's view count soared into the hundreds of thousands, rapidly approaching 1 million. Simultaneously, the forum has burgeoned with an abundance of fan fiction and fan art. Many of these illustrations are quite risque, with one talented artist depicting Hua Xingye marking Nan Zhou. Of course, there are also earnest love theorists. One such individual meticulously dissected Hua Xingye's purported long-standing affection for someone, alongside his various expressions towards Nan Zhou during the live broadcast, particularly when responding to fan inquiries while gazing at Nan Zhou. Naturally, Nan Zhou's responses did not escape scrutiny either. In essence, she posits that Hua Xingye has harbored a secret admiration for Nan Zhou for many years, while Nan Zhou's affections lie with Lu Zhou. It was only after the trending incident involving Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou that Hua Xingye resolved to pursue his feelings. Furthermore, it is quite plausible that something significant transpired on his birthday, leading her to infer from Nan Zhou's choice to wear Hua Xingye's clothing to the Omega specialist, along with certain remarks made during the live broadcast, that Nan Zhou may indeed be an Omega and that they might have already marked each other. The detailed revelations about the lives of the couple, filled with various live-stream content and comparisons between Hua Xingye's everyday demeanor and his on-screen persona, have captivated the ardent fans of the Xingzhou CP. Their fervor has only intensified, realizing that these insights enhance their admiration. The buzz surrounding the couple's fandom has not waned. Instead, it has surged, fueled by the richness of new content. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the filming crew knocked on the door of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's apartment. Despite 2 consecutive days of tardiness for the 8 o'clock live streams, the production team remained hopeful. While the previous morning's delays could be forgiven due to the dramatic footage captured, the crew was less forgiving this morning. Although it was known that Nan Zhou had indeed been ill with a fever the night before, the camera crew was left waiting as the apartment remained unresponsive until nearly 9 o'clock. Payphone felt compelled to make another attempt at gaining entry. However, to his surprise, the door was securely locked from the inside. With no other options, the crew could only persistently knock. A new day dawned, bringing with it a strikingly handsome Hua Xingye. His outfit was exceptionally dapper, prompting excitement among the viewers. Oh, the esteemed actor was already up and dressed. Alas, this meant that the tantalizing moments I had anticipated might be lost. How disappointing. Hua Xingye seemed unusually reserved today. Perhaps the events of yesterday still weighed heavily upon him. After Hua Xingye opened the door and slightly stepped aside, the cameraman swiftly captured the interior of the apartment. At the dining table, Nan Zhou sat bundled in thick layers, resembling a little white bear, as he enjoyed breakfast while scrolling through messages on his phone. The screen displayed a flurry of texts from Hao Jia, all sent the previous night. "I wanted to call you when it was raining, but knowing how much Hua Xingye cares for you, I thought you would be fine. Yet here you are, running a fever. What happened? Aren't you usually so careful? How are you feeling now? Have you recovered? Dress warmly. A fever is detrimental to your health, especially with your gland issues." Nan Zhou replied, "I've recovered. Thank you. Is my susceptibility to fevers related to my gland injury?" He posed the question but received no immediate response from Hao Jia, who seemed preoccupied. He flipped his phone face down on the table. Hua Xingye returned to his seat beside him, inquiring, "Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" This question ignited enthusiasm among the viewers in the live stream. "Where does it hurt?" After taking care of his wife so thoroughly last night, he is back to expressing concern today. Is he? Is it that I'm the one unwell? Or is it you all? What? Wasn't the question about illness? Don't ask. Just embrace him and comfort him. I'm truly fine now. Nan Zhou set down his spoon and leaned towards Hua Xingye, resting his forehead against his. You can feel for yourself. The intimacy of their forehead touch closed the distance between them, their breaths mingling, and their gazes filled with the essence of one another. Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled as they met Hua Xingye's profound gaze, illuminated by the morning light, creating an indescribably enchanting fairy tale-like scene. The audience in the live stream and the CP fans were utterly mesmerized by this unexpected moment. Ah, the essence of the two-dimensional world has materialized into the three-dimensional realm. How delightful! I knew that Xingzhou would never disappoint. As a devotee, I'm willing to abstain from meat for 3 days in exchange for a kiss from Xingzhou right before me. Ha! That little thief is still here, flirting and seeking attention. Please refrain from lurking about and stealing glances. What is the matter? Is there already some misfortune early in the morning? Haven't you seen the trending topics? Your master is the one who is truly unfortunate, pilfering others' children everywhere. Hua Xingye nodded slightly, but insisted on taking his medicine. Upon the mention of medication, Nan Zhou pouted his lips in discontent and returned to his seat. Why do you insist on telling me this? Before Hua Xingye could respond, he quickly added, don't say it's for my own good. The statement sounded like a complaint, yet it resembled more of a self-deprecating remark. To the camera crew, I have never encountered someone so audaciously sharp-tongued. Hua Xingye seemed immune to these barbs, ignoring Nan Zhou's venomous remarks as he placed the pills and hot water before him. If you believe feeding you is beneficial, then I shall do so, Nan Zhou retorted. How infuriating. This guy learns far too quickly. He deliberately slowed his eating pace, perhaps thinking that, by prolonging his meal, he could somehow evade taking his medicine. Hua Xingye did not urge him, sitting beside him, responding to work messages on his phone, while occasionally sipping his coffee. The morning apartment was tranquil. The two seated at the dining table, each engrossed in their own activities, yet exuded an aura of harmony. Suddenly, Nan Zhou's phone, which lay face down on the table, buzzed twice. Setting down his cup, he unlocked the screen and immediately gasped, his expression shifting to one of considerable anger. Hua Xingye glanced at him, noticing that Nan Zhou had put down the spoon from his other hand, now tapping furiously on the screen with both hands. After a moment, Hua Xingye's phone displayed a prominent notification. The blogger you particularly follow, Nan Zhou V, has posted a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered a Weibo post from Nan Zhou just seconds ago. Nan Zhou V, which mother dares to steal my brother's song? Half a minute prior, Nan Zhou had received a delayed reply from Hao Jia. Of course, given that omegas have inherently weaker constitutions, and considering the severity of your glandular injury back then, it is only natural for you to fall ill easily. Have you seen Weibo? Lu Zhou, that scoundrel, has released a new song, and there is a segment that resembles the melody you played in the basement yesterday. The internet is buzzing, claiming that melody is his creation. After posting on Weibo, Nan Zhou's anger had not diminished in the slightest. With a disdainful snort, he opened his WeChat blacklist and released a contact noted as Brother Zhou. Upon entering the contact, seemingly finding the name bothersome, he swiftly changed it to Thief of Dogs. Dialing the voice call, he slammed the phone back onto the table. The WeChat voice message played for quite some time before the person on the other end answered, their tone reeking of avoidance. Is there something you need? Where are you? Our relationship, I believe, has already been established. Stop pretending. Just tell me where you are. What do you intend to do? Nan Zhou chuckled, rubbing his wrist as he replied, what do you think? I'm going to beat you. Lu Zhou, we're all adults here. I don't have time to indulge your childish games. With that remark, he swiftly ended the call. As he gazed at the screen showing the disconnected WeChat call, Nan Zhou's inner fury intensified, yet his exterior remained eerily calm, his expression dark, and his gaze fierce as if he were ready to strike. This was the first time witnessing Lu Zhou's anger. Could it be said that his anger was somewhat handsome? Surely, husbands truly exist. For Nan Zhou's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Hua Xingye when he was enraged. Was he calling Lu Zhou? Goodness, why did Lu Zhou's voice sound so disdainful? Is Nan Zhou unwell? Even when Lu Zhou was unwilling to engage further, he persisted, like a stubborn child. Some individuals are the true nuisances, crying over their stolen songs instead of confronting the thief. Who is stealing from whom? Certain green tea fans should not be so amusing. In mere seconds, Nan Zhou initiated another call. This time, Lu Zhou answered a tad quicker than before. What's going on? You hung up on my call? He queried. So fragile. Why not just be an omega? Nan Zhou preemptively retorted. Last night, when you had mentioned that Lu Zhou's meticulous nature resembled that of an omega. And upon hearing this, Lu Zhou appeared as though struck by a personal revelation, his anger flaring. That's enough, he stated. Enough? You don't have as many tricks as I do. Nan Zhou exclaimed. Let me tell you, you may steal songs, but you'll never surpass my talent, even in death. This time, Nan Zhou was the one to end the call abruptly. He turned to Hua Xingye and remarked, how can the entertainment industry even manage basic waste sorting, collecting all sorts of rubbish? Hua Xingye chuckled lightly, leisurely asking, what would you have me do? His calm demeanor suggested that no matter how absurd Nan Zhou's request, he could fulfill it. Was Hua Xingye preparing to defend Nan Zhou once more? Oh dear, those green tea fans lack any real skill, relying solely on alphas. Even the film emperor seems to have no standards when it comes to partners. How amusing. The fans of the unrecyclable trash are as varied as steam buns. They constantly invade others' live streams. Do they not find their own brother stream appealing? It's laughable. His brother stream barely attracts a fraction of the viewership that our Xing Zhou's live stream does. Zhou Bao, I'm your mouthpiece in the entertainment realm, always ready to criticize. Nan Zhou picked up the spoon again, concluding, you should be an A for CT views. As an O, you'd surely face OT. Just stick to being an actor. To the cameraman. Can this even be wrapped? What? Could he truly be a genius? Incredible. Actor? Hua Xingye, did you hear? Your wife is urging you to act properly. Hurry up and tidy yourself before slacking off on set. Hua Xingye lowered his gaze and smiled, his expression full of affection. Nan Zhou quickly finished his porridge, stating, just watch. If I don't ruin his face, I'll take your surname. The cameraman asked, why not take his surname? Nan Zhou replied, stop grossing me out. The live stream was flooded with laughter. Meanwhile, in the bustling CBD of Haishur, within a spacious and opulent office situated in a towering building, a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses reclined in a luxurious chair. Across the desk, a strikingly beautiful young secretary with curly hair stood attentively. On the desk, a tablet displayed an edited clip of Your Heart Skips a Beat, capturing the moment when Nan Zhou reached out from beneath the covers to embrace Hua Xingye. A sharp glimmer flickered in the man's inky black eyes. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice and commanded, contact this variety show and arrange for me to make a cameo appearance. Yes, Mr. Gu, she replied. Chapter 42. A Kiss or an Embrace. After reluctantly taking his medicine under Hua Xingye's watchful eye, Nan Zhou slung his guitar over his shoulder and departed for work. He was headed to the basement to practice singing, but due to the events of the previous night, when Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye had been caught in the rain, resulting in Nan Zhou falling ill, and with the rising popularity of the live broadcast, many fans had gathered nearby to watch. Out of concern for the guests' safety and well-being, Payphone and the production team convened and decided to cancel the use of electric scooters, opting instead for a dedicated vehicle to transport the guests to their work location. Today marked the final day of the first live broadcast, coinciding with Christmas Eve, and the guests had a packed schedule. Nan Zhou was set to rehearse in the afternoon and perform at a bar with Sixgo in the evening, ostensibly as a gift for Hua Xingye, though it was essentially a platform for the guests to showcase their talents. For instance, Lu Zhou and Wen Yu's performance tonight was publicly labeled as a singing and dancing test, but its true nature remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Never had time felt so fleeting. After today, they would have to wait 2 weeks to see their beloved Nan Zhou and Yigo again. It was rumored that Hua Xingye would leave immediately after tonight for another engagement, which meant he wouldn't be able to spend Christmas Eve with Nan Zhou. Oh, Payphone, could you capture more behind-the-scenes footage? How am I supposed to endure the next 14 days without it? In the vehicle, Nan Zhou utilized the tablet and stylus he had borrowed from Hua Xingye, scribbling furiously without revealing his intentions. As they approached their destination, the cameraman reminded him, under Peifeng's remote guidance, Teacher Hua, you did not complete your hidden task yesterday, so there will be a penalty. A hidden task? Nan Zhou inquired, bracing himself for what might follow. Fearing an embarrassing revelation, the cameraman interjected, yesterday, Teacher Hua undertook a hidden task that required you to initiate a hug or a kiss within 24 hours. The last few words were rather ambiguous, and even the cameraman, a man, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he spoke them, lowering his voice slightly. To his surprise, Nan Zhou protested loudly. But hasn't that already been accomplished? The cameraman responded, Huh? What? I knew it. I knew it. They turned off the cameras yesterday for some steamy moments. You beast. Even when your wife is sick, you don't hold back. Truly my idol, so bold, I adore it. I bear witness. Nan Zhou asked for a hug. We just didn't see the aftermath. I strongly demand a reshoot. Agreed. Nan Zhou paused his actions and looked up at the person seated beside him, Hua Xingye. Isn't that right? Last night, you mentioned some form of punishment? Hua Xingye inquired. Nan Zhou was taken aback. Through the Bluetooth headset, payphone remotely initiated a conversation, prompting the filming crew with questions. Has it been completed? Was it a kiss or an embrace? What is going on with you two? Nan Zhou shot a glance at the pair, incredulous that they had already forgotten after just one night. Hua Xingye grasped his hand, his dark, profound eyes fixed on the filming crew, or more accurately, negotiating with payphone through the lens. He has no experience with live shows. Do not bully him, he asserted. In the live broadcast, the audience slowly began to express their confusion with question marks, and even payphone and the production team could not suppress their reactions. Who is bullying whom? It's outrageous to fabricate such claims. Haven't we faced enough from your partner? At this moment, Nan Zhou realized the trap laid before him. He chuckled softly and leaned closer to the camera, flashing a smile. If you do not believe me, you may watch the recorded broadcast. Regardless, I claim it has been completed. Should you punish him, the show will bear the consequent risks. What risks? Asked the filming crew. The risk of being taken down. He replied, Nan Zhou scribbled a few words on his tablet, then held it up to shield the screen, presenting the content to the filming crew. What the hell? Which artist is so reckless as to intentionally expose their own major scandals leading to cancellation? Although the truthfulness of Nan Zhou's words was uncertain, it undeniably succeeded in intimidating the entire directing team. In today's entertainment landscape, whether for television dramas, films, or variety shows, merely being able to air a project is a significant achievement. There is always the fear that an artist might suddenly encounter a scandal, jeopardizing the entire production. As Nan Zhou lowered his hand, the audience once again viewed the live footage. However, this time, the individuals in the vehicle, particularly the filming crew, refrained from mentioning the tasks from the previous night. What did he actually do? Surely it wasn't something overly explicit in front of everyone, was it? Can someone elaborate on what constitutes overly explicit? A game of chicken? I often feel out of place in this live stream due to my lack of scandalous content. It is quite terrifying yet enjoyable. Not to mention, Nan Zhou continues to protect our Yiga fiercely, sending hugs. After escorting Nan Zhou to the rehearsal location, Hua Xingye proceeded to fulfill his tasks for the day. The earnings from yesterday's cameo role would be used to buy a Christmas gift for Nan Zhou. So his daytime mission involved selecting the perfect present, after which he would pick Nan Zhou up from work. And together, they would head to the bar to continue their endeavors. In the basement, the atmosphere was more vibrant than the previous day. The entire 6Go band awaited eagerly, and even Yu Yang had arrived. As soon as Nan Zhou stepped in, his enthusiastic disciple Tang Yang could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Master, that person named Lu from your team has stolen your song." Upon hearing this, the comments flooded in, applauding his audacity. After all, Lu Zhou was a well-known idol with a substantial fan base, much more popular than Tang Yang, the relatively obscure keyboardist. This is the nature of the entertainment industry, where popularity and status dictate one's position, often favoring the high and trampling the low. In a recent live broadcast, Tang Yang made remarks about Lu Zhou, inadvertently offending him, his fans, and his team, which could lead to adverse consequences. Jia Jia, being a girl, expressed her concern differently. "Teacher Nan Zhou, are you truly all right? Do you need to take a break?" Nan Zhou replied, "I have a headache." To which he added, "There are mice stealing my wisdom." Nan Zhou, with an air of authority, settled into his chair, exuding a commanding presence, and declared, "I have decided to deliver a resounding blow to this shameless rat." "Did you all see what I just shared in the group?" he asked. The members of 6Go looked momentarily startled before hastily retrieving their phones. They had been engrossed in discussions regarding Lu Zhou's plagiarism and had not been attentive to their devices. As Tang Yang opened the content, he exclaimed, "Master, I support you. That guy is light years behind me. You could crush him with a mere fingertip. Only Yu Yang smiled faintly, plucking a bass solo. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou called out, "Stop!" Yu Yang paused, and the others looked up in confusion. The mouse might be lurking in the restroom, spying on us. I want to mute today's rehearsal content. Nan Zhou instructed the on-site director. At that moment, Lu Zhou, who was watching the live stream on the toilet, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? Mute? No way!" he exclaimed. Laughter ensued as viewers remarked on Nan Zhou's boldness, directly mocking Lu Zhou as a filthy rat. Isn't this just a gimmick? It seems like Brother Zhou has released a song, and this guy doesn't know how to respond. How did a rat's fan get into our live stream? Quick, sprinkle some rat poison. One viewer laughed. I can't believe it. Lu Zhou is currently in the restroom. In the realm of live dating shows, muting during a broadcast had never been done before. The on-site director, unable to make such a significant decision, quickly communicated with payphone. Nan Zhou also cut in, asserting that after a round of competition, he would ensure a grand spectacle, or else he would win by kissing Huo Xingye on live television. Consequently, the entire afternoon was filled with silence in the live stream. Time flew by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night fell once more. Huo Xingye came to pick up Nan Zhou after work, and they shared a ride to the bar, while the other members of Sixgo took a separate vehicle provided by the production team. The journey was brief, lasting less than 10 minutes. Yet the exchange between Nan Zhou and Huo Xingye was remarkably sweet, though Huo Xingye had yet to present a gift, leaving the audience in suspense. In the car, the filming crew informed them that due to the recent surge in viewership, the Seoul bar was experiencing an influx of patrons, surpassing its usual busy hours. To avoid chaos, the bar had restricted entry, preventing many guests and members from entering that night. Nevertheless, the premises were still swarmed by fans eager to catch a glimpse of their idols. As the car door opened, a tidal wave of cheers flooded Nan Zhou's ears. "Zhou, you can do it! Huo Xingye, I love you! The vibrant city of Xingzhou is indeed real, and I have brought you to the Civil Affairs Bureau for our marriage." The security personnel skillfully separated the throngs of people as Huo Xingye half-embraced Nan Zhou, swiftly guiding him through the bar's back entrance. While changing in the dressing room, Nan Zhou overheard Huo Xingye remark, "I heard you made a condition this afternoon for silence." "Yes. Do you trust me?" Nan Zhou replied, "Of course. It's just that I used your wager without your consent," he continued while fastening his buttons. "How about this? You propose a condition as well." Huo Xingye turned to him, gazing intently for a considerable moment. "What's wrong? Rest assured, as long as I can fulfill it, I will comply." Once Nan Zhou secured the last button, he stuffed his clothes into the locker. Huo Xingye, having changed more adeptly, moved with a grace that contrasted with Nan Zhou's carefulness. He retrieved the crumpled clothes from Nan Zhou, neatly folding them before placing them back. "I don't mind," he stated. "Then what are you?" Nan Zhou asked, puzzled. With a soft click, Huo Xingye closed the locker door, pushing Nan Zhou against it. His towering frame leaned against him, warm breath brushing against Nan Zhou's ear, murmuring softly, "It's just a bit regrettable." "What do you regret?" Nan Zhou turned his head. In an instant, the distance between them diminished, their noses nearly brushing against each other, and a delicate kiss, as light as a cicada's wing, landed on Nan Zhou's nose. The warm breath, accompanied by Huo Xingye's alluring voice, enveloped Nan Zhou's face. Stunned, Nan Zhou quickly realized the implication. In the confined space created by the wardrobe and Huo Xingye's arm, he turned slightly, rising on his toes, his lips poised against the sharp line of Huo Xingye's jaw. His tone sultry. "Then you should make a request of me." "Oh my goodness, what are these two doing in the dressing room?" The voices echoed, a blend of shock and excitement. "This conversation feels off. I'm about to explode. Sisters, I am a distinguished VIP. Pay phone. Can you be sensible and install cameras in the fitting room?" "Kiss. Steady? What are they even talking about?" I can't comprehend, but their voices are so intimate. Tonight's footage promises to be abundant. Surely, the lady will edit something new, won't she? Huo Xingye chuckled softly. "What is so amusing?" "Let me think," he replied, stepping back to create space. Confused yet more concerned about the forthcoming performance, Nan Zhou did not delve deeper. Exiting the dressing room, Huo Xingye resumed mixing drinks behind the bar, while Nan Zhou was not assigned to serve at the various booths. Instead, He made his way to the lounge of the Six-Go band for final pre-performance rehearsals. However, just as they were about to pick up their instruments, the doors swung open, revealing a young girl under 20 with long hair, entering with a middle-aged man in his 40s and the bar manager. The girl's gaze swept across the room, quickly locking onto Nan Zhou, her pupils widening in surprise, only to be swiftly replaced by another emotion. She let out a soft hum. The manager stood nearby, introducing the man as the owner of Soul Bar, while the girl was identified as his daughter. The young lady, a fan of Y, had heard about their rehearsal and expressed her desire to come and observe. However, the girl quickly interjected, correcting, "I'm not a fan of the group." With that, she turned her scrutinizing gaze back to Nan Zhou, eyeing him with palpable disdain, and haughtily remarked, "I've heard you stole my brother's song?" Tang Yong furrowed his brow, ready to retort, but was restrained by the drummer beside him. "It seems you're desperate for fame. Lacking talent, you resort to stealing from others." The father chimed in. "Really, inviting such a person to sing in our establishment. What a compromise for the sake of money. Shall I take my leave?" Nan Zhou suddenly interjected. The moment he spoke, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. The owner hastily waved his hands, while the manager swiftly intervened, saying, "That's not the case at all, teacher Nan Zhou. Please don't take it to heart. The young lady didn't mean it that way. It's just that there are too many rumors online, and she merely wishes to clarify." What a joke. The bar's current popularity was entirely attributed to their collaboration with the Heartbeat of You. Moreover, Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye were the hottest CP artists on the internet, drawing traffic wherever they went. This immense fortune had fallen upon their small bar, and they could not afford to squander it. "I'm not taking it to heart." Nan Zhou smiled broadly, tugging at his pocket as he approached. "You're quite greedy, aren't you?" the girl exclaimed. "Indeed, I am but a money-hungry artist," Nan Zhou replied, nodding at the manager. "So, make sure to increase my pay." The manager nodded in agreement, while the girl stomped her foot in frustration, about to voice her thoughts once more when an announcement came from the front, indicating that the stage was set and it was time to prepare. Upon hearing this, the owner quickly instructed the manager to escort Nan Zhou and the Six-Go band to the vicinity of the stage, unwilling to keep him lingering any longer. The girl pouted, pulling out her phone to open the fan group, exclaiming, "Nan Zhou is truly too much. He is so greedy." The members of the fan group quickly echoed her sentiments, nearly wishing they could bury Nan Zhou in their spittle. "Gigi, didn't you say you were at Seoul? Have you seen Nan Zhou?" Suddenly, one of Lu Zhou's fans inquired. "Is he really not good-looking at all?" Lin Ji paused in her typing, her mind involuntarily recalling the moment Nan Zhou had walked in, casting a fleeting glance her way. His head slightly tilted. It was merely a casual gesture, yet inexplicably charming. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly replied, "What good is good looks if he is so vulgar?" Chapter 44. He is so beautiful and handsome. Oh my. The atmosphere in the live house was livelier than usual. Some fans had specially sought connections to gain entry, eager to hear Nan Zhou's song up close and personal. Of course, more importantly, they were excited to witness the interaction between Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye. The cocktail bar where Hua Xingye stood had also been temporarily adjusted. He now stood a meter away from those ordering at the bar, with security in place to ensure that no one could easily approach without proper identification. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the stage lights finally illuminated, revealing the Six-Go band alongside Nan Zhou, accompanied by the soulful bassist of the Dawn Band, Yu Yang. To the astonishment of all, however, Yu Yang was not holding a bass guitar, but rather an acoustic guitar. What a surprise! Yu Yang with a guitar? A little-known fact, his guitar skills are on par with those of an average guitarist. Look at Nan Zhou, what is he holding? I am utterly amazed. What could he possibly be incapable of? Is this for real? This feels like a script that defies expectation. Suddenly, it seems that when Nan Zhou mentioned delivering a heavy blow to Lu Zhou, he wasn't merely jesting. Is he preparing for something grand? Nan Zhou stood on the right side of the stage, clad in the same server uniform as 2 days prior. Yet today, he was unburdened by a guitar, instead holding a violin. As he positioned the violin on his shoulder, the white shirt tucked into his trousers accentuated his slender waist and long legs. Perhaps to facilitate his performance, Nan Zhou had loosened his shirt cuffs, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a glimpse of his fair arms. Jia stood at the center, donned in a sailor suit, her hair tied in a ponytail, and wearing black loafers, embodying the essence of a Japanese high school student. Welcome everyone to our performance tonight. We dedicate this song, Summer Flame, to you in winter. Jia even struck a very anime-like pose. The audience erupted in applause, which she quieted with a shushing gesture. The sounds within the live house gradually faded like receding tides, and in the ensuing silence, the notes of the violin mingled with a piano-like keyboard sound. The melodious tune transported listeners to a sun-kissed beach, caressed by the summer breeze. On stage, Nan Zhou drew the bow across the strings of his violin, swaying gently, his expression remaining serene, yet captivating. Especially under the stage lights, his fair arms and the long, delicate fingers that danced over the strings appeared strikingly alluring. The enchanting strains of the violin and melody flowed like the summer night breeze, soothing the audience's ears. With the addition of classical guitar and drums, it felt as though fireworks were bursting in the night sky by the seaside. As Jia began to sing, the spotlight fell on her voice. Her tone, inherently sweet and crisp, harmonized beautifully with the atmosphere crafted by the song's melody. Originally, this composition was penned by Nan Zhou for a female singer with a similar vocal quality, primarily featuring piano. However, this rendition had been transformed into a band version, enhancing certain elements to make it more suitable for the six-go ensemble. The lyrics are exquisite. I understand why Nan Zhou feels disdain for Tang Yang. These words read like poetry. My lack of cultural refinement only allows me to exclaim, "How lovely it sounds!" As the song progressed into its middle section, transitioning into an interlude, the keyboard-simulated piano sounds underpinned by sporadic drumming, accompanied by the violin as poignant solo, resembling a grand display of fireworks bursting in the highest skies. Following this flourish, the piano drew closer, and the female voice resumed the lead, narrating a youthful romance that, for reasons beyond resolution, concluded at its most beautiful moment. As Jia concluded her final note, a delicate piano melody resonated through the venue. Tang Yang's exceptional keyboard skills seamlessly infused the girl's wistfulness into the music, creating a moment where the audience was momentarily lost in the song's embrace. After a brief silence, a voice from an unknown booth erupted with a resounding bravo, and the venue was soon filled with thunderous applause, followed by a chorus of cheers. Standing on stage, Nan Zhou flashed a smile towards the camera, his captivating fox-like eyes brimming with mischief. Lu Zhou spoke, and the crowd hushed. Then, under the gaze of millions, Nan Zhou raised his middle finger in a quintessential international gesture toward the lens. The filming crew and production team were taken aback, swiftly shifting the camera away. For such a gesture was strictly prohibited. "Wow, he is so handsome!" A voice cried out, excitement palpable. "Take that, Lu Zhou. Sister, I am completely enchanted. He is stunning. Radiating a vibrant energy, you know what I mean?" This romantic variety show feels more like a musical one. Nan Zhou's song is simply exquisite. Has anyone listened to that mouse's song? Can it even compare to this? I refuse to believe it. This is the kind of song that I immediately want to add to my playlist for repetitive listening. It is just too beautiful. Linji stood at the front of the live house, gazing at the man on stage, who seemed to shimmer with light, her heart pounding like a drum. The cheers of those around her felt distant, as if she were enveloped in the hauntingly beautiful melody that lingered in her ears. When Nan Zhou lowered his hand, his gaze swept over the crowd, and though she knew he was not looking at her, Linji held her breath, her cheeks flushed. Behind the bar, Hua Xingye watched the figure on stage from afar, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. The performance was soon edited and shared on Weibo, sparking a flurry of discussions. Lu Zhou's single was compared to Summer Flame, igniting a fierce debate among fans on trending topics. Casual listeners tuned in, first to Summer Flame, then to Lu Zhou's new single Watching Fireworks Together, only to turn it off within half a minute. If there is any plagiarism here, I am more inclined to believe that Watching Fireworks Together has copied Summer Flame. Some fans should stop pretending to be neutral. It was my Zhou Ge who released his single first, while Nan Zhou only performed this song later. It is evident who borrowed from whom. Fans of Lu Zhou, stop being ridiculous. Nan Zhou publicly played the melody first on the show. Laughter erupted, in my opinion, It's not the clash of songs that is alarming, but rather the one that sounds worse, that becomes embarrassing. No matter how hard Lu Zhou's fans tried, no amount of paid promotion could obscure the genuine voices of the audience. Just then, a renowned music blogger with millions of followers on both Weibo and video platforms posted a commentary. This blogger, known for their critical nature, particularly towards idol songs, had previously dismissed Wick's hottest group song as mere drivel, a waste of life to listen to. However, this time, they bestowed high praise on Summer Flame, describing it as simple yet sophisticated. This time, the hysterical fans of Lu Zhou felt thoroughly offended, flocking to the blogger's Weibo to berate him for allegedly accepting payment. As discussions about the two songs threatened to dominate Weibo's trending topics, a hot search term titled copulate surged to the forefront with astonishing momentum. Marked in red as a trending topic, copulate is the title of a new single released today by the idol Su Shi, who had been silent for 3 years following the disbandment of her group. The straightforward title immediately captured public attention. Curiosity piqued. Those who clicked on it found themselves entranced by the song's provocative lyrics and enchanting melody, holding their attention for at least 10 minutes. Chapter 45. Are you not going to do something? My goodness, this song made me break into a sweat. Upon playing it in the office, I was startled and nearly turned it off, yet I couldn't resist wanting to listen further. Su Shi, are you in love? Is this song a reflection of your intimate moments with your alpha? It was so evocative that I felt a reaction stirring within me. Have you noticed how cleverly the title was chosen? It avoids mating or copulation, opting instead for copulate, which emphasizes the act itself. How intense! Just listening to it fills the air with pheromones. It's so tantalizing. Su Shi, do you remember that you are a female idol? The lyrics describe a passionate embrace, chaotic yet intimate, blurring the lines of reality to the point of breathlessness, suffused with a sweet aroma that is both close and disordered. The sophisticated melody and lyrics are sensual yet never vulgar, creating a perfect artistic ambience, truly remarkable. The entire trending topic is abuzz with fervent discussions about this song. Of course, some argue that the song is merely a gimmick, intentionally written to grab attention. However, the prevailing sentiment is that the song is indeed fiery and melodious. Numerous music critics and influencers have taken to analyzing the song's melody and instrumental choices, producing lengthy articles and video explanations that elevate the song's depth and professionalism to another level. Among them, industry giants seem more interested in the songwriter Tara Australis than in the performer Su Shi. This songwriter, previously unknown to them, had not been heard of before, yet the quality of this song clearly reflects immense skill. If this is indeed their first piece, it marks them as a genius among geniuses, which seems implausible. Yet, if they have other works, they must be significant. Why else would a prominent figure resort to a pseudonym? Thus, sensing the scent of gossip, marketing accounts began to dig into what Su Shi had been up to during her 3-year hiatus. Once the lead vocalist of a popular girl group known for their singing and dancing, Su Shi seemingly vanished from the entertainment scene after the group's disbandment, leaving no new works in her wake. Speculation arose that she had either gotten married or was being kept under wraps by her agency. As an Omega, endowed with an ethereal beauty that exudes purity and sweetness, it is only natural that she is often surrounded by a plethora of romantic rumors. Moreover, when her past was scrutinized, Su Shi's team offered no response whatsoever. This occasion marks her first appearance in the public eye after a prolonged absence, and upon her return, she presents a song that starkly contrasts with the essence she embodied during her girl group days. Was it not previously mentioned that her boyfriend is a musician? Could this song, Tara Australis, be penned by him? Has there been anyone of that name within the circle before? The compatibility of this song with Su Shi's voice is remarkable, evoking an immediate desire to connect intimately with one's alpha. It is quite audacious, prompting speculation about the state of mind in which Tara Australis composed this piece. The Soul Bar, a venue that consistently stays ahead of contemporary trends and features a live house, naturally includes this track on its playlist. Shortly after the Six Go Band concluded their performance, the bar sound system began to play the trending song, Copulate. In the dimly lit ambience of the bar, the interplay of shadows and light, combined with this melody, captivated the patrons immersed in a world of indulgence. After descending from the stage, Nan Zhou instinctively made his way to the bar to request a drink from Hua Xingye. As if anticipating his presence, Hua Xingye handed him a freshly mixed cocktail upon his arrival. Unlike the previous day, the drink's hue resembled the vibrant colors of fireworks over the sea, yet it maintained the same low alcohol content. Quite complimentary indeed, Nan Zhou thought as he accepted the glass. At that moment, the prelude of copulate resonated throughout the bar. Hua Xingye paused momentarily. Unlike his usual demeanor, Nan Zhou exhibited no change in expression. He even took a moment to discreetly assess the camera's positioning. Turning slightly, he shielded himself from the lens, using Hua Xingye's tall frame and his own back, raising the glass to his lips for a few elegant sips. His movements were graceful, eyes half closed, embodying a relaxed and contented posture. The enchanting voice and melody of Su Shi reverberated within the bar, while Hua Xingye's phone displayed a WeChat moment from 10 minutes prior, where a prominent figure in their circle inquired if anyone knew the identity of Terra Australis. After Nan Zhou left the stage, Hua Xingye briefly glanced at his social media feed. At this moment, he cast his gaze down upon the individual before him. Although his face revealed no emotion, the hand gripping his phone betrayed his tension, veins prominent as a surge of desire ignited within him. Memories of blissful sweetness flooded his mind, and he averted his gaze, taking a discreet breath. The bar was indeed playing copulate. How tasteful! An ambience filled with intrigue. A sultry song and romantic couples. One might wonder, amidst such an enchanting moment, what intentions might arise. After consuming a third of the drink, Nan Zhou turned his attention to Hua Xingye. From his perspective, the first thing that caught his eye was the alluring jawline of Alpha, illuminated by dim light, which was quite kissable, reminiscent of the gentle taste he had savored in the fitting room. Below that was a sensual Adam's apple, and, as it moved up and down, Nan Zhou felt a heightened thirst after his recent sip of alcohol. "Do you like it?" he inquired, his voice tinged with the warmth of the drink. "What?" Hua Xingye appeared engrossed in mixing drinks, his gaze not shifting towards Nan Zhou. "The song." Alpha's movements momentarily faltered. "Which one?" Nan Zhou was taken aback, then burst into laughter, leaning closer to Hua Xingye, his moist lips nearly brushing against his earlobe. "Whichever you think it is." "Which one? Isn't there just one?" A flurry of questions filled his mind, having never missed a minute of the live broadcast. "Isn't it Summer Flame? What else could it be? You aren't asking about copulate, are you?" Hey, Zhou Bao. Flirting with an alpha like that could lead to trouble. Hua Xingye likely had no particular affinity for copulate. He seemed to favor Summer Flame. After all, it was his wife's song, and it was utterly delightful. How infuriating! He suspected that after the mic was turned off last night, they indeed engaged in something else. What copulate? Aside from Summer Flame, they must be singing that song meant solely for Hua Xingye. Those mischievous little lovebirds, singing in secret and denying us the pleasure of hearing it. I want to hear Nan Zhou sing copulate for my Yiga. It must be quite steamy, and I can just see my Yiga rising to his feet. "We all like it," Hua Xingye replied. His brevity was unusual, leaving Nan Zhou with an unsettling feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard Hua Xingye pose a question. "Does this song hold a different meaning for you?" Chapter 46. "You have a crush on me," Nan Zhou pondered seriously. "I suppose it is different." Hua Xingye finally ceased his actions and turned his gaze towards him, a hint of restlessness flickering in his eyes. "What I meant was..." He hesitated mid-sentence, then abruptly stopped. "After all, for me, it was an extraordinarily wonderful and unforgettable experience." Having said that, Nan Zhou tilted his head back and took several more sips of his drink. Although Copulate was merely one among many of his chart-topping songs, for him, this particular piece resonated more closely with reality. It was not born of imagination nor elevated above the mundane. It was a reflection of their passionate union. Hua Xingye's deep gaze trembled slightly, his thin lips pressed together, ultimately refraining from voicing the questions that lingered in his heart. Why does it feel like the film emperor is hinting at something? This doesn't sound like a commentary on Summer Flame, does it? An extraordinarily wonderful and unforgettable experience. Zhou was surely referring to this performance, considering he had previously sung songs of lesser quality in the group. pinned by the mouse. How amusing. I now begin to doubt the bullying of Nan Zhou in the past. After all, why would someone so talented in creation always be overshadowed by a mouse? Lu Zhou suffered a loss of true identity in this live broadcast. Nan Zhou is so alluring. I want him. The moment Nan Zhou set down his glass, he suddenly recalled that Hua Xingye probably did not know that copulate was written by him. Therefore, was he asking about Summer Flame? Xia Yin is merely one of his many popular tracks. Nothing particularly special. As the song nears its conclusion, the lingering melody resembles the air after a rain, still imbued with a sense of dampness. The ambiguous, trailing notes evoke an embrace following an exquisite intimacy. Fragments of memories flicker through Nan Zhou's mind, causing a slight warmth to spread through his body. It is unclear whether this warmth stems from the alcohol or a longing for the memories themselves. He glances back at Hua Xingye, unexpectedly locking eyes with his deep, somewhat fervent gaze. His heart skips a beat as he speaks. The song Copulate just finished playing at Soul Bar, and they transition to another track. What? Nothing. He shrugs, contemplating how Hua Xingye might feel about the fact that he had transformed their story into a song. They still have to record a program together. It would be quite inconvenient if it became awkward. The work at Soul Bar concludes perfectly as the clock approaches midnight. Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou take the cruise vehicle back to the apartment building. As the car comes to a halt, Hua Xingye calls out to Nan Zhou, who is about to get out, saying, "I have something for you." With a flourish, he produces a beautifully wrapped gift, flat and square, a Christmas present. A task from the crew? Nan Zhou takes it, brushing his fingertips over the surface, a confident smile gracing his lips. A vinyl? Hua Xingye is not surprised by his correct guess, returning a similar smile in acknowledgement. "To be honest, you truly understand me." Nan Zhou licks his lips, asking, "Do you know what this signifies?" What does it signify? In the cramped confines of the car, the dim light renders the midnight atmosphere particularly serene. The Alpha's presence and voice are amplified, enveloping Nan Zhou in a comforting aura. He chuckles softly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "You have a crush on me." Rather than a mere crush, it resembles a seemingly sweet trap that hides deeper complexities. Hua Xingye gazes at him without responding, yet his profound eyes convey an unspoken, intricate emotion. The eyes of an actor can speak. The eyes of a cinematic master can express affection. Nan Zhou muses that if Hua Xingye wished to deceive someone, he would find it exceedingly effortless. A gentle tap on the car window interrupts them. It is Hua Xingye's assistant urging them on. The early morning flight abroad is fast approaching, and they must hurry. "I want TB getting in. Remember to lock the door when you return." Hua Xingye opens the car door, adding, "And don't avoid taking your medication." Nan Zhou thinks, how does he know I don't want to continue the medication? "Take care of yourself, and call me if anything comes up." As he finishes speaking, Hua Xingye instinctively reaches out to touch Nan Zhou's face. Halfway through the motion, he seems to recall something, self-deprecatingly retracting his hand to rest on Nan Zhou's shoulder instead. Nan Zhou nods, then goodbye. Goodbye. He exits the car, holding the vinyl record. Hua Xingye watches him depart, unable to conceal the reluctance in his eyes. As the car door closes, he exhales deeply. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the closed door is pulled open from the outside, revealing Nan Zhou's face once more within Hua Xingye's line of sight. He forcefully pushed the car door open, leaning his upper body inside. Before Hua Xingye could react, he planted a warm kiss at the corner of his lips, infused with a hint of Omega's sweet fragrance. Hua's deep-set eyes widened in astonishment. Nan Zhou stood before the car door once more, shaking the vinyl record in his hand, almost forgetting to say farewell and wish for a safe journey. The car door closed again. "Ah, how sweet. Oh my, Nan Zhou. How do you manage to be so charming? Here I am. The leopard cat is born. Who understands? My brother looks like he is still seated there, but in reality, he has already followed Nan Zhou away. That infuriating Luo Nan. What kind of ridiculous schedule has he arranged for Hua Xingye? That he cannot even spend Christmas with his wife. Woe is me. Can we have an encore? I wish to continue watching. I cannot bear for it to end." Hua Xingye's departure also signified the conclusion of the first live broadcast of this season of You Make My Heart Flutter. Nan Zhou tucked the vinyl record under his arm and strolled leisurely upstairs with his hands in his pockets. He would spend a night in the apartment, awaiting Hao Jia's arrival to pick him up early the next morning. Upon reaching the apartment door, just as Nan Zhou was about to retrieve his keys, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, swiftly snatching the keys from his grasp. Turning around, he encountered a furious Lu Zhou, gripping the keys in one hand. Lu Zhou attempted to seize his arm with the other, but Nan Zhou adeptly dodged. What madness is this at such a late hour? Seeking a fight, are we? With that, Nan Zhou coldly raised his arm and delivered a punch that landed squarely on Lu Zhou's face. Taken aback by the unexpected retaliation, Lu Zhou stood frozen in disbelief. Nan Zhou rubbed his wrist. He should be grateful I didn't actively seek him out, yet he dares to come here. Goodness, that hurt. Is this man's face made of stone? The strength and physical prowess of an Omega are, after all, significantly inferior to that of an Alpha. The impact of Nan Zhou's punch may not have inflicted much harm on Lu Zhou, but the humiliation was profound. His eyes reddened with fury. He demanded, "Tell me honestly, have you slept with Hua Xingye?" Lu Zhou had witnessed the scene upstairs where Nan Zhou had boldly kissed Hua Xingye, and in that instant, an overwhelming rage surged through him. This furious indignation was 100 times more intense than when he had seen Nan Zhou flipping him off on social media. Chapter 47. I cannot feel your love. He had clearly professed his affection. It was evident that a mere hint of sweetness would make him obediently follow behind. He had always heeded his words and never treated him coldly. Why the change? When did it begin? Lu Zhou couldn't comprehend the vast disparity in the intimacy between Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye, which left him feeling deeply betrayed. Accompanying this sense of betrayal was the suspicion of secrets that seemed deliberately hidden from him. In the past, he professed to like me, refusing even a mere touch. Yet now, it seems he casually engages with any alpha. In his rage, Lu Zhou disregarded everything and let slip all manner of harsh words. I truly misjudged you. It turns out you are not just selective, but rather, you simply play favorites. You are but a beta, devoid of pheromones. Can you truly compare yourself to an Omega? Do you believe that Hua Xingye is earnest in his pursuits with you? Once he has had his fill of amusement, he will undoubtedly cast you aside. After an outburst of words, Lu Zhou noticed that Nan Zhou remained composed, observing him with a gaze that seemed to say, "Look at you," devoid of any shame or discomfort. This unfamiliar demeanor of Nan Zhou instilled a profound fear in Lu Zhou. It was not the fear of being harmed by Nan Zhou, but rather an indescribable sense of losing control, as if everything that once was had slipped beyond his grasp. He felt an urgent need to restore order, to compel Nan Zhou to obey once more, especially after discovering that Nan Zhou possessed abilities he had yet to comprehend. In this contemplation, Lu Zhou's hands trembled, his expression shifting from one of frantic desperation to one of sorrowful pleading. Tell me, you are merely engaging in a publicity stunt with him. If you admit it, I shall forgive you. As his words lingered, the corridor of the second floor in the late-night apartment fell into an eerie silence. Lu Zhou fixed his gaze on Nan Zhou, awaiting his response. A soft chuckle echoed in the frigid winter night, followed by Nan Zhou's coolly detached voice. What is this? Do you prefer cleanliness? I've just depleted my funds, so don't grow too fond of me. Moreover, animals, when seeking mates, always choose the most splendid females and the most formidable males in their pack. What is wrong with my selection? Don't you have your own preferences? I see you eagerly wish to shine. If you're not discerning, allow me to point you in the right direction. Perhaps you should pursue the beds of wealthy old men. For the path of music is not meant for you. Though his voice was not loud, each word struck Lu Zhou like a sharp knife, piercing his heart with precision. Each subsequent remark grew harsher, each one bearing greater weight and insult. Particularly, the assertion that the path of music was closed to him felt like a death sentence upon Lu Zhou's dreams of fame. Do not think that because you have penned a decent song, you can judge me, he shouted. After his outburst, Lu Zhou, under Nan Zhou's gaze, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Lowering his voice, he feigned a pitiful demeanor. You forced my hand. Had you not concealed your songwriting from me, we would not have reached this impasse. Yes, indeed. Had Nan Zhou disclosed his talent for songwriting from the beginning, their band might have soared to greater heights, and he could have become a luminary in the entertainment industry. basking in adoration and accumulating boundless wealth. Lu Zhou, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "You profess to care for me, yet you refuse to invest anything for my sake. What does love mean to you? Is it mere words? I cannot feel your affection." Nan Zhou retorted coldly, "That is your issue. I have no obligation to bear the weight of your feelings." "You." Lu Zhou choked, unable to restrain his emotional collapse. "How have you transformed into this? People change, unlike you, who remain ever shameless." Nan Zhou glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearing midnight. The temperature outside was low, and with Hua Xingye's recent departure, the absence of alpha pheromones left him feeling physically and mentally unwell, diminishing his patience. "Hand me the keys," Nan Zhou commanded, tilting his chin towards Lu Zhou. "Why should I give them to you? Had I known you were so insufferable, I should have been more resolute from the very beginning." Lu Zhou clenched the keys in his hand, a flicker of madness igniting in his gaze. "No, it is not too late now." As he spoke, he took a step forward, extending his hand towards Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, however, locked eyes with him, and just as he was about to make a move, a sudden rush of noise approached rapidly from afar. A suitcase hurtled towards him from the right, colliding forcefully with Lu Zhou's legs, staggering the alpha with its incredible speed and weight. He nearly lost his balance, and the keys slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. I'm so sorry," came a voice from the direction of the suitcase. "I couldn't hold it steady. It was too heavy. It was when you." Nan Zhou quickly bent down to retrieve the keys. Lu Zhou's pupils dilated in surprise as he turned sharply towards the source of the voice, clearly not expecting Wen Yu to be present. Wen Yu, seemingly oblivious to their prior conversation, hurried to the entrance of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's apartment. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" With an outsider present, Lu Zhou refrained from speaking further, merely shaking his head in silence. "That's good then. Could you help me carry the suitcase down?" When you asked, Lu Zhou looked at him in disbelief. "What? Is that not feasible? You are an impressive alpha, after all." When you blinked innocently, Lu Zhou glanced at Nan Zhou, only to see him unlocking the apartment door and stepping inside. With a resounding thud, the door was shut behind him, leaving no further acknowledgement for Lu Zhou. In the dark of night, vehicles sped along the road. Hua Xingye answered a call from his friend Xia Yin in the back seat. Had it not been for his previous commitments to recording a show, he would have received the call much earlier. Thus, shortly after the live broadcast concluded, Xia Yin promptly dialed. "Your little darling certainly has a strong personality. It's no wonder you're fond of him. I nearly burst with joy when I saw him giving the finger to that shameless fool." Xia Yin launched into an enthusiastic praise of Nan Zhou without pause for nearly half a minute, extolling his character, talent, appearance, and charm. Eventually, he changed his tone. "Is his demeanor always like this, or was that an act? I watched some of his earlier videos, and he seemed like an entirely different person." "He's always been this way," Hua Xingye replied. "At least, he has remained consistent while conversing with me. He has never concealed his true self." "So was an act before then?" "Hard to say. By the way, have you disclosed your identity to him? Did you ask why he stood you up that day?" "I didn't. Why not? He was the one who invited you. You missed the annual charity gala to meet him, faced relentless criticism from trolls, waiting from noon until sunset, only for him to never show up. How outrageous." Chapter 48. You wouldn't seriously consider competing for him against Hua Xingye, would you? Perhaps he had something more important to attend to, or someone he valued more. The last two words remained unspoken by Hua Xingye, like a venom named jealousy. It spread uncontrollably within him when Nan Zhou mentioned having a first love, even though Hua Xingye was fully aware that such jealousy was both shameful and irrational. He could not help but speculate about the identity of that person. Who could it be, the fortunate one to have captured his affection? Was it that seemingly talentless former teammate from their team, utterly unworthy of him? Or perhaps someone entirely unknown to him? Xia Yin felt a sense of helplessness towards his friend, who willingly wallowed in the mire of his emotions. Sometimes, he truly did not know what was going through his mind. You could simply tell him that you were the one he had previously asked out and then stood up. After all, you had shared such a wonderful rapport, even having penned lyrics for his song. He had no reason to dislike you. Speaking of which, he was indeed quite peculiar. Despite having composed numerous songs, he had yet to release even one. He was more reclusive than a tortoise, but what was he waiting for? Xian's thoughts leaped swiftly, soon digesting and transitioning to another topic. I don't know, Xingye replied. You truly are oblivious to everything. With your situation, being strung along for 3 years by someone you've never even met, not knowing if they are A, B, or O, and the only time you met was when you were stood up, who would believe that? Xia Yin sighed in frustration. I chose this willingly, Xingye stated. All right. You are undoubtedly the most infatuated alpha in the world. Dare I say, no one would contest your title. You deserve every stumble you encounter with him. After Xia Yin finished speaking, he shifted the conversation. By the way, you should attend your grandfather's birthday banquet next week, right? Let me tell you, this is nothing like a charity gala. If you skip that, it's merely a reprimand. If you miss this, it's a sign of filial disrespect. Who knows how your younger brother will take the opportunity to make things difficult for you. I'm not interested in competing for the family fortune. Yes. You are noble and unaffected by the thousands of billions at stake. I will go. Now that's more like it. I'll be waiting for you. My father insists that I accompany you to meet more people. Every time at such gatherings, it's always the same crowd, either fawning like dogs or overly aggressive. It's utterly dull. I'd rather go sea fishing with you. At least it's peaceful, Xia Yin complained. Little did he know, Xingye responded. Weren't you always saying that sea fishing was boring? Brother, not everyone has the patience to wait for hours like you do, Xia Yin replied. Before discussing other trivial matters, and the two finally ended the call. Xingye exited WeChat and opened his music app, locating the immensely popular song Copulate, which still firmly held the top spot. He set it to repeat and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, surrendering all his senses to his ears. The mesmerizing melody, the sultry female voice, the bold yet subtle lyrics, all converge into the scenes and sensations of his birthday, playing vividly in Xingye's mind. The gentle smile of the Omega, the furrowed brow, the falling tears, the enchanting hum, the sweet pheromones, the complete surrender, and the traces of his own grasp upon himself. All were so alluring and perfect, more surreal than any scene he had ever envisioned in dreams. Reason nearly faded away, yielding to the reign of sensation. The experience was intoxicating, yet ultimately insufficient, compelling one to indulge repeatedly, each occasion seemingly the final moment of existence. The fear of opening one's eyes and discovering the absence of a beloved in one's embrace haunted the depths of countless nights filled with dreams, both familiar and unique. When you boarded the van, the door closing behind him as they departed the location where they had spent several days filming, his agent turned from the front seat to find his gentle yet aloof Omega artist retrieving a concealed cigarette case from the vehicle's storage compartment, expertly lighting one. With eyes closed, he savored a couple of deep inhales before finally speaking, his voice tinged with a husky quality, a departure from its usual coolness. Why did you choose Lu Zhou for the CP pairing instead of Nan Zhou? The agent sighed in exasperation. After all, Lu Zhou had previously worked with him on a drama, whereas Nan Zhou had no such connection to him. What relevance could a mere television relationship possibly hold? Relationships require nurturing. Without development, how can they be considered relationships at all? Compared to the whimsical Lu Zhou, Nan Zhou is far more my taste. Do you not realize that you two are essentially the same type? The agent retorted. A strong Omega with a weak Beta is still preferable to a strong Omega with a weak Alpha. At this point, when you burst into laughter, brushing off the ash from a cigarette. You know, that guy Lu Zhou boasts about his muscles in front of me all the time. The results of that protein powder are nearly irresistible. The agent interjected. Haven't you already lost control enough as it is? Others may not have noticed, but he certainly did, catching you in your careless moments more than once when Lu Zhou stumbled. Even riding a bicycle, he's all over the place. It's utterly ridiculous. Back in the day, when my brother was racing at Mingqiu Mountain, Lu Zhou was likely still nursing, when you reclined against the seat, crossing his legs. I've told you countless times to refrain from bringing up those embarrassing pasts. What happens if someone digs them up? Furthermore, Lu Zhou is a year older than you. He wasn't nursing, with half-closed eyes, when you took a few puffs from a cigarette. Isn't Director Liang seeking someone for the opening and closing credits? I could recommend Nan Zhou to him. Stop causing trouble. If you're going to make a suggestion, it must be Lu Zhou, Recommending Nan Zhou is absurd. Can we even listen to what Lu Zhou writes? Ignoring his agent's protests, when you pulled out his phone to contact Liang Feng, the director of the recently wrapped historical fantasy drama. This was not his first act of defiance, and the agent, resigned, allowed him to proceed. As long as you could maintain his public persona without exposure, that was the best outcome for them. The vehicle fell into a brief silence. The agent finally asked, "You can't be seriously considering competing with Hua Xingye for someone, can you? In matters of the heart, it all comes down to personal capability." The agent's expression contorted in a manner reminiscent of constipation. After sending the message, when you tucked his phone away, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and skillfully retrieving a bottle of alcohol. Enough, don't overthink things. Some pursuits yield results through effort, while others are destined to bear no fruit. Why exhaust oneself on the futile? I am not foolish like Lu Zhou, with the cap removed. When you took a swig directly from the bottle, observing his behavior, the agent shook his head in disbelief. Nan Zhou indulges in fast food, like KFC and McDonald's privately. Yet here you are, resorting to cigarettes and alcohol. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, did he just imply that Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye are a couple? Does Nan Zhou have feelings for Hua Xingye? What transpired between Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou? Chapter 49. Brother, how could you be so late in responding to messages? After returning to the apartment and taking a shower, Nan Zhou lay on the bed. The narrow bed, now occupied solely by him, allowed his body to finally stretch out. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. The apartment, too, felt excessively cold and quiet, devoid of Hua Xingye's presence. Was the pheromone this potent? Nan Zhou found himself perplexed, his peripheral vision catching sight of the vinyl record Hua Xingye had gifted him, resting on a coffee table. Alongside the guitar positioned by the sofa, the record and the guitar. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly and dashed to the wardrobe, yanking it open. There, within the meticulously organized wardrobe, was a plush puppy encased in a beautifully wrapped bag, gazing back at him. Swallowing hard, Nan Zhou reached for the bag and opened it once more. The familiar, rich scent of the gift sender's pheromone instantly filled his nostrils. As he pulled the plush Tibetan Mastiff from the bag, cradling it beneath its forelegs and lifting it towards the light, he realized that this little dog bore an uncanny resemblance to his Elon. With its clear eyes, pitifully delicate brows, and fluffy fur, it had a robust physique reminiscent of a young lion. Elon, gathering his arms, Nan Zhou buried his face in the plush toy's furry chest, inhaling deeply. The alpha's pheromone mingled with the soft comfort of the toy, prompting him to emit a contented purr akin to that of a kitten. He had inexplicably traversed into this world, unaware of how Elon fared in the original realm. Surely, he was doing well. After all, he had long since prepared while stating that, in the unfortunate event of his demise, Elon would be bestowed upon the girl who periodically came to care for him. The girl adored him and would treat him well. Truth be told, he had few friends in his original world, aside from Elon. There was only that online acquaintance he had never met. The thought of this individual brought a wave of melancholy to Nan Zhou's eyes. Would his friend feel a pang of disappointment upon receiving no replies after their daily exchanges? What might they think? Would they seek news of him? Oh well, to them, he was likely just another ordinary friend. While being out of touch was uncomfortable, it could soon be accepted. Clutching the plush toy, he returned to bed and illuminated his phone screen, discovering a flurry of messages waiting for him. Brother, our song has topped the charts. Did you see? Brother, when are you free? Let us set a time to celebrate. I'll treat. Brother, why aren't you replying? Surely, you aren't having too much fun in some little fairy's bed? Brother, please respond. Your aloofness is making me wish to borrow some ice to cool off. With one hand holding the plush toy, his long fingers danced across the screen. Even in this frigid weather, your love-struck brain hasn't frozen over? Almost immediately after sending his message, a gigantic fox emoji was sent back. Brother, you've replied. How could you be so late in responding? You're truly bad. Now, I want to be able to sleep. Southern Island's expression remained unchanged, rendering me unable to find slumber. Is there something weighing on your mind, dear brother? The chill in the air prompts me to contemplate a private chat with 8 dashing gentlemen to warm my bed. The first to respond shall be the chosen one. Silence lingered for a few seconds before a notification appeared indicating typing activity. Moments later, a message materialized. "Stop teasing, brother. You're making me blush." Hundreds of kilometers away, the sensational singer Su Shi, who dominated the trending charts today, pushed open the door of a private room in a club. She leaned to her left, inquiring of her sister what was amiss with the charming young man beside her. With a playful smile, she continued to message her contact labeled as TA, asking what theme her brother intended for his next song. Yet before she could send it, a reply arrived. "Don't overthink. Sleep early. That song isn't your style." The charming young man widened his eyes, pondering who dared speak so boldly to our esteemed Sujia. Sushi chuckled softly, dismissively locking her phone, and took a couple of sips from the drink handed to her by another young man. Her sister had wealth and beauty, suitors, both alpha and beta, queued from the door to foreign lands. If she truly wished to pursue someone, it would merely require a flick of her wrist. A third young man eagerly presented Su Shi with a fruit platter. "Sister, your new song is truly delightful. It reminds me of the wonderful moments we've shared together." In the private room, three alpha gentlemen vied to serve Su Shi, showering her with flattery. Su Shi declared today to be her special day, requesting her admirers to perform a piece of exquisite music. While she observed the flattering trio before her, her thoughts wandered back to her earlier conversation with TA. 3 years prior, shortly after her debut, she almost found herself entangled in a contract that would have her working under the table for her company. Fortuitously, a lawyer approached her, revealing that she had a distant relative who had passed away, leaving her as the sole heir to a bequest. Overnight, Sushi transformed from an ordinary girl into a wealthy woman with assets worth billions. She promptly severed ties with her company, paying the necessary penalties. However, there was a stipulation in her relative's will, requiring her to oversee the factory abroad and ensure the workers retained their jobs. Thus, Sushi journeyed across the seas, dedicating nearly 3 years to managing the factory. It was only 6 months ago, upon assuring herself that the professional managers could run the factory proficiently, that she began contemplating her return to the stage. Her passion for singing remained unwavering. Her initial participation in the talent show was solely to share her music with the world. With newfound wealth, Sushi exuded a sense of calm. She understood the necessity of a compelling and eye-catching piece to re-enter the public eye, which made her selection of singles a serious endeavor. However, after much deliberation, she still could not find the song she desired until 2 weeks ago, when, after listening to a demo, she was convinced it was the song she had been searching for. Elated, she contacted the songwriter to inquire about the price. "I do not charge a fee. However, you must adhere to my conditions and, once you achieve success, post a message on Weibo on my behalf." The other party is quite peculiar. Despite being a novice with no works to their name, they exude an air of confidence as if they have never contemplated the possibility of their song failing to resonate. Su Shi, intrigued, attempts to gauge their intentions, asserting that collaboration is not a necessity for her. The other party responds with unwavering self-assurance, stating, "Between us, it is you who requires this collaboration. Without you, I have 8 alternatives. Do you wish to seize the opportunity for a meteoric rise? I shall grant you 10 minutes to ponder. Contemplate your response carefully." Such arrogance, yet it piques Su Shi's interest. She resolves to take a gamble. As it turns out, her gamble was indeed fortuitous. They are undeniably a remarkably talented and seasoned professional producer. Moreover, they possess an engaging personality that compels her to desire a glimpse of the individual behind the screen. Chapter 50. I am truly a beast late at night. Weibo remains bustling with activity. For 3 consecutive days, the trending topics have been dominated by the heart-pounding you. Although today's top spot is occupied by Su Shi's copulate, the remainder of the trends pertains to live streaming events. From Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's farewell kiss to Nan Zhou signaling Lu Zhou and Lu Zhou's minor examination blunder, nearly 10 trending topics collectively assert the undeniable status of this winter's hottest variety show. As a frequent visitor of the trending topics, the fans of the Xingzhou CP are particularly active in their dedicated forum, fervently creating fan art, fan fiction, and video edits. Suddenly, someone in the forum posts a complaint, which is quickly elevated to the forefront by countless comments from Xingzhou CP fans. Did you see the edits from the neighboring forum? It's utterly disgusting. Do they even match? One user exclaims, I can't believe it. How can they still ship them after Zhou Bao flipped the bird at Lu Zhou? Using Summer Flame is nothing short of an insult to the song. What era are we in? And there are still those who ship such a toxic couple. Are they insane? They're just leeching off Nan Zhou's popularity as nauseating as their master. Is this in reference to the neighboring CP forum using Summer Flame for their shipping edits? Oh, a bunch of crazy women. I'm calling the police to arrest them. Just half an hour ago, someone in the Lu Zhou CP forum posted a video depicting Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou in a bittersweet narrative set to the backdrop of Summer Flame. The video portrays them as a couple in love, yet unable to be together, suffering due to company interference. Lu Zhou, in a bid to protect Nan Zhou, feigns a relationship with Wen Yu, inadvertently causing her pain. In reality, he harbors deep affection for Nan Zhou. Though the video's editing quality is mediocre, its association with the currently popular Summer Flame and Nan Zhou's immense following ensures a significant viewership. Fans of Xingzhou are thoroughly repulsed by the video, unable to restrain their ire. That trashy video's portrayal of Zhou Bao is entirely false. Claiming he likes Lu Zhou? I don't believe a word of it. One user continues, I've dug up quite a few of our Zhou's past videos, and to be honest, they're hard to watch. I don't know if it's due to the mouse incident, but Zhou's looks have significantly declined. Exactly, I initially thought it was a partner issue, given that the renowned actor possesses an unmatched visage. From now on, he shall be my Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou has long ceased to be the person he once was. After departing from that wretched group, he has returned to his true self, exuding an irresistible charm. The bullying he endured from that despicable group is now undeniable. Yet, given Nan Zhou's character, it seems improbable that he would ever be a victim of such torment. Discussions in the fan forums abound, with each individual speculating on the reasons behind Nan Zhou's transformation. Around 2 in the morning, the elusive editor, known for her nocturnal releases, unveiled a new montage featuring the song Summer Flame. The quality of this video far surpassed that of the one circulating in the Lu Zhou CP forum. Although it conveyed similar bittersweet content, this rendition of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's tale was particularly enchanting, cleverly incorporating contemporary elements, including Hua Xingye's notorious persona. The narrative of the formidable figure and the rising star culminated in a poignant moment, captured in the tearful gaze of the latter, evoking torrents of tears from his CP fans. The Lu Zhou CP has truly reached remarkable heights. Dear editor, you are our deity. Your videos are a feast for the eyes. Without further ado, I weep alongside them. Alas, I've indulged too much lately, and now I lament the lack of material. Oh, payphone, why can't you capture more footage? It is rumored there may be behind-the-scenes content, though uncertainty lingers. The following day, Nan Zhou awoke to find himself staring at his plush Tibetan Mastiff, momentarily dazed. For the past few nights, he had been enveloped by the comforting scent of an alpha. Yet last night, despite the presence of that aroma, the plush toy felt diminutive compared to Hua Xingye, transitioning from being cradled by the alpha to clutching the Tibetan Mastiff. He found himself inexplicably dreaming, an unprecedented occurrence, perhaps inspired by the song or his own burgeoning desires. Nan Zhou tossed aside the covers, exhaling heavily as he prepared to rise and attend to his morning routine, only to notice that the plush mastiff had also become soiled. His pupils dilated in shock as he gazed into the toy's clear eyes, murmuring to himself, I am truly a beast. At that moment, the doorbell rang, startling him. Simultaneously, his phone, resting on the bedside table, began to ring. It was Hao Jia calling. With a slow breath, Nan Zhou answered, and Hao Jia's exuberant voice boomed through the line. Has our superstar risen? If so, let me in. Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly, not yet. Then who am I speaking to? Are you imagining things? With that, Nan Zhou abruptly ended the call, grabbing the plush toy and rushing to the bathroom. After hastily attending to his needs and using a wet wipe to clean the plush mastiff, he tucked it into his suitcase beneath layers of clothing before leisurely opening the door for Hao Jia. Hao Jia, who had been left waiting outside for a while, bore no ill will. With a rosy complexion, she immediately launched into a discussion about the trending mishaps of Lu Zhou, not forgetting to mention Nan Zhou's rising fame. By the way, that magazine you shot a while ago has been sold out this morning. Hao Jia announced gleefully. Everyone online is clamoring for a reprint. Although it's not a major publication, it certainly signifies your newfound popularity. We must thank our film emperor for this. Speaking of which, are you truly together with him? She inquired. Upon the mention of Hua Xingye, Nan Zhou's pupils subtly quivered, as uncontrollable memories of last night's dream and this morning's disarray flooded his mind. He hastily consumed several sips of the coffee brought by Hao Jia. Fortunately, Hao Jia had grown accustomed to his demeanor and did not anticipate an immediate response. Instead, continuing to speak, remarking that Hua, the esteemed actor, was indeed deserving of his title, with a schedule brimming with engagements. It seemed as if Luo Nan was treating him like a mere beast of burden. Having just set down his cup, Nan Zhou casually inquired about the extent of Hua's busyness. How busy? Hao Jia replied, tapping the table. I fear he scarcely has a moment to rest in bed these days. Nan Zhou commented, if it weren't for this variety show, it wouldn't be so bad. But thanks to Luo Nan's arrangements, his time has been entirely siphoned away. One could argue that Luo Nan is quite the tyrant. To which Nan Zhou retorted, he is indeed the true beast. Just moments prior, he contemplated reaching out to Hua Xingye to see if he would be willing to assist him with some personal matters. He dreaded the thought of waking up one morning during the filming of the variety show, only to find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Yet, given Hao Jia's earlier comments, he felt too embarrassed to bring it up. One must rely on oneself, after all. Oh, by the way, there's an endorsement opportunity for you, Hao Jia said, rising and scanning the apartment before scurrying to the shoe cabinet at the door to retrieve a box. From it, he extracted a familiar item and cheerfully presented it to Nan Zhou, saying, M's anti-bite ring. Chapter 51. I have never lost when playing with men. This item had not been seen since the first day Nan Zhou had laid eyes on it. He had thought it lost, but I don't bite, so why would I endorse this? Nan Zhou remarked, leaving Hao Jia utterly speechless. He had heard Nan Zhou make such claims during a live stream, and had assumed it was merely for show. Yet after some time, it became evident that Nan Zhou had no understanding of the true purpose of the anti-bite ring. As a beta, Hao Jia had no need for such an item, and being an inexperienced beta, explaining its use to Nan Zhou, an omega, felt rather awkward. After several faltering attempts, Hao Jia eventually conveyed that it was akin to a condom. So, you want me to endorse a condom? How much? Is this a humiliation? Nan Zhou queried. No. Do you even comprehend? This is not a condom. It's an anti-bite ring. Two entirely different things. Hao Jia, convinced he hadn't articulated his point clearly, elaborated further before addressing Nan Zhou's earlier question. M is quite generous. They're offering us this amount. He gestured with his hand, indicating 500,000? Nan Zhou exclaimed. 5 million a year, Hao Jia clarified. Nan Zhou sprang to his feet, firmly patting Hao Jia on the shoulder, and with a look of astonishment from his companion, declared, let them humiliate me to their heart's content. Although 5 million was not an exorbitant sum, he needed to purchase some musical instruments and was considering a change of residence. When he calculated the expenses, it seemed just about right. It was merely a matter of filming a risque advertisement. Given the nature of his thoughts, he might as well familiarize himself with the market while earning a little. By the way, has the mark of Hua the actor faded? Hao Jia pointed to the pheromone suppressor patch on Nan Zhou's neck. When it comes time to shoot the advertisement, one must refrain from wearing this. If the mark remains, given Nan Zhou's current popularity, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Nan Zhou removed the pheromone suppression patch, and without paying attention, he remarked, look, it's quite faint now. I estimate it will completely dissipate in the next couple of days. It's nothing. Hao Jia glanced at him and reapplied the suppression patch, inquiring, how have you been feeling lately? Much better, I presume. The effects of the pheromones should have mostly metabolized by now. Nan Zhou's pupils widened slightly, and he awkwardly touched his nose, responding, I suppose so. Do you think? With Emperor Hua participating in this variety show, it could also be due to the influence of pheromones? Hao Jia pondered for 3 days and nights, unable to comprehend why someone of Hua Xingye's stature would lower himself to a dating show. If he genuinely liked Nan Zhou, Hao Jia found it hard to believe. After all, Hua Xingye was no ordinary person. He had encountered countless omegas and wouldn't easily become infatuated after a mere one-night stand. The only explanation that made sense was the influence of pheromones postmarking on alphas. Do alphas also get affected? Nan Zhou asked. The doctor was indeed correct. You should truly invest time in studying your health manual. Hao Jia retorted, somewhat exasperated. Following this exchange, a brief silence enveloped the apartment. Yet, it was quite surprising that Emperor Hua, despite being asleep, couldn't resist marking you. His self-control is rather poor. He should have prepared a bite-proof ring or something. Hao Jia complained. Regardless of how others perceive Hua Xingye's excellence in Hao Jia's eyes, the fact that he slept with Nan Zhou and marked him without being in a relationship was undeniably real. Setting aside the influence of pheromones, who knows if Hua Xingye has other omegas outside? These thoughts were not something Hao Jia dared to share with Nan Zhou. Having just experienced the betrayal of Lu Zhou, the idea of encountering another playboy made him shudder at the thought of how his friend's character might mutate. The situation was already alarming enough. It was all due to pheromone influence, and considering he was an esteemed actor, he should play along without naively believing he wasn't being toyed with. Hao Jia cautioned. I actually enjoy spending time with him, Nan Zhou said, patting Hao Jia's shoulder. Don't worry. When it comes to matters of the heart, I may lose. But when it involves men, I have never faltered. Hao Jia exclaimed, what exactly do you consider Hua Xingye to be? Once they got into the car, it sped towards Lin City. During the 3-hour journey, Nan Zhou took the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. As they approached the apartment complex rented for the company, he sat up in the back seat and earnestly advised Hao Jia, let's delay signing that contract with M Company. Why? Hao Jia queried. Is he going to back out again? If we sign now, there won't be much left of the 5 million by the time it reaches me, Nan Zhou explained. He had just recalled that the dubious contract signed by his original self with the company would not expire until next week. Signing now would only lead to being taken advantage of. However, wouldn't that be rather unfair? Would the company agree? What does it matter to me whether they agree? I can endure many things, but I will not be at a loss, he asserted. Speaking of which, a few days ago, the company mentioned something to me. But suddenly Hao Jia halted, gazing ahead at the apartment building where Nan Zhou resided. What was going on? Nan Zhou followed his gaze and saw a throng of young men and women gathered beneath the building, many of whom wielded cameras like professional journalists. From a distance, he could hear a rotund man nearby making a phone call, asking if he could obtain a key card for the same floor, preferably to block the door. As their vehicle passed, 2 girls carrying bags of eggs were heard exclaiming about someone daring to confront their brother, vowing to teach him a lesson. Turn around, Nan Zhou urged, tapping Hao Jia on the shoulder. Although Hao Jia tended to be somewhat verbose, he proved to be quite reliable as a manager. As the crowd turned their attention toward the car, Nan Zhou abruptly slammed on the brakes and executed a sharp turn, veering away with remarkable swiftness. Gazing through the rear window at the throngs of people pursuing them, he muttered, a scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. Hao Jia, already on edge, nearly choked on his breath upon hearing him say that. Do you realize the situation? You no longer have a home, he exclaimed, infuriated. Who leaked your address? This residential complex, with its average rent and lack of privacy, had once been suitable for Nan Zhou when he was still an unknown. However, now that he had risen to fame, the company showed no inclination to relocate him. Initially, Hao Jia thought that, given Nan Zhou's reclusive demeanor, they could continue living there unnoticed until the conclusion of the variety show, at which point they could seek a more private accommodation. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. Let us head to the office, Nan Zhou suggested, patting the back of Hao Jia's chair. What's the purpose of going to the office? Hao Jia inquired, puzzled. To collect debts. Despite their swift departure, the exposure of Nan Zhou's apartment location soon drew attention from obsessive fans and paparazzi, which quickly escalated on social media. By the time Nan Zhou settled into the conference room at the company, the online chatter had reached a fever pitch. Opposite him sat a jovial, portly middle-aged man who remarked, Nan Zhou, your popularity has skyrocketed. Your name is everywhere online. He continued, why didn't you mention your acquaintance with the esteemed actor Hua? We were caught unprepared. What if someone inadvertently reveals your past with Lu Zhou? Chapter 52. In the future, I plan to have many children. A threat, a blatant threat. Hao Jia exchanged a glance with Nan Zhou, hoping to gauge his thoughts through nonverbal cues. Unfortunately, Nan Zhou's expression was inscrutable, as if he could not comprehend the underlying implications of the executive's words. Didn't I just tell you in the car? They see your rising fame and want you to renew your contract, he whispered to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou patted his shoulder and declared loudly, I know, which is why I am quite frightened. Huh? The executive's expressions shifted to one of smug satisfaction, but just as they were about to respond, Nan Zhou added, I'm feeling rather overwhelmed at the moment. Hao Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? The two executives were equally bewildered, prompting the tall man beside the rotund figure to ask Hao Jia, why didn't you inform the company that he is pregnant? Pregnant with whose child? The plump man inquired. If it were Lu Zhou, it would be a straightforward matter. One could simply confront him. However, if it were Hua Xingye, he dared not contemplate such an outcome. Although Hua Xingye's participation in You Make My Heart Flutter alongside Nan Zhou surprised those at the higher echelons. No one truly believed that Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye were romantically involved. After all, the gossip surrounding Nan Zhou's entry into the company due to Lu Zhou was widespread. Just recently, when Lu Zhou publicly announced his relationship, Nan Zhou was inconsolable, his tears flowing as if his heart were shattered. Nan Zhou did not respond and continued speaking to himself, expressing his desire to have many children in the future. However, given the current company environment, it was hardly conducive to childbirth. Many children? Will you even have time to work? The executives were taken aback. They had initially intended to leverage threats to ensure Nan Zhou would renew his contract. It was no small feat to cultivate an artist with such immense popularity, a veritable cash cow. Even if the fame was amassed through a dating show, it would sustain them for several years. Yet, if this artist were to continue having children, you're still young. One executive wiped his brow. It's precisely because you're young that you should have more children. When you grow older, you can rest on your laurels. Have you discussed this with the father of your children? You're not even married, are you? The taller executive immediately contacted Lu Zhou's agent, expressing concern. This is quite alarming, especially since your contract hasn't expired yet. How are we to manage this situation? Indeed. We even arranged for you to be a guest on a music variety show, the other executive chimed in. As senior management, how could we be unaware? If the company has brought me on board, it must bear the associated risks, Nan Zhou replied, reclining in his chair with an air of indifference. Lu Zhou's agent was equally perplexed. At that moment, the phone was unreachable. The taller executive was unable to ascertain the paternity of Nan Zhou's child. Exchanging glances with the other executive, he proposed, the contract hasn't expired yet, and your pregnancy isn't showing. You can proceed with the variety show, and we can negotiate the renewal later. I am willing to accept the variety show, but with two conditions. Nan Zhou paused, glancing between the two executives. First, I want to terminate my contract early. I can't wait for the child. Second, please arrange a place for me to live. Have you watched any variety shows? You should know my character by now. I'm unrestrained and speak my mind, he declared. The executives were not only familiar with his persona, they were taken aback by the transformation he had undergone after being prodded by Lu Zhou. They pondered whether his previous demeanor had been an act. It was quite unsettling. We at Chuangxing Yinli are not a small company. Perhaps you should reconsider? Or is it that Hua Xingye plans to have you join MHK? Even at this point, the executive could not resist probing into the nature of Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou's relationship. If Hua Xingye were truly his lover, they would have to tread carefully. Nan Zhou remained silent, but just then, his phone on the table chimed with a WeChat call, revealing the word baby on the screen. In the gaze of everyone present, he calmly answered the call. You miss me already? The individual on the other end of the call paused momentarily before chuckling. I've been pondering this. Does longing truly know no bounds? Have you heard it? Not entirely sure. I need to listen more closely. A low, muffled sound came from the other side, followed by Alpha's inquiry, where are you? Nan Zhou cast a glance at the two senior executives, smiled, and said, just discussing trivial matters of the company. Do you need me to speak with them? I should be able to manage on my own. If they are unwilling to part amicably, then it shall be boom. Nan Zhou made an explosive gesture towards the hefty man. All right, just try not to blow yourself up. That is uncertain, he replied. By the way, did you contact me for a reason? I heard fans have been lurking around your residence. Yes, so I'm currently addressing that. I shall show you my new home soon. There was a brief silence on the line, and after a moment, Hua Xingye said, Good. Upon ending the call, the hefty man immediately inquired, Was that Hua the movie star you were talking to? Before Nan Zhou could respond, he instructed the tall one to retrieve the contract for the talent show and simultaneously retracted the renewal contract he had just pulled out. We agree to the conditions you proposed. Let's proceed accordingly. As they exited the company elevator and entered the car, Hao Jia eagerly asked, Did you and Hua Xingye participate in a dating show? Wow, your imagination is quite something. Perhaps you should buy a bottle of Mr. Clean to tidy up. Nan Zhou tossed the two contracts aside. And you? Why is your belly grown so large? I have plenty within me. How could it not? As Hao Jia's jaw nearly dropped, Nan Zhou grinned and remarked, Every song is my child. I only need to consider the termination. The company has much to deliberate upon. Let them figure it out themselves. In the conference room of the Chuangxing Gravity Building, the tall man finally managed to get through to Lu Zhou's agent. They had barely exchanged a few words when Lu Zhou's incredulous voice rang through. Nan Zhou is pregnant? He truly did engage with Hua Xingye. But wait, how could a beta be capable of this? The tall man suddenly realized, glancing at the hefty vice president. ISNT Nan Zhou a beta? The vice president pointed to the gender section in Nan Zhou's profile, which indicated Omega, as he had written during the interview process. Didn't T. Lu Zhou claim he was a beta? So is he a beta or an Omega? Silence enveloped everyone. Only Lu Zhou, frustrated, punched the cushion vigorously. Impossible. Nan Zhou cannot be an Omega. He has no pheromones at all. On the other end, Luo Nan observed Hua Xingye set down his phone and couldn't help but retort. Why don't you just tell my brother, Nan, to stay at your place? Chapter 53. Caging you like a canary. Hua Xingye remained silent. Seriously, can you even handle this? Do you know how to pursue someone? Proximity yields advantage, understand? You're driving me mad. With a slight lift of his brow, Hua Xingye cast a cool glance at Luo Nan. You certainly have a knack for shipping. I never knew you were fond of CPs. Luo Nan smirked awkwardly, scratching his head. He hadn't realized before how delightful shipping could be. In recent days, Luo Nan has become not only a fervent fan of the Xingzhou CP, but has also succumbed to the allure of Nan Zhou, becoming an admirer of him as well. He doesn't need me, Hua Xingye remarked. What? Luo Nan exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He wished to inquire further, but Hua Xingye fell silent. Although the first live broadcast of You Make My Heart Flutter has concluded, Nan Zhou remains a trending topic online. Aside from being spotted today, there's also news regarding his magazine cover shoot. The magazine has seen a surge in sales, akin to striking gold, and has released multiple celebratory announcements praising Nan Zhou. The fans of Nan Zhou and the Xingzhou CP supporters have been exceptionally supportive, sharing and commenting enthusiastically about Nan Zhou's stunning looks. Ah, how handsome Nan Zhou is! So charismatic. This makeup, this outfit, this aura. Who among us hasn't been struck by Cupid's arrow? I never realized how handsome he was before. It's as if I've just opened my eyes to his beauty. Has love truly made him more attractive? Did you notice? This picture of our Nan Zhou was taken by Liu Bei. He is renowned for only photographing beauties. Liu Bei. He has been quite inactive on Weibo lately. The last time he posted was seemingly during a cooking class. Why is a prominent photographer attending cooking classes instead of taking photos? Has he abandoned his craft to become a food blogger due to a lack of beautiful subjects? Not to mention, the official Weibo account of You Make My Heart Flutter also shared Nan Zhou's captivating photos, captioning them with, "We are utterly breathless from the charm of the handsome Nan Zhou. We need to catch our breath." The comment section was abuzz with reactions from variety show viewers and Xingzhou CP fans. Wow, what a refreshing and different side of Brother Zhou. This is bound to captivate our Emperor Hua. All the blame lies with the production team. Our Zhou has been overlooked for 2 long years. With his slim waist, long legs, and alluring figure, our brother Yi seems to be thriving. Just as everyone was engrossed in Nan Zhou's allure, he unexpectedly retweeted a comment that no one anticipated, replying, "With my rear end looking this good, can I skip a day of live broadcasting?" No artist has ever responded to such an ambiguous comment. nor made such a peculiar statement. In an instant, Nan Zhou's comments section erupted. Yet, the excitement did not end there. The elusive Liu Bei surprisingly retweeted Nan Zhou's post, commenting, "Your gaze has unlocked the door to my heart," accompanied by a photo of a freshly baked 3-layer cake. The top layer was adorned with a sugar key resembling a candle. Consequently, Liu Bei's comment section also exploded. "What's going on with you? Hua Xingye, someone is flirting with your wife. Whether your heart's door will open, I cannot say, but it seems your fate is about to be shattered by Hua Xingye. Brother, do you even watch variety shows?" Nan Zhou is taken. Meanwhile, on Weibo, the discussions were fervent, and major music apps were equally lively. The latest weekly chart revealed that the top 3 spots were occupied by the live versions of Summer Flame and Dawn by the Dawn Band, both featuring Nan Zhou. The first place undoubtedly belongs to Copulate. Su Shi, the performer of Copulate, promptly shared the music chart news on Weibo and attached an advertisement. Recently, Terra Australis, much discussed within the industry, revealed his personal work email and expressed his willingness to collaborate with various artists. Typically, songwriters wait for artists to express their requests. But Terra Australis is different. He has set forth numerous demands for artists. For instance, he requires past representative works and details about vocal techniques, including the highest and lowest notes one can sing, akin to submitting a resume. Many bystanders observed this and remarked that he had achieved sudden fame with just one song, questioning who would approach him. Yet, some argued that he might have the audacity to back it up. Others suggested that only time would reveal whether anyone would indeed seek his collaboration. Amidst the online chatter, Nan Zhou paid no heed. After retweeting the program's post, he busied himself with other matters. He had moved from an old apartment to a new one. While it was not large, it offered greater privacy and space than the previous one. Nan Zhou took the vinyl record gifted by Hua Xingye from a box, found an empty frame, and placed it inside. The frame had originally held a group photo, with Liu Zhao prominently positioned in the center, quite an eyesore. He set the frame on his bedside table and snapped a photo to send to Hua Xingye. "I forgot I don't have a record player here, so I can only frame it. This isn't a hint for you to send one, just sharing." Hua Xingye quickly initiated a video call, and the promptness made Nan Zhou question whether the guy was genuinely busy. When the video connected, Nan Zhou noticed that Hua Xingye seemed to be on a film set. The outdoor lighting was dim, and snowflakes fell upon his head. "How's the new place?" Hua Xingye inquired. As Nan Zhou spoke, he could see the white mist of his breath, feeling the chill through the screen. While Hua Xingye wore a thin costume, he raised the phone and slowly turned it around. His face reappeared on the screen, making the new apartment appear twice the size of their previous one. Hua Xingye smiled. "With your talent, you'll soon upgrade to something better." "Of course, I'm a golden warrior now," Nan Zhou responded, then asked, "What time do you finish work?" "Just curious," he added. "There are 2 major scenes. If all goes well, around 4. "What time is it there now?" "A little past 1 in the morning." "That sounds tough. This profession isn't easy. At least I, Nan Zhou, can't endure such hardships." He clicked his tongue, lamenting, "If only I were a billionaire." "What if you were? I'd pamper you." Nan Zhou jested as he idly flipped through channels on the television, imagining buying an island in the south and building a grand villa on it, providing for Hua Xingye like a canary. Before Hua Xingye could respond, he let out a heavy sigh. "Unfortunately, I don't have an island, only my financial struggles." Hua Xingye laughed, his smile exceptionally charming, especially on a snowy night. Those deep-set eyes and alluringly thin lips exude an irresistible allure, igniting within Nan Zhou a desire to kiss. "What is so amusing? My life experiences have taught me that when it comes to games involving men, there is but one strategy: monetary investment. As the saying goes, we were never destined to meet. It is solely through my spending that we connect. For me, spending is not a necessity," commented Hua Xingye with a smile. His gaze was gentle yet burning, concealing intriguing depths. Chapter 54. This precludes kissing. The most expensive things are those that come without a price tag. Nan Zhou, like a perceptive little cat sensing a trap, deftly leapt aside. Hua Xingye chuckled, his smile enigmatic. "I am rather possessive. Once you nurture me, you cannot extend that care to another. A good man does not take a mistress." Besides, you alone could drain me dry. As Nan Zhou's words settled, a momentary silence enveloped both ends of the screen, as if they had reached a mutual understanding. Suddenly, Nan Zhou felt an intense thirst and instinctively swallowed. Hua Xingye began to speak, but the screen abruptly dimmed, and no amount of button pressing could revive it. Damn it, I forgot to charge my phone. It's dead. When Nan Zhou hurriedly retrieved the power cable to recharge his phone and log back into WeChat, he noticed Hua Xingye had sent him a message. Some things should be contemplated before being expressed. I am earnest. Even through text, he could discern the demeanor and tone of Alpha's speech. Commanding, composed, and unhurried. In every encounter with Hua Xingye, it appeared he held the upper hand. Yet in truth, he had always been the one manipulated. Hua Xingye remained ever composed. Nan Zhou reclined on the sofa, murmuring to himself, "What on earth does he wish to gain from me?" The call abruptly ended, and Hua Xingye paused for a moment. Then his fingers danced over the screen, ready to dial again. Just as he was about to press the call button, he halted, opting instead for the messaging window and typing a response. On the table before him lay a magazine, a nameless publication that had sold out upon its release today. The cover featured Nan Zhou clad in a fitted black turtleneck sweater, the hem tucked into wide-leg jeans, black boots adorning his feet, a single hand hoisting a windbreaker behind him. His head slightly raised, gazing towards the camera with an audacious defiance. A gust of wind turned the cover, revealing more of Nan Zhou, this time in athletic wear. The black and white ensemble had sleeves rolled to his elbows, showcasing his fair, healthy arms. He squatted atop a long flight of stairs, a lollipop perched in his mouth. His gaze fixed on the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Regardless of the photograph, the youthful spirit and vivacity emanating from him evoked an involuntary exclamation of beauty. It was not the delicate beauty associated with femininity, but rather a pure, vibrant essence suspended between adolescence and adulthood. The assistant, noticing Hua Xingye had once more taken hold of the magazine, quickly moved the umbrella from the table to shield him. His long fingers grazed over the image of the boy untouched by snow or water, his profound gaze brimming with unmasked affection and intense possessiveness. Like a canary, he was ensnared. Did he not harbor similar thoughts? Yet his were far more vile and sordid. He yearned to possess that sun exclusively, to confine it, to prevent any other from basking in its warmth, allowing its fervent glow to illuminate only him, to burn solely for his sake. However, the sun was destined to hang in the sky, casting its light upon the world, deserving of reverence from all. He had neither the justification nor the desire to extinguish its brilliance. In the days following his return from the company, Nan Zhou remained sequestered in his home until New Year's Eve. Hao Jia drove, fetching Nan Zhou from his residence to M Group, where an advertisement for a bite prevention device was to be filmed. M Group was situated in a prime location within the city, boasting a grand independent building. Both inside and out, it radiated opulence, with floors polished to a gleaming shine. Awaiting at the entrance, the group's PR promptly ushered Nan Zhou into a private elevator, which ascended directly to the dedicated studio for product and advertisement filming. Upon exiting the elevator, Nan Zhou was met with a myriad of diverse erotic products, along with an audience of eager young men and women from the company who had come to watch him. Among them were numerous handsome alphas and charming omegas. As a beta, Hao Jia felt her cheeks flush under such scrutiny. In contrast, Nan Zhou remained entirely at ease, his inquisitive gaze traversing the array of items. As he passed a bite prevention device, he halted, inspecting it closely. The PR lady could no longer contain her excitement, promptly explaining that this particular item had been custom designed for alphas. Once donned, it required a password to unlock. Moreover, this device came with optional accessories, such as the furry ears beside it and the tail nearby. Nan Zhou reached out to touch the furry ears, appreciating their delightful texture. Upon first laying eyes on the device, his imagination immediately conjured an image of Hua Xingye adorned with it. His throat involuntarily bobbed. The scene appeared quite fierce, as if in the next moment he could be thoroughly subdued. The more attractive the alpha, the more appealing they looked wearing it, the PR lady continued. She actually meant to refer to the esteemed actor Hua. Nan Zhou nodded, the thought rendering him weak at the knees. Hao Jia, frantic, cast knowing glances toward Nan Zhou. urging him to reconsider his words. "Mr. Nan Zhou, would you like to take this home to try with your alpha? As our spokesperson, we can provide it free of charge." The PR whispered enticingly. Although it was unlikely to be seen in the live broadcast, dreaming was essential, and if that failed, merely imagining it sufficed. While it looked exquisite when worn, it posed a challenge for kissing. Nan Zhou mused thoughtfully. He mentioned kissing. Clearly, they were indeed sharing intimate moments. The PR lady's amusement was barely contained, stating that it could be unlocked when desired. "Do you enjoy kissing your alpha?" she inquired. Suddenly, Nan Zhou turned, flashing her smile. Before the PR could react, he remarked, "Are you trying to extract information from me?" PR, "All right, hurry and get your makeup done. We have plans for tonight." Hao Jia, anxious about the possibility of Nan Zhou uttering something earth-shattering, hurriedly pushed him into the adjacent makeup room. "What plans do we have for tonight?" Nan Zhou inquired, perplexed. Ignoring the fact that his lie had been exposed, Hao Jia swiftly ushered Nan Zhou inside. PR quickly retrieved her phone and messaged the group chat. Sisters, the real Nan Zhou is even more handsome than on camera, his skin flawless. Moreover, he has taken a liking to our bite inhibition device." The group chat erupted. "Huxingya, a bite inhibition device? Goodness, I might faint from excitement. They certainly play hard behind the scenes. Send it to him, quickly." PR continued typing. He also said that once he wears it, he won't be able to kiss anymore. "Just savor that. I'm so happy I could faint." Nosebleeds were imminent. Let us dedicate a song, copulate, to cheer on Xing Zhou. How effortlessly one can be infatuated with Xing Zhou. Chapter 55. Chaos of Pheromones. This endorsement deal for the bite inhibition ring that M Group secured with Nan Zhou features their latest model, prominently showcased in the heartbeats of you. M Group's products are immensely popular worldwide, with their global ambassador being the top-tier female idol, Lai. An omega with a sweet white peach pheromone, she embodies a pure yet spicy style that aligns perfectly with M Group's brand ethos, securing a 2-year endorsement and becoming the first and only all-encompassing spokesperson in the company's history. Although Nan Zhou's contract is limited to a single product endorsement, PR believes there's a possibility he could become the male omega global ambassador for the group in the future. After all, our Nan Zhou is both strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented. He compliments Huo exquisitely. When Nan Zhou emerged from his makeup session, PR's eyes sparkled. Clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, he exuded a vibrant, youthful energy. His sharp, elongated fox-like eyes gave him a cunning charm that set him apart from other omegas. The black metallic bite inhibition ring on his fair neck, accentuated by his fresh and simple demeanor, appeared both alluring and sensual. The onlooking alphas, omegas, and betas could not help but murmur amongst themselves. And even the director of the ad shoot, George One, generously praised his appearance. Under the guidance of the staff and George One, Nan Zhou first posed for still photos before moving on to filming the advertisement content. Despite lacking performance experience, the script for this brief commercial resonated with his personality, slightly flamboyant, yet subtly exuding a languid mischief. The filming went smoothly, wrapping up shortly after 4 in the afternoon. As Nan Zhou prepared to change outfits, PR approached with a gift bag containing small tokens from the company for him. Hao Jia accepted it, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No, this cannot be given to Nan Zhou. It would cause trouble." As he was about to decline, a sharp alarm echoed through the company building. Suddenly, someone burst in from outside, collapsing onto the floor. This level had an omega entering its heat period, and all the surrounding alphas were stimulated into their susceptible phase. "Everyone, evacuate!" Almost as soon as the words were spoken, chaos ensued, with people scattering like startled birds. As a PR representative and an omega, though internally anxious and pale, he managed to remind Nan Zhou, "In such situations, our first response is to seal off the elevators and the floor. Please do not take the elevator. Make sure to use the stairs. And if you cannot escape, find a room to lock yourself in and do not open the door." Just as he finished speaking, he caught a whiff of the potent alpha pheromones. One of the alphas in the studio had been triggered by the omega staff member who had collapsed, swiftly entering his susceptible phase. "Who smells like stinky tofu?" Nan Zhou turned, following the scent. "What's stinky tofu?" That's the scent of alpha pheromones. It was surprising that he still had the presence of mind to jest at such a critical moment. Hao Jia was on the verge of panic. Grabbing Nan Zhou's hand as they fled, "Hurry, alphas are creatures whose pheromones control their lower halves." The overwhelming effect of the pheromones was so strong that even the betas, who were initially unaffected, grimaced and ran upon catching the scent. Two individuals hoisted the collapsed Omega colleague in a comically bizarre manner. The PR lady followed closely behind Nan Zhou and Hao Jia, her face gradually reddening. As they ran, Hao Jia caught a glimpse of Nan Zhou leisurely pulling an N95 mask from his pocket and putting it on. You finally have some awareness as an artist." Hao Jia, having little stamina, was breathless, but seeing Nan Zhou's realization brought him a sense of relief. However, this uplifting sentiment was short-lived as Nan Zhou produced another mask and handed it to him. What do you mean? To prevent viruses. What viruses? Where's the virus coming from?" Hao Jia nearly choked on his own blood, while Nan Zhou solemnly replied, "It spreads quickly. One infects 10 with a high pathogenic rate. The viruses we have are not nearly as formidable as your pheromones. This is a high-stakes situation. If it weren't for the imminent danger, Hao Jia would have gladly lectured his artist and friend on physiology. But he was already gasping for breath, too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. The fact that his legs were still moving was the best testament to their friendship. Nan Zhou glanced back, noticing that the girl with the milk tea scent had vanished. The PR pheromone had a sweet black sugar milk tea fragrance, which Nan Zhou adored. "Take care of yourself." Hao Jia, now unable to run any longer, shouted as he leaned against the glass door of a small conference room. "The fire exit is just ahead. Turn left. You must go." He raised his hand to point forward. "I'll catch up in a moment." As he entered the small conference room, Nan Zhou found himself stepping into an unexpected scene. Hao Jia, thinking he too could not run any longer, sought refuge and staggered inside, only to have his pupils widen in shock at the sight before him. The air was thick with an array of pheromones, saturating the atmosphere of the M Group company with diverse and pungent aromas, including the noxious scent of stinky tofu. As a beta, Hao Jia was oblivious to the presence of two individuals within the small room. In the corner, a young Omega was curled up, showing symptoms influenced by the potent pheromones. The sweet fragrance of gardenia uncontrollably filled the space, mingling bizarrely with the pickled cabbage scent emanating from a towering young alpha. The alpha's eyes were reddened as he crouched before the Omega, reaching for the bite-proof collar around her neck, his veins bulging with exertion. With a sharp crack, the collar shattered in the gaze of the onlookers, and despair washed over the Omega's face. Suddenly, someone behind them swung a spiked club, delivering a heavy blow to the pickled cabbage-flavored alpha. With a dull thud, the alpha collapsed onto the Omega, triggering a piercing scream of terror from her. Hao Jia stood frozen, instinctively turning to close the conference room door, preparing to lock it, only to discover in horror that the lock was broken. In his line of sight, Nan Zhou was methodically grabbing the conference room's power strip, using it to bind the alpha. His movements were swift, and the knots were tight and expertly tied. Overwhelmed with fear, Hao Jia couldn't help but ask, "When did you learn to do this?" "Just basic fishing techniques." Nan Zhou replied casually. "What?" After rummaging through a bag on the ground, Nan Zhou quickly stood and strode toward Hao Jia, snatching the bag from his hands and extracting a bite inhibitor. He approached the pickled cabbage alpha and forcefully secured the device around him, declaring, "Pickled cabbage indeed possesses the ability to transfer objects from A to B." Once he completed this task, he shook the front of the inhibitor like it was a dog's muzzle and reminded the Omega, who was just beginning to recover from her shock, "I'll borrow this. Remember to return it and get a new one." "Do you even realize the situation we are in?" Hao Jia exclaimed, exasperated. "If you get affected and enter a heat cycle, you will be marked on the spot. They are utterly outrageous." Suddenly, it dawned on him that there was a third person present, nearly exposing Nan Zhou's past encounter with He Xingye's marking. Aside from feeling as though he was trapped in a volatile biochemical experiment, Nan Zhou approached, bag in hand, exuding an unsettling calm. Hao Jia, now aware of his abnormality, noted that Nan Zhou was an Omega, and amidst the overwhelming pheromones filling the floor, even he, a beta, found it repugnant. Yet, Nan Zhou showed no signs of weakness, having even subdued a robust alpha with a spike club. Was it an issue with his glands? Hao Jia shook his head in disbelief. The mark on Hua Xingye had long faded, suggesting it was not merely a suppression from alpha pheromones. The likelihood pointed towards an issue with Nan Zhou's glands. Even in this moment, he could not detect the scent of Nan Zhou's pheromones. If one were to speak of stability, it was indeed unnaturally so. Yet, one must not be complacent. In any case, you should swiftly navigate through the secure passage. If this matter becomes public, it may adversely affect you, suggested Hao Jia. Nan Zhou nodded, remarking that he doubted he could escape very far, so it might be best to stay and lend protection to others. After the afternoon flight landed in the city, Hua Xingye took a chauffeur-driven vehicle to a cake shop in the city center. He had reserved a birthday cake there 2 weeks prior, intending to present it to his grandfather at the birthday banquet. His grandfather had always favored this particular flavor. Yet in recent years, due to diagnosed issues with blood sugar and lipids, family members have been reluctant to allow him such indulgences. However, since it was a birthday, a small exception could be made. His phone buzzed with messages from Xiaoyan inquiring about his whereabouts. At this rate, it appeared the stock price of M Group was set to plummet. Just then, Xiaoyan sent Hua Xingye a short video, captured amidst the chaos by an employee. The footage revealed individuals running, others crying out, and sporadic beta conversations mentioning an omega and heat, causing all alphas on that floor to be forced into a vulnerable state. Hua Xingye abruptly opened his social media feed. A few hours prior, Nan Zhou had posted an update. While one may be in disarray, mealtime must still be observed, accompanied by an image of the M Group building. His gaze sharpened, and Hua Xingye swiftly dialed Nan Zhou's number. However, the music rang out for an extended duration without a response. As the assistant retrieved the cake and entered the vehicle, about to commend its beauty, Hua Xingye instructed him to head to M Group. The assistant paused, surprised, but complied, urging the driver to accelerate to avoid delays. M Group was merely a 10-minute drive away. As the car sped along the road, Hua Xingye's expression darkened. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to reach Nan Zhou, he contacted a private investigator. Nan Zhou, he is currently inside M Group and hasn't emerged. The premises are locked down, apparently due to chaos triggered by pheromones. Hua Xingye immediately instructed the investigator to arrange his entry permissions. He retrieved 2 vials of suppressants from the glove compartment, injecting one into himself under the astonished gaze of his assistant, before stowing the other within his clothing. Donning a mask and pulling the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, he leaped from the vehicle the moment it came to a halt, disregarding his assistant's calls, and dashed towards the building. The private investigator awaited him by the fire exit in the underground parking lot. As Hua Xingye rushed over like a gust of wind, the investigator swiftly opened the door. The tall figure slipped inside, disappearing into the corridor in mere moments. Nan Zhou, clutching a gift bag in one hand and a spike club in the other, hurried downstairs. Although he believed he was fine, the memory of being bitten by Hua Xingye instilled in him an instinctual urge to flee. The pain of that bite was excruciating. He could scarcely fathom the thought of enduring such an ordeal again, lest he truly meet his end. Moreover, while being bitten by Hua Xingye might be tolerable, being nibbled by some inferior individuals is akin to being gnawed on by wild dogs. Furthermore, Hao Jia aptly remarked that, as an artist, being photographed in such circumstances, regardless of any justification, casts a negative light. The fire escape was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his footsteps. As he descended from the 10th to the 9th floor, the echo of another's footsteps resonated from below. The footsteps were urgent yet steady, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the corner of the 9th floor. Nan Zhou instinctively swung his mace towards the figure approaching. To his astonishment, the individual possessed an exaggerated strength, effortlessly grasping the mace with a single hand. His heart raced, and Nan Zhou instinctively lifted his foot. Nan Zhou, in the dim corridor, accompanied by a familiar deep voice, the yellow emergency light flickered to life. Under its glow, Hua Xingye appeared, clad in a hat and mask, revealing only his expressive eyes and brows. Hua Xingye? The corridor fell into a brief silence. The illuminated emergency light extinguished once more. In the darkness, Nan Zhou felt the grip on the mace loosen, prompting him to retract his elevated leg hastily. What brings you here? Traversing the emergency exit. Hua Xingye remained silent, merely inquiring, how do you feel? Not much, he replied nonchalantly. I descended from the 20th floor and can still go down another 10. I feel splendid. Hua Xingye leaned closer, his breath warming the nape of Nan Zhou's neck, sending a tingling sensation through him. Don't get too close. I'm practically marinated in the noxious aroma of pickled vegetables, durian, and stinky tofu. Nan Zhou leaned back, awkwardly distancing himself. He would never admit that Hua Xingye's movements and the warm, dry scent emanating from him made his heart race for a moment. That's good to hear. Hua Xingye stepped aside, allowing Nan Zhou to descend beside him. Oh, so you were worried about this? Hua Xingye continued. No need for concern. My glands are damaged. It doesn't affect me. Nan Zhou casually dismissed it. Yet, almost as soon as he spoke, Hua Xingye's expression turned grave in the darkness. Damaged glands? His usually deep voice resonated even lower, articulating each word with a weighty emphasis. Yes, I was in a serious car accident 3 years ago that caused significant damage. Chapter 57. The strength of our wild brother for an omega. The glands are not merely sexual organs. The condition of these glands impacts fertility, scent, and attraction to the opposite sex, and it can even affect the omega's overall health. Generally, omega's physical constitution is already inferior to the other two genders, and those with compromised glands face even greater challenges. That day, after being caught in the rain, Nan Zhou fell ill with a fever. Hua Xingye initially attributed it to omega's inherent frailty. In hindsight, it likely related significantly to Nan Zhou's glandular damage. Just as Hua Xingye was about to speak, footsteps could be faintly heard from above. Someone was descending the safety exit, and there was more than one. Let us go. Grasping Nan Zhou's hand, Hua Xingye urged him to move downward. In the tranquil corridor, only the sound of footsteps and breathing could be heard. Nan Zhou gazed at the tall figure before him, his heartbeat gradually quickening, feeling as if something was transmitted from their interlinked, warm and dry hands into his body and bloodstream. Was it a delayed reaction of pheromones? The two descended to the underground parking lot, and amidst the astonished gaze of the assistant, they entered Hua Xingye's chauffeur-driven vehicle. Once seated in the back, Nan Zhou set down the gift bag and the Wolf Tooth Club, inquiring, how did you come to be here? Just passing through. Really just passing through? Hua Xingye chuckled softly, meeting his gaze with composure, and stated, I'm nearby for some business. I heard that M Group's omega pheromones were causing a commotion, and noticing that you were there, I thought I might take a detour to check in. Nan Zhou chuckled in response, shaking the hands that still held each other. Well, thank you for risking yourself to rescue me from the biochemical laboratory. In the confined space of the car, after the earlier events, Nan Zhou's meticulously styled hair and attire appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet at that moment, to Hua Xingye's eyes, he was utterly captivating. The simple white shirt and jeans complemented Nan Zhou's youthful aura perfectly, further enhanced by the metallic gleam of the bite-proof collar around his fair neck, exuding an innocent yet alluring charm. As Hua Xingye felt the urge to reluctantly and seemingly naturally release the clasp of their hands, Nan Zhou instinctively reached for his phone, only to realize halfway through that it, along with his casual attire, was left in the makeup room of M Group Studio. He couldn't remember Haojia's phone number, thus unable to contact him. Do you have plans for tonight? Nan Zhou asked Hua Xingye. Why? You helped me, so I'd like to treat you to dinner. The sudden invitation caused a slight tremor in the depths of Hua Xingye's profound eyes, his heart inexplicably warming. Yet, after a moment's pause, he replied, his deep voice tinged with a hint of guilt and a sigh. I'm afraid not. That's all right. Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that it was only natural for Hua Xingye to have other commitments since he hadn't arranged anything in advance. Besides, he had heard that Hua Xingye was exceedingly busy, so busy that he scarcely had time to sleep. Although he feigned indifference, a tinge of disappointment lingered in Nan Zhou's heart. Initially, he had envisioned that if Hua Xingye had no other engagements that evening, he would broach a certain topic. Haojia had mentioned that Nan Zhou's feelings for Hua Xingye were influenced by the pheromones. Previously, he had considered this possibility. However, A week had passed since the filming concluded, and as Huaxingyi had taken his hand to lead him downstairs, Nan Zhou felt a familiar itch in his heart. This time, it was hard to discern whether it was a psychological effect or an influence from the AO pheromones. Yet regardless, Huaxingyi's physique, temperament, and looks were undeniable, and their previous interactions had been quite harmonious. Thus, it seemed only reasonable to him. The two fell into silence for a moment. The assistant in the front seat finally could no longer contain himself. "Brother Yi, if we don't leave soon, we might be late." Huaxingyi nodded in acknowledgement. Nan Zhou then tactfully suggested, "You should attend to your matters. I can take a taxi back later." As he prepared to depart, he found himself without a mobile phone and a single penny to his name. The most plausible scenario was that he awaited the other party beside Hao Jia's vehicle in the underground parking garage. Ho Xingye cast a brief glance over him before redirecting his attention to his assistant, instructing, "Have Luo Nin get in touch with his agent." After conveying this, he shifted his gaze back to Nan Zhou's face, stating, "We shall depart once your assistant arrives to collect you." "Very well." Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. With that, the back seat fell into a momentary silence until Nan Zhou, as if struck by a sudden realization, inquired with a tone of contemplation. Regarding the M family's biting prevention device, considering the false advertising involved, if an incident were to occur post my endorsement, leading to reputational damage, would it be possible to seek compensation from the M family? Ho Xingye responded, "False advertising?" Promptly, Nan Zhou animatedly recounted the events that transpired in the small conference room. With a sharp snap, it broke apart, proving utterly ineffective. Ho Xingye's assistant interjected, "It likely remains a rare instance. Not every alpha possesses the ability to dismantle a biting prevention device with their bare hands. Moreover, an alpha in a sensitive phase tends to exhibit greater strength when in a state of loss of control." Nan Zhou reflected on this, acknowledging the validity of the point. Yet the fact remained that the biting prevention device had indeed fractured. The industry's standards allow for a 1% margin of error, which is even higher than that of condom, the assistant remarked. This explanation fell within Nan Zhou's realm of understanding, and he felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to articulate another thought, Ho Xingye, who had been silent for a considerable time, suddenly extended his hand, grasping both sides of the biting prevention device, commanding, "Hold still." In the next moment, before Nan Zhou could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the familiar sound of a snap, and the constricting sensation around his neck vanished without a trace. Staring at the severed biting prevention device held in the alpha's hands, Nan Zhou fell into silence. Ho Xingye's assistant also remained mute. Thus, even while dawned, one must not let their guard down, for absolute safety is not guaranteed. Amidst their silence, Ho Xingye slowly advised Nan Zhou, "The best approach is to avoid proximity to alphas in a sensitive phase. Yet, dear brother, you're not in a sensitive phase either. You appeared quite at ease as you snapped it apart." Ho Xingye's assistant, finally regaining his composure, swiftly added, "Rest assured, only a select few alphas can attain the kind of strength that our brother Yi possesses." Nan Zhou tugged at the corners of his mouth and mused, "I have just come to a realization. Some truths are inherently perplexing. For instance, is Ho Xingye's strength not somewhat exaggerated? Had he exerted his full force against me that day, would I have been split in two?" Chapter 58. Would you care to spend the night at my residence? Moments later, Hao Jia hurriedly arrived, clutching a bag. Upon spotting him from a distance, Ho Xingye's assistant pressed a button to lower the front window and waved. Hao Jia rushed over, glancing towards the back seat, where Nan Zhou and Ho Xingye occupied opposite sides, maintaining a safe social distance. "In the past, I drove the car over. Shortly, you can get in." After saying this, Hao Jia strode away. Nan Zhou picked up the gift bag from M Group along with a Wolf Esfand Club and bid farewell to Hua Xingye before preparing to exit the vehicle. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned back. "Are you free tonight?" Hua Xingye furrowed his brows slightly. "What I mean is, if you have no plans after you finish your work, would you like to come over to my place for the night?" Almost immediately after his words fell, Hua Xingye's assistant widened his eyes in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. The depth of Hua Xingye's gaze constricted suddenly, revealing an inscrutable hue. After a moment of silence, when Nan Zhou received no reply, Hao Jia had conveniently driven the car in front of Hua Xingya's limousine. He opened the car door. A deep voice resonated from behind. Are you serious? Life is meant for enjoyment. Holding back will lead to problems. If it bothers you, then forget it. After saying this, Nan Zhou exited the vehicle, the door slamming shut behind him, leaving Hua Xingya's assistant, who looked as if his jaw might fall off. The driver who had silently witnessed the scene, and Hua Xingya, whose expression was grave and contemplative. Once inside the car, Hao Jia immediately asked with a sharp tone, "What's he doing here? I heard something happened at M Group, so I came to take a look. I bet he's trying to take advantage of the situation. No, I need to have serious talk with him. What kind of skill is it to exploit Omega artists under the guise of being a film emperor?" As Hao Jia spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out. Nan Zhou tossed something to the front seat, saying, "Take a look at this." Upon seeing it, Hao Jia froze in surprise. How could this bite-proof ring be broken? Once you've made up your mind, go ahead and act boldly. Leave the rest to fate, Nan Zhou said, patting him on the shoulder as he leaned back against the seat. Hao Jia spoke, his tone dry. Did Hua Xingya break this bite-proof ring? Nan Zhou retrieved his phone from the bag Hao Jia had brought. I wish I had that ability. His gaze swept over the unopened bite guard inside, and he added, it could have been snapped effortlessly with a mere crack. As the car drove into the checkpoint and onto the road leading into the forested lakes, Hua Xingya received a call from Xiayan. Where on earth are you? I've been through 3 rounds of socializing, and I haven't even seen a glimpse of you. I'm almost there. Don't give me that. I no longer believe you. Your brother's grin is practically reaching the sky. I just heard him making snide remarks about you in front of your grandfather and uncles. Hua Xingya glanced towards the distant traditional mansion hidden behind the trees. 5 minutes. No, didn't your flight land early? What took you so long? I'll explain later. Hua Xingya ended the call. In the twilight over the forest lake, the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the water. An hour ago, Nan Zhou's words lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. 2 voices tugged within his thoughts, one eagerly urging him to accept, the other warning him vehemently against self-destruction. Although he rationally understood that Nan Zhou's invitation bore no emotional weight, he knew that accepting it would only widen the chasm between them. Hua Xingya was acutely aware of Nan Zhou's interest in his physical form. While this was indeed a cause for some delight, it amounted to little more than that. Once he acquiesced, given Nan Zhou's nature, he would certainly not consider developing deeper feelings, who would merely become a source of solace during moments of solitude. Yet, what he desired transcended fleeting pleasures. He yearned to embrace the sun in its entirety. As Hua Xingya stepped into the ancestral residence, Xiayan, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly approached to escort him inside alongside the household maid. The occasion was the birthday of the patriarch of the Hua family, and numerous prominent business magnates and industry elites had gathered to celebrate. These illustrious figures, rarely seen by the common populace, instinctively approached Hua Xingya upon his arrival with Xiayan, their tones laced with obsequiousness. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Hua Xingya made his way to the main table in the banquet hall. At the head of the table sat the venerable Hua patriarch, a titan of the business world who had crafted numerous commercial legends and was now enjoying his retirement. His eyes sparkled with warmth as he addressed Hua Xingya. You've come. I thought you might not make it today. Grandfather, you jest, Hua Xingya replied, handing the cake to the nearby housekeeper under the patriarch's gaze. The old man's expression softened considerably as he gestured towards the empty seat beside him. You understand me best. Come, sit, and keep me company for a while. Hua Xingya nodded and took his seat. Beside him sat his father, and next to his father was his elder brother, Hua Jiqing. Seeing his grandfather invite Hua Xingya to sit beside him, Hua Jiqing's countenance darkened, and his anger flared even more upon catching a glimpse of Xiayan's deliberately smug and provocative gaze. Why should Hua Xingya, who seemed to care little for family affairs, receive such preferential treatment? On such a significant day, he had arrived late, yet their grandfather showed him no disapproval. Was it merely because Hua Xingya was born of the legitimate wife of the Hua family, while he was not? Ultimately, he was the eldest son, the one working tirelessly for the family business. As night deepened and guests began to disperse, Hua Xingye and Xie Yin stood in one of the courtyards of the old residence, listening to the soothing sounds of the rockery and flowing water, engaging in light conversation. After recounting the events of the afternoon, Xie Yan's demeanor soured. So it was because of him again? Last time he didn't attend, and this time he was late. It seems he is fate's instrument to thwart you. I volunteered for this. It has nothing to do with him, Hua Xingye replied. On the other side of the courtyard, separated by a wall, Hua Jiqing scoffed derisively while holding a glass of wine. Just then, he spotted someone approaching with a gift, and his eyes lit up as he walked towards the newcomer. Is Mr. Gu personally here to present a gift to our grandfather? Gu Jing nodded. My parents are still in Antarctica and cannot return, so I have come in their stead to wish the elder a happy birthday. Come, let me take you to him. Hua Jiqing gestured invitingly. By the way, my brother is also here. Would you care to meet him? Gu Zhang's gaze darkened slightly. There is no need for that. Hua Jiqing chuckled. 3 years ago, the Gu family took the initiative to reach out to their then matriarch grandfather, expressing their desire to form a union with the Hua family, specifically targeting Hua Xingye as their prospective match. However, Hua Xingye unhesitatingly rejected their proposal. Consequently, to this day, the Gu family harbors a lingering disdain for Hua Xingye. This development delighted Hua Jiqing, as a union between Hua Xingye and the Gu family's Omega would pose significant detriment to him. Chapter 59. I've already let go what? His gland is damaged? To what extent? Upon hearing Hua Xingye mention Nan Zhou's glandular issues, Xie Yin was utterly astonished. The importance of an Omega's gland cannot be overstated, and yet Nan Zhou appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of having sustained any damage. Suddenly, he recalled an interview with Lu Zhou he had watched earlier and immediately probed. Is it severe enough that he lacks pheromones? Hua Xingye did not respond. The severity of Nan Zhou's glandular condition remained unclear to him. Nevertheless, the pheromone chaos incident that transpired today at M Group had almost no effect on him, which indicated that the issue was indeed significant. Wait, does that mean he has a heat cycle? Can he be marked? An Omega who cannot be marked is incapable of soothing an Alpha in their sensitive period and cannot bear offspring. They may appear indistinguishable from Betas, yet they differ vastly in various aspects, often falling short of even Betas. Reflecting on the precarious situation of his dear friend, Xie Yin swallowed hard. What a disaster. His friend's emotional future was left utterly uncertain. Bro, otherwise you should. I like him, regardless of his gender. Whether he is an Alpha, a Beta, or an Omega who has lost his gland, it matters not to me, Hua Xingye replied with a smile directed at Xie Yin, adding, It's not as serious as you think. How do you know? Xie Yin instinctively inquired. Subsequently, he deciphered something from his friend's meaningful expression. Damn, Xie Yin exclaimed. Their supposed camaraderie had been betrayed, as Hua Xingye had already marked that little Omega behind his back. When did this happen? After a moment, he could not resist prying further. On his birthday, Hua Xingye revealed. To be honest, I feel a tinge of jealousy. He still lacks experience in marking an Omega. Xie Yin lamented. Damn it. Hua Xingye dismissed Xie Yan's so-called jealousy, retrieving his phone to open WeChat. Nan Zhou had posted a short video on his moments. The video captured a brief performance by Tang Yang and the Sixgo Band in a basement, lasting barely a minute. The vibrant music and candid lyrics encapsulated the ardent love of an Alpha. Hua Xingye replied, Wasn't this written for his Omega? He was perplexed by how quickly Nan Zhou responded. Songs can be crafted for anyone, yet their significance lies in being heard by a broader audience. If he had composed so many songs prior, why had he only released Summer Flame? Hua Xingye had initially assumed that Nan Zhou's choice to withhold his songs bore a deeper meaning, perhaps intended solely for a specific individual. Although this explanation seems rather absurd, it provides a somewhat reasonable rationale for his reluctance to share his writings. However, at that moment, Nan Zhou's remarks left Hua Xingye perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yin had quietly approached to observe and interjected, Doesn't he have a song that you both collaborated on? As the other half of the creators, why not inquire? Hua Xingye hesitated. Will the song sung to me that night ever be released? He sent a message to Nan Zhou. No, came the reply. Before Hua Xingye could respond, another message appeared, stating that the lyrics were not copyrighted. Tell him you are the lyricist, Xie Yin suggested. Ensuring his friend could not glimpse the screen. He had yet to reply when Nan Zhou sent a third message, adding, moreover, the melody itself was composed specifically for the lyricist. His heart raced upon reading this. If anyone, apart from Nan Zhou, understood that melody best, it was Ho Xingye himself. He recognized the emotions conveyed through the music, emotions that he had mirrored in his lyrics. The lyrics encapsulated his feelings for the other, concealed within the same emotional melody, serving as a clandestine yet grand confession. Until this moment, he had never considered that the composition was also created for him. Do you like him? Oxinje typed Zrodi. Then hit send. After a brief interval filled with anticipation and excitement, he received Nan Zhou's response. I liked him. Not liked, but once liked. The fervor in his veins cooled. Why do you no longer like him? He inquired. Is it because you found someone new? That former teammate? Or had he inadvertently done something wrong, thus losing this cherished affection without even realizing it? Nan Zhou did not reply. If he confessed to you, would you like him again? Ho Xingye knew this question was inappropriate, yet he couldn't refrain from asking. This time, Nan Zhou replied with a voice message, his tone languid, tinged with a hint of indifference. No, I moved on. Moved on. These four seemingly casual words struck Ho Xingye's heart like a thunderous echo. Yet he could not let go. It was precisely because he couldn't let go that when he pressed the doorbell that day, he felt an uncontrollable urge to abandon restraint for the first time. The tumultuous tide of dark, negative emotions threatened to drown Ho Xingye's rationality. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of asking Nan Zhou whether it was because he had found someone more desirable that he had moved on. Uncertain of Nan Zhou's thoughts, he added, I'm now a pure gold warrior. Apart from money, I desire no one. Standing nearby, Xie noticed the shift in his friend's demeanor after only a brief conversation, the heavy atmosphere surrounding him palpable even to Xie. What's wrong? He inquired. Ho Xingye remained silent. Just then, a new message appeared on the screen. It was from the private investigator he had hired to surveil Nan Zhou. The message contained a photograph showing a man in a hat and sunglasses entering the apartment building where Nan Zhou resided. Yu Yang. Ho Xingye clenched his fists. In the afternoon, the invitation and words from Nan Zhou uncontrollably leapt to the forefront of my mind. Should I spend the night at his place tonight? After all, one must seize the moment. It is unwise to bottle everything up. Coupled with the recent revelation that I now embody the essence of a pure gold warrior, an overwhelming tide of jealousy, resentment, and anger nearly extinguished my rationality. Despite repeatedly reminding myself that Nan Zhou is not a person who engages casually, I found myself, upon Huaxingyi's realization, already seated in the car. With a press of the accelerator, the luxurious sports car roared to life, speeding along the road. If I were to choose anyone, it could only be him. After having celebrated the New Year's dinner with Haojia and being subjected to a musical composition report presented by my insipid apprentice via video, Nan Zhou finally found a moment of respite. Just before the somewhat tipsy Haojia departed, she suddenly recalled something, rambling on with reminders. Oh, don't forget, tomorrow morning, the crew from Flourish will come to shoot some behind-the-scenes footage, so remember to rise early. After a long day, Nan Zhou was already feeling impatient, offering a perfunctory nod before retreating to the bathroom. A mere door away, his phone vibrated incessantly, ringing and then stopping, only to vibrate again repeatedly. Chapter 60. Is the afternoon invitation still valid? After dialing nearly 6 or 7 voice calls without a response, Huaxingyi could no longer remain seated in the car. Within a brief span of time, his mind could not suppress the images of Nan Zhou nestled in another's arms, sharing light laughter and exchanging intimate whispers of names. Jealousy washed away the remnants of his reason. Turning off the engine, Huaxingyi flung open the car door with force and strode toward the building. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Nan Zhou was calling. In that instant, both his mind and body tensed, and the accumulated frustration coalesced as he answered the call. Before he could speak, Nan Zhou's voice came through. Do you need something? Huaxingyi steadied his gaze, adjusting his voice and demeanor to sound casual. I'm downstairs. Oh, is the afternoon invitation still valid? A brief silence enveloped both ends of the call. Moments later, Nan Zhou's soft laughter resonated through the receiver, devoid of any pretense, yet profoundly alluring. 16th floor, code 5362, come on up. As the elevator ascended, the mere minutes felt like an eternity to Huaxingyi. Despite no longer being an innocent youth, the tautness of his emotions transported him back to his high school days. Only when he opened the door and beheld Nan Zhou, clad in a casual t-shirt and leaning against the doorframe, did Huaxingyi feel his soul realign. There was no one else, just him. Though the person before him bore the same familiar expression, Nan Zhou sensed that Huaxingyi appeared slightly different than usual. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Huaxingyi's hand gripped the back of his head, and with a swift motion, he shut the door forcefully, leaning down to seal their lips with a fervent kiss. Having just sipped peach-flavored soda, Nan Zhou's lips retained a lingering sweetness, intensifying the flavor as Huaxingyi deepened the kiss. After a considerable time, until Nan Zhou's eyelashes trembled, the two finally parted slightly. In a narrow foyer, he leaned against the cabinet, gazing at Huaxingyi, his breath gradually calming down. Why the rush? Huaxingyi pressed against him, one hand resting at the nape of his neck while the other gently caressed his waist. In the silence, the alpha exuded a compelling aura, his deep-set eyes reflecting the intensity and focus of a predator on the hunt. Did you bring something? Nan Zhou softly inquired, his fingers brushing against the enticing Adam's apple before him. Huaxingyi's eyes darkened considerably. You are not in heat right now. However, Nan Zhou felt somewhat dizzy from their earlier kiss, and his mind was still clouded. The alpha seemed to comprehend his confusion as a kiss landed on his earlobe. Heated words fell from his lips. Nan Zhou nudged Huaxingyi with his nose. Just to be clear, no biting. The alpha lifted him up and carried him into the room, where they kissed once more. As they passed the sofa, Nan Zhou's legs brushed against a bag resting atop it, causing it to topple and spill its contents onto the carpet. Yet, neither paid it any mind. The night felt long, yet for the mutually attracted AOs, it was fleeting. Outside, snow began to fall, coating the window with frost, while the temperature inside was as warm as summer. Around 8 in the morning, Huaxingyi's assistant, anxiously clutching a change of clothes, pressed the doorbell. Almost immediately, the door swung open from within. Hesitant to peek inside, the assistant promptly handed over the bag and lowered his voice to remind, Brother Yi, today's flight is at 10. You have at most half an hour left. Huaxingyi nodded, and just as he was about to close the door, something struck him. He instructed his assistant, go downstairs and grab something to eat. Understood, the assistant replied. Once Huaxingyi shut the door, the assistant walked toward the elevator, pressing the button while muttering to himself, Oh no, brother, you must be in too deep. Should I tell Nan Zhou? After all, it was the first time he had seen Brother Yi stay over at someone else's home after following him for so long. Moreover, that someone was the rumored partner that had stirred up quite a buzz online due to a dating show. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Someone stepped out, but the assistant was oblivious. He entered the elevator right after. Just as he was about to close the door, that person suddenly darted in. Aren't you Huaxingyi's assistant? What are you doing here? The assistant was taken aback. Believing he had encountered a fan, he was relieved to see the familiar face. You startled me. Manager Hao. Why are you dressed like this? Hao Jia replied. It's because there's a live broadcast today. He needs to look presentable in case he's on camera. Produce. I came early to ensure Nan Zhou gets up on time and to tidy up his mess. Little did he expect to see someone familiar as soon as he reached the floor. The assistant couldn't fathom why Huaxingyi's assistant was here. With such thoughts, Hao Jia followed him into the elevator. What are you doing here? Hao Jia pressed. Please send something to Yiga. The assistant replied. What should I send? Hao Jia's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Is Huaxingyi living here? That can't be right. This floor is occupied solely by Nan Zhou, and the remaining 2 rooms are unassigned to any other artists and remain vacant. The assistant scratched his nose. Isn't this where teacher Nan Zhou resides? In that instant, it felt as if something struck down from the rooftop, directly hitting Hao Jia's mind through the elevator shaft. You mean Huaxingyi is currently at Nan Zhou's place? That scoundrel who targets innocent little O's. I should report you to the police. The back and forth between them completely overlooked the fact that the elevator had already descended to the first floor. With a ding, the doors opened, revealing 2 or 3 individuals with work badges outside. Huaxingyi's assistant, pressed for time, hurriedly exited and how Jia followed suit. If I can't confront Hua Xingye, at least I can scold his accomplices. What is up with your film, Emperor? Before Hao Jia could finish her sentence, she caught sight of a live broadcast vehicle marked with "Your heart skips a beat" parked outside the corridor. Turning back, she noticed another elevator, its numbers rising from the 15th floor to the 16th. This is bad. Outside the door, Tang Tang, the temporary host of "Your Heart Skips a Beat," knocked while cheerfully addressing the camera. At this hour, I wonder if teacher Nan Zhou is awake. I bet a cucumber that Zhou Bao is still lounging in bed. Oh, I'm about to see the fresh-faced Zhou Bao just waking up. Hey phone, do you know how I've been surviving these days without a live broadcast? Click. Accompanied by the door opening, an unexpected face appeared on camera. In the next moment, the entire live stream was flooded with a barrage of comments. Chapter 61. Temporarily tidying up for the wife? Wow, I can't believe my eyes. Is this really Nan Zhou's place? I feel like an ant on a hot stove, burning with excitement and almost wanting to run downstairs. You're indeed real. Living together? The staff of "Your Heart Skips a Beat," including Tang Tang, were clearly taken aback by the explosive surprise that awaited them upon opening the door. However, as diligent professionals, they quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Under Hua Xingye's gaze, Tang Tang asked the question everyone was eager to know. "Mr. Hua, what brings you here?" It was a question of obvious intent. If he hadn't spent the night here, who would come and answer the door so early? Moreover, this was the busy Hua Xingye. Within less than half a minute, Hua Xingye had grasped the situation at hand. Before opening the door, he had assumed his assistant had overlooked something, which prompted him to disregard the surveillance at the door. However, the sudden confrontation with the camera made him realize that the situation was far from what he had anticipated. So early? Hua Xingye raised his brow, greeting Tang Tang and the viewers with his eyes. His calm demeanor made Tang Tang and the crew wonder internally. Wait, could this have been planned all along? It cannot be. For the sake of urgency, they even arrived half an hour earlier than the agreed time. Not too early. The folks in the live broadcast room had been waiting for quite some time just to catch a glimpse of teacher Nan Zhou, as Tang Tang remarked. Hua Xingye furrowed his brow slightly. He had yet to speak, yet the cameraman, who had been closely following Nan Zhou throughout the program, abruptly shoved the camera into the doorway. Nan Zhou's home was modest. Behind the entrance lay the living room. However, Nan Zhou's figure seemed to be missing from the room. This action piqued Hua Xingye's alertness. "I'll go call him." As he spoke, he subtly glanced at the living room behind the entrance. He had not taken a thorough look at Nan Zhou's home during his visit yesterday, particularly the living room. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that anything private would be found there. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the carpet, a familiar paper bag caught his eye. He raised his hand to stop the cameraman from entering. Wait. He strode purposefully toward the living room, utilizing the blind spot between the camera lens and his body to swiftly retrieve the bag. Tang Tang and the cameraman were puzzled, but upon seeing Hua Xingye pick something up from the ground, they exchanged knowing glances and hurried into the living room. Hua Xingye moved quickly with a swift motion. He opened a drawer and discreetly tucked the bag into the coffee table cabinet. "What is brother you doing? Tidying up his wife's room on short notice? Huh? Where's Nan Zhou?" "No. Are you calling me to find brother Nan Zhou, as if you picked him up from the floor? This is the first time visiting our Zhou Bao's home. I wonder what treasures Zhou Bao has at home. You kid, aren't you hiding something shameful? TSK. As expected of our brother Yi, even early in the morning, he remains so radiant. No matter what he does, he looks so handsome." Tang Tang and the cameraman entered the living room, and the camera panned around the house, nearly capturing everything except the bedroom and bathroom. Gazing at the closed bedroom door, Tang Tang smirked mischievously. "Our teacher Nan Zhou still can't bear to get up. What time did he sleep last night?" Hua Xingye approached the door, glancing back at the cameraman, who immediately had the sense to lower the camera. It was acceptable to direct the camera at the bedroom door, but as it pointed downwards, a certain item, abandoned on the corner of the carpet by the sofa, came into view. "Let's take a look, just a peek." "Hua Xingye, you are too stingy. We aren't even worthy to glimpse into the wife's bedroom. Right, brother Yi?" "No. Quickly look at the bottom right." "What is that? My goodness." "TSK, if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be the latest biting deterrent from M brand, right?" So what brother you just collected was? I knew it. They're just as bold in private as they are in their live streams. Our brother Nan Zhou never lies. While others merely indulge in sweet talk, he truly plays hard. Just imagining it already makes me nosebleed. It was New Year's Eve yesterday. Brother Yi was working all day, yet he came to find Zhou Bao at night, and then the two of them. Brand, you ought to approach Hua Xingye to endorse this biting deterrent, so I can also be a Nan Zhou for once. In a live broadcast room, numerous unspeakable improvised dramas have unfolded, unbeknownst to those outside the screen, particularly to Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou. In the bedroom, Nan Zhou lies in bed, lost in a deep slumber. Hua Xingye takes a seat beside him, gazing at his peaceful visage for a moment before gently patting the blanket. No more. I'm so sleepy. Darling, I truly can't take it anymore. Nan Zhou instinctively burrows deeper into the covers, mumbling incoherently until his mouth is covered. The production team has arrived. Hua Xingye's deep voice reaches his ears. They're live streaming outside. Live stream? What nonsense could possibly be more important than my sleep? I'm utterly exhausted. Come on, get up quickly. Hua Xingye pats him again, his tone soft and soothing, reminiscent of last night's coaxing. Nan Zhou jolts awake, finally opening his eyes. Didn't he, the manager, inform you that the crew from Pounding Heart would be here today to shoot behind-the-scenes footage? Hua Xingye inquires while gently stroking his face. Behind the scenes? Nan Zhou blinks, fully awakened. I knew it. No production team has ever tormented their guests like this. If they kept this up for even a month, we'd be dead from exhaustion. What kind of normal show makes its guests rise at the crack of dawn every day? Just a wall away, Tang Tang, the filming crew, and two other staff members from the production team fall into silence. After Hua Xingye entered the bedroom and closed the door, they immediately directed the microphones toward the door crack. However, the voices inside were too low for clarity. Only faint sounds could be discerned until Nan Zhou's last few scathing remarks. How hilarious! Truly my Zhou Bao. Ah, that familiar tone of reprimand. Who else could it be but our Nan Ge? My joy has returned. Am I the only one curious about what they're doing in there? Those mischievous young lovers. So secretive, shutting the door and hiding away from us. After a while, the bedroom door opened slightly, and Hua Xingye swiftly exited, promptly shutting the door behind him. His movements were quicker than when he had just picked up the bag from M's place. Faced with the camera and the eager gazes of onlookers, Hua Xingye maintained his usual aloof and dignified demeanor. Receiving the news, Pei Feng had already given Tang Tang instructions earlier. Thus, under everyone's scrutiny, Tang Tang asked Mr. Hua, "Did you spend New Year's Eve with Mr. Nan last night?" Chapter 62. Do not treat yourself like a beast of burden. When Hua Xingye arrived at Nan Zhou's home last night, it was already past midnight. I wish I could say yes, Hua Xingye chuckled. The revelation that they had not celebrated New Year's together was shocking to Tang Tang. Hua Xingye truly came early to Nan Zhou's place, yet Nan Zhou had not even risen. What was his intention? Hua Xingye glanced at his phone and strode into the living room, reaching a vantage point from where he could see the entrance. Outside the open door, his assistant stood expressionless, akin to a mere tool, holding a bag of steaming breakfast. Beside him loomed Nan Zhou's fierce-looking manager, Hao Jia. At the gesture of Hua Xingye, the assistant brought in the breakfast bag and handed it to him, as he took out the food and arranged it on the table for the camera. Is teacher Hua delivering a heartfelt breakfast to teacher Nan Zhou? Tang tang yin guit? Not all. A fleeting image of Nan Zhou's refrigerator, barren save for junk food, crossed Hua Xingye's mind, prompting a faint smile. Then what on earth is this about? I don't believe it. I wager 5 dimes that he certainly spent last night with Zhou Bao. Brother Yi, the bite guard is still on the floor. Do you want to review what you said? Just because it's not New Year's Eve doesn't imply he didn't have a passionate encounter with his wife last night. He. The assistant quietly reminded him, Brother Yi, your flight is about to depart. Hua Xingye acknowledged. Almost as soon as he spoke, a click echoed from the tightly closed door, and with the camera's shift, the door swung open to reveal Nan Zhou yawning as he appeared on screen. While yawning and running his fingers through his hair, Nan Zhou ambled toward the living room. The cameraman deliberately focused on the open door, capturing the interior. The minimalist furniture revealed little beyond a bed, a bedside table, and a small washroom. If there was anything else, it had likely been tidied away by Hua Xingye moments ago. The only noteworthy item was the framed vinyl record perched on the bedside table. Wow, Zhu Bao has framed the vinyl that Brother Yi gifted him. Is this not true love? What is it? Huh? He chose to display the vinyl instead of the plush toys? Wouldn't the toys be more suitable for the bedroom? Does Nan Zhou really dislike plush toys? The plush toy you mentioned earlier, it isn't the one hanging on the balcony, is it? Teacher Nan Zhou, why not greet everyone? Tang Tang suggested. Hello, everyone. Nan Zhou glanced at the screen, reflecting on the booming live-streaming industry that has lowered the threshold for stardom. This program makes me question why I aspire to be a celebrity. After Nan Zhou spoke, he calmly turned and pulled out a chair to sit. In the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted. He adopted an awkward posture, and his complexion deteriorated further. Hua Xingye observed his demeanor and gently proposed, "Why not eat on the sofa?" Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. What a hellish situation. My back aches, my bottom hurts, and I'm sleep-deprived, yet I must rise to film. Even cattle could take a day off. I lack even that privilege. Our Zhu Bao has such flawless skin. Even in the early morning light, his face is devoid of any blemishes. So beautiful. I adore his fox-like eyes. He must look stunning when he cries. What am I saying? Brother Yi, you all can't see how beautiful he is. Ha ha ha. Nan Zhou's world-weary expression indicates he truly despises early mornings. Did anyone notice Zhu Bao's movements just now? Teacher Nan Zhou, how did you spend New Year's Eve last night? Tang Tang asked. I crossed over, Nan Zhou replied, sipping his porridge. Tang Tang. Wait, why is his mouth even more sealed than that of the film Emperor Hua? She and the audience were eager to discover whether he had indeed spent New Year's Eve with the esteemed actor, Hua Xingye. Hua Xingye's assistant discreetly reminded him that time was of the essence. Nodding, Hua Xingye replied, I must take my leave now. Call me if anything arises. He assured Nan Zhou, who also nodded in understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Xingye offered gentle reassurance. They won't take too long. We shall return to rest once the shoot concludes. Nan Zhou nodded again, but a thought crossed his mind. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem that Nan Zhou was rather indifferent towards the actor? Had they quarreled? Perhaps Nan Zhou felt discontented with the brevity of their time together. Young lovers often relish being inseparable. Hua Xingye strode purposefully towards the entrance, when suddenly, Nan Zhou's voice rang out. No matter how busy you are, remember to rest. Don't overexert yourself. Hua Xingye smiled softly, all right. He cares for him. Indeed. Only my brother Yi could elicit such sweet words from Nan Zhou. While others are fixated on his accolades and earnings, Nan Zhou genuinely cares for his well-being. This adorable couple is killing me. Yes, I've long wished to express that Ye's workload is indeed quite taxing. Once Hua Xingye departed, Tang Tang finally revealed a mischievous smile. She produced an item she had retrieved from beneath the sofa. Teacher Nan Zhou, you've dropped something. The camera zoomed in on a particular object from M Group, a bite guard. It then shifted to Nan Zhou's face, who remained unfazed as the host placed such an item conspicuously on the table. Thank you, he replied. Tang Tang exclaimed, That's it? Aren't you going to explain, or quickly put it away? Perhaps her gaze was too intense, prompting Nan Zhou to ask, What is it? Taking a deep breath, Tang Tang inquired. Is this for Teacher Hua? No. Then who else would it be for? You can't possibly intend to use it yourself. That's not the case. What? It was a gift from M Group. Nan Zhou gestured toward the sofa. They sent some other items as well. Would you like to see? Tang Tang replied. It's common knowledge that there's nothing on the sofa. The mystery is solved, sisters. Could it be that you was hiding M Group's items just now? But why would M Group send such things? What could be their purpose? Forgive me, my thoughts are rather impure. So do they use it or not? The bite guard remains unopened. Just because the guard is new doesn't imply that other items haven't been utilized. Let's not forget that this morning, you was indeed picking things up from the carpet. Ding, an adult card. Sisters, did you notice that Nan Zhou did not explicitly state for whom it was intended? Although one of the sponsors of their program is M Group, it seems rather inappropriate to rummage through an artist's personal items in their home. Tang Tang Bo Lu Set. Chapter 63. The real fiancé is arriving. Nan Zhou was restless. It was not anxiety, but discomfort. Last night, although Hua Xingye had shown him considerably more tenderness than before, He had to admit that pheromones can be quite effective at times. During the previous feverish period, aside from a sore throat, he had not suffered much. Yet last night, oh, how could there be such a disparity between us men? Furthermore, was he not being rather dramatic? His stamina, too. Nan Zhou sighed heavily. Upon hearing his inexplicable sigh, Tang Tang immediately inquired, "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to see our teacher who will leave so soon?" Nan Zhou replied, "I feel utterly exhausted, as though a great weight is pressing down upon my waist. My limbs can move, yet I am rendered powerless to rise." Tang Tang et Golim. Is he implying that we are exploiting him? Inquisitively, she continued, "Under what circumstances does one feel so burdened as to be unable to rise? I have reason to suspect they have indeed engaged in something." What exactly transpired, dear Nan Zhou? Pray, share the details, for I am most curious. Since the guests had spoken so candidly, and all necessary footage had been captured, it was merely a behind-the-scenes moment. After signaling to the on-site director, Tang Tang posed a few inconsequential questions to Nan Zhou before taking her leave. As soon as they departed, Nan Zhou hastily retreated to his room. Hao Jia intercepted him, questioning, "How could Xingye be here so early? Surely he did not spend the night with you? Why not? Shall we not review the script together?" Nan Zhou yawned. "I am extremely tired. Let us discuss matters once I awaken." Still sleeping? The rumors on Weibo are rampant regarding what transpired last night. Xingye and Nan Zhou are trending. Could it be that you have genuinely fallen for Xingye? Not during the feverish period, devoid of phenomenal influence, yet you still slept with him. Even during his affections for Lu Zhou, you never engaged in such acts. Nan Zhou retorted, "What genuine love exists in this world? Your idealism is rather fanciful." Hao Jia pressed on, "Then why did you engage in such activities? If you like someone, one must act. Hesitance leads to defeat." With that, Nan Zhou entered his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Hao Jia lamented, "Curse you, Lu Zhou, you scoundrel. It is your fault that Nan Zhou has lost faith in love." Suddenly, the door swung open again, and Nan Zhou asked, "By the way, where did you place the physiological manual the doctor provided last time?" Hao Jia, puzzled, replied, "Why do you ask?" "To study." Last night, Xingye had not taken precautions. While he had assured Nan Zhou that there would be no chance of pregnancy outside the feverish period, Nan Zhou still found himself puzzled. What does this have to do with the feverish period? Hao Jia, eager for him to educate himself, promptly retrieved the book from a cabinet in the living room and handed it to him. "You truly should study diligently." Taking the book, Nan Zhou yawned and climbed back into bed, flipping to the section on the feverish period. The page contained a wealth of information, including a well-illustrated explanation that addressed his confusion. After staring at the illustration for a while, he felt an intensifying ache in his waist. Tossing the book aside, he turned over and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, at the airport, Xingye received a call from a private investigator. "Mr. Hua, regarding your request to investigate Mr. Nan Zhou's car accident from 3 years ago. It has proven somewhat challenging. What seems to be the issue? Someone has obstructed the information. I will require some time." "Understood." As he ended the call, Xingye boarded the plane. The plight of an ordinary person suffering from a car accident resulting in gland damage is indeed significant. Yet it does not warrant the concealment of information, unless, of course, the identity of Nan Zhou is anything but ordinary. The program "You, Who Makes My Heart Flutter" remains a constant presence on Weibo's trending searches these days, although it is not currently in a live broadcast phase. The edited versions continue to attract fervent attention from both those who have and have not witnessed the live events, especially with new behind-the-scenes clips being released daily. The day before yesterday featured a segment about Zhang Shi, where the production team, under his introduction, toured the two-story villa with a garden owned by this wealthy second-generation heir. Yesterday, clips of Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao surfaced, showcasing a surprise visit to Jiang Zhen's home on New Year's Eve, allowing viewers a glimpse of the couple's intimate candlelit dinner. Today, the appearance of Xingye at Nan Zhou's residence, coupled with the biting device on the carpet, has ignited a further frenzy on social media. Tomorrow, the crew is set to visit the filming site to check in on Wenyu. Speaking of visiting 3 homes, let us not forget Zhang Shi, but have you not noticed how modestly sized Nan Zhou's home is? A friend of a friend mentioned that Nan Zhou's contract with Chuangxing is rather unfavorable, leaving him with little profit. This is hardly surprising. Not everyone in the entertainment industry is raking in profits. Moreover, their group lacks considerable popularity, and Nan Zhou does not command much attention. However, during their group variety show, they did visit Lu Zhou's residence, which was quite spacious. I must add, please refrain from petty bickering. Our brother Zhou is not to be compared with mere guests on certain programs. Oh, spare us the noise. If you wish to argue, take it elsewhere. It is truly tiresome. Let's redirect our focus to the flying guests. Each season of You, Who Makes My Heart Flutter, invites temporary guests to join the program, typically starting from the second episode. As the director of his flagship show, Payphone would not invite just anyone. Only those capable of generating buzz and public discourse are considered. Recently, rumors have circulated online that the guest for the second episode of this season is Zhang Shi's fiancée. The little green tea has fallen into misfortune, as the legitimate fiancée is about to make her entrance. What is going on? Are pests now able to access the internet? Accusations of being a green tea are quite misplaced. Perhaps your pheromones are more akin to garbage. Zhang Shi has never publicly acknowledged having a fiancée, and besides, our Tang Bao is in a transparent relationship. What is there to fear? Recently, Gu Tang's fans and bystanders have been embroiled in heated disputes online. The prevailing public sentiment has been somewhat adverse to Gu Tang, leading to a notable number of fans withdrawing their support due to this variety show. One reason is his close interactions with Zhang Shi during the live broadcasts, which Gu Tang's team anticipated and prepared for, weighing the potential enhancement in Gu Tang's value against the possible loss of fans. The second reason pertains to his performance in the show, a factor that the team did not foresee. No one expected Nan Zhou to adopt such an approach in the variety show, and Gu Tang's excessive concern for Nan Zhou, occasionally leading to self-sabotage, caught the team off guard. Regardless of any past grievances with Nan Zhou, when the next live broadcast commences, refrain from provoking him. Focus on your own affairs. The manager admonished Gu Tang earnestly. Gu Tang felt an undeniable resentment within, yet he acquiesced. What was so remarkable about Nan Zhou? Everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by Hua Xingye. If a CP partner were Hua Xingye, he could undoubtedly surpass him, possessing greater popularity. In these past few days, every time he closed his eyes and envisioned Nan Zhou's confident and radiant smile, coupled with that indifferent demeanor, Gu Tang was filled with both hatred and fear. Why had he not perished back then? Why did he not continue to be enraptured by Lu Zhou? Why did he have to tread upon my head? Chapter 64. Devouring sorrows bite by bite in the blink of an eye. The live broadcast of the second episode of You Make My Heart Flutter Season 3 had arrived. By 9 o'clock, the live room of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye was packed with eager viewers. Payphone, do you know how I spent these past 2 weeks? The mere thought of soon witnessing the fresh charm of Zhou Bao and Yi Ge brought tears of joy, causing me to devour 3 bowls of rice in a frenzy. Talao, your long-awaited variety show has finally updated. As the camera in the live room flickered to life, it captured Hua Xingye in the kitchen preparing breakfast amidst the morning light. Sunlight poured through the window into the narrow apartment, casting shadows across the carpet and illuminating the countertop, where steaming food released an enticing aroma. The handsome alpha stood bathed in sunlight, donning a white turtleneck sweater beneath a black wool coat, accentuating his tall and slender figure, exuding an air of refined elitism. He was pouring milk, his long fingers gracefully handling the carton, an aesthetically pleasing sight. Such striking beauty. Hua Xingye, why do you look so dashing today? Are you trying to charm me? Compelling me to commit a crime? I tossed my pants into the refrigerator, transforming into a cold pants person. I shredded my pants, becoming a remnants pants individual. I showcased my pants, evolving into a flaunting pants persona. Now, I shall discard my pants, henceforth becoming Yi Ji's person. It was evident that he had just arrived this morning, having traveled hundreds of kilometers by dawn, yet he immediately prepared breakfast for Zhou Bao. He truly adored him. I said I was tired. As for Nan Zhou, surely he wasn't still asleep? Of course, Nan Zhou was not sleeping. The apartment was so small that the camera captured nearly every corner, including the small bed tucked away. However, there was no one lying on it. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Nan Zhou stepped out. Upon seeing Hua Xingye standing at the countertop, He raised an eyebrow, asking, "You're here?" Hua Xingye's gaze swiftly traversed from his delicate, pale face to his casual attire of a home t-shirt and sleep pants, before returning to his eyes, unveiling the first smile of the day for the camera. You woke up quite early today," he remarked. Nan Zhou yawned, tousling his hair, which, having been tousled in sleep, now stood upright. "I've been working so hard. Why hasn't this wretched variety show collapsed yet?" The filming crew chuckled. Here it comes. The daily dose of scolding, though slightly late. How much does our Zhou Bao detest this show? Yet we adore it. Without it, we wouldn't get to see you. How can we live without it? Hua Xingye brought the prepared breakfast to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Nan Zhou retrieved a bottle of drinking water, twisting the cap as he made his way to the sofa. However, despite his vigorous efforts, the cap remained obstinately intact. Hua Xingye took the bottle from him effortlessly, unscrewing the lid with ease before handing it back. Nan Zhou mused, "Is it the fault of the bottle, my own, or perhaps yours? Regardless, it's certainly your fault." Hua Xingye placed a cup of hot milk before him. Unfazed, Nan Zhou set the bottle down, rose from the sofa, and hurried to the dining area where he procured another bottle of sponsored water, this time managing to twist it open successfully. Coincidentally, beside the water was an unopened can of cola. Nan Zhou picked up the cola with one hand and, with the other holding the bottle of water, returned to the sofa, placing the cola can on the table. He inquired earnestly, "Can you crush this can?" Hua Xingye replied, "Let us change the subject. Will I ever have the chance to attain such skills as yours?" Nan Zhou, lifting his arm to showcase his bicep, remarked honestly, "Your ability to break the bite-proof rings is incredibly impressive." "What bite-proof rings? Break them? What have you all been secretly up to behind our backs? Breaking bite-proof rings? And yet you claim nothing happened that day." Nan Zhou exclaimed, "Tihia beta? What is the use of bite-proof rings then? The bite-proof rings at M's place were all shattered by Brother Yi. It must have been quite the intense affair. Zhou Bao, what are you thinking? How could that be possible? Just look at Brother Yi. He isn't even speaking." Hua Xingye responded, "How can I politely decline without inciting my wife's ire? Let us have breakfast first." Nan Zhou retorted, "You're avoiding the issue. I'll take you to practice when I have the time." After they finished breakfast, Hua Xingye headed to the filming set, as usual. In contrast, Nan Zhou had a different fate following the previous silent shoot. The director's team decided that he should spend the day at home writing songs and perform at night with the Six-Go band at a bar. Thus, for the first time since the recording began, Nan Zhou experienced the bliss of not having to go out for work. At the moment Pei Feng announced this change, he unexpectedly applauded, albeit his solitary clapping gave the production team the impression they were being mocked. Following the cameraman's cue, Nan Zhou, after many days in this apartment, finally opened the high-end computer. The computer booted up at lightning speed, surpassing 99 of computers nationwide, reaching the desktop in just 3 seconds. On the desktop, aside from my computer and recycle bin icons, there was only one folder labeled a step-by-step guide from 0 to 1. Gazing at the inscription, Nan Zhou asked the cameraman, "Is this what I think it is? What were you thinking?" Came a response. "It clearly states from 0 to 1. However, to be candid, Nan Zhou did not believe he could achieve a transformation from 0 to 1 in front of Hua Xingye. The latter could easily overpower him with a mere hand. Besides, being at 0 was quite enjoyable. Hua Xingye made him feel exhilarated. With a mindset of "since I'm here, I might as well," Nan Zhou opened the folder, and a plethora of video files greeted him. The complete titles of the videos caught his eye. From 0 to 1, a guide to becoming an independent musician from scratch. "Nan Zhou, what is this?" Cameraman, a tutorial. With a swift click, the folder closed. Nan Zhou laughed uproariously, nearly to the point of nausea. "Seriously, what were you thinking? What does from 0 to 1 even mean? This is ridiculous. Does it look like we need to start from scratch, given his level? In the frame?" Nan Zhou opened his browser and searched for a popular video site, casually selecting a trending web drama. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he rose, retrieved a can of cola from the coffee table, unearthed 2 bags of chips from beneath it, and returned to his high-end computer. "Cameraman, teacher Nan Zhou, you need to work. Work is done. Didn't you ask me to learn how to become an independent musician? Once I finish learning, doesn't that conclude the matter?" Nan Zhou said, snapping open a bag of chips. On the screen, an advertisement featuring one you, portraying the character of a little celestial lord, played. One bite dispels sorrow, and another bite brings happiness. Chapter 65. Embrace romance, not death. I was rolling on the ground with laughter. Nan Zhou was actually watching the mischievous little celestial lord. Isn't that the major celestial drama starring When You Next Door? Could be true. When you, celestial beings, Nan Zhou, these terms simply could not be associated in my mind. He even caught glimpses of the 16th episode. Can anyone truly watch their ex's current partner show? I now began to doubt whether he ever had a fondness for Shu Shu. The cameraman and the production crew were evidently taken aback by Nan Zhou's viewing choice. But in reality shows, the essential element is the spectacle. The triangle of emotions involving Nan Zhou, Lu Zhou, and When You was one of the selling points and talking points of their program, which had previously stirred considerable public opinion during the first live broadcast. Now, with the guest providing the buzz, it would be remiss not to capitalize on that. Thus, under Pei Feng's directive, the director inquired, I never expected you, teacher Nan Zhou, to enjoy this drama. It's quite entertaining, particularly amusing. Cameraman, if I remember correctly, this drama isn't a comedy, is it? It narrates the tale of Lu Xiaoyan, portrayed by Wen Yu, a carefree little celestial lord who embarks on a quest for truth after his sect is treacherously annihilated in one night, enduring trials to ultimately avenge his sect. Standard celestial drama fare. Portraying another male lead, Deng Yi, is the popular idol Xiao Yiming. The romantic entanglements between Deng Yi and Lu Xiaoyan have brought tears to many viewers. Is this really a comedy? Particularly amusing? The cameraman asked. Just wait until you watch. You'll see how entertaining Deng is. As Nan Zhou munched on potato chips, he remarked, just in time. The video's plot has reached the moment where Deng Yi, under the deceit of Lu Xiaoyan, steals the one and only unparalleled flower cultivated by his master for centuries. He is presenting this flower to Lu Xiaoyan, stubbornly declaring, It's nothing remarkable. If you desire it, I shall give it to you. Lu Xiaoyan gazes at him, refraining from taking it. Nan Zhou comments, quickly accept it. Though the flower was stolen, his affection for you is genuine. This Deng, I suspect he even uses roses for toilet paper. Such romanticism is reckless. The filming crew, capturing the scene, found the barrage of comments uproarious, filled with laughter. After all, this is a popular drama on the Tomato platform. Regardless, Nan Zhou's critique in the variety show is bound to offend the fans of the actor Xiao Yiming, who portrays Deng Yi. Moreover, Xiao Yiming's fans are notoriously fierce, having clashed with numerous other fan bases online. Seeking popularity is one thing, but riding on the coattails of others is quite another. Payphone was not keen on allowing his project to be overshadowed by the show, hastily instructing the filming crew to put an end to this farce. Compelled to cease indulging in the soap opera, Nan Zhou's expression could hardly convey anything but disdain. The filming crew suggested, how about practicing some songs instead? The fans chimed in, Teacher Nan Zhou, it's been ages since you last sang. Nan Zhou fixed them with a gaze that seemed to say, Are you trying to take advantage of me again? The filming crew continued, Then perhaps a dance? Although he hailed from a dance-singing boy band background and was primarily a vocalist, he could still dance. Turning his chair to face the living room, he pointed to the cramped space, exclaiming, In such a place, one cannot even perform square dancing. What dance do you wish for me to execute? Something unsuitable for airing? The crew pressed. Elaborate on what you mean by unsuitable? Ego interjected. Say that again. What dance do you want my wife to perform? Jump, jump, jump. Let him dance. Let him dance. I want to see my wife. Oh. Even enjoying a snack and watching a small drama was not enough. They insisted on making him exert himself. All right, I concede to you. Nan Zhou stood up, retrieving 2 10-kilogram dumbbells from the shoe cabinet by the door. Returning to the room amidst puzzled gazes, he opened another video. Farewell to my feeble arms. Dumbbells, perfect for home workouts. The video featured a youthful alpha trainer clad in a snug tank top, his well-defined chest muscles stretching the fabric, with arms that showcased impressive muscle definition, exuding an aura of vitality. The comments from various small O fans in the video were suggestive, remarking on wanting to slide down the trainer's abdominal muscles. As the young alpha trainer's voice and movements animatedly encouraged him, Nan Zhou began his workout with the dumbbells, grunting with effort. The energetic trainer was particularly motivational, and likely due to his channel's popularity among small O fans, he occasionally uttered seemingly flirtatious words of encouragement. Such indecency, such indecency. Where is morality? Where is conscience? Where's the link? Where's the address? Where's the blogger's ID? Huixingya, quickly look at your wife. She is watching another alpha's muscles. So, Nangu, is this your type? Now look at this. Is our Yi's physique really that impressive? I refuse to accept it. However, public opinion swiftly transformed into encouragement for Zhou Bao. Keep going, Zhou Bao. You can do this after this set. Believe in yourself. From 0 to 1. You are the best. No need to push yourself so hard. If it's too much, let Yigu assist you. In the frame, Nan Zhou was drenched in sweat. His cheeks flushed as he trained in the heated room during the winter. Is this truly my limit? He pondered, realizing the video content had barely reached its halfway point. Is this body serious? It's about to go awry. After a certain movement, Nan Zhou collapsed onto the sofa. The cameraman, unable to suppress his amusement, aimed the lens at his rosy face, slightly pale lips, and the damp ends of his hair, creating a mist of exhaustion in his eyes. Is this even permissible to say? I can't help but imagine. Is this the Zhou Bao that Yigu sees at night? Wearing just a pair of shorts? My wife, you are so beautiful. I want to smother you, roaring, turning into a monkey, flying into the primeval forest, swinging on vines, passing by a monkey eating bananas, roaring, turning into a monkey, flying into the primeval forest, swinging on vines. So intense, absolutely intense. Huixingya, you rascal, eating so well usually. How infuriating, the cameraman remarked. Teacher Nan Zhou, we haven't even reached half yet. Get up and continue. Nan Zhou took a moment to steady his breathing and, in a hoarse voice, said, Whenever life knocks me down, I don't immediately get back up. I usually just lie down and take a quick nap. The cameraman continued. In the earpiece, Pei Feng had new instructions. He said, I heard Teacher Hua is shooting a scene in the bathhouse right now. Would you like to watch the live stream? Bathhouse scene? Nan Zhou inquired. But Huixingya clearly said this time he was playing the undercover male lead contact, a significant figure in the police department. The cameraman replied, much more revealing than your fitness instructor. In the next moment, Nan Zhou sprang up like a tightly wound spring, hurriedly approaching the computer and swiftly opening the live streaming software on Platform M, entering the live room. Due to his remarkable speed, he accidentally entered the room below. On the screen, Lu Zhou was performing a rap, pulling off his clothes in a seductive manner. The audio featured when U.S. Mouse comes to the treasure. Nan Zhou thought, what a novel form of art. Chapter 66. Yiga, you are flaunting like a peacock. After saying this, Nan Zhou exited that live room and entered Huixingya's. Just as the cameraman mentioned, Huixingya was indeed filming scenes set in the bathhouse. He was meeting with the undercover male lead in the steaming bath. The atmosphere was filled with heat and excitement in the live room. The barrage of comments was relentless, with moderators issuing warnings, yet the content remained quite provocative, with colors flashing across the screen. Under the lens, Huixingya donned a white bathrobe, seated in the bath. The robe was open to the front, revealing his well-defined pectoral muscles and chiseled abs. His arms, partially covered, were toned and robust, embodying the ideal of looking slim in clothes yet muscular without them. His thick, dark hair was dampened by water, lending an inexplicable allure to his already striking features. Underwater, the view beneath the robe remains elusive. Today, I have come to realize that the phrase about losing one's breath due to someone's striking handsomeness is indeed true. Help me. I fear that if I gaze any longer, I may perish from a loss of blood. Tears, unbidden, cascade from the corners of my mouth. Huixingya, you are incredibly handsome. Let's speak plainly. Might I touch your magnificent physique? The plethora of comments in Huixingya's live stream took Nan Zhou by surprise. He liked one comment that suggested touching his physique, only for all the comments to vanish from his screen. The sheer volume of comments in his live stream was also substantial. I find myself reduced to watching another person's live stream in someone else's space. What a laugh. Huixingya, it seems your wife is quite pleased with your physique. As he even liked the comment. He even filtered the comments to get a clearer view. He truly adores it. Does he have any inkling that his wife is watching? Lost in his performance, Hu Xingye remained blissfully unaware. His demeanor before the camera was unlike anything Nan Zhou had ever witnessed. Not only did he exude an aura of authority, but his mannerisms and speech suggested he was a person of high status. The leading man, though possessing a commendable physique, paled in comparison to Hu Xingye. Perhaps due to the nature of his character, his presence lacked the formidable strength of Hu Xingye, compounded by the actor's own limitations, resulting in an initial lack of chemistry between them. Consequently, the director had to call for a cut twice during this scene. The lead actor appeared rather embarrassed and repeatedly apologized to Hu Xingye. However, Hu Xingye not only remained unperturbed but also offered encouragement, even sharing insights to help him relax. Ultimately, on the third attempt, they finally succeeded in capturing the scene. While the filming appeared brief, Hu Xingye had been seated in the bath for nearly an hour. As he rose, water splashed around him, and his long, muscular legs, tight thighs, and agile calves created quite a stir in the comment section. Outside the frame, a voice from the camera crew chimed in, "Teacher Hua, Teacher Nan Zhou has been watching your live stream for over 30 minutes. Perhaps taken aback, Hu Xingye raised his brow slightly. In the next moment, he turned to the camera. With damp hair framing his face, his deep-set eyes softened, transforming him into a different persona from the character he had just portrayed. He gazed into the lens, as if looking at someone behind it, and with a smile and a gentle laugh, he charmed everyone. "Oh my, I feel faint. Do not smile at me like that. It's utterly mortifying. I can hardly comprehend the current generation of alphas, flaunting their abs, collarbones, and Adam's apples. Where's the morality? Where is the dignity? Where is the bed? And where shall I sleep?" Hu Xingye, the alpha among alphas. Husband, lord, and king. The epitome of masculinity, the ruler among men. The sovereign of alphas, the terminator of alphas, the master, the idol, the emperor, the overwhelming man. Look, Zhou Bao. Did he just swallow discreetly? Those obnoxious little lovebirds expressing affection from afar. Who is fervently shipping this couple? Ah, it's me. Goodness, Yige. You're displaying your plumage so flamboyantly. This is surely for Nan Zhou's delight. At this moment, under Pei Feng's direction, the cameraman casually interjects, "Teacher Nan Zhou, would you like to visit Teacher Hua on set today and perhaps give him a ride home?" After this scene, there are others to follow. Hu Xingye has been in the bath for quite some time and must change and tidy himself. Naturally, the content inside the changing room cannot be filmed. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou does not hesitate, saying, "All right, visiting Hu Xingye is preferable to being ordered around here." Moreover, Hu Xingye had previously picked him up from work, making it quite reasonable for him to reciprocate this time. Thus, Nan Zhou rises, takes his phone, and boards the production team's vehicle with the cameraman, heading to the film set where Hu Xingye is performing a cameo role. Compared to the underground band rehearsal room assigned to Nan Zhou, the set where Hu Xingye is located is considerably more distant, requiring nearly an hour's drive. Upon Nan Zhou's arrival at the set, when the staff attempted to reach Hu Xingye, they received surprising news. Susceptible period? Goodness. Cutting off the Bluetooth call, the staff informed the still oblivious Nan Zhou that just 10 minutes prior, an omega in the makeup room had been discovered and dragged out by Teacher Hua. This omega had provocatively induced their heat in the makeup room to entice Hua. It was said that Hua was somewhat affected, showing signs of entering a susceptible period. Previously, Nan Zhou would have struggled to comprehend these words, but coincidentally, he had just experienced an incident involving pheromone chaos at M Group the previous week. Thus, in front of all witnesses, Nan Zhou calmly retrieved his N95 mask, pondering, isn't he now at risk of being bitten? It was rumored that Hua had confined himself in the resting room, allowing no one to enter, while sending his assistant to fetch suppressants. The staff remarked, however, "Teacher Nan Zhou, since you just arrived, you may not necessarily require the suppressants." "What do you mean?" Nan Zhou inquired. "Surely, you do not wish for him to bite you." The staff suddenly realized their blunder. If Nan Zhou were a beta, he would be unable to soothe an alpha in a susceptible period. They hastily corrected themselves, suggesting it was merely a suspicion, not a certainty of susceptibility. Hua, being an S-rank alpha, would typically remain unaffected by the pheromones of lower-tier omegas. As they spoke, they arrived in front of the makeup room. At that moment, Hua Xingye's assistant stood there with an inhalable suppressant, and upon seeing Nan Zhou, their eyes brightened as they promptly handed the item to him. Teacher Nan Zhou, you arrived just in time. Please deliver this to Yigu. With that, the assistant knocked on the door, calling out, Yigu, Teacher Nan Zhou is here. In the next instant, accompanied by the sound of a door unlocking, a strong arm reached out from behind the door, swiftly pulling Nan Zhou inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed once more. Chapter 67. I want to kiss you in the gaze of all present. Before anyone could react, Nan Zhou vanished from the camera's view. The staff and cameraman instinctively gasped in surprise. The barrage of comments is filled with appalling content. Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? Has he been taken indirectly? Brother Yi, you're bleeding from your nose. I shudder to think of what might transpire between the sensitive alpha and his lover during this vulnerable period. His face is gone, utterly vanished, and even the bitter tea seeds have disappeared. In that moment, I wonder if Zhou Bao will meet his end inside. His complexion has taken on a yellowish hue. But ISNT Nango Beta? He cannot possibly soothe Brother Yi, can he? It suddenly feels so tormenting. Hasn't he been taking suppressants? How can he provide comfort? With what? Zhou Bao's exquisite physique? In the adjacent makeup room, Nan Zhou finds himself pressed against the thin door panel by Hua Xingye. When he was pulled in, he hardly registered what was happening, not even uttering a sound, until the inhalable suppressant bottle slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, breaking the silence. Under the lights, Hua Xingye appeared unchanged from his usual self, yet an undeniable aura surrounded him, reminiscent of their initial encounter on that fateful night. Though his face bore no discernible emotion, the charged atmosphere felt like the calm before a storm. Long, powerful fingers grazed Nan Zhou's neck, each caress more forceful than the last. Why have you come? Hua Xingye's voice was deep and somewhat hoarse, laced with a hint of coldness. It was identical to the tone he used that night. I came to visit. Nan Zhou gazed into his profound eyes, which beneath a seemingly tranquil facade, concealed an impending tempest. Are you all right? He inquired. Hua Xingye remained silent, releasing Nan Zhou's wrist only to grasp his chin, his thumb pressing against Nan Zhou's lips through the mask. In that moment, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped him, the unrestrained dominance of an alpha permeating the space. Hua Xingye was already significantly taller than Nan Zhou, and in this position, under Hua's downward gaze, Nan Zhou felt as though he were prey caught in the jaws of a beast. Yet, he stubbornly maintained his gaze, his eyes clear and innocent, unknowing and unafraid, causing Hua Xingye's pupils to constrict and his breath to quicken, his atoms apple-bobbing. The temperature in the air seemed to rise considerably. Your hand is quite warm, Nan Zhou remarked, feeling the spot on his neck with a pheromone suppression patch pressed against him throb slightly from the pressure. He instinctively turned his head away, but it was quickly restrained once more. Then, a chilling voice followed. Hua Xingye, in a tone that was both gentle and commanding, warned him not to move. He then instructed Nan Zhou to remove his mask. Although both of Nan Zhou's companions were locked outside, and there were no cameras in the makeup room, Hua Xingye had previously turned off his microphone. However, when Nan Zhou entered, the microphone was still on. Thus, in the live stream, the viewers exclaimed, "Wow, I can't take it anymore. Sisters. Brother Yi's voice, I can't handle it. What are they doing? What are they saying? My face is flushed." "No," Nan Zhou protested. "You told me not to move," but his lips were forcefully pressed down. Hua Xingye maintained an impassive expression, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his commanding presence was palpable. "Take it off. I wish to see your face," he commanded. Nan Zhou instinctively swallowed, his heart racing at the intensity of those words. Since their first encounter, he had harbored a profound admiration for Hua Xingye's allure, a captivating blend of sensuality that evoked an intimate thrill within him. He raised his hand to remove the mask, revealing a flawless visage illuminated by the light. The striking juxtaposition of rebelliousness and submission harmoniously coalesced on his face, appearing to Alpha like a sumptuous feast, enticing and delectable. "Good boy," he murmured. Nan Zhou's breath quickened. As he opened his mouth to respond, a warm hand suddenly grasped his chin, covering the lower half of his face. Hua Xingye leaned in, resting his chin on Nan Zhou's shoulder, his warm breath cascading over the rapidly beating pulse at his neck, sending shivers throughout his entire being. "I wish to kiss you," the low, velvety voice whispered in his ear. With a slight nod, Nan Zhou acquiesced. Kisses graced his neck, jawline, bridge of the nose, and corners of his eyes. In the hushed atmosphere, every sound of their movements resonated with clarity. Nan Zhou's heartbeat intensified, and he instinctively silenced his microphone. Noticing his action, Alpha let out a soft, brief chuckle, his large hand releasing its hold as his lips descended upon Nan Zhou's, exploring the warmth between his tender lips. As Nan Zhou felt Hua Xingye's strong arms encircle his waist, tension transformed into a gentle softness. After a prolonged moment, he grasped Hua Xingye's sturdy arm tightly, his throat constricting as a rosy hue colored his beautiful eyes. "Your lips," Hua Xingye's husky, amused voice whispered into Nan Zhou's ear. "Taste of peach." Earlier, Nan Zhou had indulged in a bottle of peach-flavored sparkling water. He did not refute it. "I prefer it when you nibble on my earlobe," he admitted, his voice hushed. "It tastes like sweet chestnut." A tremor coursed through his pupils as his ears flushed a delicate pink. Hua Xingye released him, caressing his cheek before stepping back, bending down to retrieve the inhaler at his feet and handing it back to Nan Zhou. "Help me put it on." When Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou finally emerged from the dressing room, 30 minutes had elapsed since they had vanished from the live broadcast. 30 minutes is neither excessively long nor short, yet considering the preceding content, the live chat was rife with unmentionable discussions. "They're out. They're out. Couldn't he have done anything inappropriate in such a brief time, right? No way they could do that on a variety show. They are celebrities." "What? Did Zhou Bao put the mask back on?" "Surely not, because my wild brother kissed him too hard." "Is the sensitive period real?" "My wild brother appears unchanged. Except what else transpired between you two in there." "Ah, ladies, don't you sense it?" Hua Xingye radiates a certain relaxed satisfaction after whatever happened. "Enough talk. I'm rewarding myself with a month of flowing yellow flags." The crew members and the filming staff, including Hua Xingye's assistant, were all quite concerned about the situation inside. However, due to the sensitivity of the matter, it was not appropriate to inquire further in public. Moreover, Nan Zhou, who is usually quite talkative, surprisingly remained silent since his emergence. Following some disruptions caused by Omega, the filming schedule was adjusted, and Hua Xingye's segment was postponed to tomorrow, leading the two of them to share a ride back to the apartment. Pei Feng had just announced to everyone that a gathering was to be organized at the Dream apartment tonight. While it was termed a gathering, it was in reality a rather trivial affair. Inside the car, the atmosphere was noticeably subdued. Both guests appeared to be lost in thought. Nan Zhou, wearing headphones, leaned against the window, gazing at the bustling traffic outside, yet his mind was occupied with Hua Xingye beside him. Although they had shared pleasant moments twice before, none had allowed him to scrutinize Hua Xingye's physique as he did this afternoon. He was undeniably attractive, perfectly aligning with Nan Zhou's aesthetic preferences. The memory of being pulled into the lounge and kissing Hua Xingye made him fidget slightly, adjusting his legs and touching his nose. Fortunately, he was clad in a thick, long-down jacket today. The window reflected Hua Xingye's handsome profile, with the streetlights glow casting shimmering dots in his eyes, reminding Nan Zhou of Hua Xingye's demeanor in the lounge. It was distinctly different from his usual self, at least at the beginning. Nan Zhou could sense Hua Xingye's genuine desire to bite him, reminiscent of their first encounter when he had savagely nipped at his neck, leading them both into the depths of sensory indulgence. "Why did you come over?" Hua Xingye's tone was tinged with anger as he spoke, clearly recalling his prior warning to avoid approaching alphas during their sensitive periods. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, merely holding Nan Zhou and giving him a kiss. Beside him, Hua Xingye lit up his phone screen, revealing a message from Luo Nan. "I heard from Xiao Zhang that you ended up using the inhibitor?" Hua Xingye replied affirmatively. He understood Luo Nan's intentions in instructing assistant Xiao Zhang to have Nan Zhou deliver the inhibitor. Luo Nan was aware that Nan Zhou was an Omega and that he had marked him. When facing Nan Zhou during his sensitive period, he was the most suitable person to provide comfort. After all, Using an inhibitor twice in quick succession could inflict some harm on an alpha's body, so avoiding it was preferable. However, what Luo Nan did not know was Nan Zhou's physical condition. Earlier in the makeup room, Xingye had distinctly felt his body tense up the moment Nan Zhou arrived. The pheromones that might have been instinctively suppressed surged uncontrollably upon contact with him. His fangs ached, saliva pooled, and instinct clamored to mark the person before him. There were moments when he nearly succumbed to the urge to tear away the ineffective barrier, leaving his mark upon that fair, delicate skin. Yet he could not allow himself to do so. The individual before me appears both innocent and audacious, utterly oblivious to the fact that they stand before an alpha in a sensitive period, a position that renders them both enticing and vulnerable. Moreover, their glands are compromised, rendering them incapable of responding to the pheromones and smoothly transitioning into a heat phase. Crucially, they resist the idea of being bitten. "Do not bite me." The words spoken by Nan Zhou in a moment of passion resonate in Xingye's mind, serving as both a reminder and a warning, constantly urging him not to be marked. Buzzing sounds emerge as Nan Zhou retrieves his phone from his pocket. Hao Jia has sent him a message. "I heard that Xingye is in a sensitive period and that he pulled you in and kept you there for nearly an hour." "Damn, he would T-mark you again, would he? Is he some sort of beast?" "He is not as twisted as you think," Nan Zhou replies. "He didn't T-mark you?" Hao Jia exclaims in shock, bombarding him with dozens of exclamation marks. Moreover, an alpha in a sensitive period doesn't even spare their beta partners. Your current situation is quite similar to that of a beta. The fact that he didn't T-bite you is somewhat impressive. Can betas also be bitten? Nan Zhou queries, pondering the nature of alphas during such times, akin to dogs and their ferocity. Instances of alphas biting their partners in a frenzy are not unheard of. Some betas have even fainted from the pain of being bitten. Nan Zhou muses, last time, he already felt considerable pain. Is there an even more excruciating experience that could lead to fainting? What a terrifying form of torture. Hao Jia then inquires, given your situation, would being bitten allow for a mark? This question touches upon a gap in Nan Zhou's knowledge, leaving him without a response. At 7:30 in the evening, all the guests of this season reconvene in the communal lounge of the apartment for dinner. Pei Feng stands before the camera, holding a microphone, announcing that after spending some time together, the guests and their partners should have forged deeper bonds and gained greater understanding of one another. As they pursue their dreams on the path to success, they have undoubtedly made significant gains. To commemorate this, the production team has prepared small gifts for each guest. As he finishes speaking, a staff member wheels over a cart laden with several picture frames. Pei Feng picks up the first frame, prompting a smile from Jiang Zhun. The photograph within captures a moment after a long night at the cafe, where she, exclaiming that her hands felt numb, was seated on the sofa receiving a massage from Su Xiao. In this image, Jiang Zhun's eyes are closed, a smile gracing her lips, while Su Xiao stands behind her, attentively kneading her shoulders and arms, exuding an aura of simple happiness. Jiang Zhun and Su Xiao, please come forward to collect your moment of happiness, Pei Feng announces. He then proceeds to unveil the frames for Zhang Shi and Gu Tang, as well as Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. The photograph chosen for Zhang Shi and Gu Tang captures the two in an intimate embrace on a street at dusk. Meanwhile, the selected image for Lu Zhou and Wen Yu depicts a scene in the dance studio, where Wen Yu hands water to Lu Zhou, who is seated on the floor, wiping away sweat. When it came time for Xingye and Nan Zhou, Pei Feng produced an empty photo frame. In the end, congratulations are in order for our esteemed teachers, Xingye and Nan Zhou, who emerged as the most popular couple in the audience's vote during the inaugural episode of the 3rd season of Your Heart Flutters. Su Xiao and Jiang Zhun led the applause, with Wen Yu joining in, and Zhang Shi followed suit, clapping along once he saw everyone else doing so. Only Lu Zhou and Gu Tang delayed their applause slightly, offering a token clap. The production team had a special reward for our most popular couple. Upon hearing the phrase "special reward," Nan Zhou paused his actions and turned his gaze toward Pei Feng. Meeting his eyes, Pei Feng smiled broadly, revealing the opportunity for a cover shoot with C Magazine. Almost instantaneously, as his words hung in the air, Nan Zhou's spoon tilted, sending the salad it held tumbling onto the plate with a resounding thud. "Are you serious?" This reward is no different from winning a chance to dine with the boss at the company annual meeting. Nan Zhou lamented, feeling foolish for having harbored even a flicker of hope. Chapter 69. Anticipating tomorrow's meeting with you, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Gu Tang nearly burst out in expletives. Nan Zhou is doing this on purpose. This is a cover shoot for C Magazine. C Magazine, one of the 4 major luxury publications, features only artists of considerable renown or those with immense current popularity. For most, the opportunity to appear on its cover remains elusive. And yet, Nan Zhou dares to express disdain. When signing with your heart flutters, one of Gu Tang's aspirations was to secure this very opportunity. Now, deprived of it while Nan Zhou had obtained it, he felt a surge of indignation. If it weren't for his pairing with Hua Xingye, what merit did he possess to deserve such a privilege? Pei Feng, accustomed to high-stakes situations as a seasoned director, quickly regained his composure and proceeded with the show's flow. Moreover, we are fortunate to have the renowned photographer, teacher Liu Bei, to conduct your shoot. Upon hearing Liu Bei's name, not only Gu Tang, but even Liu Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. While others may not know of Liu Bei, Liu Zhou was all too familiar. He had once secured a cover shoot opportunity for a secondary publication, which was originally assigned to Liu Bei. However, just days before the shoot, news broke of a change in the photographer. Officially, it was stated that Liu Bei was unavailable. But Liu Zhou had overheard the higher-ups privately cursing him for claiming he would not photograph unattractive individuals. What was Liu Bei, after all, but a somewhat privileged second-generation rich kid, disdainful of those he deemed unworthy? Consequently, Liu Zhou had developed a strong aversion to the name. Yet, as time passed in the industry, he learned that many had faced rejection from Liu Bei, and he gradually became indifferent to it. Now, upon hearing that the photographer would be Liu Bei, Liu Zhou couldn't suppress a smirk. I've heard this photographer has quite the personality. Are you certain he will proceed with the shoot? He inquired. Indeed, that his teacher Liu Bei, Gu Tang concurred, having also heard of Liu Bei's fastidious and elusive nature. Pei Feng's smile was exuberant. After all, this was a project he had willingly undertaken. Willingly undertaken. Gu Tang and Liu Zhou widened their eyes. Indeed, our show, The Heartbeat of You, has gained significant fame, even prompting teacher Liu Bei to take on work. Jiang Zhan said with a smile. Yet, her gaze was directed towards the positions of Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou was once again stuffing leafy greens into his mouth. Last night, before I fell asleep, I made a wish to the heavens, asking for a sprinkle of sweetness in my current mundane life, but all I received were absurdities, he murmured to Hua Xingye, his tone rife with indignation. Hua Xingye chuckled as he served him chicken breast from his plate. Teacher Nan Zhou, Pei Feng called out to him again. Nan Zhou was reluctant to respond. Teacher Liu Bei has something for you, he continued. He has mastered 23 household skills, can prepare 36 home-cooked dishes, and has perfected 47 desserts. He is currently studying parenting and illustration art and looks forward to seeing you tomorrow. What on earth is this, Liu Bei? Aren't you a photographer? Pei Feng quipped. Are you sure you hired photographer Liu Bei and not someone from a vocational school? Ladies, have you noticed something remarkable? Liu Bei has taken the initiative to work and even sent a message for our Zhou Bao. Wasn't it Liu Bei who took the photos of Nan Ge last time? Could it be that they knew each other then? What does Liu Bei mean by this? Is he perhaps pursuing my Nan Ge? The comments section erupted in a frenzy. The guests on site wore varied expressions. Only Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye remained engrossed in their seemingly private world, unperturbed. Next, the production team prepared a small game. After Pei Feng finished speaking, an animation appeared on the large screen. Couple Compatibility Challenge. Each couple would answer 6 questions, and if their answers matched, they would score 1 point. The couple with the highest score would receive a privilege in the next episode, while the couple with the lowest score would face punishment. Nan Zhou was utterly disinterested in this activity, and after the previous setback, he inquired, is it possible not to participate? Couples that choose not to participate will automatically be deemed the lowest scoring couple and will face punishment in the next live broadcast, Pei Feng replied. It was evident that he had anticipated this situation. Nan Zhou forced a smile. Gu Tang, however, was quite pleased. To him, Nan Zhou's question was a deliberate attempt to evade this segment. Compatibility tests could be challenging even for real couples. How could a temporary pairing like him and Hua Xingye possibly succeed without revealing their true nature. "We aren't afraid of you," he interjected, flashing a sweet smile at Zhang Shi. During the day, Gu Tang's schedule involved modeling for Zhang Shi's online shop. The previous behind-the-scenes footage featuring Nan Zhou had inspired him, and he specifically requested a shoot centered around less revealing intimate attire. After all, as one of the major sponsors of the variety show, M Group had ample products in this category. Thus, leveraging the intimate clothing shoot, Gu Tang's livestream garnered considerable traffic, and the photos shared on Weibo received a plethora of comments. Of course, many remarked that his photographs exuded a silicone-like quality, appearing purely commercial with little hint of sensuality. However, Gu Tang remained indifferent. All he desired was to break free from the constraints of obscurity. Recently, Zhang Shi's interest in him had waned significantly, prompting Gu Tang to strive for recognition before being cast aside, aiming to ascend to greater heights first. The recollection of Zhang Shi's word from a few days prior only deepened Gu Tang's disdain for his deskmate, Nan Zhou. Zhang Shi had remarked with such flamboyance, "If you were an Omega, your belly would have been swollen countless times by now." If Gu Tang were indeed an Omega, it might very well be him standing beside Hua Xingye at this moment. The compatibility test for couples commenced with Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. The impromptu host, Tang Tang, stepped in for Pei Feng to oversee the activity. The first question posed was, what is the ranking of Lu Xiaoyan, portrayed by teacher Wen Yu in the mischievous little immortal lord, within the celestial sect? 3, 2, 1, please respond. The senior brother. Sixth, old six. Tang Tang turned her gaze to Nan Zhou, stating, although you answer correctly, it doesn't count, as only teacher Wen Yu and teacher Lu Zhou's answers are valid. Regrettably, she informed Lu Zhou that his response was incorrect. The right answer was indeed sixth. Laughter erupted as they exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing, Zhou Bao? How could you not answer such a simple question?" Such queries concerning the plot would be more fitting for fans. After all, they were not merely fans but a couple, and might not have watched the drama at all. Yet, Nan Zhou managed to answer correctly. The next question concerned Gu Tang and Zhang Shi, which was also relatively straightforward, and both provided matching answers, earning a point. Tang Tang then shifted her focus to Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye for the subsequent question. Please listen carefully. At what age did teacher Hua win his first Best Actor award? 18, 21. Both Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye spoke simultaneously, their tones unremarkably calm, each voicing their own answer, seemingly unfazed by their disagreement. Tang Tang appeared somewhat astonished. The audience in the live chat was equally bewildered. You can get a giveaway question wrong? Does Nan Zhou not know that Yi Gu won the Best Actor at 21? They must have spent those earlier years watching Lu Zhou, right? Doubts began to surface. Could they truly not be a genuine couple? Their overly sweet demeanor only seemed to further obscure the truth. Chapter 70. An uncontrollable heartbeat. Tang Tang's expression mirrored her surprise. Privately, she was also shipping the Xing Zhou couple, especially after the last behind-the-scenes footage, which had intensified her enthusiasm. To her, this question was a quintessential giveaway. With a relationship like Xing Zhou's, how could they possibly answer incorrectly? I thought you had the script of debuting at your peak, Nan Zhou remarked to Hua Xingye. He seemed unburdened by the wrong answer regarding his partner's shining moment. Hua Xingye, unfazed, smiled as he explained, I hadn't entered the industry at 18. At that time, I was studying abroad. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Nan Zhou suddenly paused. What is the matter? Nothing, Nan Zhou replied with a smile. Compared to the circumstances he faced in the past, his present situation is significantly improved. As they exchanged whispers, Tang Tang had already finished inquiring about Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen. For this veteran couple in the entertainment industry, the initial questions posed were mere trifles. Once the first set of inquiries was completed, Pei Feng instructed the staff to arrange for the guests to sit facing each other. Nan Zhou, who had been engrossed in listening to Hua Xingye recount his school days, was suddenly assigned to sit opposite him, and his expression upon taking his seat was one of clear disdain. When Tang Tang directed a question towards them, a new rule was introduced. Hua Laoshi was to write his answer on the answer board first, followed by Nan Zhou Laoshi's response. Everyone's attention was drawn as Tang Tang asked, May I inquire, what is the pheromone of Hua Xingye? As soon as she finished speaking, The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Prior to this moment, Hua Xingye had never explicitly disclosed information about his pheromones. The official record indicated an S-rank classification, yet the specifics remained undisclosed. It is an incredibly pleasant scent, warm and reminiscent of dry wood burning in a winter forest, Nan Zhou described. He had never heard Hua Xingye mention this before and could only articulate his perception. Oh, there was one time when it even had a hint of sweetness, he added. Hua Xingye interrupted him, flipping over his answer board, which boldly displayed forest bonfire. Wow, it appears that Nan Zhou's description was entirely accurate, Tang remarked with surprise. This was significant because Nan Zhou's answer was not the standard response, but rather a sensory evaluation, implying that he had indeed experienced Hua Xingye's pheromone scent on more than one occasion. When does an alpha release pheromones that evoke such a comforting sensation? How refreshingly warm. Given this description, I find it appealing as well, akin to the feeling of camping in a forest. The dry, warm scent is truly a perfect match for our ego. Ladies, take note. Nan Zhou later mentioned that there was indeed another occasion, suggesting that he has encountered Yi Gu's pheromone scent more than once. Reflect on that. Hua Xingye, you wouldn't be secretly releasing pheromones towards Nan Zhou every day. Would you flamboyant peacock? Sweet? How could it possibly be sweet? What was being roasted? Subsequently, Tang posed a series of questions to the other CPs, and Lu Zhou and Wen Yu consecutively answered 3 questions incorrectly, leaving their fans in disbelief. Lu Zhou's fans were outraged, accusing Wen Yu of not caring about Lu Zhou, while Wen Yu's supporters shouted for Yumarin to blink if she was being held captive. The standout performers of the event were Su Xiao and Jiang Zhun, who maintained an unblemished record of victories. Next, it was time for our Hua Laoshi and Nan Zhou Laoshi. Tang winked at the screen, and this time, Nan Zhou Laoshi would answer on the board, with Hua Laoshi responding thereafter. What is the food that Nan Zhou Laoshi dislikes the most? Upon hearing this question, Nan Zhou appeared somewhat taken aback. In truth, he was not a picky eater. As long as the food was not particularly unpalatable, he could consume it. However, there was one item that, if he consumed it, would trigger an allergy, which made him particularly averse to it. Nan Zhou swiftly wrote down his answer on the board. After he put down his pen, Tang signaled for Hua Xingye to respond. Hua Xingye gazed into Nan Zhou's eyes and leisurely remarked, "Strawberries." No. Isn't Zhou Bao averse to strawberries? I cannot believe it. It is impossible. How could he despise the strawberries cultivated by my brother Yi? How embarrassing. Previously, during the Wix group variety show, wasn't he at Mouse who claimed that Nan Zhou's favorite fruit was indeed strawberries? Upon seeing the answer penned by Hua Xingye, Lu Zhou scoffed inwardly. Yet, the moment the answer board illuminated with Nan Zhou's response, he could not help but widen his eyes. Strawberries. Tang excitedly announced the content on Nan Zhou's answer board. Truly, it seems that Yi knows Zhou Bao exceptionally well. This is astonishing. How could this be? Lu Zhou sprang to his feet, only to immediately sit back down as realization dawned upon him. Nan Zhou had previously confided that his favorite food was strawberries, as he longed for them but could never indulge. At that time, he pondered how poor Nan Zhou's family must be if they could not afford strawberries. Nearby, Wen Yu discreetly replaced the strawberry juice that Lu Zhou had poured for him. As the 4th question arrived, Wen Yu and Lu Zhou astonishingly answered correctly for the first time, which inquired about the date they became a couple. Both wrote down the day of their official announcement. To declare one's relationship is to become a couple, prompting some of Lu Zhou's fans to exclaim that Zhou Gu is a responsible alpha, and that one should seek a partner like him. Meanwhile, the ever-victorious Jiang Zhun and Su Xiao had a discrepancy regarding the date of their first kiss. Later, Su Xiao blushed as he revealed that during their ambiguous phase, Jiang Zhun had drunkenly kissed him one day and subsequently forgotten about it. This revelation sent the live audience into a frenzy of excitement. The round returned to Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou. Please write down the date of your first kiss. This question was simple, as they had already answered it previously. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Zhou inscribed December 11th of this year. Both revealed their answer boards simultaneously. Oh my goodness. Hua Xingye's answer board also states December 11th. What a coincidence. It is the same day, Hua Xingye's birthday. How many events transpired on this day? Can someone clarify? My mind is racing. December 11th marks Hua Xingya's birthday, a day he wishes to spend with someone he cherishes. And it is also when he shared his first kiss with Nan Zhou. The mystery has been solved, dear friends. Nan Zhou's first kiss was indeed taken by Hua Xingya. His cheeks flushed. Thus, during the previous interview, when Hua Xingya mentioned someone he had liked for a long time, was he referring to Nan Zhou? I suspected these two were genuine. Clearly, they engage in myriad activities privately, yet they are reluctant to show even a kiss before the camera. The live chat erupted with fervor, yet at the scene, Tang Tang continued to surprise everyone. The fifth question commenced directly with Hua Xingya and Nan Zhou. Please describe your understanding of the word like. Like, Nan Zhou wrote on his answer board, an uncontrollable heartbeat, the delicate dance of anxiety and desire, and the fervent wish to see someone forsaking all reason. Across from him, Hua Xingya revealed his board, inscribing countless moments of heart fluttering, the impulse to reach out yet retract, and the reckless urge to be by his side. Chapter 71. Did Zhou Bao call ye, go hubby? Alas, how can this be? It seems utterly unreasonable. In response to such an abstract question, the answers from Yi Ge and Zhou Bao are astonishingly identical. I am overwhelmed with emotion. They truly complement each other splendidly. Ding, ding, ding. I have brought you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let us marry without delay. If Xingzhou is not genuine, I refuse to believe that true love exists in this world. How infuriating. At the recording venue of the show, in the lounge of the apartment, everyone was equally astonished. When Nan Zhou beheld the content written on the board by Hua Xingyi, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not merely similar. It was in fact identical. He raised his gaze and met Hua Xingye's profound eyes, which seemed to harbor the same thoughts. Who then is this person that makes him yearn to be by their side at all costs? Nan Zhou smiled faintly at him, retracting his gaze. Meanwhile, Tang Tang had already begun to pose questions to Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. Hua Xingyi sat in his position, appearing to listen attentively. Yet his mind lingered on the earlier question and Nan Zhou's written answer. Had he, too, cast aside reason to pursue the first love he had spoken of? Hua Xingyi glanced at Lu Zhou, his eyes inscrutable. The private investigator's report clearly stated that 3 years ago, Nan Zhou had actively joined the entertainment industry through Chuangxing Yinzi to pursue Lu Zhou. Was it him? Did he deserve such affection? He silently clenched his jaw. Lu Zhou was engrossed in writing on the board when he suddenly sensed a gaze as cold as ice. His hand slipped instinctively, leaving a long, winding mark on the paper. He looked up to find Nan Zhou had drawn a large rat, its tail caught in a flower's grasp. Previously, Tang Tang had asked them to personify their relationship using animals. Lu Zhou had depicted a small wolf guarding a little rabbit. Noticing his gaze, Nan Zhou grinned and tapped the enormous rat with his pen. At Nan Zhou's side, when you revealed her board, a dark smudge that was entirely unrecognizable. Finally, as the time approached 9 o'clock, the couple compatibility test orchestrated by the program team reached its climactic finale. Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao had answered one question incorrectly, placing them in the lead. Tied with them were Hua Xingyi and Nan Zhou, who had also erred on a question designed to be easy, yet had answered all others correctly. Following them were Zhang Shi and Gu Tang, with Lu Zhou and Wen Yu at the bottom. This outcome surprised Gu Tang. Surely, this must be scripted. Given Hua Xingye's significant stature and the immense popularity of their couple in the first episode, the program team must have prearranged a script to ensure their high viewership. Otherwise, how could they possibly provide nearly identical answers to such an abstract question as what is love? Gu Tang gazed at the man opposite her, whose handsome features and noble demeanor were illuminated by the lights, her admiration barely concealed. Tang Tang once again smiled brightly at Nan Zhou and posed the final question. How do you and Hua Xingyi address each other? After her inquiry, Nan Zhou surprisingly did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand to ask, should we write it all down? Of course, came the reply. Tang Tang's smile seemed to stretch towards the heavens. Just how many nicknames do you two lovebirds have in private? Some of those are too risque to be aired, Nan Zhou remarked. Tang Tang widened her eyes. In a live stream, there was a fleeting moment of silence. What can't be aired? What do you call each other in private? Ah, these young couples are indeed having their fun behind our backs. How infuriating. Write down. I demand you to write it. The esteemed VIP cannot be denied, but I, as a noble SVP, must know. No, it can't be aired? Tang Tang asked. Her cheeks flushed. Nan Zhou grinned, jesting. With that, he began to scribble on the board. After a while, when Tang Tang prompted them to reveal their boards, Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye simultaneously turned theirs toward the camera. Nan Zhou's board read, Dear Babe, my little wildcat. Hua Xingye's board displayed, him, Dear Babe, husband. Me, babe, darling little cat. Little wildcat. I can't believe it. I'm dead. Don't save me. Let me lie here quietly for a moment. They truly call each other babe, aw. Husband. Zhou Bao calls Yiga husband? These words have made my heart race, even causing me to feel a bit flushed. Am I the only one feeling this awkward? My goodness. Hua Xingye. Why Haven T, I heard you refer to him like that during the live stream. You're keeping it formal with us, aren't you? While everyone was still astonished by these intimate and sweet terms, Nan Zhou spoke up first. When have I ever called you husband? Hua Xingye looked at him, remaining silent, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Finally, a memory flashed in his mind, instantly heating his ears. It was the night they first met. That evening, lost in a sensory delight, he indeed had been coaxed into using that term in a hazy moment. You're taking advantage of me, he teased. Hua Xingye replied, You could take advantage back. It's no fun to just talk about it. I want to do it privately. Privately? I want to know right now, immediately. Please, tell me loudly what you were planning. When exactly did Zhou Bao call Yiga husband? What secret code are you two using? It must have been said in bed, right? Surely, right? Hee hee. This is private. Just treat us like air and spill it. I've discovered it. Hua Xingye, you're the repeated culprit hindering our ship of Xing Zhou Tang. Humph. The live chat was lively, and the atmosphere on set was even more vibrant. Although the two seemed to say nothing, their conversation ignited everyone's curiosity. As the only female guest, Jiang Zhen mischievously suggested, Mr. Hua, let Mr. Nan Zhou spill the beans. If he makes any unreasonable requests, we can still discuss it. Su Xiao immediately chimed in, Yes. We can't let Mr. Nan Zhou's advantages go unchallenged. Zhang Shi laughed, a devilish grin on his face. TSK. Gu Tang was already infuriated upon seeing the answer. Yet due to his agent's warning, he could only grip the cup tightly in his hands. Lu Zhou felt as though he were in a daze, his mind drifting back to the phone call between his agent and the executives. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Claiming to have affection for him, they had likely been clandestinely involved with Hua Xingye all along. Chapter 72. Let me love you properly, shall we? The couple's tacit understanding was put to the test in a small activity, culminating in Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou securing first place with a score of 5. Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao, who initially led, stumbled on the final question, dropping to second. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and when you had already been informed before the last question that they were in last place. After announcing the rankings, Payphone publicly disclosed a significant matter. Tomorrow, 2 flying guests would be moving into our dream apartment. One of them would reside on the first floor, in the apartment adjacent to Zhang Shi and teacher Gu Tang. The other would occupy the vacant room next to teacher Hua and teacher Nan Zhou's apartment. This was the first time Heart Fluttering With You arranged for 2 flying guests in a single episode, igniting a flurry of discussions within the live broadcast channel. 2 guests. Rumor suggested that one was Zhang Xiao's beta fiancé, Le Man, but who could the other be? With a fiancé arriving, certain silicone plastic individuals ought to behave themselves. I recall that every time Payphone invites flying guests, they tend to stir up trouble. I am eager to see how these guests will create a stir tomorrow. Let them thoroughly disrupt this pool of sweetness. As for the guests, Nan Zhou was utterly unconcerned. What truly troubled him was that, following the small activity, the production team intended to exploit the remaining labor of him and Hua Xingye, sending them both to work at Solbar. Our status could hardly be described as anything but that of exploited laborers. In our current state, what difference was there between us and black slaves digging potatoes in Siberia? After a few more days of this work, my hair might as well emigrate from its native soil. Hua Xingye adjusted the bow tie around Nan Zhou's neck and gently patted his head. If you're truly exhausted, just tell me. I can handle the conversation with them. Forget it. I am indifferent to what others say. you still have to navigate this circle. The resident band at Soul Bar was a soul band, while Sixgo was merely a performance band arranged by the production team to complement Nan Zhou's character development. Consequently, the performance time for Sixgo was brief. Today, they played Summer Flame, along with a song adapted by Nan Zhou titled Please Join Me. After the performance, Yu Yang, who had not left, approached Nan Zhou for a chat. Are you residing at? Perhaps concerned that the production team's microphones might pick up some secrets. He typed on his phone to show Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou responded, how did you know? My friend lives there too. 19th floor. Yu Yang smiled. Had I known you lived there, I would have invited you for a drink on New Year's Eve. Nan Zhou touched his nose, perhaps another time. That night, he was certainly not free. Due to the recording of a test of mutual understanding among couples, Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye returned to their apartment quite late, leading the production team to cease the live broadcast once the two had entered. After Nan Zhou finished a shower, he awaited Hua Xingye's turn. However, shortly after Hua Xingye entered the bathroom, Nan Zhou changed into his clothes and opened the apartment door. The winter midnight air was frigid, and Nan Zhou donned the hood of his down jacket as he descended the stairs. At that moment, the production crew was wrapping up, and few noticed his departure. Even if they did, they simply assumed a guest had urgent business outside. As Nan Zhou exited the apartment building and traversed a narrow alley, his already pale complexion turned ghostly white. In the next instant, he rushed to a nearby trash bin and vomited. His stomach had long since emptied, leaving him to retch before the bin. You are indeed pregnant. A sudden voice pierced the silence from behind him. Nan Zhou turned to see Lu Zhao standing several meters away. His expression twisted in a grimace. Despite feeling somewhat better after vomiting, Nan Zhou had no desire to engage with Lu Zhao, and he made to leave. Explain yourself. Lu Zhao surged forward, grasping Nan Zhou's arm. Nan Zhou shrugged him off, retorting, yes, I'm pregnant with your father. Are you happy? You'll soon have a dad. Lu Zhao's face shifted through a myriad of emotions as he pleaded, baby, I know I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Baby, speak to me. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Hua Xingye? I refuse to believe you're dating him. Nan Zhou pushed him away. In your eyes, is there no relationship between people beyond love? Then what are we, you and I? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, Lu Zhao felt somewhat relieved, yet he pressed on. We have no relationship. But I want to have a relationship with you. Nan Zhou halted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Fine. In the next moment, as Lu Zhao's smile began to bloom, Nan Zhou added, I'll give you 50 when I unify the 6 kingdoms and become Qin Shi Huang. You shall be my sponsor. What on earth? Lu Zhao exclaimed. But by the time he processed the words, Nan Zhou had already slipped into the alley, disappearing from sight. Nan Zhou found a small convenience store in a residential area that was preparing to close and purchased a few items. In truth, he had been feeling somewhat unwell on his way back from Seoul, and after showering, the urge to vomit intensified. Initially intending to buy some digestive tablets, he felt considerably better after throwing up, so he opted for a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth. Exiting the shop and rounding a corner, he heard a familiar voice echoing through the stillness of the night. Let me love you properly, all right? I'm far better than that poor boy, and I know how to cherish you. I can support you. Baby, I just had a meal. Can you guess what it was? It was thinking about you, my sweet. Nan Zhou listened as the other person in the alley grew increasingly loud. Am I crazy? I act like this because I like you. Don't make me resort to force when you could just yield. Scratching his head, Nan Zhou stepped further into the alley. Under the dim light, the so-called greasy Zhang Shi, with his back turned towards the advancing figure, hastily approached the person ahead. His mind was consumed by the tantalizing scent, the delicate skin, and the gentle demeanor that succumbed to the alpha pheromones. He quickly grew weary of the beta type represented by Gu Tang. After all, a creature devoid of pheromones could not compare to the sheer pleasure of engaging with an omega. Among the show's participants, the person before him was indeed an omega, and moreover, a charming youth with little background. Just as he was about to seize Wenyu, Nan Zhou from behind lifted his foot and kicked him squarely in the backside. Zhang Shi, losing his balance, stumbled forward in a state of confusion. In the chaos, he seemed to catch sight of a fist, with a resounding crack, akin to the sound of bones dislocating, followed by a thud as his body collided with the wall. As Zhang Shi fell, Nan Zhou's gaze fell upon Wen Yu, who had just struck out and had yet to retract his hand. In the stillness of the alley, their eyes met amidst the cold wind. Moments later, Nan Zhou glanced at Zhang Shi, now sprawled on the ground with a dislocated jaw and drooling profusely, and raised his hand to give Wen Yu a thumbs up. One Punch Man, Chapter 73. In reality, Nan Zhou is an omega. Wen Yu found himself quite speechless. His initial intention was to aim a punch at Zhang Shi's lecherous face, preparing to deliver a well-deserved blow. However, he did not anticipate that Nan Zhou would kick from behind, causing Zhang Shi to lose his balance and inadvertently redirecting his punch to the jaw, not only knocking him out but also dislocating it. Nan Zhou leisurely approached Zhang Shi and crouched down for a closer inspection, frowning at the unsightly sight of saliva pooling everywhere. Wen Yu followed suit, crouching down and extending his hand. With two sharp clicks, Zhang Shi's dislocated jaw was reset and his mouth was closed. Yet, he lay in a rather ungraceful position, his rear end raised as he remained unconscious. The earlier sounds were indeed quite loud and must have been painful, yet Zhang Shi showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Nan Zhou inquired, "Is he done for?" Wen Yu replied, "Not completely dead. He can still be revived." After a pause, he considered how he would explain the situation. As an omega, embodying the persona of a gentle and aloof beauty, he could not possibly be associated with the one-punching alpha who had rendered another unconscious. As for Nan Zhou, he seemed to understand Wen Yu's thoughts and shook his head, indicating that he was not to be blamed. His approach to problems was to identify, complain about, and ignore them. Under the night sky, the two of them stared at Zhang Shi's face for about half a minute. Nan Zhou hesitantly pulled a cucumber from his bag and placed it behind Zhang Shi. Wen Yu questioned, "Based on your experience, how credible do you think this is?" 0 was the response. Zhang Shi was an alpha. What use would he have for a cucumber? Besides, what cucumber could possibly cause an alpha to knock his head against a wall in a dark alley, resulting in a dislocated jaw and fainting? Nan Zhou returned the cucumber to his bag and produced a large apple, setting it down beside Zhang Shi. This should suffice as an explanation, he thought. Life is akin to a theatrical performance, reliant entirely on one's acting prowess. I entrust this to you, my friend. This apple valued at 99 must serve a purpose. Wen Yu has long been rendered speechless by his antics, and, at this moment, he finds himself utterly devoid of retorts. Do you think I am Hua Xingye? How can one possibly act in such a way that convinces others Zhang Shi was struck by an apple, resulting in his current state? To his surprise, Nan Zhou, in response to this lament, pondered seriously for a moment before correcting, if it were him, with a single punch. This wretched creature would already be on its way to reincarnation. If all goes well, he would have already finished the Meng pursuit by now. Just as the two were engrossed in crafting a narrative for this scene of injury, footsteps and voices emerged from the alley, indicating the arrival of the production team. At this juncture, who could still concern themselves with the plausibility of the situation? In that fleeting moment, Wen Yu and Nan Zhou exchanged glances, and in the next heartbeat, both sprang to their feet. When you called out, Zhang Xiao, what is the matter? Wake up, wake up! Nan Zhou quietly shifted toward the corner by the streetlight and the trash bin. After a few steps, figures appeared around the corner. Leading the group was an assistant director from the production team, followed by a female on-site coordinator, and then Nan Zhou spotted Hua Xingye alongside Gu Tang. 10 minutes earlier, Gu Tang had knocked on the door of Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye's apartment. When the door swung open, Hua Xingye, clad in casual attire, was drying his hair. His damp bangs partially obscured his eyes, and under the glow of the light, they exuded a wild allure, enhancing the depth of his gaze. As he dried his hair, the contours of his strong, muscular arms appeared particularly enticing. His features, often likened to an AI model by fans, seemed even more striking against the backdrop of the night. Having just emerged from a shower, Hua Xingye carried the mingling scents of body wash and a faint alpha pheromone, which wafted towards Gu Tang along with a warm breath. The potent surge of hormones caused Gu Tang to instinctively swallow, his cheeks flushing with an involuntary warmth, his voice taking on a more melodious tone. Ashu Laoshi, I have something to discuss with you. Hua Xingye frowned, offering no response. It's about Nan Zhou, Gu Tang quickly added. Hua Xingye's movements paused slightly, his eyes signaling him to proceed. Clearing his throat, Gu Tang endeavored to project an image of a concerned bystander as he informed. I just saw Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou conversing in the alley downstairs. It seems they were discussing that Nan Zhou is pregnant. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Hua Xingye's expression, deliberately emphasizing the word pregnant. However, Hua Xingye's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any apparent emotion even in his gaze. Could it be that Hua Xingye also believed Nan Zhou to be a beta? Hence, the notion of pregnancy would be implausible. Indeed, for someone like Nan Zhou, who lacked both pheromones and a heat cycle, what distinction did he hold from beta? I overheard it by chance. After all, it is their private matter, and I shouldn't pry too deeply. In truth, had it not been for the sudden phone call from his agent, Gu Tang would have eagerly listened in further. When he hung up the phone, Nan Zhou had already departed from the original spot. However, I pondered for a moment and felt it necessary to not conceal the truth from you. After all, where are you and Nan Zhou? Hua Xingye interrupted him, his voice calm, yet imbued with a distant, noble detachment. Even the timbre of his voice differed slightly from how he usually spoke to Nan Zhou. Gu Tang was wholly intent on instilling a sense of aversion in Hua Xingye towards Nan Zhou, wishing fervently to present him with a scene of intimacy between Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou. They had just been in the alley near the apartment building, likely not too far away. Perhaps they had sought a more secluded location. Hua Xingye nodded, and in the next moment, he slammed the door shut. Gu Tang was left standing outside, staring at the closed door in bewilderment. What is happening? Hua Xingye is indifferent to Nan Zhou meeting another alpha in the dead of night. It truly seems to be a fabricated relationship. Once the cameras were off, the pretense was abandoned. Perhaps this was for the best. A smile crept to Gu Tang's lips as he turned to hum a tune while heading downstairs, but behind him, the door creaked open once more. He turned around to find that Hua Xingye had, in such a brief span, changed into pants and shoes, now donning a coat and striding outside. Gu Tang's heart skipped a beat. Was he really going out? Hua Xingye remained silent, yet his purposeful steps conveyed his answer. Gu Tang hastily followed. After all, Nan Zhou was an omega. Hua Xingye did not respond. I happened to hear from someone I know that Nan Zhou had been in a car accident 3 years ago, injuring his glands, which is why he lacks pheromones. Hua Xingye's pace faltered slightly, his gaze veiling itself. Chapter 74. I am actually a member of the Gu family under the cover of night. Gu Tang remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Hua Xingye's emotions and movements, as the expressions and strides of those around him showed no notable change. Someone you know? Hua Xingye inquired. Yes, I'm actually a member of the Gu family. 3 years ago, we even discussed a potential union with Mr. Hua. Do you remember? Gu Tang asked. Hua Xingye remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. So is the Gu family. The strictly guarded information indicated only one possibility. Nan Zhou was indeed part of the Gu family. Moreover, he was likely the omega youngest son of Gu Jinchao and Nan Yuan. Noting Hua Xingye's silence, Gu Tang pressed his lips together. This matter weighed heavily on his heart. Although he was unaware of the specific details regarding the proposed union from years ago, he knew the outcome. Hua Xingye had explicitly declined the Gu family's proposal. Surely, he must have found the omega presented to him unappealing. If only the Gu family had sought not only omegas from the eligible candidates, but also betas, perhaps today, he would be wed to Hua Xingye. Mr. Hua? After a long silence without a response from Hua Xingye, Gu Tang could not help but inquire about his thoughts. Nothing much. His gaze fell upon Nan Zhou, who was lurking under the streetlight, almost eager to conceal himself beside a trash bin. And Hua Xingye felt a sense of relief wash over him as he strode toward him, as he passed by the half-kneeling, swaying figure of Zhang Shi, who appeared to have lost consciousness. His eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the piercing gaze behind him. When you intensified his performance. Zhang Xiao, from where did this blind apple come? Who threw it at you? Hua Xingye swiftly approached Nan Zhou, scrutinizing him under the lights, confirming that he bore no injuries, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. What happened? He inquired. Nothing. Nan Zhou shook his head, lowering his voice. I'll explain later. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Shi and Wen Yu. leading Hua Xingye to surmise that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Nan Zhou. If Zhang Shi had truly been struck by an apple to such an extent, he would not be displaying such indifference. He would likely be on the verge of tears from laughter. Typically, when a small cat inadvertently commits a misdeed, it bears the anxious demeanor of one fearing reprimand from its owner. Scanning the surroundings, Hua Xingye's gaze ultimately settled on a surveillance camera positioned at the corner, perfectly aligned to capture everything occurring in the alley. He discreetly retrieved his phone and sent a message to a contact. Completing this task, he reached out towards Nan Zhou, assuring him that the production team would handle Zhang Xiao's situation. "It's late and it's cold outside. Let us return." Nan Zhou nodded, extending his hand to grasp Hua Xingye's. The icy, slender fingers prompted Hua Xingye to tighten his grip instinctively, as if to transmit his warmth more swiftly. Meanwhile, staff members had hurried over to Zhang Shi, administering first aid, while the assistant director was on the phone, calling for an ambulance. Only Gu Tang remained stationary, her expression dark as she observed the entwined hands of Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou. Wen Yu, rising from the ground, first glanced back at the duo before casually remarking, "Teacher Gu Tang, Zhang Xiao isn't dead yet, so there's no need to mourn so dramatically." The assistant director, still on the phone, and the staff administering aid were taken aback by Gu Tang's sudden change in demeanor. Realizing something, she rushed to Zhang Shi's side, weeping profusely. "Go, wake up. Don't scare me like this." At the scene of the Thumping Heart program, the significant incident involving the guests had summoned nearly the entire director team, illuminating the apartment complex in the dead of night. Yet online, there was nary a mention of the event. The audience remained engrossed in the trending topics from the daytime broadcast, which were fervently discussed. Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye had dominated nearly 10 trending topics that day. Earlier, discussions about Nan Zhou watching The Mischievous Little Immortal, his comments on Deng Yi's Rose incident, and the tale of the weasel in the melon patch had captivated netizens. Particularly, Xiao Yiming, who portrayed Deng, seemingly responded by posting a photo on his Weibo of himself holding a rose in his mouth, which led to playful banter among fans, declaring him to be truly romantic and reckless. In the evening, trending topics such as Hua Xingye's suspected sensitive period, "Hua Xingye, I want to kiss you," and Hua Xingye waiting in Nan Zhou's dressing room erupted, filled with pink bubbles from fervent shipping fans. The lady who once produced numerous captivating videos for the Xingzhou CP passionately exclaimed in this discussion, questioning her worthiness to hear this audio. Upon listening, she declared that the irrigation reached 10 miles around her home. Fans of Xingzhou responded, urging her to promptly edit a new video. Some even remarked that the picturesque landscapes of M-City were a result of her unceasing influence. Excited, she posted another Weibo update, exclaiming, "Let us create. Let us create. My goodness, this is so intense. I can hardly contain myself. I could punch the earth into oblivion. Goodness gracious. The melons of my aunt's chickens and the cherries of my grandfather's kiwi." The enthusiasm continued with her fervent call to action. "Let us go. Uppercut, lower cut." As night fell, the trending topics included Hua Xingye's pheromone and Nan Zhou affectionately calling Hua Xingye hubby, dominating search trends. Additionally, there were sensational headlines such as Jiang Zhen drunkenly kissing Su Xiao and Lu Zhou and Wen Yu's faux CP. In summary, the first day of the live broadcast for the third season's second episode of the heart-throbbing You swept across major social platforms with remarkable fervor, inciting widespread and enthusiastic discourse. Fans of Xingzhou jubilantly declared it felt like a festive occasion, indulging in sweets to their heart's content. Upon returning to their apartment, Hua Xingye first took a call on the balcony. "I've already arranged for someone to handle the surveillance footage, but you can see for yourself." After the call ended, a contact on WeChat sent him the surveillance video from the alley. The silent footage clearly documented how Nan Zhou's kick and Wen Yu's punch incapacitated Zhang Shi against the wall. Furthermore, it captured Nan Zhou and Wen Yu seemingly plotting on the ground, with Nan Zhou switching a cucumber for an apple in an entire sequence. Hua Xingye, locking his phone, stepped inside, pushing the balcony door open. On the lazy sofa, Nan Zhou had her back to him, lifting her loungewear to reveal her flawless, pale back and enticing waistline. Beautifully defined, Her butterfly bones were adorned with several faint pink scratches. Hua Xingye was momentarily taken aback by the sight, his throat instinctively constricting. Nan Zhou's voice resonated within the room, tinged with irritation. Do you have any ointment? Can you believe there are mosquitoes in this cold weather? They're driving me crazy. Mosquitoes? Where on earth are they coming from? Hua Xingye approached, forcing himself to suppress his wandering thoughts as he examined Nan Zhou's immaculate back. It seemed she truly was quite uncomfortable. She could hardly sit still, fidgeting and scratching her neck, oblivious to how many bites she had sustained. Her back bore no mosquito bites, yet her butterfly bones were speckled with numerous tiny red welts. As she reached to scratch her lower back, Hua Xingye grasped her hand, saying, "Don't scratch. It's very itchy." "You're having an allergic reaction," he stated, pulling down her lifted loungewear with a serious expression. "An allergy?" Nan Zhou blinked and turned to him. Upon witnessing the sudden seriousness on Hua Xingye's face, he quickly added, "But I feel much better after throwing up." "Change your clothes," Hua Xingye instructed. "What for?" Nan Zhou asked, puzzled. "We're going to the hospital." Nan Zhou wanted to refuse, but the gravity of Hua Xingye's expression and the weight of his tone left no room for argument. Sensing his reluctance, Hua Xingye crouched down in front of him, meeting his gaze with a serious yet gentle demeanor. "Let's go to the hospital, shall we? I will stay by your side." Nan Zhou's eyes flickered, his lips pressed together. "Can we just buy some medicine?" "No," Hua Xingye replied, taking hold of Nan Zhou's hand, which was on the verge of scratching. "If you don't go to the hospital, I want to be able to sleep tonight. I'll be constantly worried about you." "It's just an allergy," Nan Zhou protested. "A severe allergy can lead to breathing difficulties." Hua Xingye's voice softened further, almost coaxing him. "Even if there's only a slight possibility, I cannot disregard it. You are very important to me. Your health is paramount. I cannot bear the risk." His gaze was profound and earnest, his words tender yet solemn, creating a moment where Nan Zhou felt as though he was delicately cherished, placed gently in the palm of someone's hand. Faced with such a gaze from Hua Xingye, he found himself unable to voice any refusal. All right. The production team had not slept due to the incident with Zhang Shi and was holding an impromptu meeting in the apartment building below. When Hua Xingye descended the stairs with Nan Zhou in tow, they immediately caught the attention of the staff. One of the crew members rushed over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Nan Zhou was allergic and they were heading to the hospital, Payphone promptly arranged for a cameraman and a staff member to accompany them. Thus, in the middle of the night, when the live broadcast of The Heartbeat You Give had already concluded, the screen suddenly flickered back to life. Whoa, staying up late really brings unexpected surprises. What's going on? Why are Yi Ge and Zhou Bao in the car at this hour? Am I seeing this right? Zhou Bao is actually being held in Yi Ji's arms? What kind of special content is this? The late-night broadcast surely differs from the daytime. Huh. Hith. Yi Ji's expression seemed somewhat serious. Why were they not speaking? After the live stream ended, Hua Xingye had already turned off both his and Nan Zhou's microphones. In the rush to leave, he had certainly not brought the microphone with him. Therefore, the only audio equipment present was that of the camera's microphone. In less than 10 minutes, Nan Zhou's allergic reaction worsened, and his face had begun to redden. Even he recognized at this moment that his allergy was indeed serious. In his memory, Nan Zhou had experienced allergies before. Consuming strawberries would cause him to itch all over, which is why he had always avoided them. Moreover, even when he had an allergic reaction to strawberries, it had never escalated to this extent or progressed so rapidly. Strawberries? Hearing Hua Xingye inquire about the dinner food, the staff was perplexed. Do you mean to say that teacher Nan Zhou accidentally consumed strawberries? Nan Zhou is allergic to strawberries and the beverage he consumed at the bar, having passed through Hua Xingye's hands, could not possibly contain any strawberry-related ingredients. It must have been from the dinner he attended. It may not necessarily have been fruit. It could have been mixed with other foods, such as in a salad, as Hua Xingye suggested. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately contacted those responsible for the dinner's food preparations for clarification. With his chin breaking out in a rash, Nan Zhou nestled into Hua Xingye's embrace, burying his head in his chest, seeking comfort. Hua Xingye gently patted him with the arm that held him, as if to soothe him, while his other hand firmly grasped Nan Zhou's, preventing him from instinctively scratching at his skin. Is Bao allergic? Oh, he seems to be in great discomfort. I've never seen my Nan like this before. The baby's face was buried in his husband's embrace, clearly in distress. Oh, the suffering. Is this a ruse? It's just an allergy. Must it be so dramatic? Perhaps he has done something wrong and is now facing divine retribution for it. Indeed, those who engage in mischief prefer to lurk in the shadows, as they cannot bear to be seen in daylight. Those who now speak with such disdain are either ugly or contemptible. The car sped through the night, reaching the hospital in no time. Upon disembarking, Hua Xingye shielded Nan Zhou's face from the cameras, preventing any exposure, and when a photographer attempted to follow them into the emergency building, he stopped them. "This is a hospital," he stated firmly. The photographer, momentarily taken aback, soon nodded in understanding. "Return to your vehicle. There's no need to follow." With that, Hua Xingye strode purposefully into the emergency room, cradling Nan Zhou. It certainly appeared quite serious. Even his voice was icy. "Didn't you notice, from earlier until now, he has not allowed the camera to capture Nan Zhou's face? Could it truly have resulted in disfigurement? Some individuals should temper their maliciousness. They throw around the term disfigurement too casually. May their entire families be disfigured." The online audience, still awake, erupted into chaos. Inside the hospital, Hua Xingye accompanied Nan Zhou and a nurse to a consultation room. There, a young beta doctor, wearing glasses and a friend of his from the hospital, awaited them. "Do you have any prior medical records?" she inquired after a brief examination. Nan Zhou shook his head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps you could contact my agent?" His voice had already grown hoarse. The female doctor furrowed her brow and glanced at Hua Xingye, recalling that he had mentioned Nan Zhou's glandular issues during their earlier communication. Based on her knowledge and experience, it was highly likely that Nan Zhou's severe allergic reaction stemmed from glandular complications. Chapter 76. Every second is torment for him. Hua Xingye grabbed Nan Zhou's phone and called Hao Jia. Receiving a call from Nan Zhou in the dead of night, especially with Hua Xingye on the line, sent Hao Jia into a frenzy. He instinctively thought that Nan Zhou had once again fallen victim to this shameless alpha's mischief. However, when Hua Xingye inquired about Nan Zhou's medical case, he became cautious. "What do you need this for?" "Give me your phone. I need to speak with him. His allergies are quite severe. Send me his medical records," Hua Xingye instructed. "This is our Zuzu's privacy. I'm aware of his gland issue. Do not waste time. Every second of delay is torment for him." The cold, unyielding tone of Alpha, even through the phone, instilled a sense of pressure in Hao Jia. Besides the instinctive desire to yield, there was also the realization that Hua Xingye was correct. If Nan Zhou was indeed so ill that speaking on the phone was a challenge, then prolonging the conversation here served no purpose and would only amplify his suffering. Thus, after ending the call, Hao Jia promptly sent Nan Zhou's medical records via WeChat. Of course, he did not forget to ask, "Zuzu, how could you divulge such a private matter about your gland damage to him?" Hua Xingye ignored this message and transferred the medical records through his phone to hand to the doctor. The doctor examined the records closely and gained clarity. His allergies appeared severe, yet the primary concern was still the gland issue. After speaking, she looked at Hua Xingye. "Have you two engaged in marking behavior?" Hua Xingye hesitated momentarily before nodding. "That simplifies things." The doctor began, but was interrupted by Hua Xingye, who stated that he disliked being marked. The doctor paused, glancing at Nan Zhou, whose upper body was nearly buried in Hua Xingye's embrace. "I assumed your closeness was due to mutual marking. Marking creates a natural dependence of an omega on their alpha, which is why such instinctive behaviors arise in moments like this." Nan Zhou's voice emerged from Hua Xingye's chest, low and husky. "I am introverted. Whenever I go out, I tend to burrow into the arms of a handsome alpha." The doctor pushed her glasses up, operating the computer to prepare examination and medication orders. "For conventional treatment, we need to administer an injection now." Nan Zhou remained silent. He did not object. He simply acquiesced, and Hua Xingye nodded. The doctor stood up, retrieving a syringe and medication from the emergency cabinet. "It will hurt a bit. If it becomes unbearable, just bite your handsome alpha." Standing beside Nan Zhou, the doctor positioned the syringe, signaling Hua Xingye to remove the pheromone barrier patch from Nan Zhou's neck. A simple action made Hua Xingye acutely aware of Nan Zhou's instinctive grip on his clothing. "Where will it be injected?" The glands. The mere mention of the glands caused Nan Zhou's body to stiffen. Sensing the change, Hua Xingye gently patted his back, his deep, melodious voice soothing in the night. Otherwise, I could share my bank card password with you. Are we going to withdraw cash on the way to see great-grandma? After Nan Zhou spoke, he noticeably relaxed. Observing this, the doctor began the series of injection preparations, applying alcohol and other necessary steps. As the needle pierced through the gland, Nan Zhou's body shuddered involuntarily. And with the infusion of the medication, Hua Xingye could even feel the pain radiating from the grip Nan Zhou had on his arm. Nan Zhou trembled as he endured the injection, and within mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Were it not for Hua Xingye's embrace, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. Moreover, perhaps due to the effects of a drug, he felt a hazy disorientation, reminiscent of the state he experienced after being bitten by Hua Xingye upon his arrival in this world. The distinction lay in the fact that while he had been fervently yearning for intimacy with Hua Xingye then, at this moment, all he wished for was to succumb to slumber. Before long, Nan Zhou succumbed to sleep in Hua Xingye's arms. The doctor disposed of the used medication and syringe into the medical waste bin, removed her gloves, and prepared the necessary medication at the computer, then instructed the nurse via intercom to retrieve it. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Hua Xingye, who cradled Nan Zhou. His glands were notably weak. Typically, a normal omega's glandular secretion of pheromones would provide a protective layer for the glands. However, Nan Zhou's condition was different. The inability to secrete pheromones left his already compromised glands without any form of protection. The doctor gestured simply, illustrating the gravity of the situation. Without protection, the glands were susceptible to various viruses and bacteria. The glands are a vital organ for an omega, inherently fragile. Once exposed to viral threats in an unprotected state, even minor ailments could escalate into severe illnesses. Indeed, he was prone to falling ill easily. Xingye briefly recounted how Nan Zhou had developed a fever immediately after being caught in the rain. This matter, while significant, also bore a degree of triviality. The doctor pointed towards Nan Zhou, stating, "I have reviewed the case. In typical households, an omega with such severe glandular damage would essentially lose their glands. The implications of losing one's glands for an omega are self-evident. However, the medical professional who attended to him possessed exceptional skills, thus preserving the glands. Additionally, it appeared that a highly specialized team had been engaged for post-operative care, leading to a commendable recovery of his glands. Yet damage was still damage. Simple medication could not remedy his condition." Hua Xingye's expression grew solemn as he gazed deeply into Nan Zhou's eyes, filled with compassion. Nonetheless, complete healing was not an impossibility. As I mentioned earlier, the issue at hand is not insurmountable. The doctor then produced a vial containing the same medication that had been administered to Nan Zhou, which comprised 60% synthetic alpha pheromone components. Hua Xingye's gaze sharpened. The current predicament stemmed from a lack of pheromonal protection. However, if a high-ranking alpha were to mark him, the alpha pheromones introduced into his system would instinctively safeguard Nan Zhou's glands, thereby resolving the issue seamlessly. Generally speaking, a permanent marking represents the optimal solution. An omega who is permanently marked naturally benefits from the protective pheromones of the alpha who marked them, and the fusion of their pheromones would lead to an improvement in his physical condition to a certain extent. As soon as the doctor's words fell, Hua Xingye immediately recalled the singular instance of their marking behavior. On that night, when Nan Zhou appeared outside the villa, drenched to the skin, he stood there for quite some time in the cold wind. Yet, after experiencing 2 dreamlike days and nights, Nan Zhou not only avoided fever and cold, but also had the strength to depart on his own after the fever subsided. The doctor continued, suggesting that for him, having an alpha partner is advantageous. A high-ranking alpha acts as a natural, harmless remedy for the body. I see that your relationship is quite good. Perhaps you should consider a permanent marking during his next heat cycle, the doctor advised. Hua Xingye remained silent. He and Nan Zhou were not even lovers at this point. Although they had shared a bed, it did not imply that Nan Zhou had any affection for him. He merely enjoyed the pleasures Hua Xingye provided. Furthermore, Nan Zhou inherently resisted the notion of marking, let alone a permanent mark. He even rejected temporary ones. Most importantly, Nan Zhou was not the type to compromise on such matters for the sake of maintaining his health. Noticing Hua Xingye's silence, the doctor ceased to speak. After a nurse brought the allergy medication, he administered in 4 to Nan Zhou and proceeded to attend to other emergency patients. By nearly 3 in the morning, Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou finally emerged from the hospital. The crew and staff, who had been waiting in the car, immediately disembarked upon seeing them, with the cameraman raising his lens again. When they first arrived at the hospital, Nan Zhou was able to walk on his own. Now, he was entirely cradled in Hua Xingye's arms. Uncertain of what transpired inside the hospital, the crew hesitated to inquire. Once in the car, Hua Xingye adjusted his arm to ensure that Nan Zhou could rest more comfortably. After the injection and 4 fluids, Nan Zhou's condition stabilized, and he nestled in Hua Xingye's embrace, sleeping soundly. His previously flushed face returned to normal, and even the small red rash on his neck had faded. In the dim light of the vehicle, through the lens, his sleeping visage appeared exceptionally gentle, exuding a beauty distinct from that of the day. Where those who spoke of disfigurement, "Come forward. Oh, what a beautiful baby," resembling Sleeping Beauty. "I long to plant a kiss." "Forget it. Let me steal a kiss." "Mua. Our Zhou Bao has suffered. He falls ill during every live broadcast. How pitiful. My heart aches. Yigo has held Zhou Bao all night and hasn't slept yet. He likely barely rested last night. Such love. What kind of divine romance is this? I feel like a dog that was kicked while walking by the roadside." At that moment, Nan Zhou, nestled in Hua Xingye's arms, suddenly murmured in his sleep, so big, the already quiet car fell into an even deeper silence. Viewers still watching the late-night broadcast filled the screen with exclamation marks. Hua Xingye stiffened slightly, discreetly pressing Nan Zhou against his chest and gently removing his wandering hand. "You entice me. What exactly do you want?" With his hand caught, Nan Zhou's lips did not remain still either. Hua Xingye remained silent, merely raising his hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. His eyes brimmed with an unmasked affection, a tender longing that was palpable. The dreamlike Nan Zhou did not truly seek an answer from him. Once the question was posed, he instinctively buried his face once more into Hua Xingye's embrace, adjusting his position and drifting back into slumber. The act of kissing one's hand, who can truly comprehend it? The sheer innocence was overwhelming. Hua Xingye with that gaze. "I am utterly entranced. Where is it large? Dukladifi. TSK. In the dead of night, is our wild brother not igniting a fire?" As Zhao Bao rightly noted, our wild brother already possesses a magnificent physique, perfectly sculpted for a minor. I refuse to believe it unless I am allowed to feel for myself. Haha. To entice you, of course, is to wish to devour you whole. My dear, nestled so defenselessly in his arms, you risk being consumed to the very bone. Answer him, Hua Xingye. Let us hear what you truly desire. Nan Zhou awoke, still shrouded in darkness. Hua Xingye lay beside him, one arm draped around him, deep in slumber. The narrow bed felt constricted with 2 bodies, especially with someone as robust as Hua Xingye. As Nan Zhou slowly turned, the man beside him seemed to sense it, his large hand descending to gently pat him as if instinctively soothing. Though still asleep, the gesture was natural and practiced. In the pre-dawn gloom, Nan Zhou gazed at Hua Xingye's handsome visage, warmth gradually rising in his clear, translucent eyes. Countless memories of that striking face looking at him flickered through his mind. The fervor of their first encounter, the tenderness of their second meeting, the concealed feelings on New Year's Eve, and the concern and affection that filled his gaze the previous night. Deep emotions can be performed, yet perfection is not required at every moment. Regardless of the circumstances, every minute spent together, Hua Xingye's feelings remained unwavering. There was nothing about him to covet, save for the essence of who he was. Nan Zhou exhaled softly, placing his hand on Hua Xingye's chest to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, each beat resonating in unison. Their heartbeats began to synchronize, even their breaths entwining. He gradually closed his eyes. As consciousness slipped back into darkness, Nan Zhou recalled his first love. As he had previously confided to Hua Xingye, half a year ago, he had invited the other to a cafe, waiting from day to night without a response, ultimately burying the nascent feelings in his heart. After all, relationships between individuals are not solely defined by romance. Many other bonds, such as friendship, hold immense significance. More than the fear of unrequited love, Nan Zhou dreaded the loss of that precious friendship. Thus, despite the absence of a rendezvous, he refrained from inquiring afterward. The other party evidently shared the same unspoken understanding, and in their subsequent conversations, the matter of meeting was never revisited, their relationship remaining as it had always been. Moreover, they are now unable to even maintain their friendship, although there is a sense of regret. He is not one to dwell on the past, and has therefore let go. Thus, when confronted with the prospect of a new relationship, should he muster the courage to embrace it? Even though it appears to be an alluring trap laced with deceit, Nan Zhou slept soundly until 10 in the morning. Likely due to his illness yesterday, the production team did not come to rouse him. Upon awakening, he soon noticed Hua Xingye, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in replying to messages. Awake? Hua Xingye inquired as he rose and approached, taking a seat beside him. Bathed in the gentle winter sunlight, he softly asked, "How do you feel?" Nan Zhou turned over, feeling exhausted. "If there were no historical records, I might think I built the pyramids last night. Could you check if there are any slave marks burned onto my back?" Chapter 78. May I steal a kiss? Hua Xingye reached out to lift Nan Zhou's shirt. Examining his back closely, it was pristine, devoid of any rash. Nan Zhou, facing the bed, was taken aback by his response. For some reason, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he feigned calmness as he sat up and adjusted his shirt. "What time did we return from the hospital last night?" "Just past 3. "Oh, so I only slept for a short while?" "Wake up and have breakfast, then take your medicine," Hua Xingye advised. Just as he was about to rise and head to the kitchen to warm up their brunch, Nan Zhou grasped his wrist. Hua Xingye lowered his gaze. Nan Zhou tilted his head to meet his eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Darling, you look so handsome today. May I kiss you?" In the apartment, there was a brief moment of silence. Nan Zhou touched his nose. Just as he was about to release his grip, Hua Xingye firmly held onto his hand. Leaning down in the sunlight, accompanied by a warm, pleasant scent, he placed a gentle kiss on Nan Zhou's forehead. His deep, melodious voice resonated, laced with laughter. "You are quite adorable today as well." After Nan Zhou got up and had breakfast, the day's livestream finally commenced once more. Today's broadcast started a few hours later than usual. Yet the CP fans in the chat expressed no grievances, eagerly inquiring about Nan Zhou's health and encouraging him to rest well. Although our darling was ill last night, I must say, the sweetness was overwhelming. For those who missed it, be sure to catch the replay. Darn, my only mistake was going to bed too early. I missed the captivating late-night stream. I heard that Nan Zhou even remarked on how impressive Yi Gu is. What? Late-night broadcast? I must quickly catch up. Did you watch the video that our dear editor released overnight? I suspect she doesn't even need sleep, tirelessly surfing the web. I did. The dishes she prepared were divine. Men go a bit crazy watching it, and women might even miss their periods. It's a cure for depression and a savior for the comatose. Truly, she is my lucky star today. Just this morning, that devoted fan of the Xingzhou CP surprisingly released a new edit. The content of a new edit was incredibly explosive, set to the trending song copulate, which had fans exclaiming how much the staged moments resembled reality. The video commences with Nan Zhou being pulled into the lounge by Hua Xingye, who then removes his mask, uttering the line, "I want to see your face." This is accompanied by a flashback to a previous scene where Hua Xingye urges Nan Zhou to remove his pants during a fever episode. Subsequently, phrases like "I want to kiss you" and scenes of Nan Zhou secretly drinking at a bar, along with Good Boy, unfold. The final visuals depict Hua Xingye embracing Nan Zhou as they exit the hospital and enter a car. This is overwhelmingly tantalizing. It's truly exquisite. The accompanying soundtrack magnificently encapsulates the intensity of their interactions. From the darkness, a moment of sunlight bursts forth, shouting, stretching, soaring in the sunlight. And the final image of Zhou Bao nestled softly in Yi Ji's embrace is one I could watch 100 times, 100 times. I always said Zhou Bao would be utterly captivated by my ego. The production team mentioned that due to Nan Zhou's illness, the magazine cover shoot was postponed to the afternoon. Consequently, Hua Xingye does not need to appear on set today, and Nan Zhou need not compose music at home. He simply has to finish the magazine shoot before heading to work at the bar in the evening. Nan Zhou's phone is flooded with messages from Hao Jia inquiring about his health. Naturally, he also takes a moment to jest about Hua Xingye, who has failed to care for his own CP, leading to Nan Zhou falling ill twice, implying that his mind is consumed with inappropriate thoughts. Nan Zhou replies to some messages, primarily to inform Hao Jia that he is now fine. The omega gland is an exceedingly private matter, especially given the severity of the situation. How could he divulge such information? What if it were to be leaked? Hao Jia responds, "He's my partner. Telling him is perfectly normal, right? A gentleman is open-hearted, while only a fool hides his vulnerabilities. Who told you that this was acceptable? Besides, you are merely a variety show couple." I feel my head itching. Am I developing a romantic obsession? While engaging in this light banter with Hao Jia, Nan Zhou descends the stairs with Hua Xingye from the apartment. As they reach the ground floor, they encounter Gu Tang, who emerges from the apartment holding a lunchbox. Gu Tang's gaze first sweeps across Hua Xingye's face before turning to Nan Zhou, inquiring about the events of the previous night. Nan Zhou replies, "I had an allergic reaction. My darling took me to the hospital. That's all. Last night, Zhang Shi was inexplicably injured, and with only Wen Yu and Nan Zhou present. Although there's no concrete evidence, Gu Tang strongly suspects that Nan Zhou was responsible. His irritation over the incident intensifies upon hearing Nan Zhou's intimate reference to Hua Xingye. He retorts, "Stop your evasion. I'm asking about Shige. What exactly did you do?" Just as Gu Tang's words linger in the air, Wen Yu's voice emerges from behind Nan Zhou. The group turns to see Wen Yu and Lu Zhou exiting the public lounge. As Nan Zhou's gaze met Wen Yu's, memories of their revolutionary camaraderie from the previous night flashed through his mind. He spoke, mentioning that Gu Tang was on her way to deliver a meal to that insatiable teddy bear who would leap into any hole. Wen Yu remarked, "Is this teddy bear really such a lecherous creature? How amusing. Does this imply that Gu Tang, aside from being cuckolded, is also coldly washing the undergarments of that little wife while delivering food to Zhang Shi?" Suddenly, a thought struck. Had the official Weibo account revealed that Zhang Shi was hospitalized due to a dislocated jaw overnight? Had I missed something crucial? Could someone enlighten me? I boldly speculate that perhaps last night, this teddy bear attempted to make a move on Nan Zhou, but was soundly beaten by Yi Ge and ended up in the hospital. Following Shu Shu, Zhang Shi has now also earned the title of teddy bear. Am I the only one who noticed that Nan Zhi's remarks were directed at Yume Ren? When did their relationship become so amicable? Nan Zhou, what do you mean? Gu Tang's eyes narrowed as she spoke coldly. Nan Zhou replied, "Please don't be upset. Allow me to explain. I will weave you a tale." But before Gu Tang could finish her thought, Wen Yu's voice broke in, calm and composed, characteristic of his usual demeanor. He had been kneeling beside Zhang Shao just last night, lamenting his plight. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Subsequently, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Nan Zhou began to clap resoundingly, an act of grandiosity that required no further commentary. Gu Tang's face flushed with anger. Her grip on the lunchbox tightened, revealing a sense of grievance. Just then, a cold, sharp voice resonated from a distance, asserting that his greatness certainly did not require your judgment. In the frame, a man in a tailored black suit, adorned with frameless glasses and exuding an air of nobility, emerged from behind the production staff. Chapter 79. What caliber does he possess to warrant your attention? Wasn't it said that Zhang Shi's fiancé, Le Man, was coming? Who is this? I felt as if I had shot up like a firecracker. Surely, I was not mistaken. Was that our president? To be frank, he appeared even more dashing than Zhang Shi. The scent of elite sophistication wafted through the air, reminiscent of someone our Tang Bao knew. Could the one in front elaborate on what your president entails? It seemed the individuals ahead, sneaking peeks at the live broadcast during work, might be caught red-handed. In the camera's view, Gu Tang's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She gazed at the approaching man, her heartbeat accelerating, her ears buzzing as if they might shatter. What is he doing here? Why is he present? Instinctively, Gu Tang glanced at Nan Zhou, only to find him entirely focused on whispering to Hua Xingye, oblivious to the newcomer. As the esteemed guest approached, Gu Tang managed to squeeze out a form of address from her throat. She felt as though she had been pulled from the depths of water, gasping for air. Had it not been for the humiliation she suffered at the hands of Nan Zhou earlier, the audience might have discerned her distress. Truth be told, when she uttered that title, Gu Tang felt utterly uncertain. Although she publicly claimed to belong to the Gu family, her actual connection to the main branch of the Gu lineage was tenuous at best. The current power holder of the Gu family was not truly her cousin. The individual who shares a genuine fraternal connection with him is his cousin. While Gu Tang merely shares the surname Gu and has had the chance to exchange greetings with this alpha cousin on 2 occasions during family gatherings. In Gu Tang's recollection, this young man, who steers the family enterprise, is a figure of sternness and formality, reminiscent of an elder. Gu Zheng offered a slight nod, remarking that he had watched the live stream. The moment those words escaped his lips, Gu Tang felt as though he might collapse from the shock. Yet, in the next instant, he heard Gu Zheng say, "You performed admirably." Gu Tang, Hu. Gu Zheng's gaze began with him, sweeping across the assembled guests before ultimately settling on Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he regarded Hua Xingye. "Gu Zheng," he introduced himself. "Ladies, I have returned from my reconnaissance. This individual is truly formidable. He is the president of the GY group. Can you believe it? Our Tang Bao has a cousin from such a prestigious background. The fact that our darling has kept such a low profile is astonishing. Oh my! Those who claim Tang Bao is merely after young Master Zhang's wealth can step forward. With such lineage, does Tang Bao even need to covet young Master Zhang's riches? He is himself of noble descent. To certain critics, beware, your days of triumph are numbered. There are indeed hierarchies within the elite. Though young Master Zhang hails from affluence, he is merely a wayward scion, incomparable to someone like Gu Zheng, who holds actual authority." Hua Xingye remained silent, but Nan Zhou, upon hearing this, brightened and turned to Gu Tang, saying, "You need not compete any longer, for your Zheng has arrived." Gu Tang. Hua Xingye's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smile as he leisurely remarked, "Zither action." Nan Zhou erupted into laughter, as if struck by an unforeseen jest, even shedding tears of mirth. Observing this, Gu Zheng's previously somber expression darkened further. "I am in stitches, Nan Bao. You truly have no fear." "Just joking. Have you ever seen our Nan Gu intimidated by anyone?" In truth, he had experienced trepidation before Hua Xingye, but that was limited to the confines of the bedroom. Let me advise some individuals not to laugh excessively. They may find themselves in tears later. Gu Zheng is not someone to be trifled with lightly. Oh, how terrifying! Gu Tang thought to interject, but a cautious glance at Gu Zheng caused him to swallow his words. In such moments, it is wise to speak less. One wrong utterance could offend this cousin, and he would not only struggle in the social sphere, but could also face repercussions at home. Gu Tang, young Master Zhang is likely hungry at the hospital. In this awkward atmosphere, when you, who typically spoke little, unexpectedly redirected the conversation back to Gu Tang. Feeling as though he had been rescued, Gu Tang nodded eagerly. "Yes, sure, Gu is waiting for me at the hospital." With that, he turned to Gu Zheng, "Cousin, I must go to the hospital to deliver a meal." "Deliver a meal?" Gu Zheng interrupted. "Why must you bring him food?" Before Gu Tang could react, she heard him assertively declare that Zhang Shi's status did not warrant her delivering meals to him. Gu Tang's foot, which she had stealthily moved forward, froze in place, her eyes widening in surprise. If she was not to deliver meals, then what was he planning to do? This was a dating variety show. Just then, staff from the production team approached, urging Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou to depart for filming. Nan Zhou's smile instantly faded. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he silently tucked his hands into his pockets and walked forward. After taking a couple of steps, he conspiratorially whispered to Hua Xingye, "Gu Zheng, Gu Tang, good job." Hua Xingye maintained a calm demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "Joy boy." Nan Zhou laughed again, this time leaning against Hua Xingye's shoulder, his laughter shaking his entire body. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who is this immature couple really shipping? Ah, it's me. They share such a remarkable rapport. It seems that no matter what Zhou Bao says, Yigu can effortlessly respond and hit the nail on the head with his wife. Although Yigu appears mature and composed, he too behaves like a child when with Zhou Bao. To be frank, these two have completely disregarded Gu Zheng and Gu Tang, leaving them to wallow in their own self-pity. After Hua, Xingye, and Nan Zhou got into the car, Lu Zhua and Wen Yu also casually greeted Gu Zheng and Gu Tang before departing from the apartment building. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Tang and Gu Zheng remained. Faced with the formidable presence of Gu Zheng, Gu Tang swallowed hard, contemplating how to subtly inquire of her cousin why he had deigned to participate in the variety show. Initially, she had presumed Gu Zheng came for Nan Zhou, and she had been quite frightened earlier. However, the sequence of interactions between Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou left her utterly bewildered. These two seemed to have no intention of acknowledging one another, especially Nan Zhou, who had unreservedly disparaged Gu Zheng during the live broadcast. It was important to note that this was Gu Zheng, the current head of the Gu family, his own brother. Chapter 80. Your Devout and Virtuous Knight. Liu Bei Gu Zheng glanced down at Gu Tang and asked, "What about you? Aren't you going to film?" Gu Tang, who was supposed to go, nodded vigorously. "Where will the filming take place?" "Same location as them." Gu Zheng inquired. How was she to know? In the variety show, she was merely a model for an online shop, shooting the outfits assigned by the store. Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye were shooting for the cover of magazine C, which was on an entirely different level. Noticing Gu Tang's silence, Gu Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, adjusted his glasses, and approached the filming crew. "You must know, right?" he prompted. The filming crew member, upon receiving instructions via his earpiece from payphone, cleared his throat and replied. Gu Tang's filming location is the same as that of Hua, Xingye, and Nan Zhou. Hearing this, Gu Tang looked up in surprise. Same location? How could the cover shoot for magazine C possibly coincide with her filming? However, Gu Zheng did not afford her the opportunity to ask further. He merely nodded slightly and gestured with his chin for her follow. Wow, this Gu is quite domineering, completely disregarding our opinions regarding Tang Bao. Perhaps he believes that Zhang is unworthy of her. Didn't he just assert that Zhang is not of a caliber that warrants Tang Bao delivering meals? Yet, I find myself captivated by the sweetness of candy. Am I the only one who feels that Gu Zheng exhibits a lack of respect? Huh, the atmosphere in this live stream room is rather peculiar. Are they all mere puppets? Gu Tang, holding a lunchbox, followed Gu Zheng into the car, her heart heavy with thoughts. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was rather solemn. Gu Zheng remained silent, engrossed in his tablet, his handsome visage radiating an aura of unyielding authority that rendered Gu Tang too apprehensive to relax. Even the vibration of her phone in her pocket, signaling a WeChat message, went unnoticed as she refrained from checking it. In the hospital, Zhang lay in his bed, anxiously waiting for Gu Tang to arrive with the porridge, his impatience nearly betraying him. Yet, in front of the camera, he valiantly restrained his expression and reached for his phone to send another message. However, like the previous ones, it vanished into oblivion. Under normal circumstances, he would have already placed a call, but with his dislocated jaw, speaking was an arduous task. He could only rely on text to convey his thoughts. How infuriating! Closing his eyes, he recalled the events of the previous night, particularly the last moment involving that fist. He distinctly felt a kick from behind, suggesting that the one who struck him was indeed that individual. Upon waking this morning, the production team inquired about the incident, revealing that aside from Wen Yu, only Nan Zhou was present. Nan Zhou, that beta, there could be no other culprit. This audacious little brat dared to strike him. Has he a death wish? Zhang immediately ordered someone to review the surveillance footage, only to be informed that there had been a malfunction and the crucial moments were not captured. Curse be this situation. Zhang struck his pillow in frustration. You, Nan Zhou, might evade legal consequences, but I, Zhang, shall not let you, a mere idol, go unscathed. With a sudden clatter, the hospital door swung open, and a fashionable beta woman with chestnut curls and high heels entered. Upon seeing her, Zhang immediately set his phone aside. I heard you dislocated your jaw. Le Man approached the bed, scrutinizing him closely. Zhang nodded. Man raised her phone, activated the camera, and framed herself with Zhang's bandaged head, flashing a peace sign and capturing several shots in quick succession. Her expressions varied. Pouting, smiling, winking. Every conceivable gesture was documented. After completing her impromptu photo shoot, she resumed her stance, lowering her head to edit the pictures while casually asking, "Where's your sweetheart?" "Not here to bring you food?" Zhang wished to argue, to explain. But how could an alpha fiancé justify his actions to his beta fiancé before the camera? That would be too humiliating. Even if he was merely a pawn in a family alliance, destined to be the son-in-law of the Le family, he could not appear overly subservient on screen. Lemmerman seemed indifferent to his response. After finishing the photo shoot and posting the pictures on her social media, she tucked her phone away. "Now rest well. I shall not disturb you further." With that, she gestured for her bodyguard to place a fruit basket beside Zhang Shi's bed. The basket was adorned with several large, luscious apples on top. Zhang Shi remarked, "What a vibrant display. It's utterly hilarious to witness how utterly lackluster my family status is." Lemmerman certainly did not regard him highly, finding it amusing that in her eyes, only her own photos mattered. The photo seemed almost ruthlessly striking, evoking laughter. Gu Tang approached to observe the scene, comparing the attitudes displayed. "Isn't this shameful?" "Zhang Shi, did you truly blame our Tang Bao for your predicament? Our Tang Bao is not someone you can easily associate with. So, does anyone truly know how Zhang Shi dislocated his jaw so suddenly?" With the fruit basket delivered, Lemmerman departed the hospital without a backward glance, driving towards the cafe where Jiangjun worked. Standing at the ordering counter, she ordered a cup of coffee and a blueberry bagel, flashing a sweet smile at Jiangjun. "Sister, the flowers you got me are shaped like hearts." Meanwhile, Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou arrived at the makeup room at the filming location. Just as they settled in, someone pushed open the door, wheeling in a food cart. "Teacher Liu Bei, let me help you," a photography assistant offered, but Liu Bei gestured that it was unnecessary. Pushing the cart into the room, his gaze fell upon Nan Zhou, seated at one of the makeup mirrors, and his eyes lit up like beams of light. "Ah, my muse has descended. Why wasn't I informed beforehand?" The photography assistant, as he spoke, strode over to Nan Zhou. "Greetings, my beautiful princess. Your devoted knight, Liu Bei, has prepared a small gift for today's shoot." Nan Zhou, engrossed in sending a message, barely looked up. "Oh," Liu Bei continued, "aren't you curious to see it now? It's a masterpiece that took me 5 hours to create." Without waiting for Nan Zhou's reply, he turned and placed a dish from the cart onto the table before the makeup mirror. "I have no grand ambitions. I merely hope you find joy in it." With that, he unveiled the dish, revealing a delightful bowl of shaved ice, topped with an angel figurine sculpted from ice, resembling Nan Zhou herself. "Liu Bei, even radish carvings don't match your finesse. You should consider becoming a pastry chef," exclaimed someone. "Is this truly Liu Bei? Is this his personality? I thought he was supposed to be arrogant. Yet here he is, acting like a devoted dog." Nan Zhou set down her phone, her eyes brightening at the sight of the shaved ice. Just as she grasped a spoon to indulge, she seemed to reconsider, glancing at Hua Xingye beside her. "Is this safe to eat?" After all, she had fallen asleep after seeing the doctor last night and was uncertain about her severe allergy and the consumption of ice. At that moment, Liu Bei finally acknowledged Hua Xingye's presence, following Nan Zhou's gaze. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had just undergone a transformation. Her eyes narrowed in displeasure as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 81. I can only descend upon your heart. Wait, you only just noticed he was here? It's already the second episode of the romance variety show, Liu Bei. You can't be finding out now, can you? At this pace, we might as well have children. Was he being deliberate or sincere? Yet, Liu Bei seemed utterly indifferent to Hua Xingye's presence, turning his attention back to Nan Zhou, showering him with compliments. "Oh dear, just a glance sent my heart racing. His breathtaking appearance is undeniably that of a face genius." Nan Zhou ignored him, but Hua Xingye beside him nodded, suggesting they could have a taste. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou took a spoonful and bit off the head of the ice sculpture of the angelic figure. Placing it in his mouth, his expression subtly shifting. The next moment, Under Liu Bei's wide-eyed gaze, he calmly scooped another spoonful of the figure's right arm and consumed it. One can eat without the head, he remarked. Would you like a try? Nan Zhou asked. Try? Is he suggesting I eat it? Though merely an ice sculpture resembling him. Liu Bei's cheeks flushed crimson as he covered his nose, shaking his head. Nan Zhou turned to Hua Xingye. Which part is tasty? He inquired. I don't know, but the head isn't good. You should try the little wings. With that, Nan Zhou scooped off the angel's wings and brought them to Hua Xingye's lips. Hua Xingye slightly parted his thin lips. Hey Hua, you shut up, Liu Bei shouted, realizing what was happening. In the next moment, Hua Xingye consumed the offered wings. Closing his mouth, Liu Bei gasped, reaching out to grab Hua Xingye's collar. Spit it out. Was that meant for you? Hua Xingye leaned back, evading his outstretched hand. After retracting his spoon, Nan Zhou took another scoop for himself, saying, You ate my little wings. Now I can no longer soar. Exactly. You demon. Liu Bei is short. However, Nan Zhou added, Thus, I can only descend upon your heart. Liu Bei Liu Bei seemed like a tragic figure in this trio, two in love, one alone. The winds of Bear Mountain no longer caressed the green pastures. The angel called Nan Zhou was unwilling to land in the northern territories. Ah, to descend upon Yi Ji's heart, dear heavens, how eloquently our darling speaks of love. How can you go withstand this? Hua Xingye chuckled softly. Then brace yourself. I worry that your rapid heartbeat might knock you over. Really? Yes, you may listen closely. Enough. Liu Bei bellowed, pointing at Hua Xingye. Hua, my angel needs to change and prepare. Please vacate our filming location. Hua Xingye remained silent. While among the observing photography assistants and makeup artists, one raised a hand, indicating Teacher Liu, Teacher Hua, is also a subject for today's shoot. Another chimed in, Indeed. Today we are shooting couple portraits. The word couple struck Liu Bei like a supersonic missile, resounding with a thunderous impact. The body swayed twice, and with long legs retreating half a step, he stared incredulously at Hua Xingye. Couple. Teacher Liu Bei raised a hand to wipe his face a few times, taking a deep breath before his expression returned to normal. Nonsense. The one surnamed Hua is neither virtuous nor obedient, with thoughts more cunning than a fox, and a relentless ambition that keeps him flying around the world, leaving no time to care for family and children. He does not meet any of my standards for a partner. As for me, I, Liu Bei, exist solely to serve my beauty. Yet previously, Teacher Nan Zhou had mentioned on the show that Teacher Hua was the SSR he most desired to draw, longing to be with him. A makeup artist chimed in, Indeed. Indeed, Teacher Nan Zhou even initiated a kiss with Teacher Hua. The photography assistant added. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, reading the shared amusement in each other's eyes. Akish. Liu Bei retreated a few steps, colliding with the catering cart, producing a loud clatter. He looked at Hua Xingye in disbelief. Hua Xingye smiled slightly at him, his eyes concealing a mischievous satisfaction. It seems my ears are a bit off today. Perhaps they were struck by the beautiful little arrows of Nan Zhou, for I can hardly hear what you are saying. Liu Bei shook his head, convinced that he had not approached the situation correctly. I need to calm down. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and strode out of the makeup room. As the door closed, a burst of exaggerated laughter erupted within. The makeup artists and photography assistants were in tears from laughter, reveling in Liu Bei's predicament. Are they a couple? Are they not a couple? Are they a couple? Are they not a couple? All right, let us get back to work. As one of the top publications in the fashion world, C Magazine places immense value on the quality of its cover photos, thus investing great effort into makeup and shooting content. Even with the strikingly beautiful Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou, everyone was meticulous about their makeup, dedicating ample time to it. When Nan Zhou emerged after his makeover in the shooting attire, everyone couldn't help but be dazzled. If beauty were to be ranked today, our Zhou Bao would undoubtedly be in the top tier. Absolutely stunning. What sorcery is this? There seemed to be no significant change, yet he appeared incredibly captivating. A beauty can kill without a knife. Her enchanting allure lies in her waist. Hua Xingye truly looks magnificent. Nan Zhou's ensemble consisted of a custom-tailored suit and shirt, the shirt tucked neatly into the trousers, complemented by a fitted black suit that accentuated his slender waist and curvaceous form. His bangs were styled back with hairspray, adding a touch of wildness to his already exquisite face, harmonizing perfectly with his natural aura. His beautifully adorned lips, glistening with gloss, possessed an inexplicable allure that beckoned for a kiss. Even a makeup artist couldn't help but express their admiration repeatedly. Behind Nan Zhou, Hua Xingye also emerged from the dressing room. The moment he entered the frame, exclamations filled the entire live broadcast room. "Oh my goodness, I'm dead. Hua Xingye, could you possibly let me be? Why must your charm capture my heart entirely?" The extinction of dinosaurs must surely have been due to their short arms, preventing them from applauding for my handsome brother. It is simply extraordinary. You can always trust the aesthetic of the C family. I can hardly fathom how stunning the visuals from this set will be. I must buy everything. Chapter 82. My favorite is you. The couple's cover features Hua Xingye in a style identical to Nan Zhou's, both clad in shades of black. However, his shirt is unbuttoned at 3 places, revealing an alluring collarbone and enviable, well-defined chest muscles. Over his white shirt, Hua Xingye dons a black coat, adorned with a thick, fluffy white fur collar that resembles a tail. This polished ensemble, paired with the white fur, imbues his already robust figure with an air of a distinguished foreign mafia lord. Even Nan Zhou, upon seeing him in this attire, could not suppress a reflexive swallow. Hua Xingye's gaze roamed over Nan Zhou, taking in every detail with admiration and delight. "Am I only handsome today?" Nan Zhou retorted. "Of course not. Your beauty is intrinsic. Waking up each day to see you is the finest start of my day." Hua Xingye responded. His appearance was already striking, complemented by his melodious voice, coupled with his innate charisma and the aura of an acclaimed actor. His sincerity and earnestness while speaking carried an undeniable weight, devoid of any pretense. Nan Zhou smirked, leaning closer. "Then take a good look. Do I look better with makeup or without? Both are beautiful, but what I cherish most is your inherent sense of humor, radiant like the sun. Each reflection stirs my heart." He conceded defeat. Had he truly lost the battle of flirtation? "So, you value my humorous soul more than my looks?" Nan Zhou pressed again. "Not exactly. It's just that your beauty makes me worry that other alphas might envy me for having such a stunning partner," Hua Xingye replied with a cheerful grin. "If anyone dares to say that my brother is cold and lacking in sweet words, I shall be the first to confront them. Is this what you call not being able to express sweet sentiments? I should record this and send it to my boyfriend, so he can learn, study, and practice diligently. If he cannot match Hua Xingye's looks, then at least he should master the art of sweet talk. So sweet. I can't help but feel that no matter what shape Zobao takes in my brother's heart, he is truly the best." In the same building, Gu Tang and Gu Zheng arrived at the studio where Gu Tang usually takes photographs. As usual, Gu Tang went to the makeup room to change clothes according to the day's shooting theme. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng surveyed the studio, his face betraying dissatisfaction. When Gu Tang emerged and saw the photographer and assistant beckoning him towards the green screen with a lighting setup, Gu Zheng interjected, "Are we shooting here?" "What else would we do?" Gu Tang replied, puzzled. "Are you dissatisfied with this place, Mr. Gu?" inquired the owner of the online shop. Earlier, through a live broadcast, he had learned that today's flying guest was the executive president of GY Group. GY Group is undoubtedly a leading company, spanning multiple industries, far surpassing his modest online store. Establishing a connection with Gu Zheng could significantly enhance his future earnings. Wasn't Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou also filming here? "Where are they?" Gu Zheng inquired. The online store owner paused momentarily. Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou, they were also coming? How was he unaware of this? After all, they were Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou, the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. The sound of meticulous filming emerged from behind the camera. They were shooting on the top floor. "To the top floor," Gu Zheng declared, striding towards the elevator without regard for Gu Tang's reaction. Gu Tang exchanged puzzled glances with the photographer, lighting assistant, and the online store owner. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow." Gu Zheng turned back to address Gu Tang. "Oh," Gu Tang replied, quickly jogging to catch up. What on earth was his cousin here for? "Cousin, did Director Pei invite you?" Gu Tang could not restrain his curiosity in the elevator. Gu Zheng remained silent. Cousin, although I know my abilities are limited, if there is anything you need my assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask, Gu Tang offered cautiously. Of course, Gu Zheng replied, his expression still serious, with a cold glimmer in his eyes behind his glasses. Gu Tang thought to himself. He certainly was not being polite. As the elevator doors opened, the breathtaking scenery of the top floor unfolded before them. A sky garden lush with trees and adorned with vibrant flowers. Unfamiliar blossoms filled the garden, their fragrant petals wafting gently through the air. Under the winter sun, the dew-kissed buds radiated a soft glow, refreshing and beautiful. Gu Tang could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He had never been to the top floor before and was unaware of such a stunning aerial garden's existence. Following Gu Zheng into the courtyard, they arrived at the center, where several staff members were busily engaged. In the middle of the lawn stood a grand black Steinway piano, surrounded by a profusion of white hydrangeas, creating a romantic juxtaposition of pure blossoms against the ebony instrument. Gu Tang felt an irresistible urge to approach. Sitting down at the piano and setting up his phone to record a video of himself playing. His hands descended upon the black and white keys, and the music resonated through the garden. Wow, our Tang Bao is indeed the young master of a wealthy family. He can play the piano, someone exclaimed. This place is stunning. Tang Bao looks like a fallen angel playing here. With his brother's support, Tang Bao's treatment had evidently improved. Suddenly, Nan Zhou's voice echoed through the courtyard, commenting on the unique performance. Each note has its own intention. The unexpected variation has my blood pressure rising. Gu Tang felt the music halting in an instant. He had indeed played several wrong notes, yet to an untrained ear, it would likely go unnoticed. Gu Zheng turned his gaze toward the sound behind him, noticing Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye approaching. At a mere glance, it was evident they were clad in matching outfits, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Nan Zhou seemed oblivious to his presence as he walked past him and approached Stanway. Gu Tang instinctively glanced at Gu Zheng, who remained silent. At that moment, a staff member announced, "Teacher Nan Zhou, you're here. Please try the piano. It will be used for the shoot later." Gu Tang bit her lip and stood up to make way, saying, "I haven't played in ages. I can't remember the sheet music." Nan Zhou chuckled softly, seated himself at the piano bench, and remarked, "What a coincidence. I haven't played in a long time either." With that, his slender fingers danced across the black and white keys, striking a single note repeatedly with remarkable speed, producing a crisp sound from the piano. Soon after, Nan Zhou placed both hands on the instrument, his fingers swiftly gliding across the keyboard, weaving a continuous melody. A smile graced his lips as his foot pressed the pedal, his fingers leaping across the keys to play harmonious chords, the familiar tune echoing in the garden. It was the very piece Gu Tang had just played. The same melody, yet performed by a different person, seemed to breathe new life into the composition. As he entered the interlude, Nan Zhou improvised, introducing a different modulation that was captivating and melodious. Standing beside Nan Zhou, Gu Tang watched his agile fingers dancing on the keys, and the spirited confidence radiating from him made her heart race, nearly bursting through her eardrums, cold sweat trickling down her spine. He had returned, the very person she envied, despised, and simultaneously feared. Nan Zhou was truly back. Chapter 83. This is a $5 million check. Please leave. The slap in the face arrived so swiftly that it caught Gu Tang completely off guard, eliciting a hearty laugh. Wearing matching outfits was not a concern. It was the one who looked foolish who should feel awkward. The prowess at the piano was evident. One could tell just how talented Nan Zhou was. To be honest, according to the opinions of Gu Tang's fans, wouldn't Zhou Bao be considered from a top-tier affluent family? How amusing. In front of the camera, Hua Xingye picked up the violin resting beside the Stanway piano, joining the performance. The melodious notes of the violin blended seamlessly with the piano, offering the audience and staff a unique experience. Nan Zhou's piano playing was exceptionally skillful, incorporating clever adaptations that harmonized beautifully with Hua Xingye's violin. In the courtyard adorned with blooming white hydrangeas, on the lush green lawn, Nan Zhou, dressed in a suit, sat at the piano, radiating vitality as he played enchanting melodies. Hua Xingye stood beside him, his handsome face adorned with a gentle expression as the violin produced splendid passages. Everyone instinctively paused their activities, standing still to relish this rare, auditory, and visual feast. As Liu Bei approached, the piece reached its climax. Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye exchanged glances, the sounds of the piano and violin momentarily ceasing before resuming their resonant rhythm. Liu Bei fixed his gaze, raising his camera to capture the moment with a flurry of clicks. He moved through the courtyard, snapping continuous photos, and after taking a dozen or so, he halted to beckon his photography assistant, commanding, "Get that obstruction out of my way." The photography assistant, initially immersed in the exquisite auditory and visual feast crafted by the Star City CP, was momentarily taken aback. He then hastily approached, whispering a few words into Gu Tang's ear, seemingly unfazed by her expression, and ushered her away from the piano amidst the clusters of white hydrangeas. As the piece gradually approached its conclusion, the sound of the violin ceased first. Hua Xingye removed the violin from his shoulder, directing his gaze towards Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou offered him a faint smile, while the piano emitted a crisp, melodious final note, culminating this impromptu performance perfectly. The applause erupted unexpectedly, ignited by an unknown staff member, and soon the entire venue resonated with clapping. Standing beside Gu Zheng, Gu Tang watched Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye with a mix of bitterness and concern. "Aren't you going to say a few words?" Gu Zheng's cold voice broke through, sounding less like a question and more like a command. Confused, Gu Tang looked at him. "Say what? What do you mean? You're usually quite eloquent. Why ask me now?" "Cousin, I don't understand your intention. Create a rift between them." Gu Tang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly rendered speechless. Instigate a divide between Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou on live camera? No, he was envious and resentful, but not foolish. "Join them," Gu Zheng instructed. "Join them? Me?" Gu Tang found the suggestion utterly absurd. After all, she had her own CP in this dating show. Even though Zhang Shi was currently hospitalized, she couldn't possibly flirt with Hua Xingye in plain view. What does this Gu Zheng mean? Has he lost his mind? Is this how a wealthy CEO plays? Enjoying a love triangle? I could hardly breathe from laughter. Sisters. Gu Tang's demeanor was far too reminiscent of a certain someone. In the center of the lawn, surrounded by hydrangeas, Nan Zhou invited Hua Xingye for a four-hand piano duet. Hua Xingye stood slightly bent behind Nan Zhou, his hands resting on the keys, his broad chest seemingly enveloping Nan Zhou entirely. They were completely absorbed in their own world, oblivious to the two plotting nearby to disrupt their connection. Nan Zhou struck the keys, playing a song from the vinyl record gifted to him by Hua Xingye. Hua Xingye followed suit, matching the rhythm. Their four slender fingers danced across the piano keys, one pair delicate and fair, the other more defined and elongated. The sight of such hands together was undeniably enchanting. Who could understand? Sisters, I too felt it, and with Hua Xingye's presence, it was as if Nan Zhou was cradled in his embrace. Oh, how touching. Even the slightest blemish vanished. Even Liu Bei had forgotten they were a couple, engrossed in filming, which was hilarious. Truth be told, he was remarkably professional. It was a breathtakingly beautiful scene, utterly dreamlike. For someone like Liu Bei, who had an eye for beauty, it was nothing short of a visual feast. Not filming would be out of character for him. Despite his verbal complaints, when had Liu Bei ever declined to shoot Hua Xingye? It was simply amusing. Just as the crowd was sweetened by this delightful scene, an abrupt note rang out from the piano. Gu Zheng was unaware of when he had picked up the violin that Hua Xingye had set aside, joining in the performance. Although his violin playing was decent, it clashed with the piano, as if it were intent on causing disruption, rendering the originally melodious piece rather bizarre. Nan Zhou halted his actions, casting a glance at Gu Zheng from a distance. "I hope you can perceive my vulnerability and tell me this is a 5 million yuan check. Please leave this place." Gu Zheng's movements froze. "How audacious, my dear Bauer. Zhou Bao is boldly soaring. If something goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. We fans are merely here to enjoy the spectacle." Gu Zheng had voluntarily joined this circle, only to be coerced into paying a fee of 5 million. Answer me one question. Should you convince me, I shall acquiesce. Gu Zheng handed the violin to a nearby staff member. Nan Zhou raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to proceed. Gu Zheng's gaze shifted to Hua Xingye, adjusting his glasses, and spoke rapidly. Hua Xingye rode his bicycle on a road with a speed limit of 30 km/h at a velocity of 35 km/h. Is his behavior considered speeding? Nearly as soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even Gu Tang could not suppress his astonishment. I thought he was going to pose a monumental question. Is this it? Suddenly, I felt a twinge of concern for the future of the GY group. Though I am not one of their shareholders, I remained silent. Gu Tang's expression shifted multiple times, yet he chose to remind Gu Zheng, cousin, there is no such thing as speeding on a bicycle. Gu Zheng shot him a glance, maintaining his serious demeanor, and replied, Hua Xingye's bicycle is actually an invisible supercar, surpassing the limits of human imagination. Gu Tang. Nan Zhou's voice broke through, retaining its usual languid tone. There is no speeding. The speed limit sign is stationary, while the bicycle is in motion. According to relativity, a stationary object cannot impose speed restrictions on a moving object, rendering the speed limit sign ineffective. Chapter 84. Money is merely a means. Embracing you is the ultimate goal. Gu Zheng frowned, on the verge of speaking when Liu Bei leaned in from behind the crowd. Although the speed limit sign is stationary in three-dimensional space, it may possess dynamic characteristics in higher dimensions, thereby imposing restrictions on the speed of the bicycle belonging to the Hua family. After saying this, he shot Hua Xingye a challenging glance. In response to the provocation, Hua Xingye remained unfazed, speaking leisurely. According to relativity, speed is relative. If the speed limit sign has dynamic characteristics in higher dimensions, then its velocity relative to the bicycle could be infinite. Therefore, compared to infinite speed, the bicycle speed is effectively zero. Nan Zhou continued, if we impose speed limits on the bicycle based on higher dimensional characteristics, we are subjecting the inhabitants of three-dimensional space to unfair dimensional discrimination. He fixed his gaze on Gu Zheng's face, enunciating each word deliberately. This is a form of dimensional hegemony, extraterritorial jurisdiction, and Gu-style bullying. Gu Zheng. Gu Tang was left utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. They spoke in terms that I understood individually, yet when combined, I could not comprehend a single word. Gu Tang's state mirrored my own. What a predicament! Gu Tang. Am I the only sane person here? Is there anyone who can rescue me? The sole underachiever among the academic elites, Gu Mengbi Tang. Bullying? Who would dare bully my angel? Liu Bei, realizing the situation, cast a glance towards Gu Zheng, questioning if it was him. Dressed impeccably and of a considerable age. Is he still engaging in such petty bullying? Gu Zheng shot him a frosty look, laced with a hint of condescension. Or could it be that you are, in fact, the one being bullied? Nan Zhou stood up and patted Gu Zheng on the shoulder, and with a mischievous grin, proposed, how about this? I'll have my darling secretly protect you for a month. Gu Zheng. He removed Nan Zhou's hand from his shoulder, brushing off non-existent dust. Adjusting his glasses with an air of tranquility, he maintained his aloof demeanor and stated, let us speak properly. Who is your darling? He pointed at Hua Xingye, declaring, he is incredibly formidable. If you doubt it, give it a try. One punch from him will surely leave you bedridden. Amidst the laughter that erupted, Gu Zheng felt exasperated. Why do I suddenly feel that this Gu is harboring feelings for Zhou Bao? My sister also noticed. It appears he is the leader of the black fans, targeting Zhou Bao. A loser, yearning for what he cannot have. Unable to possess it, he resorts to destruction. Yet lacking the ability to do so, he can only seethe with impotent rage and lurk in shadows. Gu Zheng's expression darkened instantly as he gazed at Hua Xingye's smiling face, radiating a chilling glare. Have your family approved? Just say it's yours. It's not mine. Could it be yours? What? Do you intend to compete for my affections? Who do you think you are? Me? Hey, it's just me. The first to resist oppression, a mere scrap on society's margins, my mother's little pride, the grandchild of the mouse, and your lifelong adversary. Gu Zheng closed his eyes, inhaled deeply a couple of times, and upon reopening them, spoke in a low, steady voice, very well. With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the elevator. Gu Tang paused momentarily, then quickly followed suit. "Cousin, wait for me." Once they departed, only Hua Xingye, Nan Zhou, and Liu Bei remained in the previously bustling scene. Liu Bei, producing a hydrangea from somewhere, knelt on one knee and offered it to Nan Zhou, saying, "Beauty, a touch of grace suffices. There is no need to be perfect." The entire magazine shoot continued until nearly 5 in the afternoon. Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou removed their makeup and changed back into their regular clothes, stepping into the fading winter sunlight as they discussed dinner plans. Just as they settled into the car, a large 5-tiered thermal food container was presented before Nan Zhou, along with 2 cups of coffee and a small box of desserts. The staff announced, "Gu Zheng has invited everyone to dinner. Miss Liu is treating everyone to coffee and desserts." The aromatic scent of delicious food wafted from the thermal container. As he accepted the coffee that Hua Xingye had prepared for him and savored a generous sip, Nan Zhou lifted the lid of the thermal container, revealing the steaming, enticing food before him. The first layer features the magnificent king crab. The second layer showcases premium Wagyu beef, while the third layer consists of abalone, Australian lobster, and Bellin oysters. Although he is my rival in love, the crab and the beef are innocent. Nan Zhou felt a surge of desire at the sight, and had it not been for their location in the car, he would have indulged immediately. These were all his favorites. The staff were evidently caught off guard by the contents of this exquisite food box, as the offerings presented to others, though undoubtedly luxurious, paled in comparison to what Nan Zhou held. What a stark contrast, dear sisters. The truth is, Gu seeks to win over our beloved Zhou. Hua Xingye, take note. We need to treat our Zhou with such delights as well. How infuriating. Do they think a mere morsel of fine cuisine can win our Nanji's heart? If that were the case, Liu Bei would have long attained his desires. Outside, the snow began to fall. Nan Zhou glanced out the window and turned to Hua Xingye, asking, "Is it cold?" "Not at all, just a bit of longing for you," Nan Zhou replied, his dark, clear eyes meeting Hua Xingye's gaze. "On a snowy day, being in your embrace feels so warm." Hua Xingye wrapped his arm around Nan Zhou's shoulders, slightly lowering his head, and asked with a smile, "Is it the wealth that warms you, or my embrace?" "Wealth is merely a means. Your embrace is the ultimate goal." What are you thinking about?" "Thinking of you." Nan Zhou leaned closer to Hua Xingye's ear, whispering softly, "Do you have the password to my heart and the exclusive map to my body?" Hua Xingye's Adam's apple bobbed as he tightened his hold on Nan Zhou. "Are you serious?" "Yes. The young couple is whispering sweet nothings behind our backs." The noble SVIP requests to amplify the microphone's volume, screaming, "Oh dear, they must be discussing something scandalous. How embarrassing." So what was the serious first sentence? What did the pangolins say in the end? What sweet words did Zhou Bao share with Ego? At the Seoul bar that night, the atmosphere was electric with chatter. Nan Zhou, dressed as a server, stood on stage performing with the Six-Go band. At the bar, Gu Zheng sat on a high stool conversing with Hua Xingye behind the counter, both with their microphones turned off. TSK, are they quarreling? Stop your bickering and just get into a fight. I want to see blood flow like rivers. It's hilarious. Gu Tang's cousin isn't supporting his own little brother, but has come to Xing Zhou instead. Fans of Zhou Bao, don't be too amusing. Our Tang Bao went to the hospital to see Zhang Xiao, and his cousin must have thought of something to come to this entertainment venue for fun. Gu Zheng remarked. Previously, he outright rejected our family's alliance, and now he is here in a variety show clinging to him, for the sake of family fortune. Even an alpha can be this pliable. Chapter 85. My demeanor matches my salary in the face of provocation. Hua Xingye continued to mix drinks with methodical precision, even finding the time to observe Nan Zhou on stage. How could I compare to General Gu? After taking a detour of 18 curves, he still has the audacity to feign concern. When he needed companionship the most, where was General Gu? Gu Zheng's expression shifted slightly, yet his tone remained assertive. At least my concern for him is genuine, unlike some who approach him for selfish reasons. Hua Xingye chuckled lightly. So, in General Gu's world, family is defined as those who can provide personal gain? I am his true kin, and my affection for him is devoid of any ulterior motives. As for you, You are merely a petty opportunist who has taken advantage of his vulnerability. Your love is truly peculiar, absent when he is in dire need, yet making a grand entrance when he is at his most radiant. This is certainly preferable to your intent to exploit him for your own gains regarding inheritance. At the very least, my love for him is unconditional. Gu Zheng lowered his voice, his tone menacing. Unconditional does not equate to a lack of sacrifice, nor does it imply a pursuit of wealth. I admit that my goodwill towards him harbors some self-interest, but the true purpose remains undisclosed. Hua Xingye placed a meticulously prepared drink before Gu Zheng, stating, "This one is on me, no need for thanks." Just as Gu Zheng was about to respond, a commotion erupted from the stage. Hua Xingye moved swiftly, almost instantaneously darting out from behind a bar. Moments earlier, Nan Zhou was on stage performing a love ballad composed by Tang Yang, which he claimed was written for his future Omega. Under the guidance of both himself and Yu Yang, the song received an enthusiastic response upon its debut, whether in the audience or the live stream. Listeners were treated to a refreshing auditory experience. The somewhat ambiguous lyrics, paired with an exuberant melody, painted a picture of a pure-hearted alpha boldly pursuing true love. The interplay of ambiguity and tension, emotion and reason, ignited a spectacular display of feelings. Overall, the song was incredibly catchy and Jia Jia, along with the Six-Go Band, performed with great fervor. However, in one corner of the stage, Nan Zhou appeared nonchalant as he occasionally struck the triangle, prompting fans in the live stream to voice their critiques. "Are you slacking off, Bao? Nan Zhou, why not sing a few lines? We haven't heard your voice in ages. Is it only for your husband? We haven't seen Nan Good dance in a while. How about a little dance?" Amidst the dim lighting and the cacophony of voices below the stage, a series of sharp clicks suddenly pierced through. Nan Zhou squinted towards the 11 o'clock direction, where a young man was filming with his phone, positioned dangerously close to the stage. On stage, Jia Jia donned a short skirt. In the frame, Nan Zhou took a few steps forward before crouching down. Before anyone could comprehend his intentions, he extended his hand and seized the man's phone, inciting chaos among the crowd below. The man, a Korean, let out a loud exclamation before instinctively attempting to climb the stage to retrieve his device. However, Nan Zhou's actions were even more audacious, disregarding the blinding stage lights and the millions of viewers in the live stream. He forcefully stomped down on a man's head with the hard sole of his black leather shoe, sending him tumbling off the stage. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand while his left swiftly navigated the screen, uncovering the unsavory photos within. The camera could not capture the contents of Nan Zhou's phone, leaving the audience in suspense about his actions. What is happening? Why is Nan Gu snatching the audience's phones? Goodness, that kick was so impressive. Zhu Bao, why are you being so lenient with him? Don't let him trample on me. To the sisters in front, please wear the bitter tea, for there are certainly people in this live stream whom you care about. Shiba, what are you doing with my phone? Give it back. The man shouted in Korean. Nan Zhou grasped the phone and was about to delete something when suddenly another message popped up on the screen. "So, did you capture it? Quickly show everyone what this little vixen is wearing." A chilling light unexpectedly erupted from his clear eyes. Nan Zhou crouched down again, warning in fluent Korean, "Don't shout. My manners are as low as my salary." As he finished speaking, he gestured towards the pickled vegetable man. "Shiba." The pickled vegetable man seethed with anger. At that moment, Jia Jia had just finished her last note and curiously glanced over. "Call the police." After instructing her, Nan Zhou leapt off the stage. Amidst the crowd's gasps, he pinned the lewd pickled vegetable man down and landed a punch squarely on his face. The crew members present rushed to the foot of the stage, while several from the Six-Go Band, led by Tang Yang, also jumped down. Hua Xingye and Gu Zheng hurriedly advanced to the front of the stage. After Nan Zhou landed 2 punches on the pickled vegetable man, he finally regained his senses and was about to swing a fist at Nan Zhou when Hua Xingye seized his arm. Subsequently, a punch comparable to 10 of Nan Zhou's struck his face, rendering him unconscious. The filming crew had already been ordered to cease recording by Gu Zheng just before Nan Zhou delivered his second punch. Thus, the viewers in the live stream only heard the chaos of the crowd and the gasps, without witnessing Hua Xingye's act of violence. This incident occurred so abruptly, compounded by the towering figures of Tang Yang and others surrounding the center, that Hua Xingye's actions and angles fell within the blind spots of the cameras capturing the event. Remarkably, no one managed to capture his punch. When Hua Xingye pulled Nan Zhou up, all that the crowd beheld was the pickled vegetable man sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his nose in an unconscious state. Jia, the only female among the involved parties, stood on the stage and told Nan Zhou, "I'll call the police." "What happened?" Gu Zheng asked in a low voice, his gaze sweeping across Nan Zhou's face before settling on the wrist of his right hand, which Hua Xingye was holding. "He displeased me," Nan Zhou replied. Although the second punch was not recorded, the first punch, which Nan Zhou threw as he leaped down, was indeed captured on camera. Consequently, upon hearing his statement, the haters in the live stream could no longer contain their outrage and began to berate him, truly lacking in manners. As an artist, he publicly resorts to violence. The impact is too detrimental, setting a terrible example for the youth. How can he continue to appear on variety shows without facing consequences? He must exit the industry. Nan Zhou, get out of the entertainment circle. Chapter 86. It feels as though others might burst. Are some individuals deaf, blind, and oblivious? Did they not hear Zhou Bao say to call the police? If you are unaware of the facts, please refrain from spreading rumors here. The fans of Xingzhou's CP must truly be blind and deaf. They still turn a blind eye to the fact that their beloved Gigi resorted to violence. The live stream descended into chaos, filled with incessant chatter. Upon hearing Nan Zhou say he would strike someone if displeased, Gu Zheng's expression grew serious as he opened his mouth to speak, but Hua Xingye interjected first. "What's on your phone?" he asked. "A bunch of filthy pests," Hua Xingye replied, nodding slightly before inquiring, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No," Nan Zhou responded. Jia descended from the stage, producing a handkerchief from her clothing and offering it to Nan Zhou. "Teacher Nan Zhou, Teacher Hua's hand is bleeding." Nan Zhou quickly glanced at Hua Xingye's other hand, the one not grasping his wrist. The back of that hand, with its prominent bones, was stained with a considerable amount of crimson. "It's not mine," Hua Xingye stated. Nan Zhou took the handkerchief from Jia to wipe Hua's hand, but remarked, "That won't do. It's too dirty." Jia exclaimed, "At a time like this, can you still flirt? So, should she ship or not?" Regardless, she decided to secretly ship a moment. By the time filming resumed, the police had arrived, and the man, who had been knocked unconscious by Hua Xingye, was receiving medical attention from the show's staff. Hua's punch appeared severe, yet fortuitously avoided vital areas. It merely rendered the man unconscious, causing more humiliation than harm. When questioned by the police, Nan Zhou handed over the phone belonging to the man, revealing he had secretly filmed girls in compromising situations. His friends were similarly disposed, a group of voyeuristic pests. After hearing this, the police grasped the situation but still cautioned Nan Zhou, stating, "You cannot resort to violence. If you do, you are at fault, and they can sue you at any time." "Alas, my temperament fluctuates just like my mood," Nan Zhou mused. "In any case, once he awakens, we will record a statement and assess the victim's attitude. I told you, our Nan Zhou would never strike someone unprovoked. It was that vile man who initiated the sordid act. Secretly filming? How revolting. How can such scum exist?" The police reiterated that one must not strike others indiscriminately. "Well, let us hope you don't resist if you find yourself in a similar predicament," someone wisely remarked. "A saying goes, if you are weak, they will wipe their shoes on you." Enduring in the moment only breeds further frustration, tempers flaring. I suggest that if my sisters encounter such garbage, they should take a page from Nan Zhou's book and retaliate fiercely. Due to this minor interlude, the segment featuring Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye in the second episode of the third season of Suddenly in Love concluded prematurely. Gu Zheng, as a flying guest, took advantage of his status to whimsically end the live stream. After providing their statements at the police station, the group returned to the apartment just before midnight. In the final minutes of the live stream from the car, the production team presented Nan Zhou with a task card. "After your numerous critiques of our production team, we have taken this to heart, learned from our mistakes, and, as a result, tomorrow we have prepared a special activity for the guests. Tomorrow will be a day of rest for all guests, a day for their romantic escapades. Within the task card, there are 4 themes: wilderness tracking, shadow hunter, dreamy adventures, and mind-body healing. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Zhou selected the final theme of mind-body healing, as he felt mentally depleted and physically exhausted, in dire need of this initiative. The camera operator, grinning with a sense of triumph and fully aware of the potential ire from Nan Zhou, boldly proclaimed, "All right, teacher Nan Zhou, the theme you and teacher Hua have chosen is mind-body healing. Therefore, we shall meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late." Just look at Zhou Bao's expression. I feel as if he might just explode. Is the production team intentionally bullying our dear baby? Their voices are so cheeky, yet I find it utterly delightful. Ha ha ha. Goodness, mind-body healing at 7. I fear Zhou Bao is about to unleash his wrath. Nan Zhou remarked. While other romantic variety shows allow for cuddles and embraces, I am here, signing in like a beast of burden. He demanded, "Please assign me the most relaxed theme available." The camera operator replied, "Teacher Nan Zhou, Director Pei has made it clear. Once a choice is made, it cannot be altered." Nan Zhou retorted, "My heart may be resigned, but my tongue remains sharp. I shall still scold you, and it shall be quite fearsome." After a round of deliberations, the production team of Your Heart Skipped a Beat ultimately set the start time for the mind-body healing theme at 8 o'clock in the morning. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Hua Xingye received a call from Luo Nan. The incident of publicly assaulting someone during a live broadcast had stirred quite a commotion on Weibo, and the general consensus was far from favorable. Although the cameras did not capture Hua Xingye striking anyone, his extensive fan base and the many who recognized him on-site ensured that even mere rumors could provoke significant public discourse. Hua Xingye instructed Nan Zhou to return to the apartment first while he remained downstairs to speak with Luo Nan. Familiar with the surroundings, Nan Zhou ascended to the second floor and approached the door of his and Hua Xingye's apartment. Just as he was about to enter, the door of the adjacent apartment swung open, revealing Gu Zheng, his expression as serious as it had been throughout the day. "Why do you always wear that morose face? Are you afraid people will use your expression for memes?" Nan Zhou quipped. Gu Zheng ignored the jest, gesturing towards his room. "Come to my place. I have something to discuss." With a sigh, Nan Zhou turned back. "Do I really look like someone who casually goes home with a stranger?" Gu Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You share meals and sleep with Hua Xingye, and that is not casual? He is my partner. What is wrong with us being affectionate? We even engage in intimate activities at night," Nan Zhou scoffed. "How peculiar it is. I hope the Gu family does not adhere to such feudal notions of master and slave. You seem to be meddling in everything. I suggest you ease up on the salt. It seems you have too much time on your hands." At this, Gu Zheng, who typically maintained a serious demeanor, finally showed a change in expression. It was as if a mask had cracked, revealing a more animated visage. Anguish and indignation mingled on his face, and with a hint of a choked sob, he exclaimed, "Are you now denying even your own brother?" Nan Zhou paused, taking a moment to scrutinize Gu Zheng from head to toe, before exclaiming, "Ah, no wonder you seemed so familiar when you appeared. It turns out you are indeed my brother." In an instant, Gu Zheng crumbled, his eyes reddening with indignation, as this 30-year-old man, standing at over 1.80 meters, found himself choking back tears. "Xiao Bao, is it that if I do not come looking for you, you will never return home?" This statement broke forth like a dam bursting, Gu Zheng's words spilling out in a torrent. "Xiao Bao, do you know how much I worry about you every day? I fret over whether you can adapt to life outside, if you are being bullied by those wild alphas, and whether you shed tears in the night. I often think of calling or messaging you, but the moment I recall your last words, I find myself unable to press the call button. Ever since your accident, I've been plagued by guilt, wondering if it is my selfishness that led you to become this way." Nan Zhou appeared utterly taken aback. In his eyes, Gu Zheng resembled a modern-day Xiang Lin's wife, while from the adjacent room, the sound of a door opening could be heard. "Do not cry. A pig soaked in water is of no use to anyone." As he spoke, he pushed Gu Zheng inside the door, raising a hand to close the apartment door behind them. As a guest of honor, Gu Zheng enjoyed far superior accommodations compared to Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou, with his room boasting a tasteful yet understated luxurious decor. Nan Zhou sauntered in, unceremoniously plopping down on the sofa in the living room and lazily casting a glance at Gu Zheng. Enough of the trivialities, let's talk about your bank card password. Gu Zheng paused, regaining a semblance of his usual cold demeanor. When you left home, you stated that you wouldn't take a single cent from the family. He quickly added, you expressed a desire for independence, not wanting to be a burden on your family. Nan Zhou sneered. Well, I said back, then has no bearing on who I am now. Presently, I simply wish to be a burden on my family. Gu Zheng inquired, are you willing to return home now? Money and returning home are two separate matters. You should hurry. Hua Xingye will be back shortly, and I would like to take a shower before he arrives. Mentioning Hua Xingye seemed to strike a nerve with Gu Zheng, his expression contorting. Why do you speak of him so casually? Is he now more important to you than your own brother? Why not? Nan Zhou retorted. Gu Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words, exasperatedly tugging at his tie and taking a deep breath, one hand on his hip while gesturing towards the room of Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. And what that scoundrel Lu Zhou? What does he mean to you? He means nothing to me, Nan Zhou replied. Gu Zheng's expression softened slightly, though his tone remained sharp. At one time, you adored Lu Zhou just as you now adore Hua Xingye, even going so far as to leave home and sever ties with us. That was then. This is now. You cannot keep invoking the past. You used to be red-green colorblind. It is red-green weakness, not colorblindness. I am currently also red-green weak. The apartment fell silent for several seconds. Gu Zheng sat beside Nan Zhou. Xiao Bao, do you remember? Remember what? Nan Zhou asked, having spoken the words without thought. Noticing Nan Zhou's silence, Gu Zheng chose not to press further and instead launched into another topic. Have you slept with Hua Xingye? Nan Zhou inquired. What kind of sleep are you referring to? Gu Zheng responded, his expression stiffening. The kind that occurs willingly between an alpha and an omega, naturally. Permanent marking? Nan Zhou probed. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, You've permanently marked each other? No. Gu Zheng exhaled, easing back onto the sofa. I knew Xiao Bao wouldn't casually commit himself for life. However, in the next moment, Nan Zhou added, But he has bitten me. Gu Zheng stood up once more, his expression shifting dramatically, finally forcing out a fierce accusation. You scoundrel, Hua Xingye. How morally depraved. It was my initiative, he added. The apartment fell silent again. Gu Zheng swallowed hard, slowly resuming his seat on the sofa, appearing torn between speaking and silence. Noticing Nan Zhou's growing impatience as he checked his phone, Gu Zheng gritted his teeth and asked in a hushed tone, How do you feel? Especially wonderful. I truly enjoy it. We are quite in sync. Gu Zheng's ears flushed crimson as he shouted, I meant, how does your body feel after the marking? Oh, I just miss him. I constantly want him to hold me. Enough. Gu Zheng's face was nearly aflame. As an alpha of 30 who had never known his first love, even his prowess in the business world couldn't prevent his embarrassment, especially when conversing with his own younger brother. Rubbing his face vigorously, he adjusted his glasses, striving to adopt a detached and professional demeanor. He questioned with the authority of an elder, What I mean is, during that time, did you feel any improvement in your health, perhaps more vitality? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's lips twitched. He regarded Gu Zheng with an expression akin to that reserved for a pervert, surveying him from head to toe, before patting his shoulder. Stop reading unhealthy literature. The nutritional components of protein water peptides hardly qualify as health supplements. I suggest you consume more walnuts. With that, Nan Zhou stretched, rising from the sofa and heading towards the door. I'm going back. Remember to return the black card. Gu Zheng sat on the sofa, mulling over Nan Zhou's words for several moments before finally grasping the meaning. Damn! Yet, when he stood up, Nan Zhou had already opened the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut behind him. Gu Zheng clenched his fist, throwing a punch into the air. Hua Xingye, you shameless rogue. How dare you let Xiao Bao engage in such activities? Not only do you exploit him, but you also toy with his body and mind. You're even more infuriating than that scoundrel Lu Zhou. Watch me unleash my left hook, right hook, uppercut, and then send you flying out of this world. Upon returning to the apartment, Nan Zhou quickly took a shower, and as he emerged, Hua Xingye entered just in time. There's not much time left to sleep. Hurry and wash up so we can lie down, he urged. Hua Xingye chuckled softly, gesturing towards the next room. Did he come looking for you? How do you know? Nan Zhou asked. He was practicing boxing, Hua Xingye replied, hanging his coat on the hook. The room isn't soundproof. I heard him as I passed by. Nan Zhou turned his gaze towards the wall adjoining the room, perhaps sensing the frailty of his own constitution. After speaking, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, sharing tidbits with Hua Xingye, suggesting that his mental faculties were also somewhat lacking. Hua Xingye's lips curled slightly upward, intrigued. What do you mean? He inquired. I wonder if it's due to the excessive reading of colorful literature, but he just asked me whether my health has improved after our encounter. Chapter 88. Once an individual, now a pair. Hua Xingye felt a certain delight in Nan Zhou's perception of Gu Zheng, his future brother-in-law, as somewhat inept. However, out of basic decency, Hua Xingye deemed it necessary to clarify matters with Nan Zhou. Moreover, since his visit to the doctor yesterday, he had yet to discuss his condition with Nan Zhou. Gu Zheng, Hua Xingye began. However, Nan Zhou swiftly interrupted. All right, you should go wash up. Romance may endure, but exhaustion will prevail. As the clock approached the early hours, after a long day, Hua Xingye and Nan Zhou finally settled into bed. Nan Zhou nearly fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Hua Xingye had intended to address his glandular issues, but seeing Nan Zhou's fatigue, he refrained from further discussion. After all, the issue with Nan Zhou's glands could not be resolved in an instant. Following the second live broadcast tomorrow, he would seize the opportunity to explain thoroughly, allowing Nan Zhou to make his own decisions. As Hua Xingye closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, Nan Zhou's soft voice broke the silence. I feel guilty, though I truly wish for you to rest longer. There are thoughts weighing on my heart that prevent me from sleeping. Hua Xingye opened his eyes to meet the clarity in Nan Zhou's gaze. Gu Zheng is my brother. Nan Zhou whispered. I know, Hua Xingye replied. He mentioned wanting me to return home. Do you wish to? I am uncertain. Nan Zhou leaned closer. He spoke at length. But ultimately, I only inquired about the black card. Hua Xingye silently lit a candle for his future brother-in-law in his heart. At my age, rather than pouring out my soul, it would be more prudent for him to offer financial support. After all, love or indifference is never merely spoken. It is demonstrated through actions, Nan Zhou asserted. Hua Xingye nodded in agreement. He shared this sentiment. Gu Zheng might utter sweet words. Yet in the 3 years that had passed, he had witnessed no tangible acts of care for Nan Zhou. The reasons behind this remained unknown to Hua Xingye. However, recalling the dark days Nan Zhou had endured, he felt an innate aversion towards Gu Zheng. So, when you plan to ask me for my bank card password? Hua Xingye inquired. Nan Zhou chuckled softly, planting a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, a good night kiss. Now sleep. Hua Xingye sighed inwardly. If you don't wish to return home, then do not. If Gu Zheng approaches with force, let him come find me, he said. Understood. With that, Nan Zhou shut his eyes and soon fell into a tranquil sleep. In the darkness, Hua Xingye gazed at his serene face, reminiscing about that winter afternoon nearly 3 years prior when he first glimpsed Nan Zhou through a friend's social media post. On that day, the air was frigid. Hua Xingye had just emerged from the sanatorium after bidding farewell to his biological mother for the last time as snow began to fall from the sky. On the road, vehicles come and go, yet within the confines of the car, a profound silence reigns. In his ears echo the final words of his frail mother. Weakened after undergoing a gland removal surgery, do not visit me anymore. My connection with the whole family has completely ended as of today. Seeing you reminds me of the past 20 years, and it is simply too painful. Throughout these years, I have fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother. Therefore, I hope to live a life that brings me peace. I am sorry. Please forgive my selfishness. Despite the car's ample warmth, Hua Xingye's hands remain perpetually cold. The 21 years of his life flashed before his mind like a slideshow. Though not entirely filled with joy, they are not devoid of pain either. His father provided him with resources that most could only dream of, as well as emotional support, love, and strength. He listened to his thoughts, respected his dreams, and encouraged him in all his endeavors. The sole fault of his father lay in his failure to love his mother, rendering him an inadequate husband. Outside, his father maintained a relationship with his childhood sweetheart and their son. The union of his parents began as a mistake born from a mishap with pheromones, and was further complicated by the machinations of two families driven by self-interest, culminating in the current predicament. Two individuals, who were never meant to be together and devoid of love for one another, found themselves bound for 21 years by his existence. His mother's departure was her choice, her liberation. Hua Xingye could understand this, and he believed he should accept it. Yet, he could not help but wonder why his mother had not been braver in the past. Had she mustered the courage to undergo the gland removal sooner and firmly rejected the marriage, perhaps she would have endured fewer years of suffering. Now, as their lives diverge and no longer intertwine, there would be no need for such embarrassment and anguish. Or perhaps, had she been a bit braver, and he had never existed at all, would that have been better? His long fingers aimlessly scrolled across the phone screen, landing on his social media feed. At the top, he noticed a new post from a friend named T.A., shared just a minute ago. The photograph depicted a young man, only his lower half visible, lying in a hospital bed in a less-than-ideal environment. His right leg was encased in a heavy cast, elevated high, indicating a severe injury. Yet, he extended his right hand, giving a thumbs-up beside his wounded leg. The caption read, "I am limping, but I have become stronger." Hua Xingye had no particular impression of this friend. Due to work, he had added many contacts on WeChat, ranging from artists in his circle to directors, producers, and various staff members. Among these individuals, there were numerous people with whom he had never exchanged a word. He presumed TA was just another of those acquaintances. Initially, upon seeing the post, Hua Xingye merely perceived a detached optimism in the friend's attitude toward life. However, as TA continued to share daily updates about his rehabilitation, Hua Xingye found himself unwittingly intrigued. It was akin to watching a continuous drama unfold in his social circle, observing as he transitioned from lying on a hospital bed to eventually being able to sit in a wheelchair and venture out, and then to standing with crutches, relearning the art of walking. Each step was fraught with difficulty, each day a testament to struggle, yet every day was imbued with optimism and resilience. One evening, past 11 o'clock, he noticed that no updates had been posted. After much hesitation, he finally opened the chat and sent a simple message inquiring if there were any difficulties. There was no immediate response, but just before midnight, a reply arrived. "The wind today is wilder than the wild men of the Amazon. Even I, a robust fellow, was knocked down. It turned out he had fallen." He replied, "Were you injured?" "No worries, just a bit of scraped skin. Mainly, my wallet has taken quite a hit." The photographs he shared revealed the subpar conditions of the hospital room, leading him to infer that his financial situation was likely not optimistic. Noting that all previous photos featured him alone, he asked, "Are you by yourself?" "Yes. However, I was alone before. Now that we're chatting, we are too." Accompanying the message was a sticker of a cool yet adorable minion wearing sunglasses. He chuckled and responded, "So, shall we engage in a duet of comedic banter?" "I believe a two-person performance has greater potential," came the reply. In Chapter 89, he had long realized that he was a pawn placed beside him. At Seoul Bar, Gu Zheng expressed many thoughts, most of which were met with disagreement from him. Yet, one statement resonated with truth. Gu Zheng's affection for Nan Zhou was never unconditional. Nan Zhou once asked him, "What is it you seek by enticing me?" In truth, what he desired was singular. Every gesture of tenderness was merely a trap. His ultimate aim was possession. From hair to fingertips, he yearned to claim every inch of him. The long nights stretched on, and in each fleeting moment of solitude, unacquainted by fate, Nan Zhou's presence was akin to sunlight filtering through the vast sky. To win him over, he was willing to become a profound rose, secretive and endlessly enduring. In the darkness, he held the person close, leaning down to place a gentle yet solemn kiss upon Nan Zhou's forehead. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng lay on the bed in his room, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, unable to close his eyes. From a young age, he sensed the irregularities within his family. His father and dad were excessively in love, occupying too much of each other's emotional space, leaving little affection for him. Though he was regarded as the precious one by his father and dad, they were the true treasures in each other's eyes. When Gu Zheng was 5, the family welcomed a second child, a girl. Gu Zheng naively believed that her arrival would end his long-standing solitude. However, as the years passed, He observed that his sister was distinctly different from others. She exhibited no interest in typical feminine pursuits and lacked enthusiasm for social interactions, preferring instead to be alone. Engrossed in her books, my sister holds the belief that dignity is suspended on the edge of a sword, and truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. At a tender age, she is devoted to the pursuit of scientific endeavors. It seems she has invested all her emotions into her research, appearing as cold and unfeeling as an AI programmed by algorithms. When Gu Zheng turned 20, his 15-year-old sister successfully differentiated into an alpha during the summer. Just days after her transformation, 2 black sedans arrived at their home, from which emerged a refined elder accompanied by a gentle-looking young man wearing glasses. They were escorted into the house by other plainclothes alphas, exuding an aura of iron and blood. That night, my sister departed with them. Gu Zheng recalls that it was the day of the year when cicadas sang the loudest. Although his sister was not particularly close to the family, her departure left Gu Zheng with an unsettling sense that something had quietly vanished from their home. Fortunately, there was still the little treasure. Gu Zheng found solace in this thought. The little treasure, 9 years his junior, was mischievous, yet far more normal than his sister. Gu Zheng wished for the little treasure to differentiate into an omega, for the omega siblings of his friends were all gentle and well-behaved children. Omegas seemed to possess an innate softness. Even the most difficult child, next door, transformed into a kinder version of themselves upon differentiation. Gu Zheng felt that their family could no longer withstand the presence of a demon-like alpha. However, as the little treasure grew older, exhibiting increasingly rebellious behavior, Gu Zheng began to feel anxious. He feared that there was a high probability that the little treasure would also differentiate into an alpha, or at the very least, a beta. Thus, Gu Zheng began to silently pray for the little treasure to fulfill his wishes and become an omega. Whether it was fate playing with his desires or a preordained arrangement, Gu Zheng waited until the little treasure turned 18, only to witness a delayed differentiation. Just as he had hoped, the little treasure successfully transformed into an omega, but this was swiftly followed by an unforeseen accident. After the accident, the little treasure underwent a profound change in character. He indeed became the gentle soul Gu Zheng had longed for, shedding tears at the slightest harsh word. Yet, this transformation rendered him unfamiliar and instilled a sense of fear within Gu Zheng. Compared to the void left by the second treasure's departure, the little treasure's metamorphosis evoked an even stronger dread, culminating when the little treasure expressed a desire to leave home to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. The second treasure had almost never returned home after leaving, sending only occasional messages of comfort during festivals. Gu Zheng could hardly bear to imagine what their home would become if the little treasure also chose to depart. Overly affectionate parents, an alpha sister who never returned home like a robot, and a younger omega brother willing to abandon everything for love, all while he himself remained shattered. You cannot comprehend what it is like to love someone. If you do not permit me to go, I would rather die. I harbor no affection for this home. Henceforth, I wish for no further communication from you. Your attempts to reach out will only intensify my disdain. Lu Zhou's affairs are my own. Should you meddle in my relationship with him under the guise of familial ties, I shall never forgive you. The once innocent Xiao Bao, even in his most rebellious phase, never uttered such resolute words. Transformed into an omega, Xiao Bao's deep-seated aversion to his family and his fervent desire to escape this household left Gu Zheng utterly at a loss. He possessed no experience in navigating such matters, nor anyone to consult. Thus, he sought out Hao Jia, the only classmate of Xiao Bao with whom he could communicate, making him the sole and final informant regarding Xiao Bao. This way, at the very least, he could safeguard him should his life be in jeopardy. Gu Zheng picked up his phone and dialed number. Why did you not inform me about Nan Zhou being marked by Hua Xingye? A brief silence lingered on the other end of the line before Hao Jia hesitantly spoke. Brother Zheng, you already knew? What else have you not told me? In truth, Nan Zhou had long since realized that I was merely a pawn you had placed beside him. However, I believe your ultimate aim was to protect him rather than to control him. So as long as it did not contravene his own will or endanger his health and life, I felt it unnecessary to report to you. Betrayal is betrayal. And no matter how eloquently one phrases it, it cannot alter the essence of the truth. Brother Zheng, Nan Zhou is already an adult. He has the right to make his own decisions, Hao Jia asserted. Gu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Bao had long since reached adulthood. Every fledgling bird seeks to leave the nest, yet he remains behind, guarding this shattered abode, awaiting the return of all. But you are still a traitor, he muttered through clenched teeth before severing the call. The following morning at 8, Nan Zhou stood by the seaside, his face a mask of displeasure as he yawned. Facing the bracing sea breeze, while listening to the staff cheerfully announce that the first activity of the day for the healing couples retreat would be beach couple yoga. Teacher Nan Zhou, your dissatisfaction is evident on your face, remarked the cameraman. Nan Zhou languidly replied, if my emotions aren't displayed on my face, should they be plastered on the wall? Do I resemble the Mona Lisa? On this wintry morning, the sea breeze was frigid. Although it was a morning of partner yoga, for the sake of the participants' health, the production team of You Make My Heart Flutter had specifically arranged for a newly renovated gym by the sea, which had yet to officially open. This gym, constructed by the shore, features expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on the ocean side, allowing members to enjoy a splendid view of the sea while exercising. After changing into athletic wear, Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye followed the production team's directions to the yoga room with a breathtaking vista. Oh, look at Wild Brother's long legs. I'm dead, exclaimed a voice. The long, graceful legs, reminiscent of a cheetah, seemed so powerful that a single step could lead one to the afterlife. And it's not just his legs. Does our Wild Brother's chest, arms, and backside not exude perfection? Hua Xingye is flawless in every regard. Typically, Zhou Bao dons down jackets and overcoats, which somewhat conceals his physique. However, now, it is amusing to observe that Yi Ji's figure seems capable of completely overshadowing Zhou Bao. I find it particularly delightful when individuals with less favorable physiques engage in private banter. The thought of their interactions is delightfully tantalizing. Once again, the temporary host, Tang Tang, makes her appearance. Yoga is an exceptionally beneficial practice for couples. It not only serves to awaken the body, but also intricately links emotions with physical exertion. Through the practice of yoga, one can enhance the likelihood of bodily awakening. Moreover, during partner yoga sessions, couples can offer emotional support to each other, fostering a sense of emotional attachment and deepening their relationship. Additionally, physical activity not only generates endorphins, but also releases various hormones. Tang Tang spoke at length. Yet Nan Zhou remained indifferent, believing they were perfectly fine without any ostentatious displays. Was he referring to his relationship with Ego? Or was it something more suggestive? Am I the one with a filthy mind? Zhou Bao, your comments are too excessive. One should immediately add scallions, ginger, star anise, and bay leaves to the pot. Pour in soy sauce. Add a can of cola. Sprinkle in salt, cover, and simmer on low heat for 10 minutes. Thicken with cornstarch. Reduce on low heat. And finally garnish with sesame seeds to create a delectable cola chicken wing dish. After Tang Tang delivered her lengthy opening remarks, she proceeded to have Nan Zhou and Hua Xingye prepare for warm-ups. Rising early in the morning, Nan Zhou was devoid of energy, attempted to warm up while secretly whispering to Hua Xingye, "Do you think I could pretend to collapse and then extort some money?" Hua Xingye replied, "Extend your arms, open your legs." Nan Zhou quipped, "But given how stingy this production team is, I doubt I could extort anything." Hua Xingye instructed, "Push down. A bit further. Your muscles are too tight. Relax." Beep, beep, beep. My body requires VIP authentication. Only accepting exclusive individuals. Please enter the password. Hua Xingye straightened Nan Zhou's arm, admonishing him not to fool around. If you don't warm up properly, you might strain yourself. Nan Zhou stuck out his tongue in response. Hua Xingye leaned slightly forward, his breath brushing against Nan Zhou's ear, his voice low and suggestive. "Didn't I already possess your map and password?" With that, he straightened up, earnestly correcting Nan Zhou's posture while ensuring his own stretching was adequate, his expression remaining unchanged. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt his throat tighten and his lips pressed together. Was it truly appropriate to engage in such a playful exchange so early in the day? The dialogue between Yi Ge and Zhou Bao left me utterly flustered. Hua Xingyi, you are whispering secrets behind the backs of us esteemed SVIPs. What did Yi Ge say that left Zhou Bao silent, his ears seemingly flushed? Could it truly be the password? How scandalous. So sweet, so flirtatious, so desirable. Feelings in turmoil, wagging tails at everyone. Feelings in turmoil, wagging tails at everyone. After completing their warm-up, the production team displayed the first pose of the morning's partner yoga session on the big screen. Upon seeing that image, Nan Zhou felt his blood pressure surge. Upon the arrival of the scene, two individuals were positioned in an inverted posture, heads downward and bodies upward. Is this a serious undertaking? The audience in the live stream could not restrain themselves from commenting in the chat upon seeing the image. Can you manage this? Hua Xingye inquired. Nan Zhou shot him a sidelong glance, questioning, Are you asking if I am capable? Before Hua Xingye could respond, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, A man must endure. Though the head may bleed, one cannot falter. With that, Nan Zhou clenched his jaw, placed his hands on the ground, and propelled himself into the inverted position, utilizing the wall for support. Observing this, Hua Xingye effortlessly executed a somersault, achieving the nearly identical pose as depicted in the image without the aid of the wall. 5 seconds, Tang Tang announced. In a state of inversion, Nan Zhou's face flushed, yet he could not refrain from quipping, My feet are off the ground, and my clever intellect has ascended. Why did I ever agree to this? Finally, after 5 seconds, as Tang Tang counted to 5, Nan Zhou promptly flipped back, unceremoniously collapsing onto the floor. Hua Xingye rose and extended a hand to assist him in getting up, applying just the right amount of force, leaving Nan Zhou both bewildered and perplexed. Breathing heavily, he cursed. Hua Xingye wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tang Tang, reveling in the moment, announced the next action. The second movement was even more demanding than the first. Previously overwhelmed by the first pose, Nan Zhou was left dumbfounded upon witnessing the second. You dare to suggest this is a form of mind-body healing? It seems you wish for my demise. Dang dang zipli. Yet the viewers in the live stream are eagerly anticipating your and teacher Hua's attempt at this yoga pose. The second action was dynamic. One partner would hold the other's calves while standing, the other would suspend their legs around their partner's waist to perform sit-ups. This maneuver heavily tests the strength of both partners' cores. Moreover, perhaps due to the nature of couples yoga, the promotional image depicted the girl performing the sit-up, sharing a kiss with her partner each time she rose. Zhou Bao, make this sacrifice for us. We shall offer our prayers for you during festive occasions. Bauer, you used to dance. We trust in your flexibility. We have no concerns for Yi Ge at all. If I do not see this, my day will be utterly dismal. I implore you to fulfill my wishes as a fan of this couple. This action poses little challenge for Yi Ge. The focus rests on Zhou Bao. Payphone, I acknowledge your capability. Hurry, I want to see.